Blackie, you're a creature of habit. We have eaten in this restaurant every Tuesday for weeks. Do you know that?
I've got another habit, Mary. I pay the check when we're through eating, like now. Let's go, huh?
I'm ready.
I'd better take you straight home if you want to be there before your cousin arrives.
Oh, well, she'll wait for me, I hope.
Say, there's a cab outside. Run out and see if it's vacant, will you?
Right.
I'll pay the check and be right with you.
I think we have that cab, Blackie. The flag on the meter's up.
Good.
Your check, sir?
Oh, here you are.
Thank you.
And here's your money.
Oh, no, the meal is on the house, Mr. Peterkin.
Thanks, but I'm not Mr. Peterkin.
But I know better. We're proud to have your patronage, Mr. Peterkin.
I'm not Mr. Peterkin. I'm Boston Blackie, and I'm giving you your money.
And I'm returning it to you, Mr. Peterkin. Please, with the compliments of the house.
Look, I tell you, I am...
You forced me to tear up the check. There. Now you can't pay a check that does not exist.
All right. But believe me, there's been some mistake.
No mistake, I assure you. For you, there shall never be a check, Mr. Peterkin.
Now back to Dick Calmer's Boston Blackie. Enemy to those who make him an enemy, friend to those who have no friend.
Oh, Blackie, you won't forget to get that watch for my cousin, will you?
Don't worry, Mary. The jewelry store is open till 9 tonight. You'll have it this evening.
The one we saw in the window?
Mm-hmm. I think she'll like it, don't you?
Well, if you see one you think she'll like better, get it. You know more about watches than I do.
1011 Dale Avenue, miss. Here we are.
Hold the flag, driver. I'm going on.
Right.
Don't bother to see me to the door. Blackie, I'll be all right.
You always are. I'll call you later.
Now, you won't forget to get that watch, will you?
Right, Mary, I promise. I'll have a messenger deliver it.
Thanks, darling. Night.
All right. 51 Sunset Parkway, driver, and step on it.
You don't have to tell me where you live, Mr. Peterkin.
What did you call me?
Mr. Peterkin, Mr. Peterkin.
Now, wait a
And
minute.
if you think this all is going to cost you anything, you're wrong.
Now, look here.
It's a pleasure to have you in my cab. So there's no charge. Not for the famous Mr. Peterkin.
Good evening. I'd like to see a watch, please, like the one you have in the window there.
I think you mean this one, don't you, sir?
Yes, that's it.
It's a lovely thing.
How much?
$90, sir. But naturally...
Naturally what?
Naturally, there'd be no charge for you, Mr. Peterkin.
Now, wait a minute. My name is Boston Blackie.
You're very modest, Mr. Peterkin, but I happen to know who you are, and I'm proud to give you this watch.
I tell you, I am not Mr. Peterkin. I'm
now,
Boston...
Please, Mr. Peterkin, I meant no offense.
Look, this is the third time in the last hour that someone has called me Mr. Peterkin. I am not Mr. Peterkin, and I am not accepting the watch without paying for it. Here's $90.
But I couldn't take the money from Mr. Peterkin.
Maybe you can't take it from Mr. Peterkin, but you can take it from me. And take it from me, you're taking that $90. Here. And do me a favor, will you? Believe my name is Boston Blackie. Do you understand?
Of course, I understand. Your name is Boston Blackie, Mr. Peterkin.
Oh, Mary, the watch is beautiful. You shouldn't have done it.
You really like it, Trudy?
Like it? It's the most beautiful watch I've ever seen. But you've certainly spent a lot of money on just an ordinary cousin.
I haven't spent it yet. Blackie got it, and I haven't paid him for it. And besides, you're not just an ordinary cousin.
Oh, it's lovely, Mary.
Oh, I told Blackie not to have it engraved for you. Until after you'd seen it, that is. Now, be honest with me, Trudy. Is it really the kind of watch you like?
Oh, who wouldn't like a watch like this?
Well, all right, then. You can have it engraved this evening. Blackie said he got it at Brandon's. That's not far from here. We can run right over.
Oh, I'd like to, Mary, but my train leaves at midnight, and there are some things I have to do downtown before train time.
Oh, I see.
I'll have it engraved when I get back.
Well, all right. I guess that... Wait a minute. I can take it over to Brandon's for you. I can have it engraved and send it to you.
Oh, Mary, would you take it over to the jeweler's for me? That'd be wonderful.
Well, sure. Let's see. It's 8 o'clock now. I can take the watch to Brandon's right away, call for it tomorrow, and send it to you then.
You're sure it won't be too much trouble?
Trouble? This, Trudy, promises to be the least troublesome night of my life. Knock on wood. Oh, Blackie, please be home, please. Oh, Blackie, please, please.
Hello?
Oh, Blackie, this is Mary.
Hello, Mary. How'd your cousin like the watch?
Never mind about the watch. Come down to Brandon's jewelry store and right away.
What's the matter?
Plenty. Mr. Brandon's... Oh, Blackie, Mr. Brandon's dead.
Brandon's dead.
Murdered. What do I do now? I never found a body before.
Turn off the lights, pull down the shades, lock the front door, and I'll be there in 20 minutes.
Open up, Mary. It's Blackie.
Coming.
Are you all right?
I don't know. I think I've aged.
Sure, 20 whole minutes. Where's the bunny?
It's over there behind the counter. You want me to turn on a light?
No, raise the shade a little bit, will you, at the window? The street lamp will be light enough.
Is that high enough?
Yeah. I can see the body now. It's Mr. Brandon. He waited on me a little over an hour ago.
And sold you the watch?
Yep. Funny thing, too. He insisted that my name was Peterkin. I had to force him to take money for the watch.
Oh, Blackie, you're joking.
I think he was. I wonder if it was some gag of his, and the next customer he pulled it on didn't like it.
What are you talking about?
I wish I knew. Uh-oh. Somebody's opening the front door.
Oh, my gosh, it's a special policeman.
I'll do the talking, Mary. Good evening, officer. We were just about to send for one of your gang.
Whoever locked this store a few minutes ago sent for me. I forgot to throw the alarm switch, and we got a signal at our headquarters. What's the matter down here?
Do you know the owner of the store?
Sure, Sam Brandon.
Would you know him if you saw him dead?
Huh? Dead? Where?
Turn your flashlight over there, at the aisle between the two counters.
Where? Like this? Oh, I don't see.
Is that Sam Brandon?
It sure is. Don't move, either of you. You're both taking a little ride to police headquarters.
Blackie, you're here at police headquarters so much, you'll be made a sergeant soon. I'm not surprised to find you here. But, Miss Wesley, you're something new.
Inspector Farraday, you don't think we killed Mr. Brandon, do you?
Of course he does, Mary. Doesn't he always?
I most certainly don't think you killed him.
Farraday.
But I'm plenty sore at you, Blackie, and disappointed in you, Miss Wesley. Don't either of you know better than to get mixed up in these things?
Well, when I found the body, I didn't know what to do.
You should have called the police right away.
I told him not to, Farraday. I wanted to have a look at the body before anything was moved.
Oh, you did? Well, take your body out of here and out of this case, and keep it out.
But Farraday...
Don't argue with Inspector Farraday, darling. Come on, let's
Just
go.
a minute, Mary, just a minute. Farraday, are you sure you're all right?
Well, I've never felt better in my life. And you've never been cleared of murder any faster in your life.
What have I done to clear myself but wait here in your office?
While you waited, I found out when Brandon was killed, what kind of a gun killed him, and where you were at the time of the murder. You're clear, so clear out of here. Both of you.
Faraday, I want to congratulate you. For once, you've proved you're the good cop I always thought you were.
Get out of here. Yeah?
Inspector Farraday?
Yeah, what do you want?
I'm Robert Winston of Belvedere Insurance Company, claim agent.
Oh, yeah. Your office said you're on the way down. In connection with the murder of Sam Brandon, huh?
I'm going to have to ask you for a little help, Inspector.
Well, I'll do everything I can.
I understand the police found 2 people with Brandon's body.
Yeah. As a matter of fact, these are those 2 people now. Boston Blackie, Miss Mary Wesley.
Hello.
How do you do? These people are under arrest, of course.
No, they're not. All Miss Wesley did was walk in the store and find the body. All Blackie did was come down and wait with her until the police arrived.
You're not holding him?
Well, how can I? I don't have grounds.
My company will give you grounds, Inspector. Until our part of this investigation is complete, I demand that you hold these 2 people on suspicion of murder.
And now back to Boston Blackie. This has been a strange evening for Boston Blackie. 3 times by 3 different people, he's been called Mr. Peterkin. But this is nothing compared to what happened shortly after. When Mary walks into Brandon's jewelry store with a watch Blackie had bought there an hour earlier, she finds the owner dead. When Blackie joins her in the store to start an investigation, they're both found there by the police. And though Inspector Farraday sees no reason to hold Mary or Blackie for Brandon's murder, an insurance agent demands their immediate arrest. As we return to our story, Robert Winston, the insurance agent, calls on a certain diamond dealer.
Are you Mr. Bill Jackson?
Yes, I am Bill Jackson. You wish to see me?
Yes. Where'd you get the Yankee name? You're slightly foreign, aren't you?
Slightly, but my name, it was so hard to pronounce, so difficult for you Americans to spell, I decided to take one of your names. So I am Bill Jackson.
Well, I'm Robert Winston, Mr. Jackson, claim agent for the Belvedere Insurance Company.
I am insured, thank you.
Oh, you don't understand. I'm not selling insurance. I'm investigating an insurance claim.
Oh, you must be in the wrong establishment, sir. I have made no claim.
No, of course not. But maybe you read in the papers about the death of Sam Brandon.
Ah, yes. It was such a shame, a terrible thing. The papers say it was murder. Is that so?
Yes, I'm afraid it was. Did you deliver any of the pieces of jewelry here on my list to Brandon?
Let me see. Yes.
How many of those pieces did you deliver, Mr. Jackson?
Why, all of them.
I was afraid of that.
Afraid? How do you mean, sir?
Brandon insured them against theft with us, and they're all missing $100,000 worth.
Good heavens, Mr. Winston. I gave those jewels to Mr. Brandon on consignment. Am I to lose all that money?
No, of course not. My company will pay every cent Brandon owes.
But if I'm not paid, I will be ruined.
Don't worry, Mr. Jackson. You'll get paid. But first, I'm going to see Inspector Farraday and get him to charge Boston Blackie and Mary Wesley with murder and robbery. Look, Inspector Farraday, here's a list of the stuff that's missing from Brandon's store. Look at the size of it.
I see the size of it, Winston.
Then why did you let Blackie and the Wesley girl go?
Because I know they didn't rob Brandon's store or kill Brandon.
Look, did you do your job at least up to the point of searching Blackie and a Wesley woman before you let them go?
Sure, but that was just routine.
Do you have a list of what you found on them?
It's right here on my desk. But all they had on them were their own personal possessions.
Let me see the list.
Help yourself.
Blackie had a pocket knife, small coins, various bills, but the usual stuff you always find in a man's pocket.
Now will you be happy?
Let's see the list of Miss Wesley's things.
Here. What a list it is. Why do women carry all that junk?
She had a silver comb, silver wristwatch, lipstick powder, various bills, small coins. Gold Ajax wristwatch.
Well, so what?
So look on this list of items taken from Brandon's store. One gold Ajax wristwatch. Did you see that gold wristwatch yourself?
Yeah, I did.
Describe it.
Well, it was an Ajax square case, a convex crystal. The face of the dial was yellow, and the band was a black cord with a gold clip.
Look at the description on this list of the Ajax watch missing from Brandon's store. Square case, convex crystal, dial yellow, numerals Roman, black cord with gold clip. What does that sound like to you, Inspector?
The watch I found in Miss Wesley's purse.
And that watch was stolen from Brandon's store. That's all I need, Inspector. I want you to arrest Mary Wesley.
All right, Winston. Maybe I've got to.
Don't bother leaving your office. Just give me one of your men, Inspector. I'll bring Miss Wesley here myself.
Hello?
Hello, Blackie. Mary.
Anything the matter?
Oh, nothing particularly. I was just reading in the paper about the Brandon murder. I see they still don't know why he was killed.
No, they probably find out it was a robbery, Mary. And all Farraday has to do is to find some of the stolen articles, trace them, and he'll find Brandon's killers. I'm more concerned with that Peterkin angle. I can't figure out who changed my name and why.
Oh, Blackie, there's somebody at the door. I'll call you back.
Wait, Mary. Are you expecting anyone?
No, I'm not.
Well, look, Faraday's been much too quiet. It isn't like him to leave either one of us completely alone after we've been found with a body. So leave the phone off the hook. Your caller may be the inspector.
Yeah. Just a minute. Oh, I get it. If it's the inspector or someone else from the police department, I'll steer them over near the telephone so you can hear, huh?
Good girl. Now let them in.
Right. Come in.
Miss Wesley?
Oh, Mr. Winston. How's the insurance business?
Fine, Miss Wesley. Fine.
Do you always bring a policeman when you make your calls?
No, only in cases like this, Miss Wesley. That gold wristwatch you had in your bag.
Oh, that. It was bought at Brandon's by Boston Blackie. I had it in my purse.
Never mind how you got it, Miss Wesley. Do you lying to somebody else? This watch is stolen property. Get your hat and coat. You're under arrest.
Now, just a minute, Mr. Winston. Blackie, are you still there?
Yes, Mary, I'm here, and I heard everything.
What do I do now?
Go to headquarters with Winston. You won't be there long. Somehow I feel Mr. Peterkin is mixed up in this, and I'm going to find out how before I get mixed up entirely. Closing my favorite restaurant rather early tonight, aren't you?
Hmm? Oh, you.
Yes, Mr. Peterkin, remember?
What's the idea of the gun?
What was the idea of calling me Mr. Peterkin?
Well, that's your name, isn't it?
You know very well it isn't.
Well, maybe I had you confused with somebody else. I have to go home now.
I'll take you home in this cab here. Convenient, isn't it? I've had it waiting here just as it was waiting here last night when you called me Mr. Peterkin.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, cabby. We're ready.
Sure thing.
You first, my friend.
Of course.
Where to, buddy?
Don't you mean where to, Mr. Peterkin?
Huh? Oh, it's you, huh? Well, where to?
Drive to the edge of town and then keep on going.
That'll be some fare. I get extra for going outside the city limits.
Don't you remember? I'm Mr. Peterkin. I don't pay for anything.
Oh, no?
Look, both of you. We're going to play a little game.
What kind of a game?
A game called Peterkin.
Your name is not Peterkin?
Yeah. Ain't it, Peterkin?
No, it isn't. And I'll tell you a funny little story. Only one other person in this world called me Mr. Peterkin. And do you know where he is now?
No.
In a morgue.
Dead?
He doesn't work there.
All right, we made a mistake. We thought you were Mr. Peterkin.
Who told you to think that?
Nobody.
Say nobody to me once more, my friend, and you'll be a body. Or have you forgotten this gun in my hand?
Look, if we tell you, then what?
Shut up, you.
Shut up, you. Go ahead, driver.
I don't know anything except it was a joke.
Well, make me laugh, and maybe I'll let you live. But as for you...
The driver's telling the truth. It was just a joke.
Who told you to call me Peterkin?
Brandon, the jeweler, but we didn't know who Brandon was until we saw his picture in the paper today.
Yeah, he gave us no to call you Peterkin. He said it was a gag.
Certainly was. On him. Take me to police headquarters, cabby.
You want to turn us in, are you?
No, I'm not turning you in. But I think I'm on the verge of turning a killer up.
Hello, Farraday speaking.
Inspector, this is Bob Winston.
Now what do you want?
Boston Blackie.
I tell you I'm looking for him. But I can't find him.
Well, you'd better find him. I've questioned Miss Wesley, and she insists Boston Blackie gave it a watch. Now, you get me Blackie.
I'm trying to.
Well, stop trying and get him.
Look, Winston, when I can't find Blackie, he can't be found. Hello? Hello? He hung up. That's good. Come in.
Hello, Faraday.
Blackie, I've been looking everywhere for you.
Well, I haven't been everywhere, Faraday. Maybe that's why you didn't find me.
Look, Winston made me put Miss Wesley in jail, and he wants you.
I know that.
Well, I hope you know something else. I'm going to arrest you, but I don't want to.
Oh, go ahead and arrest me, Faraday. I won't mind. If you book me under the name of Peterkin.
Peterkin? What are you talking about?
A little plot to make it look as if I robbed Brandon's jewelry store. It's a crazy story, Faraday.
Yeah.
Brandon paid a restaurant cashier and a cab driver to call me Mr. Peterkin and refused to take money from me.
Why?
So that when I walked into his store an hour later, and he called me Mr. Peterkin and refused to take money for his watch, I'd walk out without a sales slip. That's all he needed to make it appear that the watch was stolen, which he was going to claim later.
When you said that was a crazy story, you were making an understatement. I can't believe a thing like that, Blackie.
Look, Faraday, of all the stuff stolen from Brandon, what's turned up?
Only the watch found on Miss Wesley.
That backs up my story, because all Brandon needed to establish the fact that his store had been robbed was to have the police find one missing article.
He wanted to establish the fact that his store had been robbed. Blackie, that sounds as if Brandon robbed his own place.
I think he was in on the deal, Farraday. And the merchandise, supposedly stolen, is just hidden somewhere. Do you have a complete list of the missing property?
Sure, right here. Look at the length of it.
Some haul.
But, Blackie, if Brandon robbed his own store, why was he killed? And who killed him?
His accomplice, probably. The motive? To keep from splitting with Brandon. Say, according to this list, everything stolen from Brandon was delivered by the same wholesale jeweler, a Bill Jackson.
Yeah, on consignment, too. But Brandon was insured, and Jackson is going to get his money just the same.
Doesn't it seem rather odd to you that, with the exception of the watch, Brandon was robbed of only the jewels he'd bought from Jackson?
Say, that is funny, isn't it?
It's funny enough to make Jackson laugh himself sick. Suppose Jackson never delivered these diamonds, and Brandon then reported them stolen. Jackson still has his diamonds, plus a cut of Brandon's insurance money.
Then Jackson was Brandon's accomplice.
Maybe, unless Winston was.
Winston? You mean he was in for a split of the insurance payoff?
Winston's been trying awfully hard to prove that Mary and I robbed Brandon's store. All he needs is proof of robbery to get his company to pay the claim. You see what you can find out about him. I'm going to call on Jackson. Can you tell me anything about him?
Sure. Well, he talks with an accent, for one thing.
What kind?
I just talked to him on the phone. It's hard to tell. Central European, maybe.
Like this? Inspector Farraday, I am Edward Blackburn. It is good to see the police working for justice.
Well, that's pretty close. But what's the idea?
If you want to talk to a guy, it is sometimes smart to talk his language.
Mr. Blackburn, it is good to talk to someone from the old country.
You would do business with someone from the old country, Mr. Jackson, of course?
Of course.
I am a bit embarrassed. The duty on jewelry is high, as you know. I intend to...
Forget to declare it?
Yes, forget.
I think we can do business, Mr. Blackburn. How much do you want to spend?
I can put my hands on $50,000.
I can let you have twice that amount in jewelry, Mr. Blackburn.
I am afraid I do not have that much money.
Just let me show you what I have in my safe. Here, I will open it.
Fine. Ah, magnificent, Mr. Jackson. Never have I seen such jewels.
Yes, and everything in my safe is for sale, and at a special price.
Why a special price?
I do not ask you questions. You do not ask me questions.
Do you mind if I use your phone? I do not have this much money on me. I shall have to send for it.
Yes, go ahead.
You will select for me $50,000 worth of the jewelry from your safe.
Gladly.
You are indeed the man to do business with, Mr. Jackson. I can see that.
Farraday speaking.
This is Blackburn.
Blackburn?
I have found...
Yeah, Blackie.
Yes. I have found the jewels I want. You will bring the $50,000?
Jackson has everything?
Mr. Jackson is everything, my friend. Hurry. We'll be waiting for you. You should have seen Jackson's face when Farraday walked in, Mary. It was wonderful.
How long did it take Jackson to confess to Brandon's murder?
About 5 minutes.
Why did he kill him?
To keep from splitting the insurance money with him.
And he killed Brandon just after you left with the watch you bought for me. Well, Blackie, was that planned?
When I left Brandon's store without a sales slip for that watch, Jackson was in the back, and Brandon told him the plan had worked. And then all Brandon had to do was to call the police and tell them his store had been robbed. That was the moment Jackson was waiting for.
I'm surprised you got away posing as Mr. Blackburn when you talked to Jackson.
Oh, I am a wonderful actor.
You certainly are, darling. But how did Brandon work that Peterkin act so beautifully?
Well, in the first place, he saw us looking at watches in his store window several times. He was standing in the doorway at the time, remember?
Oh, I see now how he was sure his plan would work. He then went to our restaurant and arranged for the cashier and the taxi driver to call you Mr. Peterkin and all that.
And then after I came in and bought the watch, Brandon intended to call the police and describe me as the person who robbed the store. Have the police pick me up and find me with the watch.
Yeah, but things didn't quite work out that way, did they?
No. Jackson got greedy and didn't want to cut Brandon in on the tape. So he killed him, and that's that.
Certainly is. You know, for a while I thought Mr. Winston had something to do with all this.
Well, he didn't. I've got to leave now, Mary. Will you call me?
Will I call you what?
Anything. Anything at all except Mr. Peterkin.
In here, Marjorie, in the library.
Oh, Dad, I'm going out for a little while.
At this time of night, Marjorie, I don't think you should.
I'm a big girl now, Father. I won't be long.
All right.
But you go to bed. You're not as young as you used to be.
No, I'll wait up for you.
All right, if it'll make you any happier.
And don't be too late, dear, please.
No, I'm just going down to the village center.
Well, don't have too many ice cream sodas.
I promise.
Okay, lady, just stand still.
Keep your yap shut, lady. This gun in my hand will go off.
What do you want?
You, lady, to take a little trip with us.
A nice short trip, but maybe a nice long stay.
I'll handle this, Jack.
I'll handle it fast. The lady looks nervous.
Look, if it's my money or jewelry you want, you can have them.
We don't want jewels, lady. We want $50,000 in exchange for you.
And now meet Dick Calmer as Boston Blackie. Enemy to those who make him an enemy. Friend to those who have no friend.
Oh, Blackie, hurry up or we'll be late for the party. You know, you were supposed to be all ready when I came to pick you up.
Well, it's a late party, isn't it, Mary? So doesn't that mean everybody should be late?
Now, darling, if you're going to make jokes like that, maybe we better not go.
I'll behave. How do I look?
Beautiful?
I'll settle for handsome.
All right, handsome, you're beautiful. Let's go.
Uh-oh. The doorbell.
I might have known.
Don't worry, Mary. This can't be trouble. Come in.
You shouldn't have said that.
This Boston Blackie's apartment.
Yes, and he's just leaving.
With me.
I'd like to speak to you for just a minute.
Now, that's about all the time I have right now. You see,
This
we
is
were
very
just...
serious, Blackie. I'm Harry Condon, John White's son-in-law.
Is that very serious?
It's not serious enough to make us late for that party, darling.
Well, can't this wait till morning, Condon, whatever it is?
No, it can't. My father-in-law found a note about an hour ago. My wife has been kidnapped. I need your help, and quick.
Oh.
Sit down, Condon.
Oh, that's awful.
Mary, you'd better call your friends and tell them their party will have to do without us tonight.
Yes, it certainly will. I'll call them right away.
All right, Condon. Let's have the facts.
Well, I certainly didn't expect to get your help this quickly.
I don't usually offer to help this quickly. But to me, there's no crime in the world worse than kidnapping. When did you first discover your wife was missing?
About an hour ago. I'd just come back from Philadelphia, and her dad met me at the door with the ransom note.
When did your father-in-law last see his daughter?
He said Marjorie went out of the house at about 11 o'clock.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the last he saw of her.
Well, how did he happen to find the ransom note?
Well, he thought he heard a noise outside the front door a few minutes after she left.
Yeah?
He went out to investigate, and the note was hanging from the doorknob.
I suppose the note said, don't call the police.
Yes, and a whole lot more. But we did call the police just the same. It wasn't until we calmed down a little that we thought of contacting you.
Well, maybe if we work fast, we can get your wife back. How much ransom did the kidnappers ask?
$50,000.
Do you have it?
Well, I don't, but Marjorie's dad has it. And a lot more besides, as you probably know.
To whom was the ransom note addressed, you or your wife's father?
Well, to Marjorie's father.
Yeah, that's proof the kidnappers knew which of you two had money, and that may help in tracing them.
Dad wants you to come to the house right away, if you will.
You know I will.
It's all set, Blackie. I got us out of going to that party and no damage done.
Well, I'm going to another kind of party, with the express purpose of doing as much damage as I can.
Can't let you go through with your plans, Inspector Farraday. This ransom note says specifically not to notify the police.
Well, you did the right thing in calling us in, Mr. White. We know how to work in cases like this.
Do you, Farraday? I doubt it.
Blackie, what are you doing here?
Annoying you, as usual.
He's here on my invitation, Inspector Farraday. Dad, this is Boston Blackie.
How do you do?
How do you do, sir?
Blackie, this is a serious thing. A girl's life is in danger, and I don't want you or any of your ideas around me. Mr. White, I can't do a good job of finding your daughter if I have to keep one eye and half the police force on Blackie.
But you can work together on this, I'm sure. I told my son-in-law to ask for Blackie's help because I know how successfully he's aided your police before.
Hear that, Farraday?
I heard that, but I don't want to hear anything from you. All right, Mr. White. We'll work this thing any way you like.
Thank you, Inspector. Now, first, I think we'd better familiarize Blackie with the conditions of the kidnapping and the contents of the ransom note.
I know under what conditions she was kidnapped, Mr. White.
Now, look, where was your son-in-law during this kidnapping?
You've been gone all day, haven't you, Harry?
Yes, I was in Philadelphia on business. I didn't get home until about 2 hours after Dad discovered Marjorie was gone.
You went to Philadelphia again today? But
Yes.
I sent you down there yesterday.
Well, I went yesterday and today. When I got to the office this morning, there was a letter from a firm down there saying they wanted to see me right away.
Well, let's skip that for now. May I see the ransom note, Mr. White?
Of course, Blackie. Here, it's rather long.
Yes, long and clever, too. The words were cut out of Good News magazine and pasted down to make sentences. Took a long time, too. This thing was well planned.
How do you know those words were cut out of the Good News magazine?
I recognize the type and the quality of the paper, Farraday. Say, I'm opening a detective school next week. Why don't you enroll?
Let me have that note. I'll read it.
Never mind showing off, Farraday. I'd better read it. There'll be less stumbling over the big words.
Mr. White, you see now I don't want this guy around?
Really, Inspector?
It's all right, Mr. White. We'll get down to business right now. Yeah, let's see what's in this ransom note. The instructions for delivering the ransom money are certainly given in great detail.
I'm glad they are. I want to give them the money in exactly the way they ask for it.
How soon can you have it?
Tomorrow morning. That's when they want it.
Now, let's see. It says here, put $50,000 in denominations of $5 and $10 bills in a tin box. Get an airplane and fly due north from this city Wednesday morning until you are over the Wasika Mountains.
The Wasika Mountains cover an area of hundreds of miles. How are we going to know where to drop the money?
Here's where they answer that question, Farraday. You will fly over the designated area with your radio set at 1780 kilocycles. We will contact you by walkie-talkie and give you instructions as to the exact spot the money is to be dropped.
I can charter a plane first thing in the morning.
Do that. These kidnappers are clever. The Wasika Mountains cover a large territory. There are plenty of roads through them, but no towns. Look, the nearest town of any size at all is a good 50 miles from the edge of the mountains. The kidnappers will never come near a town or a village after they've received the money.
I'll say they won't. We can usually catch kidnappers when we deliver the ransom money. But this time we can't. Yeah, they're plenty clever.
I understand that, Inspector, but I want that money delivered.
All right. I'll deliver it.
No. I won't let you. You're a policeman, and I promise not to call the police. Blackie, would you deliver the ransom money?
Would I? Why, yes, I would and I will, but under one condition.
You can have any condition you like.
Well, what I'd like is to be allowed to handle this all by myself.
Now, wait a minute, Blackie.
Sorry, Farraday, sorry, but if I do this, I do it my way, without any interference from the police.
I'm quite agreed. How about you, son?
I think Blackie should be the one to do it.
And so do I. You have to see it our way, Inspector.
Well, I guess I do with that. All right, Blackie, it's all yours. But I'm going to put you under a time limit.
That's all right with me, Farraday. You're under one yourself. If you don't have the girl back in 2 days, or rather 2 weeks, the FBI takes over from you.
I suppose you'll find a girl in 2 days.
2 days, Farraday? I don't know. This is something I've always wanted to do, work on a case without having you to worry about. There's no telling how fast I'll work.
We have to work fast. What time do you want the money?
Get the money, charter a plane for me, and I'll leave the airport at 9:30 tomorrow morning.
Blackie,
Yes, Mary?
I don't like the sound of that plane warming up. Be careful, will you, darling?
Worried?
You know I am. Please be careful.
Better tell that to the pilot over there. He's in charge of the plane. I'm only his passenger.
Now, that's what worries me. Have you got a parachute?
A parachute? What for?
In case something happens over the mountains and you have to come down.
I think I'd rather come down in a plane than in a parachute, Mary. Hey, here comes Mr. White and his son-in-law with the money.
Oh, darling, the thought of you flying over those mountains in that plane scares me to death.
What do you want me to do, Mary? Fly over those mountains without it?
Hello, Blackie. I'm sorry we're a little late, but there was a little difficulty getting the money.
And then we were caught in the downtown traffic.
Gentlemen, this is Mary Wesley.
How do you
How do you do, Miss Wesley?
Well, I don't think the kidnappers will mind waiting a few minutes for their money. You have it?
Yes, here it is. It's a heavy steel box, just as they instructed. Only I marked each bill as Inspector Farraday requested. A tiny X in the corner. Here, you take the box.
Okay, Mr. White.
And Blackie, bring my wife back, please.
I'll do what I can, Condon.
Blackie, I'm still worried. Won't you please change your mind?
Sorry, Mary, too late. The only thing I want to change now is this steel box for Marjorie Condon. Say, pilot, how far from the city are we now?
About 100 miles, Blackie.
Those are the Wasika Mountains down below us now, aren't they?
Mostly the foothills.
Foothills, huh? Oh, yeah, I see the higher mountains up ahead.
Sure a slick place to wait for ransom money. Why, it'd take an army of police to block off all the ways out.
I think the kidnappers had that in mind. Your radio tuned to the frequency they wanted?
Yep. 1780 kilocycles.
Good. How soon do you think we'll hear from them?
Few miles, maybe. A walkie-talkie doesn't have a terrific range. Have that box of money ready?
All set.
I saw you looking in it. Does $50,000 look like a lot of money?
In 5s and 10s, it sure does.
Hello, airplane. Hello. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Over.
There's our contact, Blackie.
Good. I'll take the talk back now.
Sure. Here.
Hello, airplane. Hello. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Over.
Yes, we can hear you. Over.
We can see you. Head due north 1 mile. Due north 1 mile. Over.
How are we heading, Johnny?
North-northeast at the moment. I'll head due north right away.
Hello. We'll head due north. Then what? Over.
Straight ahead of you, there's a high peak. A high peak. Fly directly over it. In the valley, on the other side, you'll see a large white square on the ground. Fly at 500 feet. Drop the money near the square, then scram. Over.
All right, I'll do it. But when do you return the girl? Over.
After we get the money. You're crossing over the mountain now. Do you see the white square? The white square. Over.
I see it, Blackie.
We see it. Here comes your money.
Just open the window on the side of the cowling and drop it. You don't have to be too accurate.
I know. But I'd like to drop it on their heads. There it goes.
Nice going, buddy. The box is falling pretty close to the square. Thanks for the package.
You're welcome, pal. Just let's call it a present for the present.
The box ought to be right over there, Bob.
Right over there. Nothing, Jack. Here it is, right here.
Swell.
Come on, let's open it.
Okay.
I want to feel some of that money.
You feel it, I'm going to spend it.
Hey, Jack! There's no dough in this box.
It's empty?
Yeah, look. There's nothing in it but this note. Wait, I'll open it.
That guy in a plane double-crossed us.
Double-cross, there's no wood for it, Jack. Listen to what it says in this note. Can't pay you because you have nothing to deliver. We've already found the girl. And it's signed by Boston Blackie.
And now back to Boston Blackie. Called in to deliver the ransom money in the kidnapping of the wealthy Marjorie Condon, Blackie exacts a promise from Farraday that there will be no interference from the police. Working alone, Blackie follows the kidnapper's instructions, but instead of delivering the money to the designated mountain country, Blackie delivers only a note saying he has already found the girl. As we return to our story, the two kidnappers wait in a phone booth in a small country village for a report on a phone call they've made to the city.
How did Blackie find out where we were hiding the girl?
I don't think he did find it, Jack. I think he was just bluffing to keep us from getting the dough.
Well, what should he care? It isn't his dough. Only old man White's.
Look, we'll know in a minute.
Maybe this is our call getting through, huh?
I hope so. Hello?
Is this the party calling City 77610?
Yeah?
Here's your party, sir. Go ahead.
Hello? Hello, Jim?
Yeah, this is Jim. Who's this?
Bob. Jim, is everything okay?
Sure, everything's okay. What about you? You get the dough?
You still have the Condon dame?
Sure, she's sitting right here.
So Blackie's note was a gag, huh? Jim, lock up the joint good and tight, and don't let anybody in except us. We're coming back.
Hey, what is this all about?
We'll tell you when we get in. See you in a couple of hours. We've been crossed up, and I'm going to cross out a couple of people just to get even.
That you, Bob?
What do you think it is, Jim? Open up.
Okay. Boy, you sure got here quick, Bob. You must have flew.
I did fly, and I'm not Bob.
Hey, you're not getting in here.
Oh, yes, I am.
No,
In fact,
you're not.
I'm in like a flash, and you're going out like a light. Well, that takes care of you for a few minutes. You look like a light sleeper.
Who's out there?
Who's in there? Marjorie Condon?
Yes, who's there?
Don't be afraid to come out, Mrs. Condon. I'm on your team.
I can't come out. I'm locked in.
Well, I can take care of that without any trouble.
Are you from the police?
Far from them, Mrs. Condon. I'm Boston Blackie.
How in the world did you find me?
How? Well, I get this door open. I'd rather give you the details of that brilliant piece of masterminding face-to-face. There, the lock turned. And the door is open. Or am I seeing things?
Hello.
I'm seeing things, all right. You...
Never mind what I look like, Blackie. Let's get out of here.
Oh, no. No, we're staying here till I call Farraday and have him send some men to take you home and the Sleeping Beauty to headquarters. Then I'm going to wait here and welcome home the other 2 kidnappers.
It's us, Jim. Jack and Bob. Open up.
Good thing, Bob.
Look, you don't have to hide behind the door when you open it for us. We ain't cops.
What's the matter with you, Jim? You got knives?
All right. Stand where you are, both of you.
Hey, Bob. You ain't Jim? I got a hunch. It's Boston Blackie.
You should play your hunches on the nose, Bob. You're right.
Where's the girl?
At home.
Where's Jim?
In jail, and in a few minutes, you're going to be keeping him company. Well, Farraday, this is one time you can't throw me out of your office. Marjorie Condon is home again, and you have your 3 kidnappers in jail.
Well, I guess this case is over.
Guess again, pal. Those 3 kidnappers had a leader, and he's still at large.
What makes you think that?
A few facts.
Yeah? What?
Well, I have a little surprise for you, Inspector. First, guess who hired those 3 men to kidnap Marjorie Condon?
How can I guess? Tell me.
All right, I will tell you. Harry Condon.
Harry Condon, the husband? Blackie, maybe that airplane you took over the mountains went too high.
No, Farraday, but the business trip Harry Condon took to Philadelphia went the way of all phony alibis.
Huh?
You saw the letter he claims to have gotten from Philadelphia, didn't you?
Sure, I saw it.
You remember what company it was from?
Yeah, I think it was the Realty Tool Company, or something like that.
That's right. And Condon said he was away from home the evening his wife was kidnapped because he was on a train coming back from paying a call on the Realty Tool Company.
Well, sure. What's wrong with that?
I found something wrong with it, Farraday. Before I left for the airport this morning, I called Philadelphia and was told that the Realty Tool Company has been out of business for 15 years.
What?
Farraday, Condon faked that letter and mailed it to himself from Philadelphia the day before the kidnapping. It's an alibi for not being around when he planned to have his wife picked up.
It sure sounds like it, Blackie. But why would he do a crazy thing like that?
Money, Farraday.
But he got money from his father-in-law.
He got money from his father-in-law, all right, but not in the one lump sum he needed, and quick.
He needed $50,000 fast, huh? What for?
For something else I checked on while you were just sitting around waiting for me to do things for you. He owes over $40,000 in gambling debts.
How do you know?
Mary found out for me. I put her to work on the hunch I had. She got to me with the information about an hour ago.
So Condon had his wife kidnapped, huh? That makes him as guilty as the guys I have in jail.
Just as guilty, yes. But not just as much in jail.
Well, come on up to his father-in-law's house. We'll fix that right now.
Thanks, Blackie. Thanks for getting my daughter back.
It was a pleasure, Mr. White.
And I want to thank you for your part, too, Inspector Farraday.
My part isn't over yet, Condon. And this is going to be a pleasure for me. Condon, you're under arrest.
What do you mean?
My son-in-law is under arrest, Inspector. For what?
For complicity in the kidnapping of his wife.
Well, I hope you're trying to be funny, Inspector.
Why, this is ridiculous.
It's more than that. It's a lie.
A lie, Condon? That business trip you said you took to Philadelphia. That's the lie around here.
What do you mean, Inspector?
I mean that letter he got from the Realty Tool Company was a phony. There's no such firm. Now, don't play innocent with me, Condon. I know you faked that letter. And I know a whole lot more about you, too. You asked for $50,000 ransom money because you owed that much in gambling debts.
Well, that's true. I owe that much
and
money.
Because
but
I wouldn't give it to you, you thought you could extort it from me. I might have expected this from you, Harry.
Mr. White, did Condon here try to get the money for his debts from you?
He certainly did, Inspector. But I wouldn't give it to him.
Yeah, but he got it, didn't he? By making you pay ransom for your daughter. Condon, you're fool enough to try to get away with a stunt like this. Maybe you're fool enough to have some of the ransom money on you.
I don't have a dime of it.
Then I'll make you a bet that he doesn't, Farraday.
Say, whose side are you on, Blackie?
Yours, Farraday, when you don't go too far. I think Condon's guilty on the evidence you already have. But I know he doesn't have the ransom money on it.
You want to bet?
On a sure thing? Why not?
Pretty sure of yourself, aren't you, Blackie? Well, I'll show you how smart I am this time. Let me have your wallet, Condon.
Well, sure. Here.
Farraday, you're going to be awfully disappointed.
Quiet, Blackie. Mm-hmm. Pretty thick stack of bills in here, Condon. Hey, Mr. White, how is that money marked?
A small X in the right-hand corner, Inspector.
Uh-huh. A lot of money in here. Here's a 10 right here, 2 5s. Marked with a small X in the right-hand corner.
No, this is a frame.
Well, I'll be
So this guy didn't have the ransom money on him, huh?
Farraday, this is impossible.
Impossible nothing. Here's some of the marked money, right here. So you were so smart, huh? Come on, Condon. You're going to jail.
Just a minute, Farraday.
What for?
Don't take Condon to jail. He can't possibly have any of the ransom money. Because I never delivered it.
You never delivered it?
No. It's all in my apartment right now. Every last dollar of it.
But if you have the $50,000 in your apartment, where'd this money come from? It's marked like the ransom money.
I think it came from Mr. White here.
What?
Who marked a few extra bills in addition to the $50,000 and planted them in Condon's wallet.
That's a lie. Why would I do such a thing?
You didn't like your son-in-law. That's one why.
Didn't like me. He hated me. He tried a dozen times to get his daughter to divorce me.
Why,
and she
Henry.
wouldn't. He tried a dozen times to involve me in shady business deals.
Now-
He even offered me money to leave his daughter.
Now, look here, Henry.
And when I asked for money to pay my debts, he refused me, hoping the men I owed money to would get rid of me in their own way.
He's telling nothing but lies.
It's true.
You're telling the lies, Mr. White. Just as the letter you sent your son-in-law from Philadelphia was a lie. Just as the ransom note you prepared for the kidnappers was a lie. And just as the ransom money you planted in Harry's wallet is a lie, too.
Blackie, you have that ransom money in your apartment?
Yes,
All of it?
every cent.
All right, Mr. White. You're under arrest.
No.
Yes, Mr. White. And too bad, too. Your trick was to convict your son with marked money, but my trick made you a marked man.
Well, Blackie, I just read Mr. White's confession. But the newspaper story doesn't say how you found Marjorie Condon.
Oh, I like to keep those little tricks to myself, Mary.
Can't we keep them just to ourselves?
Promise you won't tell?
Cross my heart and promise.
Well, when I dropped the note to the kidnappers saying I already had the kidnapped girl, I knew just what they'd do.
Sure. Find out if it was true, of course.
Of course. And I knew where they'd go to find out, the nearest town. Small towns have manual phones. And I was at the telephone exchange listening to every call made to the city.
Oh, I see. When Bob and Jack phoned the city, you got the name of their accomplice and also the telephone number.
And, of course, the telephone number was all I needed to get the address.
And then you flew back while Bob and Jack drove back, and you got to Marjorie Condon before they did.
Simple, isn't it?
Well, I don't know that it's so simple. Matter of fact, I'd say it was kind of unusual. Who ever heard of using a little old telephone number to solve a crime?
The number of that phone call, well, it gave me a lot of pleasure, but not half as much pleasure as the number this state of ours just handed to Mr. White.
Pardon me. Is this the dressing room of the Flying Johnsons?
Yeah, right in front of you.
Oh, thank you.
Come in.
Hello. Well, you're Valerie Johnson, aren't you? Do you know, I've been waiting for this circus to come to town so that I could come down here to see you.
See me?
Oh, golly. I'm afraid you don't remember who I am, do you?
Your face looks a little familiar.
Well, I went to school with you, Creighton School. I'm Mary
Mary Wesley. Of course I remember you. My, it's been a lot of years.
Yes, hasn't it, though?
I don't think we ever guessed I'd become a trapeze artist in those days, did we?
Oh, well, there was a hint you might be. You almost got kicked out of school for climbing trees.
Oh, did I?
Yes, you did.
Excuse me, Mary, but it's almost time for my act. Meet me after and we'll talk.
Well, all right, I'd love to. Let's go. Valerie, you seem to be a little bit nervous and upset.
Well, I am, Mary.
Is that because of your act?
Oh, no.
But it is awfully dangerous, isn't it?
Oh, not really. It's actually foolproof. It's a matter of timing.
Oh. Oh, what a beautiful horse.
He's my favorite. Here, Whitefoot. Here's your lump of sugar.
Oh.
Careful, Mary. He's a little nervous. I give him a lump of sugar each time I go up to do my act.
For good luck, huh?
Something like that. Mary, you said I seem nervous and upset. Well, I am. I have a feeling that something's going to go wrong with the act tonight.
Well, Valerie, not an accident.
Here, you take this letter and read it if anything happens tonight. Because if it happens, it won't be an accident.
And now meet Dick Calmer as Boston Blackie. Enemy to those who make him an enemy. Friend to those who have no friend.
Mary, what are you so upset about? You're supposed to have fun at a circus.
I know, Blackie. But I saw my friend Valerie Johnson, and something she said gave me cold chills.
That isn't a hint for me to put my arm around you, is it?
Please, darling. I don't feel like joking. Oh, here come the Johnsons.
Maybe what Valerie said gave you a cold chill, but what she's about to do is giving me pneumonia.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention, please. The Flying Johnsons in their fabulous leap of death.
And he's not kidding.
Look high above you over the center ring, 150 feet above the sawdust. The two most brilliant aerialists in the world in the most dangerous stunt ever attempted on a swinging trapeze.
You know, Mary, I was
Please
just...
be quiet.
The trapeze now swinging back and forth, hanging by his knees, you will see Harry Johnson. Notice that he is blindfolded.
I'd have to be to go up there.
And on the other platform, from which she will swing into the air, leave her trapeze, do a double somersault, and then be caught by the waiting hands of her husband, is Valerie Johnson. Notice that she, too, is blindfolded, and that below the Johnsons, there is no net.
Oh, Blackie, I'm getting scared.
Harry is swinging back and forth, back and forth. Valerie is waiting for the signal to send her swinging into the air. She waits. She waits. Wait. Wait. And there she goes.
Oh, Blackie, he's falling.
Ladies and gentlemen, keep your seats, please. There has been an accident, but everything is under control. The show will go right on. The show will go right
They're
on.
carrying Valerie out, Mary. They stopped beside the ringmaster for a moment. She's going to be saying something to him.
Oh, then thank goodness she isn't dead.
Your attention, please. If a Miss Mary Wesley is in the audience, will she please go to dressing room number 1?
Yes, what is it, please?
I want to see Valerie Johnson.
Nobody can see her now.
I'm Mary Wesley, Doctor. Valerie said for me.
Oh, of course, she's calling for you. You'll have to bend down close to her. She's very weak.
Yes, of course. Valerie. It's Mary Wesley.
Mary. Read. Read.
Yes, I will.
That was no accident. I think it was.
Valerie.
Just a minute, Miss Wesley.
Doctor.
I'm afraid, Mr. Johnson, your wife's dead.
I hope you don't think I'm a sissy, Blackie, because I wanted to get out of Valerie's dressing room.
Of course, Aunt Mary.
I just... Let's stay here by the animal cages. There's a lot of light, and we can read Valerie's letter. But, here it is. Will you open it, Blackie?
All right.
What does it say?
I won't know until I read it.
I'm sorry, darling. I guess I'm a little nervous. But read it out loud, will you?
All right. Here's what it says. I have a feeling I'm going to be killed tonight by what will appear to be an accident. But I want whoever reads this letter to call the police in the event of my death. For I am certain that I am the victim of murder.
Go on.
That's all it says.
Well, doesn't she say who she thinks her killer is?
No, she obviously doesn't know. As being fair enough not to try to guess. Mary, I think you'd better call Farraday.
All right.
And while you're making that call to headquarters, I'm going to be paying a call on Valerie's husband.
Farraday speaking.
Inspector, this is Mary Wesley. You've got to come down to the circus right away.
What's the matter? Have you lost your lollipop?
No, Inspector. Valerie Johnson, the trapeze artist, was just killed.
Well, don't bother me about accidents, Miss Wesley.
It wasn't an accident. It was murder.
Murder?
Yes. Blackie thinks so.
Blackie's at the circus, too?
Yes, he's gone to talk to one of the suspects.
I'll be right down, Miss Wesley. And say, tell Blackie to do me a favor, will you?
Yes, of course.
Tell him to keep away from the monkey cage, so I'll be sure and recognize him. Ha ha.
Yeah?
May I come in, Mr. Johnson?
No.
I'd like to, if you don't mind. I'm Boston Blackie.
Leave me alone, will you?
Look, all I want to do is help.
I don't need any help.
Mr. Johnson, I have reason to believe your wife was murdered. Wouldn't you like to
Find a killer? Sure. If there was one to find. But it was all an accident. Nobody murdered her. Now scram, will you? I don't feel good.
I know you don't, Mr. Johnson. I'm sorry to have to do this at all, but can't
But
you
you think that accident out there was no accident, huh? And that maybe I didn't catch her on purpose.
I didn't say that.
Maybe you're thinking it.
You let me decide that after I've asked you a few questions.
Such as, did Valerie and I fight, huh?
That's one.
We never had a fight in our lives. Well, not since we started the act together. You can't battle and live long in this racket.
No, I don't suppose you can.
You're wasting your time, Blackie, trying to make out Valerie was murdered. Let's say it wasn't an accident. Let's say I purposely let her fall. Could you prove it was murder? Could you?
You've got a very good point there, Mr. Johnson.
And there's a very good door behind you. Let's see you use it.
Look, Johnson, I know you're upset. I wouldn't be bothering you like this at all, except that
Except that you think I killed Valerie. Well, I didn't.
Your wife is dead, Johnson, and she's sure someone was going to murder her. Who might that someone be?
I don't know.
She knew, I think. If you and your wife were as close as you claim, you should know.
Wait a minute. There is one guy who had it in for Valerie, and that's Joe Lane.
Joe Lane, huh? Well, I promise you this, Mr. Johnson. Whoever is responsible for the fall your wife had from the flying trapeze is going to swing for it. Mary, did you get in touch with Farraday?
Yes, he's coming right over, Blackie.
Good.
Did you get any information out of Valerie's husband?
Yes, the name of one man in the circus who hated her, Joe Lane, whoever he is. I'm going to see him now if I can find him. Come on.
Sure. But how could any Joe Lane have killed Valerie? It was her husband who didn't catch her.
Don't ask me questions like that, Mary. Not on this case. Even if Joe Lane or Harry Johnson or anyone else had a motive for killing Valerie, it would still be practically impossible to prove it was murder.
What about Valerie's note?
It's only an accusation, not proof.
Oh, golly, that's right.
Oh, here's dressing wagon 11. This is Joe Lane's, they told me. Where are we meeting Farraday?
I told him we'd be in front of the animal cages.
Good. Say, maybe you'd better go back there and wait, in case he gets here while I'm talking to Lane in his dressing room. See you in a few minutes.
Right.
Mr. Lane. Mr. Lane. Mr. Lane. Nobody's home. Yeah, maybe this is a break. Maybe just a little old-fashioned snooping will produce more results. I'm not alone. All right, Pete, come out from behind that curtain with the rest of you.
All right.
Hello, Lane. What's the idea?
Well, what is it?
Say, you aren't Joe Lane. I was watching the circus today. You're the ringmaster.
Oh.
So?
So what?
So start explaining yourself. What are you doing in Lane's dressing room?
I was waiting here for Lane.
Behind the curtain? What were you waiting back there for? To play a little game of peekaboo? What's your name?
Smithfield.
What are you doing in here?
I was looking for something. Some aspirin. I needed some, and I knew Joe always had them. I was getting them when you came in. I broke the glass by accident. I wasn't hiding.
I see. You wanted some aspirin, huh? So Valerie Johnson's death has given you a headache. Why?
I don't care to answer that.
Do you know that Valerie believed she was going to have an accident tonight?
I'm not surprised.
Oh, that's interesting. What else do you know about her accident?
It was no accident. It was cruel and calculated murder. And it was her husband who did it.
And now back to Boston Blackie. Mary Wesley is an old school friend of Valerie Johnson, famed circus trapeze artist. So Mary and Blackie go to the circus to see the Flying Johnsons perform. Just before the act, Valerie gives Mary a note warning her that if she is killed during the performance, it will not be an accident, but murder. Valerie is killed, and in an investigation before the arrival of Inspector Farraday, Blackie uncovers 3 suspects. Harry, the dead girl's husband and partner, Joe Lane, and Smithfield, the circus ringmaster, whom Blackie caught hiding in Lane's dressing room. As we return to our story, Inspector Farraday has just arrived, and he and Farraday are talking to Joe Lane.
This is Joe Lane, Farraday, the only one of 3 suspects I haven't talked to yet.
You let me decide who the suspects are, Blackie.
All right, Farraday, you decide who the suspects are, and I'll tell you which one is your killer, as usual.
Look, what makes you 2 guys think Valerie was murdered? It was obviously an accident. Accidents can happen. She almost missed the leap once before.
Oh, she almost missed it once before, huh? That didn't give you any ideas, did it, Lane?
How could I have had anything to do with her death? I was no closer to her than you were, maybe not as close.
Just what do you do around here, Lane?
I'm the musical director.
Look, this isn't getting us anywhere. Get everybody together. Let's go out into the big tent and have a look at that trapeze.
Exactly what I would do, Farraday. I think you'll find it was murder.
Yeah? Well, thanks for that big tip on the big top, you big dope. All right, Johnson, come here.
Yeah.
You 2, Lane and Smithfield.
And me, of course, Inspector.
Quiet, Blackie. All of you. Now take a look at Valerie Johnson's trapeze. See anything the matter with it, Johnson?
No.
You, Lane?
I wouldn't know.
How about you, Smithfield?
I don't see anything the matter with it.
Ask me, Farraday, because I see something wrong. This little nick in the trapeze chain.
Where, Blackie? Oh, you mean this groove cut into one of the links of the chain?
Excellent deduction, Farraday. It's obviously a file mark made by someone trying to cut one of the links.
Here, let me see that.
Yeah. The 3rd link on this chain right here. See?
Could swinging back and forth cause that, Johnson?
No, I should say not. That's a file mark. A fresh one, too.
Well, now we're getting somewhere.
We are, Farraday, where?
Johnson here missed catching his wife because the timing was wrong. Now, maybe this groove in the chain changed the weight of the bar just enough to throw the timing off.
Nice figuring, Farraday. Maybe this file mark did or didn't throw the timing off. But I know where the file is. And that may lead us to our killer.
Where is it?
In Joe Lane's dressing room.
What?
That's a lie. There's no file in my room.
Well, in that case, you shouldn't have any objections to our looking. Come on, Farraday.
All right, Blackie. Where is it?
Close the door, Farraday. We don't want any of these three charming people running out on us.
Rollins, close the door.
Yes, sir.
I don't want to hear from any of you three till I talk to you. Get that? Now, Blackie, where's that file?
It's right here in Lane's medicine chest.
Can't be a file in my cabinet. There just can't be.
Then what do you call this?
I'd call it a file.
Nice calling, Farraday.
All right, Lane. You better start talking.
I tell you, I don't know anything about that file. I've never seen it before.
That's true, Farraday.
Hey, whose side are you on, Blackie?
Your side, Farraday.
I'd rather have appendicitis. First you find the file in Lane's dressing room. Now you tell me he's never seen it before.
I said we'd find it in here, Farraday. I didn't say Lane knew it was here. In fact, he didn't.
Then how did you know it was here?
I saw it being put here by Smithfield, the ringmaster.
Huh?
What are you trying to do to me, Smithfield? Frame me for Valerie's death?
I don't know what any of you are talking about.
You deny I caught you in here a little while ago?
I'm not denying or admitting anything.
Blackie, how do you know Smithfield put that file in Lane's medicine cabinet?
Good question, Farraday. Now watch closely, and I'll give you an answer to match.
You'd better.
Do my best. Watch. When I came in here the first time, Smithfield was behind this curtain, like this. And I didn't see him, of course. But suddenly, there was a crash of glass, and I looked toward the curtain.
So what? You can't see through a curtain. You're standing behind it now, and I can't see either you or the medicine cabinet.
No, you can't, Farraday. But look in the mirror over the dressing table to your right.
I'm looking at it. I still can't see you.
But when I open the cabinet, then what?
Open it and let's see.
All right, it's open.
Hey, I can see you in the dressing room mirror.
That's right, Farraday, because there's a mirror inside the door of this medicine cabinet. I got sort of a bank shot, you might say, of Smithfield putting the file in Lane's cabinet. Satisfied?
I sure am. Rollins?
Yeah, Inspector?
Take Smithfield to one of those small tents. Keep him under guard.
Sure thing.
What are you going to do, Farraday? Give Smithfield a dose of solitary until you can have him ready to talk to you?
Oh, I don't care how long he keeps his mouth shut. I'm going to get evidence against him that'll speak for itself.
Hey, Mary.
Blackie, have you found out anything?
A little, but not enough. Sorry to keep you waiting so long.
That's all right. I've had a good time looking at all the cages. Blackie, isn't this horse a beautiful animal?
Yeah, it's beautiful.
He was Valerie's favorite. Come on, Whitefoot, here. Let me pet you.
Nervous animal, isn't he?
Oh.
Look, Mary, can you stand being alone a little longer?
Oh, I judge from that I'm going to have to try.
Well, Farraday has Smithfield cooped up in one of the small tents over there, and Rawlins is on guard outside. I want to talk to him.
But how can you, darling, if he's under guard?
Well, when I was a kid, I saw the circus by sneaking under the canvas without being caught.
Oh, so you're going to sneak under the canvas into Smithfield's tent?
Why not? It was fun when I was a kid. Should be just as much fun now. Hello, Smithfield.
Huh? Where did you come from, Blackie?
Trick I learned when I was a kid. I couldn't come through the tent entrance with a cop out there, so I came through the back way, crawl style.
Now, look, I'm not going to talk to you or anybody else.
You won't have to. I'll talk to you. You filed that chain on Johnson's trapeze and then planted the file in Lane's dressing room because you knew Lane had a reason to want Valerie dead.
Did he?
Yes, he was in love with her. And couldn't have her.
That's true.
And Smithfield, I think you were in love with her, too.
Do you?
Weren't you?
Yes, I was. But why shouldn't I have loved her? She was my daughter.
Oh.
Now, look, I'll tell you something. I did file that chain just a little, not enough to cause any damage. I did it to frame Joe Lane for tampering with Valerie's trapeze, so he'd be fired. I knew he was bothering my daughter, and I knew she wouldn't be happy until Lane left the circus.
I get it. You were going to frame Lane before the accident, but after the accident you decided to do it anyway by hiding the file in his room.
Yes, I did. Because in some way or other I know he's responsible for Valerie's death. You've got to believe me.
I do believe you, Smithfield. And I'll tell you what I'll do. I'm going to get Farraday to stage Valerie's act, just as it's done during a regular performance. And I'll find out how she was killed and who killed her, I promise you.
Blackie. What are we going to prove by running through the act?
Who could have killed Valerie?
Well, this is a stupid way of proving anything. But go ahead. I'll listen. Go ahead. Use this microphone the ringmaster used.
Are you ready up there, Johnson?
I'm ready.
Okay, start swinging. Just as you do in the act.
Okay.
You ready, Smithfield?
I'm ready.
You and the band ready, Lane?
Sure, Blackie.
All right, Smithfield. Start your speed.
Okay, Blackie.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Flying Johnsons in their fabulous leap of death, high above you, 150 feet above the sawdust, so forth, so forth, so forth, until Valerie is waiting for the signal to send her swinging into the air. She waits, waits, waits. And there she goes.
Okay, Smithfield, that's enough.
Thanks.
Okay, Lane, you can stop the drum roll now.
All right, Blackie. What did we prove?
Oh, nothing much, Farraday. Just who killed Valerie Johnson, that's all.
Huh? How?
By doing what we just did, running through the act. What was the signal for Valerie to leap in time to be caught by her husband?
What do you mean, signal? She jumped when she got ready. Or when she saw it was time to leave.
Farraday, both she and her husband were blindfolded, remember? They couldn't see each other. I know our killer now, Farraday. Now I've got to get the proof. Look, Farraday, you and Mary stay here with Rawlins and the rest. I'm going up here to Joe Lane's dressing wagon and have a little chat with him.
All right, Blackie. But if you don't have this thing settled in 10 minutes, I'm going to settle it myself.
Don't worry, Farraday.
Well, be careful, will you, darling? Mr. Lane wasn't in a very good mood when he left the bandstand.
He'll be in a worse mood when he leaves the circus, Mary. See you in a minute.
All right.
Who's in a bad mood, Blackie?
You are, Lane, because you're in a bad spot.
I don't see that I am.
Your eyesight's as bad as your timing.
Timing?
You're the band leader of the circus. You give the cue for the drum roll in the Flying Johnson's act, don't you?
Sure, so what?
So you killed Valerie Johnson by cueing the drum roll a little too early, so that she jumped too soon to be caught by her husband.
Did I? Well, accidents will happen. Can you prove I cued the drum roll too soon?
I can make you admit it.
I said, can you prove it?
I said I can make you admit it.
You stay away from me.
You did cue that drum roll too soon, didn't you?
What if I did? Let go of me.
Admit it.
Yeah, I admit it. So what?
So you murdered that girl.
You can't prove it.
You did murder her, didn't you?
Now let go. You're hurting.
I'll do more than hurt you in a minute.
I cued the drum roll too soon. I knew it would mean Valerie would drop to her death, but you can't do anything to me.
I can't, eh?
No, I can say it was an accident. I
can say this poke in the face is an accident, too.
Oh.
But this is on purpose.
Oh.
Come on, Lane. Get up. I'm not through with you.
Yes, you are. I'm getting out of here.
No, you're not. Get him, Farraday. Grab him.
He got by me too quick. I couldn't.
There he goes, heading for the animal tent. Come on, let's go after him.
Rollins, run around the outside of the tent. Try to hit him off.
Sure thing, Inspector.
Come on, Farraday. We'll get him. He's confessed to killing Valerie.
Wait for me.
Come on, Mary.
Where is he, Blackie?
He's in the animal tent here somewhere. He wouldn't have time to... Wait. Uh-oh.
He's in that horse's stall there.
Come on, Farraday, quick. Everybody else stay here.
Stand back, Blackie. That horse has gone crazy.
Look what drove him crazy. There's Lane lying there in the horse's stall. The horse is all right now. And Lane's all right, too. He's dead. Get that horseshoe print on the side of his head.
Huh. Horseshoes are supposed to be lucky.
Blackie, what happened?
Don't look, Mary. Lane ran into the horse's stall and was kicked to death.
Oh.
Horse looks plenty nervous. I guess he got excited when Lane ran in.
Blackie, that horse that just killed Joe Lane, that was Valerie's favorite.
Why, so it is, Mary.
What does that prove?
This horse was Valerie Johnson's pet, Farraday. He could have killed Lane for Valerie.
You're out of your mind, Blackie. This horse couldn't know that Lane killed anybody.
Couldn't he, Farraday? Ever hear of horse sense? Maybe he didn't know, Inspector. Maybe he did.
Sure, boss. What's up?
I'm shifting the batting order for today's game.
Yeah?
I'm going to have Roos lead off, Duncan batting second, and I'm moving you up to third.
Huh.
Mike Allen will bat fourth in your old spot.
All right with me, boss. Just stick me anywhere in the lineup where I get a chance to poke a couple. I'm happy.
Right. Now, Lefty, you're team captain. Write out that new batting order and give it to the umps, will you?
Sure, boss.
And tell Mike that he's batting fourth. Oh, by the way, where is he? He's around for batting practice.
He's still around. He's over there in the corner making a phone call. I'll go tell him.
Tell him I won't hate him if he puts a couple out of the park, Lefty.
Okay, but I got an idea he knows that. How's the arm, Joe?
Oh, it's coming around. Steve's been working on it.
Good.
Hello?
Having
Hello?
trouble, Mike?
Bad connection. I think it's okay now. Hello? Hello?
Hello, I can hear you now.
Okay. Is Blackie home?
No, he's not. This is Shorty. Who's this?
This is Mike Allen. Look, tell Boston Blackie I've got to talk to him. I'll call him right after the game today.
And now, back to our story. And in a few moments, we'll meet Dick Calmer as Boston Blackie. Enemy to those who make him an enemy. Friend to those who have no friend.
This is Clem McCarthy, continuing with the last half of the first inning, folks. No score as yet. No score, and 2 out, and Roos is at second. Mike Allen is up. Here comes
Shorty,
the pitch.
do we have
It's
to
a strike.
listen to
Oh.
that?
I just want to hear what Mike Allen
Again
does.
winds up.
Gosh,
Oh,
he told you just before game time, and I talked to him personally.
Okay.
Bradley sneaks a look at second. He moves close to the bag.
I don't know, Mr.
Now
Wesley.
he's facing the plate. Here comes the pitch. Allen swings. It's a line drive over the third baseman's head. Roos
did it.
coming in. He
Hooray.
scores, standing up. Allen's heading for second. McGuire fires the ball. Allen slides, and he's safe.
We're in.
But wait a minute, folks. Wait a minute. Allen isn't getting up. He may have twisted his ankle. Harry, hand me those field glasses, please. Thank you. Folks, Mike Allen didn't twist his ankle. He's bleeding from a hole in the top of his head.
What?
Here it looks like he's been shot, and it looks as if he's dead.
Holy mackerel.
Okay, now, you ball players, all of you, line up against those dressing room lockers. Oh, where's the manager? Which one of you is the manager of this club?
I am Inspector Farraday. I'm Mac Allen.
Okay, you. One of your ball players was shot with a rifle a little while ago out in the ballpark. Now, who could have killed him?
I don't know, Inspector Farraday.
You don't know, I don't know. Who does know? Any of you guys got any ideas? Well, how about you? Who are you first?
I'm Lefty Jones, Inspector. I'm captain of the team. All I can tell you is there never was a cleaner ball player in the business than Mike. Or a cleaner living guy either. Everybody liked him. Isn't that right, Mac?
Oh, fine. Well, he was killed, so somebody didn't like him. Now, we know it wasn't any of you guys. From the angle of the bullet, we know the shot came from the center field stands. But from who in the stands? There were thousands of people out there.
Look, Inspector, Mike was my friend. Whoever did kill Mike better hope that you find him before I do, because it'd be a pleasure to bounce a bat off his head. We don't know anything.
You told my assistant an hour ago that you remember Mike calling Boston Blackie before the game.
Yes, but Blackie wasn't home, and I don't know what he wanted to talk to him about.
Well, I got men out looking for Blackie. Now, let's get down to facts. You, Donlin.
Yes, sir.
You got any reason to believe Mike Allen was mixed up with anything crooked?
Mike? Not him. Lefty told you he was the cleanest ball player in the league. He was.
Well,
All right, you get in there, Blackie. Come on inside. Here he is, Inspector. Boston Blackie. I found him snooping around out in the grounds.
Oh, yeah? Okay, you guys. Sit around on those benches over there and relax.
Take it easy.
Well, Blackie. So Mike Allen made a phone call to you before the game, huh? What did he want?
I don't know. I wasn't home before the game.
Where were you?
Out.
You're going to be a whole lot more out before I get through with you. Where were you when Allen was shot?
Still in the same place, Farraday. Out.
Out where?
No place in particular, just out.
Rollins, grab his arms.
Yes, sir.
Now, maybe we'll get somewhere.
Just a minute, Rollins. You haven't got this arm very tight here.
No?
Here, try a better grip.
How's that?
Oh, good and tight. Okay. That'll do it. What now, Inspector?
Now I search you, that's what. Let's see your coat pockets. Mm-hmm. Change. Paper clip. What's that for, Blackie?
To clip papers, Farraday. See, you learn something every day.
And this. What's this, a hat check? No, it's a rain check for a ball game. For this ball game, too. What do you know about that? So you were in the stands watching the ball game this afternoon, huh?
Guilty as charged. What's the penalty for that?
I'll penalty you. I'll find a reason for you to kill Allen. I'll prove you had the opportunity.
Faraday. Dear friend Faraday, in reply to your most recent and most ridiculous suspicions, may I say that A, I did not kill Mike Allen. B, I came to the park here today to see a ball game. And C, I am going to help you find Allen's killer.
Oh, yeah? Well, D, E, and F, you're going to keep out of my way, and you're not leaving town. You get that? Now, what's that?
A very pretty what's that, I'd say.
Lefty, where are you?
Here I am, honey, right here. What's the matter?
Oh, Lefty, thank goodness you're all right. I heard over the radio that a ball player was killed. I thought...
Just what did you think, lady?
Who are you?
He's Inspector Farraday of the police, and if you stay here one more minute, he'll make you a suspect.
This is my wife, Inspector. Darling, it was Mike who was shot.
Mike? Oh, no.
Well, Mike will be glad to hear that.
Mike dead? Oh, Lefty, I can't believe it.
That's true, dear. I know it's hard to realize.
Okay. Now, where were we?
You, my dear Inspector, were in a blizzard, as usual. Now, I have a request to make. May I go?
Why not? I can always lay my hands on you when I want you. I've got all these ball players to question. Only keep away from this ballpark. You hear, Blackie? Keep away.
Okay, pal. I'll run home now, but you'll need an awfully big scorebook to keep the errors you make before you finally strike out on this case.
All right, Blackie. Now that I've ripped my only pair of nylons climbing over a fence to get in here, tell me what we're doing in a ballpark at 10 o'clock in the evening.
We're going to see a ball game, darling.
At this time?
It's a night game.
Oh, without any lights?
Sure, the fireflies are playing the mosquitoes.
Oh, Blackie, please.
Please you, or please what?
Please tell me what we're doing here. You told me you'd tell me why we were here when we got here. All right, we're here. Now, why?
I also told you that I didn't want you to come. Why don't you remember that, Mary?
Oh, my memory's the convenient kind. Besides, if I didn't come, who'd hold your flashlight?
I would.
Then I'm glad I came. I don't trust you with a flashlight. You'd probably trip over something and break your neck.
Who, me? I never tripped over anything in my...
What were you saying? Oh.
Whoever left a pitcher's box in the middle of a baseball
That
diamond?
was very, very careless of him. Come on, Blackie, tell me what we're doing here.
All right. We're on the way to second base. That's it, right over there.
That's very helpful. Thank you very much. And now tell me what's second base.
It's what Mike Allen was sliding into when the shot caught him in the top of the head.
Darling, we know that. Why come out here?
I want to try something. Here we are, Mary. Now, as I remember the game this afternoon, Mike Allen got up to the plate, wiggling his bat and moving around. He wasn't much of a target until after he hit the ball and slid into second base. Here. Then for a moment, he was still.
Go ahead.
That was the moment the murderer was waiting for. He fired the shot that killed Mike. Farraday figured the angle of the bullet indicated the gun was fired from the grandstand. I want to see if he's right.
Okay, but what do I do all this time?
Well, you're the second baseman.
Oh, goody.
You stand right there. That's right. Now, I'm going to be Mike sliding in. I'll start the slide from about here. And here I come.
Oh, Blackie. You'll ruin your suit.
Oh, not to mention what I did to my stomach in Faraday's theory. Oh. Mary, listen.
Right.
There are two kinds of slides. One is the fall away, where the runner comes into the base feet first.
All right, I'm listening.
The other is where he comes sliding in on his stomach.
Just like you did.
Yeah. And here's the big difference. In the fall away, the top of the slide is heads out toward the stands. In the stomach slide, the top of heads. It's toward... Yeah, let's see. It's toward the scoreboard. Mary, Faraday figured that Allen used the fall-away slide. That's natural. Most ball players do.
Well, didn't Allen?
No, he came in on his stomach. I saw the game today. Faraday figured the shot came from the stands. Actually, it came from behind the scoreboard. Let's take a look at that. Here are the steps leading up to the back of the scoreboard, Mary. That's what we want to see. Come on.
Listen, darling, we walked up here awful fast. Just wait till I get my breath back.
Fine beauty you are. You take your own breath away.
Fine friend you are. Get me out to a ball field and don't even throw me a ball to catch.
You've got enough trouble catching your own breath. Here's the door.
Well, it's open. Now you can't show off and pick the lock. Okay, at least I get some compensation from that.
Huh. It shouldn't be open. Well, come on inside and let's have that flashlight.
Right? Here it is, and here I am.
The way I figure this, Mary, the murderer hid up here until he could get a good shot at Mike Allen. When Allen slid, he shot.
But wasn't there a boy up here? A boy who puts the balls and strikes and outs and everything up?
There should have been. Yes. Yes, there was a boy here, Mary. There he is over there in the corner. The murderer probably knocked him out, but he hit too hard.
Oh, Blackie, he's dead. No wonder the door wasn't locked.
No sign of who the murderer might have been.
Blackie, let's get out of here. If Farraday ever finds you here with that body, he'll never let you out of jail.
I know, but what would Farraday be doing here?
What would Farraday be doing up here? I'd be following you, Blackie.
You could get a bloodhound to do that. He'd do it faster and look better than you do.
Ah. I thought I told you to stay away from here, Blackie.
Yes, I suppose you did. But you didn't tell Miss Wesley to stay away, and I couldn't let her come out here unescorted, could I?
Inspector, do you know that at first he wanted to let me come out here alone? The cad.
Miss Wesley, don't I have enough trouble with Blackie?
Aren't you sure, Inspector?
Oh, sure, I'm sure. And I'm also sure that you had something to do with the murder of Mike Allen. That ought to prove to you, Blackie, you're not so smart, and I'm not so dumb.
Now back to Boston Blackie. After Mike Allen, baseball star, is mysteriously shot while sliding into second base, it is learned from Lefty Jones, another ball player, and his wife, that Mike had the cleanest record of any man in the major leagues. Boston Blackie, Inspector Faraday's perennial suspect, has figured out that the shot that killed Allen came from behind the baseball scoreboard. And he's investigating the scoreboard when Faraday surprises him. To complicate matters, the scoreboard boy has been found murdered. As we return to our story, it is a few minutes later, and Blackie, Mary Wesley, and Faraday are still up behind the scoreboard.
That's all I've got to tell you, pal. You were following me, so you know I didn't kill this boy here. All I've done so far is show you where the shot that killed Allen came from.
Blackie, why is it you always show me something you think I don't know?
Why, Inspector? Because I always have one less suspect to look for than you do. You waste too much time on me.
Blackie, I'd like to go home, please.
What are you asking him for? I'm the one who decides where you're going to go.
Well, where am I going to go, Inspector?
Home. Take her home, Blackie. And believe me, if you don't stay out of this case from here in, it'll be bad news for you.
Believe me, Inspector, if I do stay out of this case, that'll be good news for the murderer.
It don't look like much of a hotel to me, Blackie.
You've got to take what you can get nowadays, Shorty. Besides, baseball players travel a lot, and they're used to once-over-lightly accommodations. Let's go in. Push the revolving door, Shorty. I want to know what it's like to be a parasite.
Okay, boss. Don't look like much of a lobby either. Nobody around.
Except the porter. Oh, boy.
Yes. There's something I can do for you?
Yeah, where is everybody? How do I find out a certain room number?
Well, if I want any information around here, I'd go ask the clerk.
There he is. The desk is over there in the corner, Blackie.
You're so right, Shorty. Thanks, boy.
That's all right, boss. Neat, fleet, and all.
What is there about me that attracts characters, Shorty?
Meaning me, boss?
Let's just say including you. Oh, I beg your pardon, sir. I'd like some information, please.
Yes, sir?
Would you tell me what room Lefty Jones is in, please?
I'll have to announce you, sir, and the Jones phone is busy. Would you mind waiting?
Not at all. By the way, do many of the ball players stop here?
No, sir, not many. Only Mr. and Mrs. Jones.
Mr. and Mrs. Jones. What position does she play?
I beg your pardon?
Sorry, ain't you, boss?
Very. Say, that was a terrible thing out at the ballpark today, wasn't it?
Yes, it certainly was. Mr. Allen used to come here to visit the Joneses very often.
He was a great ball player. Ever see him play?
No. My work here is pretty confining, and I never did have much of an interest in baseball. Oh, the Jones wire is free. Who shall I say is calling?
Boston Blackie.
Just a moment, please. Hello? Oh, Mrs. Jones, this is Mr. French at the desk. There's a Mr. Boston Blackie to see you. Very well. You may go right up. The elevator is over there. It's self-service, room 328.
Room 328, he said. That's right here, boss.
Among my many assets is the fact that I can read numbers too, Shorty, but thanks anyhow. Hold it a moment.
Come in.
Hello. I met you, or rather saw you yesterday, Mrs. Jones.
Yes, I did see you yesterday, Blackie.
Thanks for remembering. This is my friend Shorty.
How do you do, ma'am? My husband isn't home. Is there anything I can do for you?
That's a leading question, Mrs. Jones, but all I want is some information. What do you know about Mike Allen's death?
Only that the police thought you might have killed him.
That's all?
That's all. And now, would you mind...
Thank you. I'm sorry I bothered you. We'll be leaving now. Oh, by the way, this is rather a remote neighborhood. Will I have any trouble getting a cab?
I'll have the clerk call one for you.
Thanks.
Yes?
Joe, my
Doris,
friends...
I've got to talk to her.
Not now.
But I tell you I must. Doris,
Would you mind calling a cab for my friends now, please?
Of course. I'm sorry.
Thank you. You'll have Ernest the porter get you one, Blackie.
Thank you. I'm sorry I bothered you, Mrs. Jones. Oh, there's one more thing. Should Inspector Farraday get in touch with you, please don't mention my visit here, will you?
Of course not. Goodbye, Blackie. I'm sorry I was rude when you first came in.
Forget it. Come on, Shorty. Put down that magazine. Let's go.
Huh? Oh, okay, boss. Only the pictures were getting awful pretty.
Goodbye, Miss Jones. Thank you again. And you won't forget I was here in case Inspector Farraday asks you.
I won't. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Dan.
Frenchie. Frenchie.
Yes? What is it?
Those two men leaving here. Stop them. And call the police immediately.
Ground floor. All out, Blackie.
Right, Shorty. Say, what did you think of Mrs. Jones?
The gal we just left upstairs? Well, if you ask me,
Stay where you are.
Hey, boss, the clerk.
I don't mind the clerk so much as that gun he's
Don't
holding.
move.
It bothers me.
The police will be here in a minute.
Hey, boss, the way his hand is twitching makes me nervous.
How nervous, Shorty? Nervous enough, maybe, for you to faint?
I got it, boss.
Get off of me. Get away from me.
Mighty nice fainting, Shorty. Gives me time for this. Oh! That clip did it. He's out now, Shorty. Let's you and I get out, too.
And what, Mr. Boston Blackie, were the results of your visit with Mrs. Jones?
I'm not sure, Mary, but I've got an idea. Let's have that telephone.
Voici. That's French for here it is.
Grazie. That's Italian for thanks.
Mm-hmm.
You can't outlanguage me, lady.
Silly of me to try, wasn't it?
Mary, you couldn't be silly trying anything.
Why, thank you.
Quiet now.
Oh.
Hello?
Hello. This here's Ernest, the porter, Mr. French. I think you want to talk to me.
What are you talking about, Ernest?
Mr. French, I was at the ball game today. Got there early on account of you gotta get there early to get seats in the bleachers, you know. And I saw you sneaking in back of the scoreboard.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I think you do. In an hour, I'll be in a room at 700 West 124th Street. It might be a good idea for you to come up and discuss this matter, don't you think? Goodbye.
Darling, would you mind telling me what was the big idea of the minstrel routine?
Well, first of all, nobody seems to have a reason for killing Mike Allen, but the batting order of yesterday's ball game was switched at the last minute, with Mike batting in Lefty Jones' spot. Now, suppose somebody didn't know it was switched and knew only that Jones usually batted in the fourth slot.
Well, then that somebody wouldn't know much about baseball. All lineups are subject to change without notice.
That's right. And the hotel clerk I just talked to doesn't know baseball at all. It was too far from the scoreboard to see a player's face, and maybe he intended to kill Jones, who usually batted fourth.
Yes, but why would he want to kill Jones?
I heard the talk between him and Mrs. Jones. Why, that gal has him doing handsprings. Maybe he figured with Jones out of the way, he could get her to marry him. If I'm right, he'll come up to meet me, and I'll put the heat on him and turn him over to Farraday on ice. Thanks for letting me use your room, Shorty. When you hear a knock on the door, it'll be the room clerk, French. So scram out the fire escape, right?
Well, suppose there's no knock on the door, boss.
Then French is probably innocent. Only I wouldn't want to think that. There he is, Shorty.
Just a minute, boss.
Get out the window, Shorty.
Okay, boss. I'll be seeing you.
Just a minute. Is that you, boss?
It's not me, boss. No, it's me, Farraday, and I'm... Blackie, what are you doing here?
I could ask you that question with better reason, believe me.
I get it, Blackie. Now you're adding blackmail to your other activities. You called French and gave him some story about seeing him go behind the scoreboard yesterday, huh?
And he called you and told you that, huh?
Of course. Only he said the hotel porter called him. Now, what's that all about?
That was me playing hotel porter, Farraday. I think I've got something.
Yeah, and I've got you, which is nothing.
Listen. I think French shot Mike Allen, thinking he was killing Lefty Jones, and that he still thinks the porter did see him at the ballpark. Look, he could never stop me from telling what I knew if I were the porter and did see him, could he?
So?
So he told the story to you, knowing if he did, that no matter what I said from there on, he'd be in the clear. Farraday, I hate to ask for favors, but, well, this time I'm going to.
This time you've got to ask for favors. I got a gun in my pocket I'll use in a minute if you get tough.
Here's your gun. I took that out of your pocket right after you came in here.
What?
Here, take it. It's heavy. Now, listen to me, Farraday. Give me one more chance to prove that French is the man we want. One chance in 1 hour. What can you lose?
One wonderful case against you. All right, go ahead, Blackie. Only you better make it good.
Thanks, Farraday. Be in the hotel lobby talking to French in an hour when a certain phone call will show you what a phony he is.
It's just like I told you, Mr. French. When we got up to that room on 124th Street, there was nobody there.
Well, I knew there was some kind of mistake somewhere, Inspector.
Yeah. Well, I'll just hang around here and grab a smoke for a minute, and then I'll go
Oh, excuse me, Inspector. Hello? Victor Hotel?
You called the cops. That wasn't smart, boss.
Oh, just a minute. I'll see.
Oh, somebody there?
Yes. Yes, of course.
I get it, boss. Okay. Just don't try the same trick again. You got 30 minutes to show up here so we can talk business.
I see.
That's all.
Certainly. I'll be glad to. Goodbye. The room shortage is getting worse all the time, Inspector.
Yeah, we even noticed that down at the jail. Well, I'll be seeing you, French. I'm going home.
Goodbye, Inspector. I'm going off duty soon, but I can't go home. I've got to go see a friend of mine.
Come on in, boss. I seen you coming down the street, so I know it's you this time.
Ernest? Where are you? Turn on the light.
We don't need no light, boss. It's busted in the first place, and besides, I can feel money. I don't have to see the color of it.
You can feel money, eh? Maybe you can feel this, too.
I wouldn't shoot no more if I was you, Mr. Friend.
What?
Somebody's likely to get hurt.
Where are you?
Somebody named you.
Where are you, you blackmailing?
Right here. Only I'm moving around a little. I'm the restless type.
I'm getting out of here.
That's going to be a little tough. The door is kind of locked a bit.
What do you want? What is it?
For one thing, I don't want to be a porter no more. And a little dough would fix that. I want to get paid for spying on you and Mrs. Jones.
So you used to watch us, huh?
Sure. And I seen you at the ballpark, too. Like I said. Chances are the scoreboard boy saw you, too, so you had to kill him. That's worth $1,000, ain't it, boss?
All right. You know what you're talking about. Come here and get your money.
Okay. Here I come.
And there you go.
I forgot to say I was coming, but I was ducking, too. You try and duck this. Throw the light on, Farraday.
Nice punch, Blackie.
You've heard enough. I wonder what there was about that guy's chin that attracted my fist. Well, Mary, it's a wonderful afternoon. Where would you like to go?
Where would you like to take me?
To a ball game.
Who's being murdered? Who's playing today?
The Dodgers.
Oh, let's go. But I wish you'd tell me first what poor Mike Allen might have called you about the day he was killed.
Well, I'd asked him for an autographed baseball for your nephew, Mary.
Oh, no.
He probably just wanted to tell me that he had it. You know, it's a curious thing, Mary. French had never been to a baseball game until the day he went and killed Allen and the scoreboard boy.
What's curious about that?
That the first time he sees the national pastime, it's his last time.
Operator, get me the police.
1 moment, please.
22nd Precinct, Sergeant Mulvaney speaking.
Sergeant Mulvaney, this is Dr. Lester Allen.
Yes, Doc, what can I do for you?
Well, I'm in a house at 1110 Dale Avenue. There's been a murder here.
A murder? Well, don't touch anything, don't move anything. We'll be right over.
All right, Sergeant.
Who's the victim, Doctor?
The victim was a patient of mine, Miss Frances Fielding. I'm a psychiatrist,
Do
Sergeant.
you know how she was killed or who killed her?
She was shot. It looks like murder because when I found her just now, the gun was much too far from her body for this to be suicide.
Well, just sit tight, Doc. We'll be right over.
Sergeant, I wonder...
Yeah, Doc?
Oh, nothing. I suppose it's much too irregular.
I think I know what you're getting at, Doc. You know a couple of newspaper men will come along with us. You don't want the publicity.
No. Frankly, I don't.
Well, I tell you what, Dr. Allen. I know who you are, all right. Go back to your office and stay there. We'll be up to talk to you later. Might have to ask you a few questions.
Of course, Sergeant. I'm sure I can answer them to your complete satisfaction.
And now meet Dick Calmer as Boston Blackie. Enemy to those who make him an enemy. Friend to those who have no friend.
Here's your apartment, Mary. Hold the meter, driver. Young lady's getting out here, but I'm going on.
Okay.
Blackie, look across the street.
Hey, looks like a sighting of some kind, Mary. I wonder what it is.
It is not for us.
I know, not... Hey, that police car over there, the one in front. That's Inspector Faraday's.
Oh, now I know what kind of excitement it is.
And that is for us. Come on. Here, driver, keep the change.
Thanks.
Come on, Mary.
Oh, golly, do we have to, Blackie?
Does water have to run downhill?
That was a foolish answer.
That's what a foolish question deserves, they tell me.
Okay, darling. There's Inspector Farraday coming after his car.
Good. Now we won't have to waste time finding him. Hello, Faraday.
Who's that?
Who would you expect to turn up about this time?
Blackie, I might have known it was you.
Hello, Inspector Farraday. What are you doing in my neighborhood?
Hello, Miss Wesley. What's murder doing in your neighborhood?
Murder, Faraday?
Yeah, in that house there. Girl by the name of Frances Fielding.
Now, don't look at me, Faraday. Mary and I were at the Mercedes restaurant tonight, and I have a dozen witnesses to prove it.
The girl was killed about 8 o'clock. I suppose you were at the Mercedes then?
Yes, we were.
See anybody around here before you went to eat?
I didn't.
I didn't either. Oh, wait. I met Dr. Allen here. In fact, he went right into this house. He was going in to see a patient, he said. Remember, Mary?
Hey, that's right.
Dr. Allen, huh?
Dr. Lester Allen, a psychiatrist.
I think I'll go over and have a talk with him.
Faraday, you don't think that...
I do think, Blackie. That's something you don't give me credit for. That's something that's going to get you in trouble someday.
Someday.
I'll see you later, Blackie. Much later, I hope.
But, Faraday, you aren't going to pin this on Dr. Allen, are you?
Not unless he did it.
Well, he didn't. I've known him for years.
Well, then, maybe that's why he did it. Knowing you has made him tired of going straight. I like that.
Do you, Inspector? Well, Dr. Allen's a nice guy. And if you're going to see him, I'm going with you. How do you like that?
Dr. Allen, I'd like to ask you a few questions.
Of course, Inspector Farraday.
Give him routine answers, Doctor. He won't know the difference.
Quiet, Blackie. Dr. Allen, when was the last time you saw Frances Fielding alive?
This afternoon, here in my office.
Is that the last time you saw her?
Alive? Yes. I talked to her on the phone later. She called me. Told me she was terribly upset.
About what?
Well, she came to see me this afternoon for treatment. She was suffering from a neurosis. She was afraid she was going to kill herself.
Never mind about that neurosis stuff. Now, after Miss Fielding called this evening, what did you do?
I did as she asked. I went to see her.
So you admit you were there, do you?
Well, of course I do. In fact, Blackie saw me going in to see her.
That's why you're being questioned, Doctor. I had to open my big mouth.
Well, shut it, Blackie. Dr. Allen, you mean to tell me you went to the Fielding home, found Miss Fielding dead, and left without calling the police?
Without call... Look here, Inspector, I did call the police.
You called the police? Now, please, Doctor, don't give me that.
But I did. I talked to a Sergeant Mulvaney.
Mulvaney? There's no such sergeant at headquarters. And no call ever came into headquarters. I checked that.
I don't understand. This is absolutely fantastic.
Is it? If you talked to the police, why weren't you at the scene of the murder when the police arrived?
Why? Because the Sergeant Mulvaney said he knew me. And it would be all right if I waited for the police right here in my office.
You don't tell very good lies, Dr. Allen. And you don't tell them well, either. Come on. Why did you kill her?
I didn't kill her. I never saw her before this afternoon.
Can you prove that, Doctor?
Well, I don't know. I might. My secretary, Miss Glenn, she might.
Get her in here, Blackie.
Sure.
You never saw Frances Fielding before this afternoon, huh?
No. My appointment book will prove it.
All right, Doctor. It isn't going to matter much, but I hope you're telling the truth for a change.
There she is.
Thanks, Blackie. Miss Glenn, when did Frances Fielding first have an appointment with Dr. Allen?
About 8 months ago, Inspector.
8 months? Miss Glenn.
8 months, huh?
That's not true, Inspector. Miss Glenn, what's the matter with you? You know I never saw that girl until she walked into my office this afternoon.
Oh, I'm awfully sorry, Dr. Allen. Did I say something wrong?
You said something right, Miss Glenn.
Look here, Inspector. This whole thing is absolutely... Why, my appointment book shows she was here for the first time today.
It shows you saw her for the first time 8 months ago. Or Miss Glenn wouldn't say so.
I'm afraid it does, Doctor. Here's my book. See for yourself.
I'll take that book. You answer your phone, Doctor.
Thank you. Hello.
Dr. Lester Allen?
Yes.
Can you talk?
No, I can't talk to anyone now. Call me back in a few minutes.
Okay, I'll call back in a very few minutes.
Now listen, Inspector.
You listen, Doctor. You're not in a position to do much talking. You look like a murder suspect to me.
Faraday, you're all wrong.
Quiet, Blackie. I'm all right. The doctor's lying about the phone call to the police and about when he first met the dead girl. And I think that makes it look like maybe he killed her.
Motive, Faraday, motive. What was his motive?
I'll find one, don't worry. Don't leave town, Dr. Allen. I may want you to come down and see me sometime. Come on, Blackie. Let's go.
Wait, Blackie, I want to talk to you.
All right. See you later, Faraday.
I'm warning you, Blackie. You stay out of this.
Tell that to someone who hasn't solved most of your cases for you.
Miss Glenn, show Inspector Farraday the way out, will you?
Of course. Right this way, Inspector.
Doctor, I'm awfully sorry. In a way, I got you into this.
I'm not blaming you, Blackie. I understand all you did was say you saw me at Miss Fielding's house. What I don't... Oh. Excuse me. Hello?
Hello, Dr. Allen. Can you talk now?
Yes.
This is Roger Fielding, Francis Fielding's brother.
Oh. Yes. Well, just a minute.
What's the matter, Doctor?
Blackie, this is Francis Fielding's brother. Should I talk to him?
Yes, but let me listen, too. Is there an extension I can use?
Yes, right there on that table.
Oh, yeah. Go ahead and talk to him now.
Yes, Mr. Fielding. What is it?
You know what it is, Doc. It's about what you did to my sister.
What I did to her?
That's right. She's dead. Don't try to tell me you didn't kill her.
What makes you think I did?
Her little diary told me so. What? Just let me read you what it says here on one of the pages. Kept for a year, and you're on every page. This is 7 months ago. It says, I love Lester so, and he says he loves me. But I know one of these days he'll leave me to go back to his wife. I envy Mrs. Allen so, but I won't let him go. I just won't let him go.
Look here, I didn't even know your sister 7 months
ago. Listen to this, Doc. This is even better. Here's what it says on a page of her diary about a month ago. She wrote, Lester's throwing me over. I just know he is. And if he does, I'll go to Mrs. Allen with the truth. I'll tell her everything. Listen, Doc.
What?
I don't know why you killed my sister, but I got a rough idea. She sort of asked for it, didn't she?
Now, look.
You look, Doc. Maybe Sis got what was coming to her, but the cops got this diary coming to them. Unless you want it. And bad.
This is blackmail.
Is that what it is? I think I'm doing you a favor. Meet me at Dobbs Hill at 10 tomorrow night. And I like to do favors.
Hello. Hello.
No use, Doctor. He hung up.
Blackie, what do you think?
Well, Faraday broke down your story about calling the police and not meeting the dead girl until this afternoon and said all he needed to arrest you was a motive. What I just heard on the phone would pass as a motive, all right.
Blackie, you know I had nothing to do with this.
No? Well, Dr. Allen, either this is first-class frame-up or you're a third-degree liar.
Golly, Blackie. The Fielding home is spooky enough upstairs. Do we have to stay down here in the basement much longer?
Only until we find telephone wires that look as if they've been tampered with.
Okay.
What will that prove, Blackie?
Well, Doctor, when you made your call to the police, you got through to the operator all right, didn't you?
Yes.
A bit before you got the police, there was a long pause, huh?
Yes, quite long. Then Sergeant Mulvaney answered.
But there's no such person on the force. You didn't talk to the police, but maybe to someone here in the basement.
Blackie, do you want wires that look as if they've been cut?
Or wires with tape on them, Mary, to cover a place where they've been scraped.
Well, here are 2 of them.
2 is what we want. Come on, Doctor.
Aren't you glad you brought me?
These are the wires we want, all right.
Can you tell if they've been tapped?
Easily. Just look at them. The wires have been separated, the insulation scraped off, and the bare wires taped together again.
Does this really prove the doctor's story about talking to a Sergeant Mulvaney?
Yes, Mary. And here's why. Whoever tricked the doctor into thinking he was talking to the police was down here when the doctor dialed the operator.
I did get the operator then. That was legitimate.
Oh, yes. But after you got the operator, there was a long pause, you said.
Yes, there was.
Blackie, Dr. Allen was cut off during that pause.
That's right, Mary. It was the man down here who took over his call to the police, probably asked us some foolish questions, then hung up on them.
Then the man switched the doctor back in and talked to him.
Exactly. And you, Dr. Allen, thought you were talking to the police, while all the time you were talking to the man down here.
Well, who was that man, though?
Francis Fielding's killer, probably.
I think I feel better already. You believe me now, don't you?
I think so. But we'll never convince Farraday you're innocent if he sees the dead girl's diary.
I've got to keep that meeting with her brother tonight.
Yes, but in the meantime, we'd better work on another angle.
What, Blackie?
The reason for the girl's death.
What would be a good reason?
Well, money, if it's enough. But enough or not, if we could find she carried insurance payable to someone who had a chance to kill her, that would be enough for me.
Now back to Boston Blackie. Psychiatrist Lester Allen receives a phone call from his new patient, Frances Fielding, to come to her home at once. He goes there, finds her murdered, and calls police. He is told to go back to his office. Inspector Farraday finds no record of Allen's call and believes him guilty. As we return to our story, Boston Blackie, who is with Mary and Dr. Allen, calls Farraday in search of a motive for the girl's murder.
Maybe this will work. At least it's worth a try.
Farraday speaking.
Hello, Farraday. This is Blackie.
Now, what do you want?
The usual, Farraday, to give you a little help.
I'd rather have the measles.
Next week, Farraday. This week, I want to give you an angle on the Fielding murder. I think it's insurance.
Blackie, I don't know how I'd get along without you.
I do. Not very well.
You know, it's amazing that you'd think of insurance at a time like this.
What's amazing about it, Farraday? If you were any kind of a cop, you'd have thought about it long ago.
I thought of it last night. Is that long enough ago for you?
Well, Farraday, you're improving. What did you find out?
None of your business.
What are you doing, Farraday? Faking? I'll bet you don't know a thing about the Fielding girl's insurance. Bet you never even thought of it.
Oh, I didn't think of it, huh? Well, a copy of the policy is right here on my desk.
I don't believe it.
You don't, huh? All right, listen to this.
I'm listening.
She had an accident policy with $5,000 for accidental death.
Mm-hmm.
She took it out 2 years ago and collected on it 5 months ago for a broken arm. And now all the money from the policy goes to her grandmother in Mexico City.
Oh, her grandmother, huh?
Yes. And if you think her grandmother killed her, think again. Because she's a 97-year-old invalid and hasn't been out of Mexico City in 30 years. Well, wise guy, don't bother me with your bright ideas.
Farraday. Farraday!
He hang up on you, Blackie?
He sure did, Mary.
Was she killed for her insurance?
No.
Oh, gee, so now what?
Now, Mary, you're going home to see a bed about some sleep, and Dr. Allen and I are going to Dobbs Hill to see a man about a diary. There's his car, parked on the other side of the road. Now, you stay down there in the back of your car.
You sure it's safe for you to go over and talk to him?
You sure this fellow's never seen you?
No, he's never seen me. At least I don't think so.
Well, I'd better go on over and talk to him before he gets suspicious. I'll try and sound as much like you as I can. Sit tight. Here I go.
All right. Good luck.
Roger Fielding?
Yeah. Dr. Allen?
Yes.
How are you, Doc?
I don't know. Let me see that diary.
Sure. Here you are. This is the original.
Thanks.
Don't bother trying to run off with it. I've got photostated copies. Get me?
I got you.
I want you to notice something, Doc. She wrote in her diary every day. Every single day.
Yes, so I see.
And every day, every single day, she wrote about Doc Allen. Nice diary, huh?
Pretty incriminating.
Pretty valuable to me. It's her handwriting, and she kept it about a year.
Hold it. I want to compare the writing with the note she sent me asking for an appointment here.
All right.
Yeah. She wrote the diary, all right?
Sure she did. Now, I'm not asking much, Doc. Only a little. Now.
And later?
A little more.
And after that?
Oh, whenever I get a little pushed for cash, then either you come across with the money like a nice guy, or I take this diary to the cops.
What for?
What for?
It gives you a pretty good reason for killing it.
Yes, it does, Fielding. There's only one thing wrong with it.
What's that?
It's a phony.
A phony, huh? Well, let me tell you something.
What?
As a doc, you're a phony, too. The next time, tell Doc Allen he better show in person. Mr. Boston Blackie.
I'm still sorry I couldn't fool that guy, Doctor.
Well, it was a nice try, Blackie. Let's go into my office. Maybe we can think of something else.
We've got to, or Inspector Farraday will come running after you
I'm not
with
running, Blackie. I'm waiting.
Hello, Farraday.
Good evening, Inspector.
Well, I'm sure glad to see you, Doctor. I was afraid you'd skip town.
No. All I did was drive out.
For a little air, Farraday. After that conversation with you last night, he needed it.
Quiet, Blackie. Dr. Allen, I'm taking you to headquarters.
What for?
Questioning.
Farraday, you can't do that. The doctor knows less about that girl's death than you do, if that's possible.
Well, I suppose you know all about it, huh?
I know you need a motive before you can really pin this on the doctor.
Give me time. I'll find one.
I'll save you time. I've already found it. A diary written by Francis Fielding and containing plenty of motive for murder.
Where?
Blackie.
Don't get excited, either of you. The diary's a phony.
A phony? How do you know?
Blackie, you know that diary's a counterfeit? How?
How? Very simple, Doctor. Faraday, do you remember the accident policy the Fielding girl had?
Sure. She collected on it, too, for a broken right arm. About, it was exactly 5 months ago.
Well, guess what was in Miss Fielding's diary 5 months ago?
Blank pages. If her arm was broken.
The pages weren't blank, Faraday. Her mind was. About that broken right arm. The day-to-day account continued 6 months ago, just as if her arm was perfectly all right.
Well, that does prove the diary was a counterfeit. It was probably written just recently, perhaps in the last few weeks.
That's exactly it, Doctor. She was so anxious to phony up a long-time love affair in a diary, she forgot she couldn't write 6 months ago.
All right, Blackie. So that diary was phony. So the diary was a frame. I suppose you think everything else about this case is a frame against the doctor, too.
Yes.
Who framed him?
I think the girl did it.
And killed herself to do it? That's a good one.
That's too good, Faraday. I can't figure out that part at all. But she was part of a frame against the doctor. That much I do know.
Look, will you quit trying to do my thinking for me?
Somebody has to. You don't.
I don't, huh? Well, Dr. Allen here says he met the Fielding girl for the first time yesterday, but his own appointment book shows he's been seeing her for 8 months. Explain that.
I can't understand.
I can. You were lying. Just as you were lying when you said you called the police.
He thought he did call them, Farraday.
What do you mean, thought he did?
Whoever killed Miss Fielding tapped the phone in her house and pretended to be the police.
Yeah? How do you know?
I did a very strange thing for me, Faraday. I investigated. And look, have you ever heard of Roger Fielding?
Roger Fielding. Roger Fielding sounds familiar.
How familiar?
I think he was arrested once. He served time, too.
What for?
I don't know, but I can find out.
Well, you find out why Roger Fielding was arrested. And if it's for what I hope it is, maybe I'll find out why you can arrest him again.
Who are you looking up in the phone book, Blackie?
Catherine Glenn, Mary, the doctor's secretary.
Why?
Well, Faraday found out that Roger Fielding used to work for the telephone company. Went to jail for stealing payphone collections. I knew he was responsible for this frame-up as soon as he flashed the phony diary, but I wanted to make sure.
Oh, I see. And when you found out he'd worked for the phone company at one time, you figured he knew how to tap the phone in his sister's house.
Right. Let me see. Yeah, the only thing I have to prove now is that Catherine Glenn was working with Fielding. And, of course, she phoned up Dr. Allen's appointment book. Ah, here's the number.
Darling, where's Dr. Allen now?
At headquarters, poor guy. Faraday wouldn't wait.
Oh. What are you going to say to Miss Glenn?
I'm going to pretend I'm Roger Fielding and see what she says to me.
Oh, again. Happy pretending.
Thanks.
Hello?
Okay. This is Roger.
Roger who?
You don't know?
I think I do, but
Look, I have to see you.
What about?
Just to check on a few things.
Such as?
You ought to know.
Oh, I ought to know who you are, but I don't.
You don't?
No. Unless you couldn't be Boston Blackie by any chance.
What happened?
Nothing. She knew who I was. I'm not very good at fooling people tonight, apparently.
Darling, you never were very good at fooling me.
I was never trying to pin a murder on you.
I have never given you the chance, though.
Well, Fielding and Miss Glenn have. And I'm going to take it, too. There's just one more thing I can do.
Hello.
Roger,
Yes?
this is Kay Glenn.
What's the idea of calling me?
Look, I'm scared.
About what?
I don't want to tell you over the phone. I better wait till I see you.
What's the matter?
I'll tell you later.
All right.
Can you come right away?
Yes.
Well, hurry before it's too late. Oh, come in, Roger.
What's up, Kay? What's the trouble?
Wait till I lock the door.
Kind of jumpy, kid. What's the matter?
Nothing. I just want to talk to you.
What about?
About how things are going.
You know the answer to that yourself. Great.
But I'm upset.
Why?
Because of Frances.
Well, why be upset about her?
Because... Roger, why didn't you tell me you were going to kill her? That's what I'm really upset about.
That? Well, I didn't see any point in telling you about that. Or Francis either, of course. In fact, it was sort of a spur-of-the-moment thing. I double-crossed Francis, who never even dreamed she'd be murdered when she first came along with that plan. I thought it would make a better frame against the doctor.
A better one? What was wrong with your first idea?
Nothing. I suppose we could have shaken him down for plenty with Francis's diary and the appointment book you fixed up.
Then why did you have to kill Francis?
2 reasons. It put the doc in a worse spot, and we only have to split 2 ways instead of 3, so I killed her.
Well, I want nothing to do with murder. I'm going to the police.
Oh, no, you're not. I killed Francis to make the frame against the doc a good one, and I could kill you and make it perfect. You go to the police, will you? No, you won't. You won't.
Inspector!
I'm calling a cop. I'll fix you so you don't call...
You called the wrong man, Kay. I got here first.
Oh, thanks, Blackie. He was going to choke me.
You can come out now, Farraday. The danger's over.
Very funny.
I had to slip up behind Fielding and slug him, or he'd have choked Miss Glenn here.
Yeah, I know. I heard plenty before you clipped him.
I guess you did it that, Farraday. You know, I just couldn't get along without you. What would I do for laughs?
You'd look in the mirror. Well, I got to revive this guy now and get him down to headquarters. Come on.
I suppose I'm going to headquarters, too.
Yes, Miss Glenn. But I don't think you'll get what Fielding is going to get. You did a good job working with me after Francis was killed. It was your cooperation that helped us break this case.
Oh, I did my best, Blackie. I had to. When I first got into this, there was no talk about killing Francis Fielding. I'm glad Dr. Allen's name is clear. Really, I am.
I think the police will believe you, Miss Glenn. Yeah, well, for his frame-up against Lester Allen, M.D., Fielding's name from now on is M.U.D.
on, wake up. Come on, wake up, Blackie.
What's the matter, Shorty?
Nothing's the matter, Blackie. There's an insurance man here who wants to see you.
Well, tell him I don't want any.
I told him that, but he says he don't want to sell you nothing. He wants to give you something.
Yes, $10,000, Blackie.
Who are you?
He's the insurance guy, Blackie.
I'm sorry to disturb you so early in the morning, Blackie, but I'm Emo Barnes, agent for the Rodley Insurance Company.
Well, that doesn't sound like any reason to wake me up. And I'm going back to sleep.
Perhaps you'll open your eyes for $10,000?
For that, I wouldn't even open one eye.
No?
No. Go away, little man. I'm sleepy.
I realize that, and I hate to be so persistent, but, Blackie, I want you to do something for me.
I want you to do something for me, too. Leave me alone.
I won't offer you money again, Blackie. Instead, I'll offer you a mystery. A mystery I'll guarantee you can't solve.
And now back to Dick Calmer as Boston Blackie. Enemy to those who make him an enemy. Friend to those who have no friend.
Barnes, you think there is a mystery I can't solve?
Well, solving this one calls for an expert, Blackie.
Is that so? Mm-hmm. Oh, Shorty, should I be modest or should I admit he came to the right man?
Just be yourself, boss, and solve it for him.
Thank you, Shorty. And now, Barnes, what's this mysterious mystery I can't solve?
Well, it's this, Blackie. My company carries the theft insurance for the Winthrop Jewelry Company. Now, almost every day for the last month, a diamond has been stolen from the workroom where the diamonds are set into rings, clips, brooches, and so forth. Mm-hmm. Now, there are 3 diamond setters in the shop, and we know one of the 3 is guilty.
Which one?
Well, that we don't know, Blackie. Nor do we know how the diamonds are stolen. You see, all 3 of the men in the shop are searched when they leave.
They're searched at the end of the day, you mean?
Yes.
Well, what about when they go out to lunch?
They don't go out to lunch. All 3 of them bring their lunches to work and eat in the shop. They never go out during working hours, and no visitors are allowed to come in.
Hey, I know a way to stop the diamonds from disappearing. Fire all 3 diamond setters.
Well, I suggested that to Mr. Winthrop, the owner of the company, but he doesn't think that it's fair to the 2 men who are not taking diamonds.
He has a point there. Mm-hmm. Well, what do you want me to do?
Find out how the diamonds are being taken out of the shop. Now, understand, all 3 men are thoroughly searched. Not one of them has ever had a diamond on him. Yet almost every day a diamond is missing.
That's very intriguing.
Mm-hmm.
Who are these 3 men?
Well, there's Hans Van Houten. He's an expert diamond setter from Holland. He's been with the Winthrop Company for 20 years.
Uh-huh.
And then there's, young John Glass. He's Van Houten's protege. And the newest member of the trio is Jim Aldrich, a young man from Georgia.
I see. Well, I'd say you have 2 mysteries, Mr. Barnes.
Yes?
Who is taking those diamonds, and how are they being smuggled out?
Blackie, I've made plans for you to go to the shop later today as an employee of the Winthrop Company. Under another name, of course. You'll be John Jones.
You've made plans for me already, huh?
Uh-huh.
Pretty sure I'd take this case, weren't you?
Yes, I was. The method of stealing those diamonds has to be ingenious. It must interest a man like you. Well, doesn't it?
Not much, Barnes. Give me 30 seconds to get dressed, and I'll be right with you.
Here is an order for 3 2-carat diamonds to be set in a platinum ring. Jim, this job I will give to you.
Thanks, Van Houten. Soon as I'm through with this polishing machine.
Think you ought to trust him with diamonds, Van Houten?
Why not, John?
I know why he says not to trust me. Glass here thinks that I'm the guy who's stealing the diamonds.
John, you should not say such things.
Well, one of us is taking the diamonds out of here, and I know I'm not, and I don't think it's you, Mr. Van Houten, so who's left?
I'm left. But either you or your pal Van Houten can be taking them. Maybe both. How much are you selling them for, huh?
Why, you dirty...
Take your hands off of me.
Sure, I'll take my hands off you.
Boys,
please, boys, no fighting.
It'll do no good to fight.
Fighting will not bring back the stolen diamonds. Fighting will not prove who is guilty of this terrible thing. We must not fight.
I agree with you, Van Houten.
Good afternoon, Mr. Winthrop.
Hello, Mr. Winthrop.
It's closing time, gentlemen. You'll go out to be searched as usual.
Right,
Yes,
sir?
yes.
But before you go, I'd like you to meet a new employee, Mr. John Jones. He'll work in here with you.
Hello, fellas.
Hello.
Mr. Jones, this is Van Houten.
How do you do, Mr. Jones?
He's in charge here, and this is his protege, John Glass.
How do you do, sir?
And this is Jim Aldrich.
How do you do, sir?
Hiya, Jim.
You're sure going to like it here, Mr. Jones. We get searched like a bunch of thieves every time we leave work. But the diamonds keep disappearing just the same.
Well, gentlemen, Mr. Barnes of the insurance company's in the outer room, ready to search you. This won't go on much longer, though.
No. Why not?
You know who's taken the diamonds?
Mr. Barnes told me this morning that he's on the verge of naming the guilty one. Thinks the case is as good as solved.
Oh, he does.
Now, you'd better go in and be searched.
See you in the morning, fellas.
Right. So long.
All right, Blackie. You're free to look around now.
Thanks, Mr. Winthrop. But I'd like to look around my way, if you don't mind.
Not at all.
Will you send my assistant Shorty in?
Right away.
Thanks. And let me know as soon as Barnes has finished searching those three, will you?
I certainly will. It'll be some time, though. We make the search very thorough. Even use a fluoroscope. Oh, Shorty, you may go in now.
Oh, thanks, sir. Hi, Blackie. Hey, this is some swell joint, huh?
This joint's go, Shorty. Well, let's look around.
Okay, boss. But for what?
Oh, nothing much. Merely a clue as to how one of the three men who work in this room managed to steal a diamond almost every day without being caught.
Maybe the thief swallows it.
No, short one, not that way. The suspects are put under a fluoroscope. That would detect a diamond if they swallowed it.
Oh. Well, where do we start looking, Blackie?
Right here. Let's see now. Where are we?
Right here in the middle of a room.
And what do we see?
Well, I see a small safe, a workbench, and a door.
That's the washroom, according to the sign.
And I see two windows. Blackie, the windows. That's how the thief gets the diamonds out. He throws them out the window.
Maybe you should have stayed home, Shorty. You know where we are?
Well, sure, in this room.
Do you know where this room is? It's on the 12th floor, and this side of the building faces the river.
Oh.
So?
So I'm not so smart, huh? Anything thrown out the window would drop into the river.
Now you're being a little bit smarter.
Hey, what's this on the little wall here?
Let's have a look, Shorty.
Oh, just coat hangers.
Oh, yes, on the shelf. This is where Van Houten, Glass, and Aldrich put their lunch boxes.
Lunch boxes?
Yes, Shorty. They have their lunches right here. That proves the diamonds aren't taken out during the lunch hour.
Hey, Blackie, that means the only time they could carry out a diamond is after work. And that's now, huh?
And now they're being searched, but thoroughly. Just as they're always searched, but thoroughly. Hey, what's this thing here?
Looks like a piece of corn, Blackie.
I can just get it out of this crack in the floor. There. Ah, it is corn.
Oh, I know how that got there. One of the three guys who work here had corn on the cob for lunch. Which reminds me, Blackie, I'm hungry. How much longer are we going to stay here, huh?
Not much longer. I've looked the place over from top to bottom and haven't found anything. All we have to do now is wait for a report. Barnes has finished searching Van Houten, Glass, and Aldrich, and that should be very soon.
Gee, boss, how was that guy getting the diamonds out of here?
I don't know, Shorty. This mystery is everything Barnes said it would be. The diamonds can't be thrown out the window. They'd be lost in the river.
And they can't be carried out because all three guys are searched.
They can't be hidden in here because there's no place to hide them.
Uh-huh.
Barnes himself figured that out a long time ago.
Oh, Blackie.
Oh, yes, Mr. Winthrop. Has Barnes finished searching those three?
Yes, he's already left. You can probably catch him if you want him, though. We found nothing on the men.
The fluoroscope showed nothing either?
Not a thing. Do you know how this has been done?
You've searched them and found nothing? You can search me.
What's the trouble here? What's the trouble? All right, now, step back, all of you. Let me see here. Let me see. Shot to death.
What's the matter here, officer? Uh-oh.
Stand back, mister. This fellow's been shot.
That's Barnes, Emil Barnes from the insurance company.
You know him, huh?
Only slightly, officer. He was doing a little investigation for the Winthrop Jewelry Company.
Oh, you don't say. He left the Winthrop Company just now, huh?
Yes, and so did I. I was trying to catch up with him. But it looks like somebody caught up with him before I did.
Mr. Winthrop, I'm Farraday, police inspector. I'd like to talk to you about the murder of Emil Barnes.
Of course, Inspector.
Hello, Farraday.
Blackie, what are you doing here?
Believe it or not, Farraday, I work here.
That's right, Inspector.
Work here? Blackie, you never did a lick of work in your life.
Well, I haven't done anything since I first met you. I haven't had time. I've been too busy solving your cases.
Come on, why are you here?
He's employed here, Inspector, as a diamond setter.
What?
It's all very simple, Farraday. Even you should be able to understand it. You're here to investigate the death of Emil Barnes, aren't you?
Yes. And I suppose you know who killed him.
I do. One of three men, Farraday. Van Houten, Glass, or Aldrich. Because one of these three is stealing diamonds from the diamond setting room.
Stealing diamonds? What's that got to do with
Barnes' death? Everything. Barnes was trying to find out how the diamonds were being stolen. He couldn't do it, so he asked me to try. I just started working.
I suppose you've solved the case already.
No, I haven't any idea how it's done. The diamond setting room is on the 12th floor, facing the river, and all three diamond setters are thoroughly searched before they leave the shop.
But the diamonds keep on disappearing, Inspector.
Well, they do, huh? And what about today?
Today, Farraday, I'll guarantee one thing. A diamond isn't missing.
Blackie, you just guaranteed Inspector Farraday a diamond would not be missing?
Well, I don't see how one could be.
I don't either. But my inventory report shows that another diamond has been stolen today.
Now back to Boston Blackie. Blackie is involved in a mystery which even he feels that he cannot solve. Three men work in a diamond setting shop from which a diamond disappears almost every day. The three men are searched every time they leave the shop, but no diamond is ever found on them. No visitors are allowed in the shop, and the only windows in the room, which is on the 12th floor, face on a river. To add to Blackie's troubles, Emil Barnes, insurance agent investigating the thefts, is murdered, obviously by one of the three suspects. As we return to our story, Blackie and Mary Wesley are in a small cafe having a midnight snack.
Cheer up, Blackie. After you've had something to eat, you'll feel
I don't
better.
deserve to eat, Mary. I'm sure this case isn't as tough as I'm making it. If I could just find a clue.
First find something on this menu, then you can look for a clue.
Oh, all right. What are you going to have?
Well, I don't know.
Mary, I told you about Van Houten, Glass, and Aldrich, didn't I? Now, which one of those three might be a thief and a killer?
I think better after I eat, honey child.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Now, what are you going to have?
You eat, Mary. I don't feel like it. I have all the food I want. And it's all for thought. There's a kernel of corn, for instance. Now, why in the deuce
Darling,
would that...
you can stare at that piece of corn if you want to, but you're going to feed more than that to me. That is bird food, and I'm a growing girl.
Order the biggest steak in the house. If it... Bird food. Mary, I've got it.
Got what?
The answer. I know how it's done.
How? What's done?
Where's the telephone?
Well, it's right in back of you.
Come on, I'll tell you and Farraday at the same time.
Well, hey, wait for me.
Well, come on.
Honey, do you think it's smart to call Inspector Farraday in the middle of the night like
I'm
that?
smart at all hours, Mary.
Oh, aren't you modest?
No, just happy.
Okay.
Hello?
Hello, Farraday. This is Blackie.
Who?
Your old pal, Blackie. Wake up, Farraday.
Blackie, what's the idea of calling me up?
In the middle of the night? Sorry, pal, but I can't solve your cases at your convenience.
What case have you solved now? You think.
I know how those diamonds get out of the setting room at the Winthrop Company.
Oh, you do, huh? I suppose they fly out the window.
They sure do, Farraday.
Did you wake me up to tell me jokes?
No, Faraday. To tell you the case is solved.
The diamonds fly out the window.
Yes, attached to homing pigeon's legs.
Sure. Huh?
The guy ties a diamond to the leg, and the pigeon flies home. Because that's what it's trained to do.
Hey, you might have something there.
I think I've got the answer. Those guys aren't searched when they go into the shop, only when they go out.
I know that. How does the homing pigeon get into the shop?
Well, the thief brings them in a lunchbox. And the lunchbox is empty when the guy leaves because by that time the pigeon and the diamond have also gone out the window.
Uh-huh.
Look, Faraday.
Yeah?
I want you to come up to the shop at Winthrop's tomorrow morning early and search those lunchboxes.
Okay. But what if I don't find a pigeon?
Well, then I have a second plan in that case.
But you'll find a pigeon, I'm sure. And when you do, the little birdie will also tell you who killed Emil Barnes.
You are having trouble polishing the diamond, Mr. Jones. I may help you, perhaps.
No, thanks, Van Houten. I'm getting it.
Hey, Jones,
Yes, Mr. Glass?
what was that Inspector Farraday doing here a little while ago?
I don't know.
I know.
Do you, Aldrich?
I think he was looking through our coats and lunch boxes for a clue.
What's the matter, Aldrich? Got a guilty conscience?
Not especially.
Not much.
Boys, we must not argue. It will not help anyone. If one of us is stealing the diamonds, the police will... answer the phone, someone. I'll get it.
Hello?
Mr. Jones, please.
Just a minute. For you, Jones.
Thanks.
Here.
Now, let us get to work. There's much to do.
Hello?
Blackie, this is Farraday.
Oh, yes.
You wanted me to look in the lunch boxes, huh?
Yeah.
You said I'd find a pigeon in one of them.
Yes?
Well, what do you think I found in those lunch boxes?
What?
Lunch.
No.
Yeah, bird brain.
Oh, look, where are you?
In the next office.
Okay. I want to try one more thing. What I told you to do last night. Check?
Yes. I know what I ought to do. Forget you even exist. But I guess I'll go through with the rest of your plan.
When?
When? Now. You go back to your workbench, just as if nothing happened. And I'll come in and throw you out.
Swell. But make it look good.
Oh, don't worry. I'll be enjoying every minute of it. Goodbye.
Who was that, Jones?
Oh, one of the guys in the accounting office downstairs. He thinks that I...
Blackie, what are you doing here?
Blackie.
Boston, Blackie?
Well, I'll...
I don't know what you'll be, Glass, but I'll be going.
I'll say you will, Blackie. I told you last night to get out of this case. Well, you're all wrong. You're just getting in my way.
And I was just leaving, too, Inspector.
So your name is Jones, huh?
Was.
Spying on us, huh?
Also was.
We do not like spies, Mr. Boston Blackie.
Never mind that, Van Houten. I don't like guys who waste my time. And this guy's been wasting my time with a phony idea how those diamonds were being stolen. Now get out of here, Blackie. Get out and stay out.
Okay, Faraday, you win. I was wrong.
Huh? You admit it. Well, you must be sick.
I am sick, Faraday. Sick of trying to help you out of jams. You get to the bottom of this your own way. I'm going someplace and get well.
Oh, Blackie, I'm glad you got back to your apartment before I did. I was afraid I'd have to wait out here in the hall.
I just had to look around Aldrich's house, Mary.
Oh?
No pigeons. What did you find out about Glass?
He lives at 47 Eastern Street. No pigeon.
Not a sign of any?
Not even a feather.
Then everything depends on what Shorty finds at Van Houten's.
Well, let's hope he finds something.
He has to find pigeons, Mary. I'm sure I'm right. Because if I'm not, there's no way in the world for those diamonds to disappear out of that room. Van Houten has to have pigeons or the whole...
Oh, what? The whole...
Oh, this is the slickest jewel robbery and the toughest case I've ever heard of.
Uh-oh, I hope that's Shorty.
I hope so. Hello?
Hey, Blackie, this is Shorty.
Yes, Shorty? What did you find out about Van Houten?
Well, he lives at 53 Eastern Street.
53 Eastern Street, huh? That's just a couple of doors away from where Glass lives.
Yeah?
Yeah, but never mind that. What did you find out about Van Houten?
Nothing. I couldn't get into his place.
Why not?
The joint was locked.
Well, did you see any pigeons in the neighborhood?
Sure, Blackie, but they was all over at the church and the firehouse across the street. Not around Van Houten's.
All right, Shorty. Thanks. Where are you going to be? I may want to get in touch with you later.
I'll be at home, Blackie.
All right, goodbye.
So, Van Houten had no pigeon.
Shorty couldn't find out, Mary. Which means that Van Houten is still a possible suspect. In fact, he's our only one. We know Glass and Aldrich don't have pigeons.
Yeah, but Blackie, you may be wrong entirely. You said Inspector Farraday didn't find a pigeon in any one of the 3 lunchboxes this morning.
Oh, I have an answer to that one, Mary. Van Houten, if he's our man, was playing it smart. While the heat was on, he decided not to bring a pigeon with him.
But you think maybe he'll bring a pigeon tomorrow, huh?
He might. I had Farraday throw me off the case, so he would figure that the heat was off. At least that's what I wanted him to figure. I'll see you later, Mary.
Where are you going?
To see how I can get our Holland friend, Mr. Van Houten, in Dutch.
Hey, Blackie, it's miserable up here. Why didn't you tell me we was going to stand up on a roof at this hour of the morning?
The janitor here told me yesterday that Van Houten kept pigeons, so we're here to watch his pigeon cote. And, Shorty, anyone with any sense would know that it'd be on the roof.
I'd rather have no sense and not be here.
You've got something there, short one.
Hey, what time is it?
4:30.
Gee, it's still plenty dark. And those noises the pigeons are making, they're plenty scary.
They are to me, too. Now, stand behind that chimney here. No telling when Van Houten will come up for his pigeon.
He lives downstairs, Blackie. How does he get up here on the roof?
Through that door by the skylight there.
Oh. Well, I better get back here behind the chimney with you, Blackie. He might be able to see me standing here.
I doubt it. It's too dark. Hey, look out. Don't push.
Sorry, Blackie.
If you'd pushed a little harder, I'd be sorry and also dead. Look what's behind us.
Ain't there another building next to this one?
Yes. But it's a good 10-foot jump across through space to the next roof. And if you slip, it's a 6-story drop through space.
Oh, don't talk about that, Blackie. Don't make me feel so good.
Sorry.
Say, what do we do when Van Houten shows?
Well, Whaley gets his pigeon and grab him.
Oh. Hey, Blackie, I'm smaller than you. I can sneak up without him seeing me. Let me grab him, huh?
All right. But wait till he has the pigeon and then... Hey. Look.
Somebody on the roof. But where'd he come from?
Through that door there.
I didn't see him.
We were looking the other way, talking about falling down between this building and the next.
Oh.
He's all by the pigeon cote.
The pigeon what?
Can you see what he's doing, Shorty?
Yeah. He's got his arm in that pigeon thing.
Coat.
The coat, yeah.
Now what's he doing?
Well, nothing yet. Yeah. He's reaching in a cubby hole and grabbing a pigeon.
Good.
I grab him now, Blackie?
No. Not until he comes out.
He's coming out now.
Where's the pigeon?
I don't see it. Guess it's in his lunchbox. Hey, he's heading for the door down into the building.
We'll grab him, Shorty. Quick.
Okay.
Grab him, Shorty.
Grab.
What is this?
As good as grab, Blackie.
What is this?
Stay where you are, buddy.
Let go of me.
No, you don't get away from me.
I do.
Hey, what? Blackie's getting away.
I'll say I am. Hold on, Shorty. I'm coming.
And I'm going.
Hey, Shorty. That wasn't Van Houten. That was John Glass. Come on, let's get after him.
Okay, but he ain't heading for the door.
No, he's going to jump to the roof of the next building.
Blackie didn't make it.
I know. Step back, Shorty, or you may... Wow. That's the end of John Glass.
Oh, gosh, Blackie, 6 stories down. Hey, Blackie, please stay away from that edge. Do you want to go down there after him?
Yes, Shorty, I do. But I think I'll do it the long way. I'm going to walk down.
Blackie, how many pigeons are there in this park?
I don't know, Mary. Why?
Well, I want to know how many more pigeons you're going to feed before you feed me.
Oh, you're not only hungry, but ungrateful, Mary. Thanks to a pigeon, I solved the most baffling jewel robbery I've ever come across.
I take it all back. That John Glass certainly had a clever idea, didn't he?
A little too clever. He got the idea when he became friendly with Van Houten and saw how the homing pigeons came back from wherever he released them. He used Van Houten's pigeons to fly the diamonds back here, and Van Houten didn't know a thing about it.
Say, what did he use for the pigeons to carry the diamonds in?
A small round capsule. He found several of them in the pigeon cote, and one with the diamond still in it.
Well, that certainly proved what you already knew, didn't it?
Yes, it did. Too bad Winthrop made that remark in front of Glass about Barnes, the insurance man, having the case almost solved. That's why Glass killed Barnes.
Not too bad, and Barnes was just referring to your being in on the case, wasn't he?
Yes.
Shame. Hey, but there's one thing I would like to know.
What?
Well, you worked with those 3 diamond setters for a whole day and a half. How'd you get away with it? You don't know anything about diamonds.
Are you kidding? I don't know anything about diamonds.
prison laundry, see? Right through that door is the prison arsenal. All that stands between us and the arsenal is that guard and that door.
Stop talking too much and let's get going.
Shut up. And the rest of you guys stop staring at me. The guard's looking this way. And we're sunk if he thinks we're talking. Now get this. Red is at the dryer by the door. As soon as the guard's back is turned, he's going to let him have it at the handle off the drying machine. Smith, you get the keys off the guard. Open the door, and we'll be on our way in 10 seconds. Now, we've got...
Red, get the guard. Come on. Get that door open, Smith. Get it open. It's open, but it's set off the alarm. Come on. Let's get to the arsenal before the guards can get to us. Come on, we're getting out of here. Then we're getting out of this jail. Come on, you guys.
There they go, John. There they go out the side door of the arsenal. They must have killed the guard there. I hope not. I'm going to let them have it. Hold it! Hold it! We got him ducking into cell block A. Good. If we get them bottled in there, they'll never get out. Yeah. Hey, Harry, look. There goes one of them over the east wall. It's Mike Harlan, I think. I'm on. Let's go after him. Never mind. The guards in the east wall will take care of him. We can stay here. Get it in.
Hey, there's the phone. Get it, will you?
Okay. Hello. Guard station 6. What? Okay, thanks.
Who was that, John?
Station call, Harry. We got him bottled up in block A. Everything's under control. But that guy going over the east wall got away.
He did, eh? Who was it? Did they know?
Yeah, it was Mike Harlan, Harry. One of the guys that was a guest of ours, thanks to Boston Blackie.
And now, on to Dick Calmer as Boston Blackie. Enemy to those who make him an enemy. Friend to those who have no friend.
Police headquarters. Farraday speaking.
Inspector Farraday, I think I might know something you'd like to know.
Yeah? Who's this?
That ain't important, but my information is.
What's important about it?
Mike Harlan busted out of prison yesterday, didn't he? And you're looking for him, ain't you?
Yeah, sure, I'm looking for him.
Well, I think I know where you can grab him.
Yeah? Where?
Boston Blackie sent him to jail, didn't he?
Yeah, so what?
So I figure that's where Mike Harlan is heading. To settle a little score as soon as the heat on him dies down.
What makes you think so?
A couple of minutes ago, I saw him hiding in an alley 2 blocks from where Blackie lives.
Yeah? Well, why are you telling me this?
I don't like Harlan.
Yeah, well, if... Hello? No, he would hang up. Rollins!
Yeah?
Inspector?
Get me a squad car, quick. We're getting out to Boston Blackie's fast. Blackie! Blackie, open up!
I tell you, Inspector, there's nobody in there.
Maybe nobody alive. Come on. We're going to break down the door.
Okay.
All right. Come on, shout. Again, shout.
One more ought to do it, Inspector.
Okay, together now. Hard. Did it. Come on, Rollins.
Come on, where, Inspector? There's nobody in here.
I got eyes. Maybe Blackie's in another room. Maybe. Come on. Let's try this room in here.
Okay, but I hope we're not too late.
So do I. Blackie, are you in here? Blackie.
Hello, Inspector. You know my calling here.
Harlan.
Inspector, Harlan's got a gun on him.
All right, Harlan. Drop that gun before I drop you. Drop it.
Okay, copper.
Drop that gun, I said.
How's that, copper? Suit you okay?
Yeah, now don't move. Get his gun, Rollins. I've got him covered.
Right.
Go ahead and play, children. I'm enjoying this.
No, keep him covered, Rollins, while I get his gun.
Proud of yourself, huh, copper?
Yeah, sure. I'd probably get a tin whistle for this. It was so hard to do. Take him in, Rollins. Get him out of here.
All right.
Too bad I didn't get to finish the job, Blackie. But I may be back. So long.
Goodbye, Harlan. Too bad you couldn't stay longer. Well, Farraday.
Well, Blackie?
What do you want me to do, Farraday? Kiss your hand?
No, but you might say thanks. Thanks to a telephone tip from one of Harlan's old enemies. I just got here in time to keep Harlan from killing you.
Oh, that's right, you did.
What do you mean, that's right, I did? Didn't I bust in here and catch him holding a gun on you?
Yes, you did, Farraday, and thanks a lot.
All right.
I'll do the same for you sometime. And thanks for getting here so fast. Harlan wasn't here 5 minutes before you broke in.
Look, I didn't come up here to save your life. I came up here to capture an escaped criminal. Too bad I had to do both at the same time. Hey, how did he happen to get a gun on you, eh?
Jealous, Farraday? You should be. Come to think of it, you've never been able to get anything on me. Well, Mary, Faraday is now under the impression he saved my life. Though I guess I do owe him something at that.
So do I, Blackie. And for the same reason.
Weren't you wondering why I was a little late calling for you?
Oh, at first I thought you had trouble getting this cab, but after all, you were only an hour late. That's practically on time for you.
You didn't really mind, did you?
I didn't, but the doorman did. I was outside so long I made 35 cents on tips opening taxi doors.
I'd want my cut, but I'm too pleased with the way you look tonight.
I do not look any differently tonight.
Maybe it's that dress you're wearing. New, isn't it?
Not particularly. I got it this afternoon. It's all of 5 hours old.
Doesn't look its age, does it?
Well, it's just my size, so there isn't room for a wrinkle.
Tell me why you're wearing an evening gown, Mary.
Listen, my Blackie, and you shall hear. This afternoon, you called to say you were taking me to a very lovely place tonight. It is now tonight. I am dressed appropriately for the very lovely place.
Well, the place isn't that lovely.
Well, thank you. You're being extra special sweet tonight, darling. You wouldn't have a reason, an extra special reason, by any chance?
Oh, Mary, how can you even think such a thing?
Oh, that's all I wanted to know. All right, out with it. The deal to drive uptown for dinner is all off, huh?
Oh, I'd say it was, well, postponed temporarily.
You know, that's what I like about us. Plans subject to change without notice. Too bad this dress isn't.
The dress is very attractive, Mary.
Well, inasmuch as it's becoming increasingly apparent that I am due for a disappointment, you'll have to do better than that. Try again.
Oh, very well. The dress is...
Oh, it isn't that good.
On the contrary. What there is of it is terrific.
Well, then you should have made the whistle shorter, like this. And now I hate to be inquisitive, but where are we going?
To a place downtown known as the Traveler's Barn.
The Traveler's Barn? What's that?
Believe me, it's all to your credit that you don't know. It's a combination place, joint, and dive. But I've got to go there tonight.
Oh, all right, darling, only I won't say I'm not disappointed. In fact, there's only one thing that could possibly make this situation worse.
What's that?
If you were going to the Traveler's Barn to meet another girl.
Funny you should mention that, Mary. That's exactly why I'm going there. to meet another girl.
You know something, Blackie? If you didn't tell me, and if I kept my eyes closed, and if I couldn't smell anything, and if I couldn't hear anything, I'd swear we were at the Carlton instead of the Traveler's Barn.
Mary, I think you're a snob. The Traveler's Barn has only the finest red and white checkered tablecloths.
Too bad I don't feel like playing checkers.
I wouldn't want to play anything with the mob in here. Take a look.
Well, to tell you the truth, I'll be happy if they stop looking at me. Darling, must we stay here? This place gives me the creeps.
We won't have to stay much longer. I pointed out the girl I came down to see, didn't I?
Yeah. She's very attractive, too.
Uh-huh. And you'd see how young she was if she'd scraped some of that war paint off her face. Anyhow, I can't go over to see her until that character there leaves.
I'll put a whammy on him right now. Whammy. Whammy.
How long do your whammies take before they work?
Well, that all depends on how much on the job my private genie is. Of course, right now I think he's probably out to dinner. Just my luck.
Well, at least you're feeling better. That's something.
I suppose. But hey, wait a minute. Suppose the young lady you came down here to see won't talk to you.
Have you ever known a girl who wouldn't?
For the sake of your conceit, no answer to that one. But you say you wanted to do something for you. What if she won't?
Have you ever known a girl who wouldn't?
Present company accepted?
Well...
Don't answer that. Hey, the whammy's working. What do you know? That man just left the girl's table.
Wonderful. I hope your genie had a fine meal. Thank him for me when you talk to him again.
Okay, I will. Now you go over there and show me how good you are.
Right. Excuse me, please.
I'll excuse you. But if coming down here doesn't do you any good, I'll never forgive you.
I'll remember that. Hello. Are you Gladys Holland?
Could be, handsome.
Mind if I sit down?
I don't, but Joe might. Only he doesn't happen to be around right now.
I imagine that's an invitation. And if it is, it's accepted. Thanks.
Hey, haven't I seen you somewhere before?
Now, that's a purely masculine line, Miss Holland. You know, I beg your pardon, miss, but haven't I seen you somewhere before? The Riviera, perhaps, or Biarritz, or Cannes?
I have seen you somewhere, and I've heard you talk, too.
Is that important?
Well, it could be. Just in case. Well, just in case I ever wanted to get in touch with you.
What about this, Joe fellow? The one who might object to my sitting here with you, if he happened to be around right now.
He's still head man. You're not that good, handsome. Not this fast, you're not. Who are you?
Boston Blackie.
Boston? So that's why you look familiar. I should have remembered your face. I've hated it long enough.
I've got to talk to you.
Sure, but I don't have to listen. You sent my old man to the pen, Blackie. Beat it now before you give this place a bad name. Well, what's keeping you here?
If you remember me, Gladys, you also remember that I pretty nearly always do the things I set out to do.
Sure, I remember that. You set out to send my father to jail, and you did. Well, what do you want from me? Congratulations?
If I hadn't sent him there, Gladys, someone else would have.
Yeah? Well,
Hey, Dal. Everything okay here?
Yeah, Joe, I can handle myself.
Okay, Dal. I want to see you in my office as soon as you're through.
Yeah, Joe, right away.
Look, Gladys, I want to talk to you.
Go ahead, make with the monologue.
All right. Will you do something for me?
Sure. If it's kill you for sending my old man to jail.
Look, forget about your father for a minute. I happen to know you're heading for jail yourself if you don't get out of this gang you're running around with.
I don't know what you're talking about.
But I do. And I want to do something about it.
You do, huh? What do you want to do? Send me to jail, too? Ah, get lost, you. And I guarantee no one will ever go looking for you.
Now, back to Boston Blackie. Mike Harlan, sent to jail by Blackie, makes a successful prison break and heads straight for Blackie's apartment. Inspector Farraday gets a tip that Harlan is at Blackie's and gets there just in time to find Harlan holding a gun on Blackie. Harlan is returned to jail. And that night, Blackie takes Mary to a waterfront dive, the Traveler's Barn, to see Gladys, Mike Harlan's daughter, who has joined an underworld gang. He tries to get her to do something for him, but she won't even speak to him. As we return to our story, Blackie is in Mary's apartment, trying to find a way to talk further to the escaped convict's daughter.
Blackie, why do you even bother thinking about Gladys after the way she treated you?
Because she's not half as tough as she pretends to be. She's just in with a bad lot and thinks it's smart to do the things they do.
Has she been with them long?
No. That's why I've got to stop her before it's too late.
Yes, but look, darling. How do you even know she's mixed up with a gang?
Isn't it obvious?
Yeah, I suppose it is. So you better tell me.
Not now. But I happen to know that Joe character and his gang are about to pull something soon. If I only knew what it was and where.
Well, why don't you call Gladys up and ask her?
That's a good idea.
I'm silly.
Hey, wait a minute.
What?
What are we laughing at? That's a good idea. Get the phone book. Look up Gladys Hall.
Oh. Well, all right, but I don't get it. How are you going to get her to talk to you?
Like this.
Hey, is everything okay here, doll?
Who are you imitating now?
Joe, the owner of the barn. And obviously also Gladys's boss.
Oh, here it is. Oh, I see what you're going to do.
Let's just hope she's home and this works. Got her number?
Mm-hmm. HA12138, and kindly forget it immediately after you dial, too.
Now, I wonder why you said that.
Blackie, that Joe person has a little black mustache. Why don't you wear a mustache when you talk to her?
Aren't you a big help? The phone's ringing. Here goes.
My fingers are crossed.
You really on my side?
Cross my heart.
Your fingers and your heart. Kind of a double cross, isn't it?
Hello?
Hey, doll. Is everything okay?
Oh, it's you, Joe. Sure, why you ask?
Well, I was just wondering, see? You sure you get your instructions okay?
Why, sure, Joe.
Hey, I'm glad you're sure, but I ain't, see? I'm nervous about you.
Well, I'll tell you what I'm supposed to do then.
Hey, maybe you better.
Well, I'm supposed to get the car at 8 o'clock tomorrow night and drive it to the Cross Creek Road and Highway 17.
Yeah?
Then I'm supposed to park it on a little side road off to the left. You and the boys will be on the other side of the road. There'll be a barricade across the road. And I'm just supposed to sit there until the armored truck comes along.
Yeah?
As soon as I see the lights of the armored truck, I'm supposed to start my engine and keep it running till you and the guys get through with the truck.
Uh-huh.
Satisfied I know what I'm supposed to do?
Yeah, you're a good dog, Gladys. But just to play safe, keep away from me and the gang till tomorrow night, see? See you then, doll.
Okay, Joe. Night.
Night.
Did it work?
Did it work, Mary? The accent must have been perfect. I should have been an actor.
Well, all I can say is if you were one, you'd be a good actor.
Thanks, pal. Now I've got to make some plans to interfere with the plans of a gang of bad actors tomorrow night.
Say, Dirty Joe, what time's the armored truck supposed to come along?
Right about now, Tony. Just keep your shirt on. It'll be along on schedule.
The boys are spread out alongside the road. Gladys got here with the car, okay? It's parked over there in the tree.
Yeah. Now, Gladys is a good doll. I'm glad she's in with us.
You're taking an awful chance, letting her in on a big one like this on her first job, ain't you, Joe?
Yeah, but we had to have somebody to get the car all set to drive. This job has taken all of the boys, so we need her, see?
Well, here's hoping she... Hey, look, Joe. Here comes the armored truck.
Good. As soon as it rounds the curve in front of us, the driver will see the barricade. He'll have to slow down.
Or maybe stop, huh?
Yeah. Then we run up on it, toss the nitro under it, and boom, she's split open like a ripe watermelon.
The truck's here, boss. The driver's seen the barricade.
Slowing down. Okay, let's go.
Throw the nitro under the truck, Tony. Toss it quick.
There it goes.
Atta boy, that'll do it. That did it. She's split wide open. Come on. All right. Grab the dough out of the back, you guys, and beat it to the car. Come on. Hurry it up.
Okay, we got the dough, Joe. We got it.
All right, come on. Let's go over this way. That blast must have knocked off the guards. They ain't firing at us. Hurry it up, will you, over here? Our car's waiting.
Okay, doll. Get set to step on it.
Okay, I'm all set. Everything go all right, Joe?
Perfect. You got nerve, kid. You ain't jittery or nothing.
Yeah, it was a cinch, Gladys. Me and the gang got all the dough.
All right, pile into you guys. Let's go.
Okay, step on it, Gladys.
Okay.
Get back to town fast, Al. I can't wait to count this stuff.
Sure, Joe. We did it, huh?
Oh, it was a cinch.
Sure was. Nothing to it.
I did all right on my first job, Joe.
You were great, Doll. Great.
Hey, Joe. Look at the road ahead of us. It's barricaded. The place is full of cops.
100 of them, Joe. What do we do? Drive right through the barricade?
No, turn back. We'll beat it the other way.
Well, we can't force our barricade in that busted-up armored truck. It's blocking the road behind us.
Huh? Yeah, you're right.
Oh, Joe, what are we going to do?
And there ain't nothing we can do, Doll. Slow down and stop. We're giving ourselves up. I want to live a little while longer, even if it is in jail.
All right, quiet, everybody. Quiet! This is a police lineup, not a vaudeville show, and I want quiet.
We're ready with the prisoners, Inspector Farraday.
All right, start with the first one.
Joe Day, alias Joe Lane, alias Bugsy Peterson, alias Lane Peterson. 9 arrests, no convictions, wanted for robbery, murder. A guard in that armored truck was killed.
All right, O'Day. What have you got to say for yourself?
I ain't talking, Farraday.
You will, later.
Okay, step down, O'Day.
Let's have the next one.
Gladys Harlan, no aliases, no arrests, no convictions, wanted for robbery and murder.
All right, Miss Harlan. What have you got to say for yourself?
I don't have anything to say.
You know you're going to face a murder charge for what you've done, don't you?
I know it. But you can't prove it.
What do you mean I can't prove it? You're guilty and you know it. Now, why don't you play it smart and admit it?
Why should I?
Because I'll prove it anyhow. I'll go easy on you if you talk.
All right, I admit it.
What do you admit?
I admit everything. I drove the car for the gang. But I didn't know anyone was going to be killed, honestly.
That doesn't make any difference. A guard in that armored truck was killed. And if you drove the car for this gang, you're just as guilty as if you killed that guard with your own hands.
No, I didn't.
Okay, step down.
Come here, Miss Harlan. I want you in my office. Rollins, bring her over here, will you?
Sure, Inspector. Here she is.
Thanks, Rollins. I'll take her in my office. You take over here.
Sure, Inspector. All right, the rest of you.
What are you going to do with me?
Plenty. All right, go on. Get in there.
What place is this? What happens to me now?
Maybe a lot is going to happen to you, Miss Harlan. That depends mostly on you.
What do you mean?
You'll find out. Sit down. I said sit down.
All right.
That's better. Well, you're in sort of a jam, aren't you?
Yes, I guess I am.
What do you mean, you guess you are?
I mean, I know I am. But I didn't know it was going to be like this at all. I thought it'd be smart to join Joe's gang.
Mm-hmm.
I thought it'd be clever. But I know it wasn't now.
Oh, you do, huh?
Yes, and I should have known it before. I should have learned a lesson from what happened to my father.
That's right.
Look at him. He's in jail. And why? Because he was smart and thought he could get away with it. Well, he didn't get away with it. And I didn't either. I know it now.
But a little too late, huh?
Yeah, a little too late, Inspector. I guess I've got worse coming to me than came to my father. Oh, if I could only go back 24 hours and know what I know now, I wouldn't be in this mess.
No, you wouldn't. And as a matter of fact, Miss Harlan, thanks to one man, you aren't in a mess.
Oh, I'm not in a mess? What you ring that buzzer for?
I'll answer that last question, Gladys. It rang for me.
Blackie.
Yes, Boston Blackie. You seem almost glad to see me.
Oh, I am, Blackie, but I'm afraid it's too late.
Oh, I don't think so, Gladys. You heard the inspector say you aren't in a mess.
But I am. I was mixed up in that robbery, and a guard was killed.
You weren't mixed up in anything, Gladys. And a guard wasn't killed. In fact, there were no guards in that armored truck. The driver set the wheel and jumped 50 yards before the barricade.
They weren't?
No, Miss Harlan. And you and your pals didn't steal anything either. That armored truck was empty.
Empty?
Yes. What your pals stole was bags of slugs and a box filled with dirt.
But how did
It's all very simple, Gladys. After you told me all about your part in the holdup,
I told you about my part in the...
Yes, when I called and asked you to run through the instructions. You thought I was Joe when I said, "Hey, Dal, I want you to run through the instructions, see?"
It was you?
Yes. And after that, I went to the armored truck company, told him what was going to happen. And Farraday and I framed this whole thing together.
Well, then Joe and the gang haven't been arrested either.
Oh, yes, Miss Harlan. They're under arrest. I've been looking for him and that gang for a long time for other things. They're going to jail.
And where am I going?
Out of here, Gladys. Straight out of here, if you know what I mean.
Blackie, why did you want to help Gladys Harlan?
Well, Mary, remember when I told you that Farraday caught my calling her father in my apartment with a gun on me?
Mm-hmm.
Well, he wasn't pointing that gun at me to kill me, but so that when Farraday broke in, I wouldn't be accused of harboring an escaped convict.
He wasn't going to kill you. Well, then what was he doing in your apartment?
Well, he heard through the prison grapevine that his daughter was getting mixed up with a gang.
Oh, and he wanted to keep her from joining it.
Yes, he even had her come up to prison to see him, but she wouldn't listen to him.
Gee, you'd think she would have, though, wouldn't you? The father was in jail because he was caught by the police.
Yes, but she told him she was too smart to be caught. That's when he decided to come to see me.
Oh, and I know why he didn't go to the police. Because all they do is send her to prison.
Yes, and he didn't want that. So he broke jail and came to see me, hoping that I could do something with her.
Well, that covers everything, I guess.
And so does that lovely evening wrap you're wearing.
Why, thank you, sir.
You'll sure be an attraction tonight.
Think so? Look what I'm wearing underneath.
Good night. A checkered skirt and a striped sweater. Where do you think you're on your way to?
To the Traveler's Barn, of course.
Mary, we're going to the Carlton Plaza. And I said you'd be an attraction. Wow.
At the Carlton Plaza in this outfit, Blackie, I won't be an attraction. I'll be a sensation.
Austin. Grandfather left him $50,000 in his will.
Well, if that's your only logic, you and I had a reason to kill your grandfather, too. He left me $25,000. And you get more than $100,000.
That doesn't make any difference. Grandfather was going to cut Joe Reed out of his will. I know it, and I think Reed knew it, too. And he killed Grandfather before he could do it.
To keep him from changing his will, eh?
Isn't that what you'd do, Doctor?
I wouldn't commit murder for $50,000 or for any amount, and neither would Joe. No, Linda, I know you dislike Reed, but I'm afraid you can't make trouble for him. Your grandfather died a natural death.
Well, I know he didn't, Dr. Austin. I know that Joe murdered him, and I'm going to prove it.
How, Linda?
How? I'm going to Boston Blackie. That's how.
Now, on to Dick Calmer as Boston Blackie. Enemy to those who make him an enemy. Friend to those who have no friend.
Hello?
Hello, Tom. This is Bob.
Oh, how are you, Bob?
Fine. What's new?
Oh, nothing. Just the same old stuff.
Say, doing anything this weekend?
No, I don't think so. Oh, yes, Mrs. Van Grifton.
Oh, no, not that.
Yeah. Wants me to come to her country home for the weekend, but...
Oh, brother.
I think I'll have a much better time at the...
Yeah?
No.
Hello?
Who are you?
Hello, Tom.
Put down that knife.
Hello? Tom!
Children, don't go too far away from the door. And don't be late for supper.
Yeah, they never listen to me. Where did you come from? Who are you? No, put down that knife.
Here's the third one, Inspector Farraday. Lying right here on the dock where Patrolman Murphy found him.
The third one in 5 hours. And all with a 10-cent store kitchen knife stuck in him. Rollins, we've got a madman on the loose.
Yeah, killing for the fun of it.
This has got me, no kidding. First Tom Marshall, one of the richest men in town. Then that housewife out in Green Meadows. And now this bum at the waterfront.
And bum is about the only identification we have on this one, Inspector.
Don't know who he is, huh?
No identification.
Now, take him to the morgue. Maybe we'll get identification from fingerprints or dental work, if any. But we gotta work fast and grab this killer, or we'll have another body lying around somewhere.
Yeah, but how are we going to figure where this killer is going to strike next? He just picks out anybody, anywhere, and sticks a knife in him.
I know, but there must be some way...
Hey, who's this?
You might know who it is. Blackie, what are you doing here?
Looking for you. It looks as if my mission is accomplished. Hey, what do you got here?
What does it look like?
Stabbed, huh?
No, strangled. The knife in his chest is just for effect. Beat it, will you? I got enough trouble.
Since when is one body trouble for the great Inspector Farraday?
One body isn't. But this happens to be the third one in the last 5 hours.
What?
Yeah, the third. And all killed in the same way. By the same type of instrument. A 10-cent store kitchen knife.
All here at the waterfront, of course?
No, one of the victims was Tom Marshall.
The millionaire?
Yeah. Killed in his home. The second was a woman, Mrs. Harriet Jones. She was killed the same way, on a street out in Green Meadows.
And now this, huh?
Yeah. This one we can't even identify.
You've got a problem worse than mine.
I'll say I have. And don't make it any better. Stay out of it.
Stay out of it? Oh, Farraday, how can I? 3 absolutely unrelated people killed the same way in 3 different parts of town. Tell you what, let's do.
This is going to be good.
I'll take this case and you take mine. I'm trying to prove murder in the case of an old man who died of heart trouble in the hospital.
Look, will you quit bothering me with child's play?
Child's play is awfully consistent with your mentality.
Look, you get out of my sight and stay out. I've got a madman on the loose. I don't want you bothering me till I get him on the books.
Where are we going, Blackie?
The city hospital, Mary, to see Dr. Austin.
What can he have to do with the 3 madman murders?
Nothing, Mary. Farraday won't let me work on that case with him. He won't give me enough information so I can go to work on it myself.
So?
So I'm going to see what I can do for Linda Graham.
Oh, Blackie, it's just nonsense to believe what she told you about her grandfather being killed. Oh, Mr. Graham died of heart trouble.
I know, but she thinks a man named Joe Reed killed him.
Now, how? He died in a hospital bed surrounded by doctors.
I know that, too. But according to Miss Graham's story, Joe Reed was an old man Graham's secretary.
Oh, I see, and all secretaries kill their bosses. Now, what sense does that make?
None. Reed was afraid he was going to be cut out of old man Graham's will, so he wanted to kill him before he had a chance to change that will.
You say that as if you believe it.
No, Mary, I don't believe it. Not yet, anyhow. But Miss Graham came to me in good faith, and I promised her that I'd do what I can for her. So?
So, you're going to do what you can for her?
Which is?
Nothing?
Well, not exactly nothing. I'm going to talk to old man Graham's doctor and to everyone else involved, but I'm afraid what I'll end up with is nothing. Well, here's the hospital.
Well, here goes nothing.
Dr. Austin?
Yes, I'm Dr. Austin.
I'm Boston Blackie, Doctor.
How do you do?
You won't mind if I ask you a few questions, will you?
No, not at all, Blackie. In fact, I've been expecting you.
You have?
Yes. Linda said she was going to see you.
Well, she did see me. She thinks her grandfather was murdered.
Yes, I know, and by Joe Reed.
Uh-huh, because Joe Reed was afraid he was going to be cut out of Graham's will. Any possibility Reed murdered Graham?
None whatsoever, Blackie. I treated Graham for 18 years. He died in this hospital in the presence of 2 other doctors, both of whom have attested that heart failure killed him.
Thank you, Doctor. It looks as if Graham's death was quite all right, and Miss Linda Graham is quite all wrong.
For a pretty girl, you're awfully stupid, Miss Graham. Or is there a lot of truth in the expression beautiful but dumb?
I don't know how you have the nerve to talk to me, Mr. Reed.
I didn't want to talk to you, Miss Graham. You wanted to talk to me. This is my apartment, you know.
And why do you even have an apartment? Because my grandfather was too kind to fire you, even after you had robbed him.
I robbed your grandfather? Then why wasn't I sent to jail?
Mr. Reed, you know very well why you weren't. Grandfather wouldn't prosecute.
No, of course not, because he had no proof. Just as you have no proof that your grandfather died of anything but a bad heart.
You killed him, didn't you?
My dear Miss Graham, your grandfather's death is a matter of medical record. He was an old man who had suffered for many years from an ailing heart. His heart just stopped beating.
But you wanted him to die, didn't you?
I'm $50,000 richer. And I like his money much better than I liked him.
But you knew he was going to cut you out of his will, didn't you?
No. Did you?
Yes, I did. He told me so 2 weeks ago, and he told you. That's why you killed him.
My dear Miss Graham, must even the simplest of facts be explained to you? A heart attack killed your grandfather.
No, Mr. Reed, you killed him. I don't know how, but I'm going to find out, and I'm going to prove it.
Miss Graham, I'd advise you to let matters stand as they are.
Stay away from me.
I'd like to be amused by your accusations, Miss Graham. But your insistence is beginning to bore me. And I hate to be bored. Now get out. I'll help you. Here.
Oh, let go.
Come,
Oh,
Miss Graham.
please,
It's not
let go.
that bad. I think I will teach you to learn.
Teacher Reed.
Who are you?
Blackie, I'm so glad you're here.
That makes 2 of us. But I'm afraid Mr. Reed isn't going to make that unanimous.
Blackie. Boston Blackie, I suppose. Well, both of you get out of here.
What's the matter, Reed? Want to be alone?
Yes.
Will you settle for being half alone?
What do you mean?
Miss Graham, will you step out for a while, please? My car is parked down in front.
You want me to leave?
Well, maybe, you'd better stay, Miss Graham.
Changed your mind awfully fast, didn't you, Reed? Too bad you didn't change mine. Go ahead, Miss Graham. Wait for me in my car.
All right, Blackie, if you say so. I'll wait there.
Reed was teaching you something a minute ago, Miss Graham. Now he's going to take a lesson from the professor. I won't be long. He looks like a good student.
I'll wait for you, Blackie.
Now, Reed, there's only one thing I have to say to you, and that's...
Hey! What did you hit me for, Blackie? I haven't done anything to you.
That little tap was for not knowing how to talk to a lady. This one is for twisting her arm a few minutes ago.
Hey, don't hit me again.
Get up, you rat. I don't trust you. You're liable to crawl in your hole in the wall. Get up!
You've got no right to come here and hit me. The police would like to know
go
that
to the police, will you? Maybe I ought to let you have one in advance in case you do.
No, don't. Now, please don't. I won't go to them. I won't go near them.
Reed, I didn't know why I didn't like you when I walked in here. I still don't know. But I kind of like not liking you. It sort of makes me a nicer guy.
Now, why don't you leave me alone, Blackie? I never interfered with you.
You know, Miss Graham had an idea. You were responsible for her grandfather's death.
He died.
I know. He died of heart failure.
Yeah.
Her idea is that perhaps you didn't actually kill him, but you were responsible for something phony somewhere along the line. And after seeing you, I don't doubt it.
Now, let me alone, Blackie. Now, please, let me alone.
Sure, I'll let you alone. Only you've given me some cause for thought. You're so exact, so precise. Your clothes, are just so. I wonder how your etiquette is. I wonder if you know the proper way to, let's say, hold a knife.
And now, back to Boston Blackie. Linda Graham comes to Blackie to accuse Joe Reed of murdering her aged grandfather. But authoritative medical reports show the grandfather died in a hospital bed of a heart ailment he had been suffering from for 18 years. Meanwhile, Inspector Farraday is faced with a baffling trio of murders. 3 people in 3 different parts of town and in 3 different walks of life are murdered in the same way, and all within the space of 5 hours. As we return to our story, Blackie, unable to solve his case, walks into police headquarters to see how Inspector Farraday is doing with his.
Hello, Rollins. How are you this afternoon?
Fine, Blackie.
Glad to hear it. Don't bother to announce me. I'll go right into Faraday's office.
Oh, no, you don't, Blackie. The inspector doesn't want to see you.
Even if he telephoned for me, Rollins?
Oh, he called for you? Well, that's different. Go right in.
Thanks, Rollins.
Hey, wait a minute. Blackie, come back here. Did the inspector call for you?
I didn't say he did, Rollins.
My best chance was if
I
he had
said
teeth.
even if he did.
Yeah, that's right, Doctor.
Thanks for letting me in. Yes.
Okay. You got the identification, huh? Good. Thanks, Dr. Parker. Goodbye. Oh, so it's you. Well, the same goes for you, too, Blackie. Goodbye.
Now, Faraday, you know you don't mean that. You're glad to see me, aren't you?
Yes, Blackie, I am. Looking at you makes me realize how lucky I am to be me.
Well, lucky you. How lucky have you been with those 3 murders?
Well, I haven't been lucky at all. I've been smart. I got identification on the body we found at the waterfront.
Yeah? How? Did the dead man wake up and tell all?
No. He was identified through his dental work.
Oh, that's so. What dentist?
None of your business.
Oh, all right. I'll solve the case by tracing back the knives using the stabbing.
I've already done that. They can't be traced. They're ordinary kitchen knives bought at the 10-cent stores. And every dime store in town carries them.
You just don't want me to help you, do you?
I'll tell you a little secret, Blackie. What? No!
Faraday, who was the dentist who identified the 3rd victim?
None of your business.
Oh, come on, Faraday, please.
No.
Please, Faraday.
No, I said.
All right. But I'll tell you something else you said, Inspector.
What?
You were on the phone when I came in, and you said, thanks a lot, Dr. Parker.
So what?
So Parker is a doctor. A doctor can be a dentist, and I'm going to see him to get my teeth into this case.
Yes, Blackie, I identified the dental work for Inspector Farraday. The dead man was Ernest Brown, a carpenter here in the building.
I see.
But,
Well, do you know any reason why anyone would want to kill him, Dr. Parker?
No, none at all. But I will tell you something. I was about to call the police when you came in. Mrs. Harriet Jones, the madman's 2nd victim, was also a patient of mine.
What?
Yes, Miss Wesley. Oh, I know that she lived out in Green Meadows, but I used to practice out there, and, well, she got in the habit of coming to me.
Well, now, don't tell us Tom Marshall was a patient of yours, too.
If he was, I'm going to faint.
Well, Tom Marshall wasn't a regular patient of mine. He was passing by one day, and he had a toothache, and saw my sign and stopped in for an emergency treatment.
One day? What one day? That might have some significance.
Yes, I think it does, Blackie. That's what I was going to call the police about. It was a week ago last Friday.
Well, why call the police about that?
Because, Miss Wesley, a week ago last Friday, Ernest Brown and Harriet Jones were in my office, too. And all three of them were here at the same time.
Well, I'd say that's interesting, but it's not. It's more than interesting.
You think it has direct bearing on their being murdered by this madman?
I don't know. It's the first hint of a connection with the three of them. Dr. Parker, while they were here, was anyone else with them?
No. The three of them were alone in the waiting room. My nurse and I were busy in the other room with another patient.
Then that's it. While they were sitting here, they saw something or heard something the killer didn't want them to see or hear. Come on, Mary.
Where to?
I'll tell you later. Dr. Parker.
Yes?
Call Inspector Farraday and give him the information you just gave me, but tell him not to do anything about it until he hears from me.
All right.
Come on, Mary. Let's grab an elevator and get out of here.
All right. Blackie, are we really on the way? What are you looking at?
At that door at the other end of the hall. Here, I'll wait for the elevator.
For goodness sake, by the name on the door, it's Lester Graham's old office.
Yes. Very interesting. Maybe our mad killer is Joe Reed, and the three patients in Parker's office heard him say he was going to kill... Oh, no.
Why not?
Oh, just one little fact, Mary. Graham wasn't murdered. Still, Graham's office, being so near the dentist's waiting room, would put Reed in possible contact with the three murder victims.
Because he was Graham's secretary? Yeah, I suppose so. But why would all three of them be killed? What do they have in common? They weren't witnesses to a murder or anything like that.
No, but what were they witnesses to?
We'll find the answer to that, and you'll find out why they were killed.
That's a great statement, Mary.
Oh, I'm a great girl. My gosh, have the elevators in this building stopped running?
Huh?
Oh, what are you doing, daydreaming?
No, daydrinking. What can three different people from three different parts of the city have in common?
I don't know. But let's stay with that witness angle. What could they have seen?
Mary, I've got it. If there was another will cutting Reed out of Graham's first will, I've got it.
Got what?
Mary, it takes three witnesses to make a will absolutely uncontestable. The three people in Parker's waiting room could have been witnesses to Graham's second will, if there was such a thing. He could have been looking for witnesses and walked in there.
That's right, Blackie. And Reed knew about the will, stole it, destroyed it, and then killed the three witnesses.
That is, of course, providing a second will existed.
Well, how can you find out? As you say, it's probably been destroyed.
I think I know how, Mary. Come on. We've got to get to a telephone.
Who are you calling, Blackie?
Joe Reed, Mary. And here's hoping he doesn't call my bluff.
Here's hoping, too.
Here's bluffing.
Hello?
Joe Reed?
Yes?
This is Dr. Parker.
Who?
Dr. Lester Parker, the dentist.
I don't think I know you, do I?
No, we've never met, but I think we should meet him soon.
Why?
I know something I think you should know.
What's that?
I know why those three people were knifed to death yesterday afternoon.
Oh, really? Well, what about it?
I think maybe we'd better have a little talk.
About what?
About why those three people were killed.
Look, I don't know what you're talking about.
But I do. It's old man Graham's will. The three murdered people were witnesses to it. But I was too, in a way. I just didn't have time to sign my name to it.
So?
So I saw what was in the will, accidentally, of course. It seems you were cut off without a cent.
Now, isn't that interesting?
It is to me. It didn't mean anything to me then, but it does now. See me in my office at 10 o'clock tonight, and I'll tell you how much. Is there only one entrance to this office of yours, Dr. Parker?
Yes, Blackie. Just the door to the reception room here.
Yeah. Oh, that's good.
He won't sneak up behind us, huh?
No, if he shows up at all, which I'm beginning to doubt. It's 10 after 10 already, and not a sign of him.
Maybe your trick isn't going to work.
Maybe Reed isn't a murderer. But it won't be your fault if I can't prove anything. You're a brave guy to go through with this, Doctor. If Reed's the man we're after, he's a dangerous killer.
Blackie.
We simply...
The elevator door just opened.
Good, now. Shh. Stay back from the door.
Don't worry, I'm back.
He's coming down the hall.
Now, I hear him.
Take him into your office when he gets in. But leave the door open so I can hear.
I'll get back at this desk now.
Just outside the door now.
Good luck.
Thanks.
Hello, Blackie. You here?
Oh, Farraday.
Blackie, what are you doing hiding in the dark?
Not trying to hide from you, Inspector. Turn on the lights, Dr. Parker.
All right.
I'm afraid our trick didn't work.
What trick? And what was Miss Wesley's idea of telling me you were in danger?
Skip it. Inspector, you know Dr. Parker.
Yes, we've met.
Sure. Blackie, what are you up to?
I thought I was up to grabbing your killer for you, but it seems my suspect didn't come up to be grabbed. Come on, Doctor. I'll drive you home.
Okay, I'll get...
You come along, too, Farraday. I'll tell you all about it on the way.
Well, thanks for the lift home, Blackie.
It's all right, Doctor. Glad to do it. Thanks for helping me try to catch Reed.
Well, looks as if he was either not gullible or too smart for us, though.
It doesn't take much to be too smart for Blackie.
Now, Farraday, is that nice?
No, just true, that's all.
Good night, Inspector.
Good night.
Night, Blackie.
Night, Parker. Good evening, Dr. Parker.
Who are you?
You ought to know, Dr. Parker. You said you wanted to see me tonight in your office at 10 o'clock.
You're Joe Reed.
Marvelous deduction. Sorry I couldn't keep my appointment with you at your office, but it seemed so unwise. I don't like traps.
Traps?
Do I look like a fool, Dr. Parker?
Oh, I see. You were afraid the police might be waiting in my office with me, eh?
Yeah.
Do I look like a fool, Mr. Reed? Look, I can make a great deal of money keeping the police away from you.
You can?
Yes, as much as you can afford to pay.
What makes you think so?
What I know about you, old man Graham's second will, and the 3 people killed by what the police think is a madman.
You think I killed them?
I know you did. But I think we can come to an understanding.
If. What are you talking about?
About keeping my mouth shut. If you keep your wallet open.
How do I know you haven't already gone to the police?
I wouldn't be talking money if I had.
Yeah?
Oh, believe me, you're quite safe, so far. No one else knows about Graham's second will, the one you probably destroyed. No one but me.
Nobody knows, huh?
Only the 2 of us.
I'd be a lot safer if there were only one of us, wouldn't I?
Now, look here,
You look here. You'll see a gun in my hand, a nice, well-loaded gun. Too bad you kept this to yourself, Doctor, because that gives me a reason for killing you.
You don't care how many people you kill, do you?
No, one more or less won't make any difference. It's worth a lot to me.
Yes, $50,000.
Yeah, and I had a lot of time and effort. I had to wait till old man Graham died a natural death before I started. But when you're out of the way, I'll be safe. The second will's destroyed, the witnesses are dead, and soon you will be, too.
You wouldn't be so smug if you just looked behind you, Reed.
Think I'd fall for that one? You're crazy.
Glad you didn't, Reed.
Well, I hope he's got a hard head.
Nice work, Blackie.
Nice work yourself, Parker. You couldn't have talked to Reed any better if we'd rehearsed for 10 hours. Well, Parker.
Yes?
Did Reed outsmart me as much as you thought?
No, I guess he didn't, Blackie.
When he didn't show up at your office, I guessed he'd be smart enough to come here to your home. So we ducked back in here through a window.
Yep. I guess you could say we came through, huh?
It's funny how I knew Joe was guilty, Farraday. He irritated me. Every time I saw Reed, I saw red.
Yeah?
Boston, calling Inspector Farraday.
I'm Inspector Farraday.
One moment, please. Here's your party. Go ahead, Boston.
Hello, Farraday. This is Blackie.
Blackie? What are you doing out of town?
You don't know?
I can guess. You talked me into holding John Barnes in the Bradley killing for me to make an arrest. Then you beat it out of town because you knew I didn't have enough evidence to hold him.
My, you're ungrateful, Inspector. I found out Barnes had a motive to kill Bradley, didn't I?
Yeah?
I proved Barnes had an opportunity to kill Bradley, didn't I?
Yeah.
I also found a witness who did a pretty good job of placing Barnes at the scene of Bradley's death, too, didn't I?
Yes, but you didn't clinch the case against him.
Didn't I?
No. What I need is proof that Bradley was killed with Barnes's gun. I don't have Barnes's gun.
Well, you do now, Faraday, because everything that's mine is yours, pal.
You've got the murder gun? How'd you get it, Blackie? Where?
Up here in Boston. But you really want to know how I had to be sort of a bad boy to get it?
Forget I asked.
It's forgotten. In a few hours, Faraday, you'll have the murder gun in your own little hand. Then you can give it to Barnes right in his neck.
Blackie, be careful, will you?
Why?
Barnes's pals aren't the friendly type. They not only want to get that gun, they're going to want to get you.
And now back to Dick Calmer as Boston Blackie. Enemy to those who make him an enemy. Friend to those who have no friend.
Yeah?
New York, calling Mr. Gus Johnson.
I'll take it.
Thank you. Go ahead, New York. Here's your party.
Gus,
Yeah.
this is Johnny Barnes.
Oh, yeah, Johnny.
Just checking. You went to Boston to get rid of that gun of mine. Did you do it?
Yeah, I got rid of it. The hard way. It was stolen about an hour ago. I was going to call you.
Stolen? Who stole it?
Guess who?
Boston Blackie.
Yeah. I figured on trouble from him when I heard he followed me here to Boston. By the time I got back to the hotel, he'd already swiped the gun.
Where's Blackie now?
At his hotel. I got Joe trailing him. That was his last report.
Well, get up there and get back that gun.
I can't, Johnny. It's too late.
Look, you want me to go to the chair?
Of course not.
Well, I will if you don't find that gun. The cops know I hit it, Bradley. They know plenty more, too, but they need that gun to prove I knocked him off.
I know.
Then get it back from Blackie. It's registered in my name, and ballistics will prove it was the gun that killed Bradley. If the cops get that gun, I'm finished.
What am I to do, Johnny? Blackie sent the gun to Farraday. Air mail.
What?
Joe was watching him. Think about it. Too many people around.
Oh. It's in the mail to Farraday now, huh?
Yeah.
Gus, I got an idea. And you're just the guy who can make it work.
Say, Miss Wesley, what time did that wire say Blackie's plane was getting in?
3 o'clock, Shorty.
Gee, 3 o'clock, huh? Gosh, we're a little late getting there, ain't we?
Yes, a little. I wish we'd started earlier. I'd like to have seen his plane come in.
Yeah, me too. But not because I think planes is pretty.
Oh? Well, then why, Shorty?
Well, didn't Blackie's telegram say he got the gun Johnny Barnes used to kill that Bradley guy?
Oh, no. He told me that on the phone.
Well, Blackie's going to need protection from the minute he gets off that plane. I know a couple of the Barnes mob, and they ain't forgiving characters. But they're going to be awful sore at Blackie when Barnes gets sent to the chair.
Yes, I'm afraid you're right. And when Inspector Farraday gets Barnes' gun, Barnes is as good as convicted, isn't he?
Yeah. Oh, here's the airport. Yeah. Where do we park?
Well, let's see. Why don't you drive right up to the administration building? We're late, and Blackie's probably waiting for us inside.
Okay. Here, how about here?
That's fine. Want to come in with me?
Yeah, sure. I'll get out on your side.
All right. I think we can go in that door there.
Okay. Hey, wait. I'll open the door for you.
Thank you.
Being at gate 6, all aboard.
Big joint this is.
Yes, it is, isn't it?
Chicago.
I don't see Blackie anywhere, though, do you?
No, I don't.
Well, maybe his plane's late. Let's ask at the information desk.
Okay.
Flight 31 for Washington, Cincinnati, and Chicago, leaving at gate 6, all aboard.
Well, here's the information desk, Miss Wesley.
Oh, yes. Pardon me, but could I have some information?
Yes, ma'am.
Has the plane from Boston arrived yet?
Flight 68?
Oh, excuse me. Yes, of course. Flight 68.
No, ma'am. Flight 68 is late, but we expect it soon. Gate 3.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Miss Wesley, shall we go out to gate 3 and watch it come in?
No, Shorty. You can see if we wait here and watch through that big window there.
Oh, yeah. Hey, look at that big four-motor job taking off out there.
Yes, I see it. But I'm more interested in seeing Blackie's plane come in.
Hey, Miss Wesley, you ain't worried because Blackie's plane is late, are you?
I don't know, Shorty. It's just that I have a funny feeling.
Oh, Miss Wesley, planes have been late before. Or sometimes maybe an hour late. They have a flat tire or they get stuck on a sticky cloud
Look, Shorty,
or something.
Inspector Faraday's just come in.
41.
Gosh, what he's doing?
I don't know, but he sees us.
Gosh, you don't think maybe something's gone wrong, huh?
Well, I don't know.
Wesley. Hello, Shorty.
Hello, Inspector. What are you here for?
What do you think I'm here for? To meet a train?
Well, you're here to meet Blackie too, Inspector Farraday?
Yeah. How'd you know?
I'm just smart, I guess.
You smart? Bad guess. Isn't Blackie's plane in yet?
No, Inspector, it's late.
I might have known. Blackie's probably telling the pilot how to fly. What plane's Blackie on?
Flight 68.
Flight 68, huh? It'll be just like Blackie to keep that plane up, so I'll have to wait for hours. While I'm waiting, come in, Flight 68.
Tom, any word from Flight 68?
Not a peep for the last 5 hours, Harry.
Not a peep, huh? Doesn't seem possible. 4 hours overdue on a flight of an hour and 10 minutes. Have you kept checking?
Every 5 minutes.
Well, try again, Tom.
Okay. New York calling Cross Nation Airways, Flight 68. New York calling Cross Nation Airways, Flight 68. Flight 68, come in. Flight 68, come in. Come in.
Hold it, Tom. Anything?
Nothing.
Well, when did you last hear?
10 minutes out of Boston. Pilot radioed an okay. Said he was on the beam.
And not a word since?
Not a word.
Well, we got a lost plane then, Tom. He's out of gas and down somewhere by now. But keep trying to make contact. We may...
Any word from Flight 68 yet?
Say, nobody's allowed in the control tower, and that means you, too.
I'm Inspector Faraday, police.
Oh, sorry, Inspector.
Skip it. Any word from Flight 68?
No, she's 4 hours overdue, and that means she's down somewhere out of gas.
Or maybe worse.
Yeah, I think so, too, except we haven't had a report of any crash.
You mean the plane's just disappeared?
So far it has.
Look, let me see that passenger list. There's something crazy about this.
Yeah, the passenger list is the craziest thing about the whole flight, Inspector.
What do you mean?
Well, Flight 68 is a 21-passenger ship. 20 reservations were canceled at the last minute.
Huh?
That's right. So the plane left Boston with only one passenger.
One passenger? Oh.
A man by the name of Boston Blackie.
Gosh, Miss Wesley, why don't they put cushions on the seats in this place?
Shorty, here
We have to
comes
wait.
Inspector Faraday. Maybe he has word about Blackie's plane.
Gee, he looks awful sick, Miss Wesley.
He does, doesn't he? What is it, Inspector?
I'm afraid I got bad news for you, Miss Wesley.
Oh.
Looks as if Flight 68 has had an accident.
Oh, no,
And Blackie was on it, Miss Wesley.
Oh.
The only passenger.
Here, Miss Wesley. Maybe you better sit down, huh?
No, it's all right. Did I hear my name?
Yeah, phone call, Miss Wesley.
You want me to take it?
No, I'll get it myself. The information desk is right over here. I'll get it.
We'll go with you, Miss Wesley.
Yeah, sure.
All right, maybe you better.
Here we are. This is Miss Wesley. She'll take that call.
Oh, yes, right here, ma'am.
Thank you. Hello?
Hello, Mary?
Blackie! Oh, Blackie, where are you?
In my apartment. You obviously didn't get my second
Oh,
wire.
no, darling, I didn't.
My plane reservation was canceled. No flight, so I wired you and took the train.
You took the train, but Inspector Faraday was told you were on that plane.
Faraday, is he there?
Yes, he's right here.
Let me talk to him.
All right. Here, Inspector, he wants to talk to you.
Thanks.
Oh, Shorty's all right.
Blackie, what's the idea? I thought you were dead.
Well, that's about as accurately as you usually think, Faraday.
Well, what else could I think? That plane you were going to take has disappeared. You're listed as a passenger, the only passenger.
Well, that's crazy, Farraday. The airline told me the plane wasn't even going to fly.
Well, it did fly, and carrying one passenger who called himself Boston Blackie, it vanished into thin air. You meet me in my office, Blackie. I got a hunch you can explain this, and I think you'd better.
And now, back to Boston Blackie. John Barnes kills a man named Bradley and gives the gun to a friend, Gus Johnson, to get rid of in Boston. Blackie trails Johnson to Boston, steals the gun from him, and mails it to Inspector Farraday, thereby sealing Barnes' fate as a killer, and wires Mary Wesley that he is en route by plane. But the plane, supposedly carrying Blackie, disappears into thin air. Actually, Blackie has come back to the city by train, and as we return to our story, he is in Faraday's office trying to solve the mystery of the missing plane.
A plane just doesn't disappear, Farraday. Apparently you've been reading too many spook stories, and I haven't. So getting me down here was just a waste of time.
All right, Blackie. If that plane hasn't disappeared, you tell me where it is.
It's down somewhere, forced landing with the radio dead, or maybe it crashed.
No good. They told me at the airport, if the plane was down or crashed, they'd have a report almost immediately. They don't have a report yet, and the plane is now 8 hours overdue.
Let me see now. I got a call from the airline in Boston about an hour before plane time. The man said my flight was canceled. They'd send for my ticket right away and give me another one later.
Uh-huh.
So a bellboy came up for my ticket, and I gave it to him. Then, instead of waiting for the next plane, I took the train.
What does that explain?
It explains why I wasn't on the plane. And I have a hunch that I was called not by the airline, but by Johnny Barnes' pal, Gus Johnson. And he took that plane in my place.
Why?
I think this is why. He saw me send the gun to you, airmail. Then he found out a package mailed at that time would leave Boston on Flight 68.
Uh-huh.
He had to get that gun out of the mail. But that was impossible, so he did the next best thing. He stole the plane.
He stole the plane?
Sure. Because when he stole the plane, he also stole the gun. I'm sure that's what happened.
Well, maybe so. But does that explain why the 20 other passengers on Flight 68 canceled their reservations at the last minute?
Sure it does. It was decided for them the same way it was decided for me. Farraday, the whole thing is beginning to make sense now.
Yeah, but it's only theory.
You get on the phone to Boston, and I think you'll find out it's all fact.
Well, I intend to. But I'm not as interested in that missing plane as I am in that missing gun. How can I convict Barnes without it?
You can't, Farraday. You know it, I know it, and Barnes knows it.
Well, that makes 3 of us all in agreement. Aren't we clever?
I don't know. I'm going to see Barnes now and find out if he's as clever as he thinks he is.
How nice of you to call on me, Blackie. You've come to console me in my trouble, of course.
Oh, I don't think you need consolation from me, Barnes. Aren't your close friends doing plenty of weeping and wailing?
Not exactly.
Look, Barnes, your pal Gus Johnson told you I sent the gun to Farraday by airmail, didn't he?
Did he?
I think he did. And I think you found out the gun was being sent on Flight 68 out of Boston. So you saw to it that Flight 68 never reached New York.
Oh, say, I just heard on the radio about that unfortunate plane. Fantastic, isn't it? It hasn't crashed, it hasn't made a forced landing, and it hasn't been heard of. Just vanished. Strange, isn't it?
I don't think it's strange at all. I think you stole that plane.
You think... That's more fantastic than the fact the plane is missing. Now, how could I steal an airplane? Why would I steal an airplane?
To get rid of that pistol. It carried evidence that would send you to the electric chair. It was one way for you to steal back your gun.
Oh, so you've lost the gun, huh, Blackie? Well, maybe you're the one that needs consoling. Please allow me to be the first to offer.
Save it, Barnes. When they start giving out consolation prizes, I think you'll get them all.
Hello?
Blackie, this is Shorty.
Yes, Shorty.
Gee, am I glad you finally lighted Miss Wesley's apartment. I've been calling you all over town.
What's the matter, Shorty?
I got some news for you.
What is it?
Gus Johnson's in town. He's in the hospital with a broken leg.
You sure?
Yeah. His girlfriend, Blondie White, just told me all about it.
A broken leg, huh?
Yep.
How'd he break it?
I don't know, Blackie. Even Miss White didn't know that.
Thanks, Shorty. I think I'll go see him. But tell me, do you know anything about Gus? Anything I ought to know to make him start talking?
No, Blackie, I don't. He hasn't been with Barnes very long, though.
Oh, a new member of the gang, huh?
Uh-huh.
Well, what did he do before he joined Barnes?
Oh, a little bit of everything, I guess. Blondie White told me he did a lot of crazy things.
What, for instance?
Well, he was an auto racer, a circus daredevil, a stunt pilot, a seaman, steeplejack.
And that's enough, Shorty. That's more than enough. You don't mind coming to the hospital with me, do you, Mary?
Are you kidding, Blackie? I'm a nurse, remember?
I'm not a patient. Don't forget that. Oh, nurse. I mean the nurse behind that desk.
You.
Oh, nurse.
Yes?
We'd like to see Gus Johnson. Visitors allowed?
Oh, yes. And Mr. Johnson is resting quite comfortably. He hasn't had a visitor since 3 o'clock. It's 4 now. I suppose you can go right in.
Thanks. Which room is he in?
Oh, that one right there, 711.
Thank you. Come on, Mary.
I'm right with you.
Here's Johnson's room.
Yes, 711. Sure is a lucky number. Too bad he didn't have it before his head was broken.
Yeah.
Well, what's the matter? Doesn't he answer?
No.
Darn, maybe he's asleep.
He might be. But it'll be all right if we go in, or the nurse wouldn't have said so. Come on.
Oh, yes, he's sleeping all right. He's just like a baby.
That baby has a record of 11 arrests and 3 convictions.
Oh.
Well, let's wake him up. Hey, Johnson.
Mr. Johnson? Mr. Johnson.
Johnson, we...
Blackie, isn't he going to wake up?
No, Mary. Not now or ever. He's got a knife in his heart. Get the nurse, quick.
Oh, yes, all right. Oh, nurse. Nurse. Can you come here? What's the matter? It's your patient, Mr. Johnson. What's the matter with him?
Nothing except that he has a knife in his heart.
But how did that...
Nurse, you said Mr. Johnson had a visitor about an hour ago. Who was that?
I don't know. I didn't pay much attention. But, please, I've got to call a doctor and get the police.
In just a minute. Was the visitor a man?
Yes, but I can't remember what he looked like. But Mr. Johnson wasn't a sick man. He could have all the visitors he wanted. I just didn't pay any attention to anyone who came to see him.
Oh, did anyone else come to see him?
Well, yes, a girl this morning.
What'd she look like?
Well, she was blonde. That's all I remember. Just blonde.
Oh, that must have been his girlfriend, Blondie White.
How'd you know about her, Blackie?
Shorty told me about her this morning. She told him she'd been here. Thanks, nurse. You can call the police now. Come on, Mary.
Sure thing.
Wait, aren't you going to stay? The police are...
Will want to see me? Just tell them the name was Blackie. They'll know where to find me.
Where?
At Blondie White's. She doesn't know it yet, but she's got something awfully important to tell me. I hope you don't mind my coming to see you so soon after Gus's death, Miss White.
No, Blackie. Why should I mind?
Well, maybe you'll have reason to when you find out why I'm here.
Well, I didn't kill Gus, if that's what you're leading up to.
No, I don't think you did. But I think you know who did.
I don't know a thing.
Now, look. You saw Gus this morning. He probably told you a lot of things, maybe even who was coming to see him later in the day.
You look, Blackie. Gus is dead, and that's trouble enough for me for one day. I'm not going to shoot my mouth off and get a dose of the same thing Gus got.
But you do know who came to see Gus this afternoon.
I said I wasn't talking.
You don't have to be afraid of me, Miss White.
I'm not scared of you. You didn't kill Gus.
You're afraid of the man who did.
Look, when you know something that isn't healthy to talk about, you don't talk about it.
I understand that. But do you know what you're doing by keeping quiet? You're protecting the man who killed Gus.
No, I'm not. I'm just protecting myself.
Well, I'll fix it so you won't need protection. Will you talk then?
I don't know.
Look, I'll make a bargain with you. If I promise to send Johnny Barnes to the chair for killing Bradley, will you tell me who killed Gus?
Sure.
Thanks, Miss White. What? Thanks a lot.
thanks. For what?
In the one word sure, you told me who killed Gus. It was Bonds.
You don't know that.
Oh, yes, I do, Miss White. You promised to tell me who killed Gus if I sent Bonds to the chair for killing Bradley. That means he couldn't scare you anymore. Stick by me, and I'll get him for sticking a knife into your boyfriend, too.
Look, Barnes, you're in a police station, not a laugh movie. So take that smirk off your face.
I'm sorry, Inspector Farraday, but I can't help it. You and Blackie are both wasting your time keeping me here.
Let us worry about that,
Well,
Bonds.
sure, Blackie. I'm not worried about anything. I've just been too smart for you.
Yeah, you've been smart, Barnes, but not smart enough. I know exactly what happened to that missing plane now, and why it had only one passenger on it.
Now, aren't you clever, Inspector?
No, I'm not clever, just thorough.
You know how Bonds got rid of the other passengers on the missing plane, Farraday?
Sure I do. It was just as you said, Blackie. He had his pal Gus Johnson go to the airlines, dressed as a policeman, and get a passenger list. Then Johnson and his pal Joe called up all the passengers, pretended to be airline ticket agents, and canceled their reservations.
Which is what they did to me, too, only Gus Johnson used my reservation.
Sure, Johnson used it. He used it so he could get rid of that plane.
This is all very interesting, gentlemen, but none of it concerns me.
No?
Now,
We'll
why
see.
should I want to steal a plane? Why should I have Johnson go to all the trouble of canceling 20 plane reservations?
Well, that's easy, Bonds. You didn't want Johnson to go to the trouble of having to kill 20 passengers. The 3 members of the crew were trouble enough.
Well, if it was trouble, it was Johnson's trouble, not mine. I just don't see any connection between the missing plane and me.
Well, I do. Your pal Johnson knew Blackie had mailed that murder gun to me. A gun which would prove you killed Bradley. A gun which would send you to the chair.
Oh, really? What happened to that gun, Blackie?
You don't know what happened to it, Barnes. It went down with that plane Johnson stole.
Oh, did it? What a shame. Well, I guess you don't want me for anything more, do you?
I want plenty with you, Barnes. I know you killed Bradley. I know you engineered the theft of that plane and the murder of its crew. I know you killed Gus Johnson.
Then why don't you arrest me?
Because I want to do more than that. I want to send you to the chair. And I need the murder gun to do it. If it's your gun, then I've got you.
Yes, but before you get me, you'll have to get that gun. Gentlemen, I think I'll be going.
Just a minute, Bonds. Farraday, you'll be able to convict Bonds if you have his gun?
Sure I can, you know that. But how can I get it now?
What's, this gun look like, Farraday?
It looks like a gun. What should it look like? Your gun, probably.
Because I just took it out of my pocket? Oh, no. It's Bonds' gun. The gun I stole from Gus Johnson. And I figured the best place to keep it was with me.
That's my gun? No, you put my gun in the mail.
Oh, no, I put my gun in the mail. I knew I was being shadowed, so I wrapped up my gun, sealed, and mailed it for his benefit. I figured it was a way to take him off my trail. I didn't know Bonds here would try to get it even after it was in the mail.
Give me that gun. Let me see it.
Yeah, it's Bonds' gun, all right. And I think ballistics tests will show it was the gun that killed Bradley.
Blackie, one of these days...
Sit where you are, Barnes. Get used to sitting in a chair. Only the next one isn't going to be so comfortable.
Where are we driving, Blackie?
Out in the country to see Blondie White. You mind?
No, I should say not. She helped you solve a murder case.
She did more than help me, Mary. She was all the proof I needed that Bonds killed Gus Johnson. She kept her promise to tell me who killed Gus as soon as I proved Bonds killed Bradley.
How did she know Barnes killed Gus?
Well, Gus told her Bonds was coming to see him at 3 o'clock. A medical examination showed Gus was killed at about that time, and he hadn't had any other afternoon visitors besides us.
Oh, I know why Gus was killed. Because he knew too much.
He not only knew too much, Mary, he did it all himself.
Now, wait a minute. You mean he actually stole that plane?
Yes, he took my place on the plane. Then when the ship was in the air, he killed the hostess. Then he went to the cockpit and killed the pilot and co-pilot.
And bailed out before the ship crashed? Oh, that was how he broke his leg, huh? Golly, what a chance he took.
No, he didn't take any chance at all, Mary. I found out from Shorty, Gus had once been a stunt flyer. After he killed the crew, he took over the plane himself.
And landed. I see.
No, you're wrong again. He headed it out toward the ocean. Just inside of the coast, he set the plane on automatic pilot, and then he bailed out.
For goodness sake. And now that plane is somewhere at the bottom of the ocean.
Yes, Mary. And even though something very clever went on up in the air, we figured it because we kept our feet on the ground.
All right, men, I'll tell you why we're meeting here. Why? And why we're all wearing masks.
I think we know, boss.
Yes? Perhaps you do, number one. You're wearing masks and are known to each other by number only because each one of you is wanted by the police for murder. You're all professional killers with a great deal of experience in the trade. And all the best in the business.
We hired to do some killing now, boss?
No, number 8, I hope killing won't be necessary. But if it is, well, I know all of you can be counted on for a good performance. The masks and the numbers will be worn only at these meetings because none of you know the identity of the others. And I think it wise that it remain that way.
Afraid we'll rat on each other, boss?
Men of this profession have been known to inform on their associates before. The masks and number preclude all temptation of that here. You're strangers to each other. Even though we will now all work together, you shall remain strangers.
You say we're going to work together. What's the racket?
I'll come to that in a moment. I first want to make clear just one more thing. You have not been hired by me to kill, but I hired you because you are killers. We want our clients to pay us for our services. We much prefer that. But in the event the client does not want to do business with us, well, you know what to do. Any questions?
Yeah. Why do we have to kill a guy who won't pay?
Are there any other questions?
And now on to Dick Calmer as Boston Blackie. Enemy to those who make him an enemy. Friend to those who have no friend.
Good morning.
Hi. You Ernie Howard?
Yes?
Nice little candy shop you got here.
I like it.
That's good. Guess you'd like it to stay nice, wouldn't you?
Why, yes, Stay nice? What do you mean?
Look, I want $5,000 from you, or this candy shop ain't gonna be so sweet.
I don't understand.
$5,000. Understand that?
Yes?
I want it. You understand that?
Yes, but why do I have to... Oh, I think I understand everything now. Get out! Get out or I'll call the police.
Oh, now what good would that do you? I haven't done anything. Yet. But I am going to do something if I don't have that $5,000 by this time tomorrow morning.
You can't threaten me.
This has nothing to do with you, pal. It's your wife. We'll kill her.
My wife?
Yeah. Not you. Your wife. Nice little twist, isn't it, huh? Let me tell you something. In case you figure on having the cops here when I come to see you tomorrow, sure, the cops will get me, but that won't save your wife.
Why not?
Because there's 6 other guys in this with me. 6 other guys who'll go after your wife if anything happens to me, see? And don't think the cops will make me rat on them, because I can't. See, I don't even know who these other guys are or what they look like.
You're lying.
You have a cop here tomorrow morning when I come back to see you, and you'll find out. So, Mac, unless you're tired of your wife, don't go to the cops. Go to the bank.
After he left, I was afraid to go to the police, Blackie, but I thought it was all right to come to you.
It was a good idea to come to me, Howard. What time do you have to give this man the $5,000?
Tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock.
All right. Give him the money.
But I don't have $5,000.
You don't? Well, I do. I'll give it to you.
Oh, thank you, Blackie. I'll pay you back every penny of it.
Oh, no, you won't. I'm not giving it to you. I'm just letting you have it to give to this man. If you'll cooperate with me, it may turn out to be the best $5,000 I ever invested.
I'll do anything you say, of course.
Good. All you have to do is to let me hide in the back of your store tomorrow when this man comes to see you. I want to get a look at him. He said he was a member of a gang?
Yes, but he doesn't know the others, and if you hide in my store, there'll be trouble.
Sure there will. Plenty of it. I'm starting a personal gang war. Me against that character and his pals.
Inspector Farraday, I'm Mrs. Ernie Howard.
Sit down, Mrs. Howard.
Oh, thank you.
Now, what can I do for you?
You can do a lot, Inspector. This morning, a man came to my husband's candy shop and ordered him to pay him $5,000 or I would be killed.
What?
Yes, Inspector. That's exactly what the man said. My husband doesn't know it, but I was in the back of the store at the time, and I heard everything.
Well, I'm glad you did hear everything, Mrs. Howard. This guy probably told your husband not to go to the police, and so he's not coming to us, is he?
No, he isn't. And I don't know where he's going to get the $5,000. We don't have that much.
You don't need that much, Mrs. Howard. In fact, you don't need a cent. All you need is protection, and you've come to the right place for it. I'll see that you're safe and comfortable when I go to your husband's store tomorrow morning to make somebody else mighty uneasy.
Well, it's 10 minutes to 10, Howard.
No, Blackie, it's 5 minutes to 10.
That guy should show any minute now. Where can I hide and still see everything?
In the back room, Blackie. There's just a curtain for the door.
Good. Where's your wife?
Oh, Blackie, I suppose I should have phoned you and told you about it. When I got back from seeing you yesterday, I received a phone call from my wife. She's at her sister's in the country.
Well, that's a good place for her, right now especially. Uh-oh. Look who's here. Inspector Farraday.
Blackie, what are you doing here?
Minding my own business, Farraday, so why don't you get out of here and mind yours?
Because my business happens to be right here. You Ernie Howard?
Yes?
Your wife came to me yesterday afternoon with a story about an extortionist demanding $5,000 from her husband, or she'd be killed.
She came to you, but I thought...
Everything you thought is what I told her to make you think. I didn't want you to get excited and think the cops were going to interfere and endanger your wife's life. Now, we're going to... Say, it's 10 o'clock now.
Yes, and you'd better get out of here, Farraday.
Don't give me orders, Blackie. It's 10 o'clock, and you're here. Why?
Why? Because I have to...
Wait a minute. I think I know why. Don't move, Blackie.
Oh, Farraday, put away that gun. You know guns make you nervous.
Yeah? And shakedown guys make me sore. Keep your hands up. Have you already paid him, Howard? Or was he just trying to collect when I walked in?
Hey, Inspector Farraday,
I know. I'm wasting time. So I'll search him and find out for myself. I don't blame you for alibying him. You're probably scared stiff.
Farraday, sometimes, like now, you do the dumbest thing.
Hold still. If I have to be dumb to catch you with something like this, so okay, I'm a moron.
You could be if you studied hard enough.
Yeah? Well, look what I just got out of your pocket. A nice fat roll of $100 bills. And just about fat enough to be $5,000.
And that head of yours is just about fat enough to keep me from getting any sense into it, isn't it? Listen, Farraday, there isn't time to explain. It's 2 minutes after 10, and that shakedown guy is going to be here any minute.
He's already here, Blackie. He's you. And he's leaving right now.
Oh.
With me.
Please, Inspector Farraday,
Don't worry about your wife, Howard. She's safe. And once this guy's in jail, she'll stay safe. Come on, Blackie.
All right. Now, let me get my briefcase off this counter.
Since when did you carry a briefcase?
I don't. It belongs to Howard here. But right now, it belongs on your hand.
Hey,
Get out of it. Like that. Sorry. Got to shut you up, Faraday. With my best pocket handkerchief. Hold me. Hold that cord on the counter, Howard. Quick, while I hold him.
Blackie, but you shouldn't do this. It'll mean trouble.
Yeah. I know it. But as much trouble as if your friend walked in here and found a policeman. Here, he's tied up. Help me take him into the back room. Quick.
All right, I'll take his feet.
Good. Now let's carry him back behind the curtain. Quick.
All right. Easy there. Now, where do you want it?
On the floor here.
All right. There.
Good. Now, get out there in front. Your friend will be here any minute. I'll wait in here.
All right, but I just hope he doesn't.
Hey, wait a minute. You forgot something.
What is it?
Oh, nothing important. Just the $5,000. Here, I just got it out of Faraday's pocket. Give it all to the man.
After I do that, what then?
My friend Mary Wesley is waiting outside in my car. After your friend leaves, I'm going to follow him.
Oh, I see. And then...
All right.
Oh, it's you.
Yeah. Good morning. How's everything?
Fine.
Yeah, fine, huh? Well, that's great. Got the money you owe me?
Yes, here it is.
Oh, good. I'll count it if you don't mind.
No, I don't mind.
1,000, 2, 3, 5, 7, 9, 2,000, 5, 6, 7, 8, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 8, 4,000. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8, 9, 5,000. Correct. Thank you. You're a smart guy to pay your debts. See you around.
Yes, I'm afraid so. Blackie, he's gone.
Yes, I got a good look at him, too. I'll see you later, Howard.
Hurry, Blackie, he's getting into a car.
And so am I in a minute. Let's go, Mary.
Okay. I saw a man come out of the candy store just now. Is that the one?
That's the one. He got into that tan coupe up there, and he's pulling away. Let's go after him.
Here we go. And let's hope he doesn't go through any red lights. I'd hate to have to break the law.
I'd like to catch up with him. I'd like to break his jaw.
He isn't driving terribly fast, Blackie.
Nobody realizes he's being followed. He brought us out into the country to try to shake us. Uh-oh, he's speeding up.
Well, we can do the same.
Careful, Mary. This road has a lot of nasty turns.
Yeah, I know, but I can go as fast as our friend in front of it.
Sure. We don't want to lose him. I've got to make him talk about that gang of his. I'd rather lose him than our lives. Hey, he's coming to that bridge, and he's not going to make the turn. Mary, slow down.
I will. Oh, good heavens.
He's on the bridge.
Oh, it's too late.
Stop the car, Mary.
All right.
Come on. Let's go after him.
I'm right behind you.
Come on.
Whoo! What a mashup. You can hardly tell that's a car.
And our friend is inside there, too.
Oh, look, Blackie, what's in the road here? It's a hotel key.
I'll take that. Only it probably means nothing. Just get this door open. There. Whew. Good thing you're a nurse, Mary. This fellow needs...
A nurse?
No, an undertaker, Mary. He's dead. And so are we. He was our only clue to the extortion gang.
Now, back to Boston Blackie. A gang of extortionists has demanded $5,000 from Ernie Howard, operator of a candy store. The gang threatens to kill Howard's wife unless he pays or if he goes to the police. So Howard goes to Blackie, who gives him the money. After a brief altercation with Farraday in Howard's store, Blackie waits until the money is paid and then follows the extortionist in his car. But in an attempt to escape, the gangster wrecks his car and is killed. As we return to our story, Blackie and Mary are driving back from the scene of the fatal accident.
Too bad that man was killed, Blackie.
Too bad in more ways than one, Mary. He's not only dead, but we've lost our best lead to that gang of extortionists.
Can we find another lead?
I don't know. I hope so. Because until we do, this gang can go right on shaking down storekeepers and maybe killing them, too. You know, I think I'll try the key we found at the accident.
Do you think it's the key to the dead man's room?
Well, we found it just outside the wrecked car. There's a good chance that it's his. It says the Maxwell Hotel.
Where's that?
Down in the lower part of the city. Say, drive me down there, Mary, will you? Then go home and wait to hear from me. This key may open the door that may help me close this case. Mary, this is Blackie.
Oh, hello, Blackie. Find anything in that hotel room?
Plenty, Mary, plenty. In fact, I'm still here.
Why?
Waiting for a phone call.
Oh, darling, why a phone call?
Well, I just think there's going to be one after what I found here.
What have you found?
First of all, a mask and a number.
A mask?
Yeah. In fact, it's a hood. Covers the whole face except for 2 small holes for the eyes.
Well, what do you suppose that's for?
I don't know exactly. But Howard told me that none of the extortion gang knew each other. It could be they wear masks to their meetings.
Oh, I see. Well, you mentioned a number. At the meeting, they're known only by number?
Yes. And our dead friend was number 1.
Oh. Well, what are you going to do?
Well, number 1 made a collection today, $5,000. Unless he's the boss will either come here or phone here and arrange to get the money. So I'm going to wait here for that call.
Well, all right, Blackie, but be careful, darling.
Sure, I will. Oh, but look, do me a favor right away, will you?
Sure.
Phone Farraday and tell him about the accident out in the country.
What if he's already found out about it?
Well, if he has, tell him not to release the name of the dead man until I say so.
Blackie, what are you up to?
Oh, nothing serious, Mary. Just an impersonation in case the boss calls. And I don't think even I could give a very good impersonation of a man the boss knows is dead.
Oh, I get it. And the boss will have no way of knowing number 1 is dead if the inspector doesn't release his name.
My, but you're smart. I heard enough of his voice to imitate it. I hope. Well, call Farraday right away, will you?
Oh, sure, right away. And then where can I reach you later?
Right here. Room 928, the Maxwell. Bye.
Bye.
Hello?
Hello? Carlton?
Yes.
This is me. You know who. You collect from Howard?
Yes?
Good. We're meeting tonight. Bring the money and don't forget to wear your mask.
All right. Where are we meeting? The same place?
Yes, same place.
Think that's smart?
Sure. Why not?
Howard may be yelping now. The heat may be on. Maybe somebody saw us at the old spot. I think we ought to meet at a new place.
Yeah, maybe you're right.
It'd be safer.
Sure. Good idea. Where do you want to meet?
You're the boss, aren't you? You name it.
All right. We'll make it in the empty house at the crossroads of Cheever Lane, 9 o'clock. That's a long drive. You'd better leave right away. All right?
The empty house at the crossroads of Cheever Lane at 9 o'clock. I'll be there.
Farraday speaking.
Inspector Farraday, this is Mary Wesley.
You've got a nerve calling me, Miss Wesley, when your pal Blackie practically kidnapped me today.
Inspector, if he did, it was for your own good. And also, if you don't want Blackie killed, you have to do something for me.
I sure don't want Blackie killed. I want the pleasure of killing him myself.
Listen, Inspector Farraday. There was an auto accident on the Glenmore Road about 11 o'clock this morning. A man was killed.
So what?
So when you get the report, don't release the name of the dead man. Or Blackie will be one, too.
What are you talking about?
The dead man is a member of an extortion gang. And Blackie is trying to take his place so he can catch the head man. Now, if the leader knows that his man is dead, Blackie will be in trouble.
You tell Blackie to let the police handle things like this.
too late, Inspector. Blackie may already have contacted the boss.
Oh, all right. I have to spend all my time getting that guy out of jams. I won't release the name, Miss Wesley.
Oh, thank you. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Rollins! Rollins, come in here!
Yes, Inspector?
Rollins, phone the accident bureau. Tell them not to release the name of the man killed in that wreck on the Glenmore Road.
Huh? The accident bureau called here over an hour ago, Inspector, and we released the name to the papers right away.
What?
Well, that's what we always do, Inspector.
I know, but we don't always have Boston Blackie to worry about. Get Mary Wesley on the phone, quick, and get me a squad car right away. Hop in, Miss Wesley. Did you get hold of Blackie?
No, Inspector Farraday. I phoned the Maxwell Hotel as soon as I got your call, but the room didn't answer.
Oh, that's bad. Maxwell Hotel, Rollins. We'll try to pick up Blackie's trail from there. And turn on that siren.
Yes, sir.
Quiet, men, quiet. Quiet. We're meeting in a new place tonight, thanks to the brilliant judgment of number one. He feels that perhaps our former meeting place might have been spotted. We wouldn't want that.
We make a big haul with our collections, boss.
We're going to that in a moment, number 5.
Well, I got 10,000. 2 stops, 2 collections.
All of the men got at least that much. We're doing quite well, number 5.
Hey, look, boss, do we always got to wear these masks at these meetings? This is a good setup, only it's creepy.
Oh? You think we ought to wear masks, don't you, number 1?
Yeah.
You wouldn't want one of our weaker members in a weaker moment to turn us over to the police, would you, number 1?
No?
What's the matter with you, number 1? You haven't much to say, and your tongue is usually rather glib.
I don't have much to say.
Why not?
I listen better than I talk.
So it seems. We were more than an hour late in getting this meeting started. You seem to prefer to listen at all that time. What are you listening for, number 1?
Nothing. Just listening.
Oh, you must be listening for something.
No, only to hear what you have to say.
You're sure you can hear well?
Yeah.
Sure you feel well?
Why, yeah.
That's amazing, number 1. I expected you to be at least a little bit shaken up.
Shaken up? By what?
That accident.
Accident?
Yes. The one in which you were killed.
Killed?
Yes. How does it feel to be dead?
There must be some mistake.
There's no mistake. I heard it on the radio. This meeting was delayed while I went to the morgue to identify your body. I was quite certain you were in no condition to attend this meeting.
Hey, look, boss, if number 1 is dead, who's this guy?
This guy, number 5, is the one who talked to me over the phone as number 1 several hours after number 1 was dead. I have a rather strong suspicion he's Boston Blackie. But, Boston Blackie or not, he's an imposter. And what do you think we ought to do with imposters? Don't reach for your gun, Blackie. Mine is already in my hand.
So I see.
Good. I asked you a moment ago how it felt to be dead, and you didn't know.
No, I didn't, but I suppose maybe I'm going to in a moment.
Yes, but suppose you take off your mask. I'd like to see whom I'm going to kill.
All right. Fair.
It is Boston Blackie.
Oh, thanks for the flattery, number 5. I didn't know my face was so well known.
Hey, boss, this guy knows about us. Maybe the cops know, too.
I don't think so. Boston Blackie doesn't work with the police. They didn't follow you here, did they, Blackie?
I wouldn't know.
Would you know? You don't have a chance to survive the next 60 seconds?
You're, going to kill me here?
Here. Why not?
No particular reason. I simply imagined that I would die in much more pleasant surroundings.
Turn around.
What for?
Turn around. You're the kind who ought to be shot in the back. Don't reach for your gun, all right?
Hey, it's the cops! Police! Beat it!
Okay, Blackie. But you still get it.
Your aim is bad when you're excited.
All right, everybody, stand where you are. Stand where you are.
Hello, Farraday.
Come on, Blackie. You all right?
I'm not only all right, I'm amazed. How did you find me here?
That was easy. Just a little smart investigating, that's all. All right, Ben, get these guys out of here. I don't want to see them again till they're in the lineup without their masks.
Where's Blackie?
Here I am, Mary. And not a scratch on me.
Oh, Blackie, that taxi driver was telling the truth then.
What taxi driver?
Oh, never mind what taxi driver. Let's get out of here.
Oh, I get it now, Farraday. It was a little smart investigating that found me, huh? Why, any 2-year-old could check with the cabs at the stand at the Hotel Maxwell and find out I'd been brought here.
Okay, but does it matter how I found you? I found you, and that's what counts.
You don't know how that does count, Farraday. Next time there's a party in your honor, count me in, because you're the only reason our hooded friends didn't count me out.
Hi, Inspector Farraday. Had enough of your office tonight?
Yeah, Rollins. I'm going home, get a good night's sleep.
You sure earned it today, Inspector.
Well, I guess it was the evidence we collected that's going to send Bill Thayer to prison. Yeah, we did a good job, Rollins. I'm proud of the department.
Thanks, Inspector.
Well, good night, Rollins. I'll see you in the morning.
Hey, Inspector, wait a minute. You aren't walking home, are you?
Yeah, I think I will. The air will do me good.
Well, maybe so, Inspector. Don't you think you better take a couple of the boys with you?
What for? I know my way home.
I know that, but what about the Bill Thayer mob?
Well, what about it?
What about it, Inspector? Thayer said he'd have his pals take care of you, and you know what that means.
Look, Rollins, if I worried about the threats I got from every guy I worked on, I wouldn't have time to do my job.
But Thayer's got a lot of friends, and he's out on bail.
So what? His threat doesn't mean a thing. And neither does he. Good night, Rollins, and don't get into any trouble.
Okay, Inspector. I wish you'd let a couple of boys go with you.
I get it, Rollins. You figure you'll be one of them, you'll get a little of my wife's home cooking. Some other time.
Inspector Farraday! Inspector Farraday! Hey, Smith, Thompson! Get an ambulance, quick. They got Inspector Farraday, and they got him good.
And now meet Dick Calmer as Boston Blackie. Enemy to those who make him an enemy. Friend to those who have no friend.
Hello, Faraday, old pal.
Hello, Inspector.
Well, at last the flathead is flat on his back.
Oh, no. Get out of here, Blackie. This is a hospital, not an amusement park.
Well, I'm glad you told me. Haven't had so much fun in weeks. The nurse tells me you'll recover. Sorry, old man.
Oh, Blackie, will you stop joking?
Yes, maybe I should be sad about this, Mary. The nurse may be wrong. Maybe Faraday will live.
Yeah, I'll live all right, Blackie. Takes more than a couple of bullets to stop me, especially when they just graze me.
Really? Bullets can't stop you, but a simple question can all the time.
Oh, now, Blackie, you stop. You didn't come here to tease the inspector.
No, I didn't. But let me enjoy myself before I tell him the bad news.
Bad news? What bad news?
Well, I might as well tell you now, Farraday. You probably haven't realized it yet, but this is one case I'm going to solve without interference from you.
Interference from me? You're the guy who's always getting in my way.
Oh, that's your opinion. Farraday, I'm going to get the guys who did this to you and get them all by myself. I'm going after that Thayer mob. Doesn't that make you happy?
Blackie, you stay out of this. I got him on that larceny charge, and I'll get Thayer for this, too. You lay off here.
Not very well.
Oh, Blackie, why don't you be honest with the inspector?
All right, Mary. I guess you're right. Listen, Farraday, I'm serious about this.
Yeah?
Maybe you and I have had our differences, but I don't like the idea of anyone shooting at you.
Yeah, all I want from you is two things. Stay away from Thayer, and leave me alone right now.
All right, Farraday. If that's the way you feel about it. Come on, Mary.
And don't come back, either one of you.
We won't, Farraday. I'll be too busy getting Thayer for trying to get you.
If I find out you're even down at Thayer's neighborhood, Blackie, I'll have you arrested.
What's the matter, jealous?
I'll jealous.
Inspector Farraday, what's the matter?
That guy there is what's the matter.
Well, the matter is leaving. So long, pal.
Oh, Inspector Farraday, I'm terribly sorry.
About what? About what?
I had no idea that man would upset you so. I wouldn't have let him in. I'm afraid seeing him has made you worse.
Made me worse? Don't be foolish. Seeing the way that guy really feels about me has made me feel a whole lot better.
Look, Jamesy, thanks to your stupidity in not knocking off Faraday, we don't dare stick our noses out of this room.
What do you mean, my stupidity? If you turned the car the way I told you to, Faraday'd be dead right now.
I couldn't turn the car the way we planned. There was a truck in the way.
Okay, so there was a truck. All I know is all I could do is spot Faraday and let him have it. Now, don't blame me because he's still alive. The way things worked, we were lucky to put him in a hospital.
Yes, and we're lucky if we don't end up in hospitals ourselves. The boss isn't going to like what we did.
I did the best I could.
You mean I didn't? Why, I ought to... Oh, wait a minute, James. We're both out of line, blowing our tops. Our nerves are going haywire.
Yeah, I guess that's it. Only you shouldn't have tried to put the rap on me for messing up the job.
I'm sorry. Guess the best thing we can do is think of a good story to tell the boss.
Yeah, you're right, Barnes. You think he'll give us a chance to talk?
I think so, if we talk fast. It's probably the boss.
Maybe we better beat it, Barnes.
No, that won't do any good. Put your gun in your pocket. Keep it there.
All right.
Good. Come in. Come in.
Hello, Oh, you gentlemen are in, are you?
Oh, yes, Mrs. Ackley. You don't want the rent again so soon, do you? Aren't we paid up?
Of course, Mr. Barnes. I just wanted to tell you a man phoned and left his number for you to call him back. I wrote it down.
Oh, thanks. Thanks a lot, Mrs. Ackley.
You're welcome. I hope I didn't disturb you, gentlemen.
No, it's okay.
Bye.
Goodbye.
Bye-bye.
I'd like to see the telephone number, Jamesy.
Here. Recognize it?
Too well. It's the boss. Come on, we'd better call him up before he calls on us.
Come in.
Thanks for telling your pals outside to let me in, Thayer. I'd hate to have to break in to see you. Might make a bad impression.
I thought if you were fool enough to come to see me, Blackie, I ought to be smart enough to see you.
Look, I'm not going to stand around here and spar with you, Thayer. I'm here to see you about those 2 thugs of yours who fired 3 bullets into Inspector Farraday last night.
Yes, that's why I thought you were here. Now, how about leaving?
Oh, no.
Very well, I won't argue with you. I was prepared for this visit of yours. I hope you're prepared for the reception. Tony, Barker.
What is it, Chief?
Yeah, boss. Tony, Boston Blackie doesn't want to leave. Will you and Barker tell him you think he should?
A pleasure.
Sure, boss. Come on, Barker. You get him from that side. I'll get him from this.
Maybe it won't be as easy as you think, Tony.
What are you using for a fish, Blackie? A mosquito bite?
Oh.
Very good.
Oh, yeah?
Well, you can take it. Here. I'll hit him your way, Barker. Oh, the table was in the way. He fell short. Push him over this way, Barker. Hey, Barker, don't let him hit back like that. He might get cute and think he can lick you. Oh, my friend. You smashed the table on him, Barker. That junk off him. I'll finish him with a good right to the jaw. He's practically out now.
Not as out as you
think. Up. How about this?
Oh.
Yeah, that did it, boss. That did it. Yeah, good. Now, take Blackie outside and toss him in the street. You like what we done to him, huh, boss? Yes, Tony, but I don't like what you did to my office. Now get busy and cart this broken furniture out of here. There's nothing I hate more than a mussed-up room.
Now hold still, will you? Oh, that doesn't hurt so much.
Oh, brother. Oh, that water on my face feels sort of good, though, Mary.
Does it? Well, that's a nasty black eye you have, you know.
You mean I have only one black eye?
Just one black eye. One bruised face and one bump on the back of your head. What hit you, a train?
No, 2 trains. The Tony Flyer and the Barker Special. But I'm not through with them.
Now, you don't mean that you're going back there?
Oh, yes, I am, Mary. This just about proves Farraday was right. It is Thayer's mob who tried to kill him. Otherwise, Thayer wouldn't have given me such ungentlemanly treatment.
Just the same, it is foolish to go back there and try to see him.
Think so? Well, maybe I'd better think of something else.
I think so, too. Here, now let me dampen that cloth for your face again.
All right.
Uh-oh.
I'll get it, Mary.
Well, all right, but you lie back so that I can keep this cloth on your face.
Okay. Hello.
Hello, Blackie.
Yes, who's this?
This is Rawlins, Blackie. Sergeant Rawlins, Inspector
Oh, yes,
Farraday.
Rawlins. How's Farraday?
That's what I'm calling you about, Blackie.
Huh? What's the matter? Did he take a turn for the worse?
Oh, I don't know what turn he took, Blackie. All I know is he didn't take it by himself.
What do you mean?
I mean, 2 unidentified men just kidnapped Farraday right out of the hospital. We can't find a trace of him anywhere.
Come in.
Hello, Blackie.
Well, Rocky Baldwin. Too bad you didn't come 10 minutes later. I'm on my way out.
What's your hurry, kid? Sit down.
My hurry is Inspector Faraday's been kidnapped, and I gotta find him. But aren't you in the wrong neighborhood, Rocky? I thought this was Thayer's side of town.
Yeah, but Thayer isn't going to mind my coming over here, as long as I don't try to cut in on him.
Then why are you over here?
This is why I'm over here, Blackie. To see you.
You mean the great Rocky Baldwin, tied with Thayer as the city's #1 racketeer, will stoop so low as to come to see me? Well, I'm glad I'm still nursing this face of mine, so I didn't miss this.
I've got a reason for wanting to see you, Blackie.
The usual one, I suppose. You want to try to scare me into doing something for you. Well, I don't scare. I got beaten up a little while ago because I don't scare.
Blackie, you got me wrong. I'm here because I want to help you. I know where Farraday is. Because I know who kidnapped him.
Who?
Thayer.
Yeah, I might have known. And you know where Thayer's keeping him?
Sure. In his hideout on Lane Street.
Uh-huh. Very interesting. Except for one thing, I don't believe it.
Why not?
Because why should you cross Thayer and help Farraday?
Oh, that's very simple. I don't like cops, of course, but Farraday is only one cop among many. But Thayer, well, he's the one man who stands in the way of my controlling this whole town. Understand?
When you put it that way, I'd be a fool if I didn't understand.
Well, you're no fool, Blackie. But better hurry and get your friend Farraday before Thayer finishes with him. And Thayer, you know, works fast.
And now back to Boston Blackie. Bill Thayer, gang leader, threatens death to Inspector Farraday if Faraday's evidence gets a conviction against him. Farraday is later shot at from a passing car, but is not badly wounded. Blackie, however, is determined to find out the men who shot the police inspector. So far, however, all he's managed to do is get himself beaten up. Then, to complicate matters, Farraday is kidnapped by two unknown men, and Rocky Baldwin, gangster, tips off Blackie that it is Thayer who has Farraday. As we return to our story, Rocky is talking to two of his mob.
Now listen, you two, and keep interrupting me with questions if you don't get what I'm saying, understand?
I get you, Rocky. Me too. What am I, a dummy or something?
All right, now listen. Jamesy, I sent you out to kill Farraday, but you bungled the job. You messed
I told you I was sorry about that. It was the car.
Never mind the car. Now, who is it that's getting blamed for trying to knock out Farraday? Well, who is it? Is it me?
Of course it ain't you, Rocky. It's Thayer. Everybody knows he threatened to give it to Farraday. So when you heard he threatened to bump the cop, you decided to have us do it, knowing Thayer would get the rap.
Sure, boss. We knock him off, Thayer gets blamed.
Right. Now, I got this Boston Blackie guy all steamed up that Thayer has Farraday hidden away. Blackie's on his way to get Thayer. Well, he's the guy who can do it, too. Blackie don't mess.
That means Thayer's due to get his any minute, and we take over the town. Good work, Rocky. You really fooled Blackie on this one.
Hold it, you two. Yeah? Rocky Baldwin speaking.
Oh, hello, Rocky. This is Blackie.
Oh, hi, Blackie. Say, why aren't you down on Lane Street getting Farraday away from Thayer?
I'll be down there soon enough. But you pulled a pretty cute trick, Rocky. I want to congratulate you.
What do you mean, Blackie? Thayer did kidnap Farraday. You'll see for yourself when...
I'm not talking about that, Rocky. I'm talking about who shot Farraday.
What, Thayer did, of course. Why'd some of his men do it?
That's what you figured everybody would think when you sent Jamesy and Barnes out to kill the inspector, didn't you?
What are you talking about?
Don't be coy, Rocky. You know what I'm talking about.
I do not. Where'd you hear such nonsense?
From someone who should know, Rocky. From Jamesy himself.
Oh, from Jamesy.
Yes, he doesn't shoot too straight, but he certainly knows how to talk. Just thought you'd like to know that I knew. So long, pal.
Hey, Blackie. Blackie!
What's the matter, Rocky?
Oh, nothing much, Barnes. So, Jamesy, come here a minute.
Sure, Rocky. What's the matter?
Nothing at all. That was Blackie on the phone.
Going after Thayer, huh?
Yeah, right now. But he told me something about you.
He did? What?
Said you told him a little story.
I told him?
Yes. I'm awfully disappointed in you, Jamesy. You've been one of my favorite boys for a long time.
Well, thanks, Rocky. But I don't know...
You really shouldn't have talked to Blackie, Jamesy. It means I have to do this.
Oh, Rocky.
What's the idea?
Yeah, Rocky, what you have to...
Rocky, what'd you kill Jamesy for?
He talked to Blackie. He told Blackie that we tried to kill Farraday.
Oh, no, Rocky, that was just a trick. I've been with Jamesy every minute since we shot Farraday, and he hasn't been near Blackie.
Oh. Oh, no? Oh, that's too bad. Looks as if maybe I've made a mistake.
Oh, Tony.
Yeah, boss?
You got Faraday tied up nice and tight?
Yeah, Mr. Thayer. I got him so he can't even wriggle a finger.
Good.
Now that we snatched him and stashed him here, what do we do?
I don't know yet.
I gotta have time to think.
Find time to think. After we snatch a cop.
I had to get him out of that hospital before Rocky Baldwin got to him there. They killed Farraday on that joint, sure. And who'd have taken the rap for it? Me.
Kind of sometimes even you talk too much, huh, boss?
Oh, I talked out of turn just once. When I tried to threaten Farraday. Oh, what a sucker I was. All he had on me was a larceny rap. I had a good chance of beating that.
Now, we're too smart for cops, Mr. Thayer, ain't we?
No, I'm not so sure. I don't know what to do with Farraday. If I turn him loose, Rocky will get him this time, sure, and I'll get it right in the neck. If I keep him here, I kidnap the guy. That means a chair.
Not if we make a deal with Farraday.
That's an idea. Only I don't think Farraday will buy it. I'll try.
Hey, wait a minute, boss. You keep saying that all he has on you is a larceny rap. Don't he know about the Edwards killing?
He doesn't even suspect me in that one.
Oh, no, huh?
I don't like the way you said that, Tony.
Well, it wasn't my fault, boss. You never said nothing to me about what Farraday was trying to pin on you. I thought all along it was the Edwards killing.
Go on.
Well, nothing. I figured when we kidnapped him from the hospital, it was to bump him. So I got talking to him. Told him what a sucker he was to mix up with a guy like you, a guy who was smart enough to take care of Big Jim Edwards.
You fool, Tony, you stupid idiot. Farraday didn't know a thing about me in the Jim Edwards case. Now I know what we got to do with that cop.
Gee, boss, I'm sorry.
Never mind about being sorry. You've done it and it's done. Faraday's the only one who knows it. So if we fix Farraday, we're still safe.
You mean kill him?
Or make a deal with him. Come on, we'll go see what we can do.
Okay.
Hello, Farraday. Comfortable?
You know I'm not there.
I'm sorry about all this, Farraday, but it was one of those things I just had to do.
Yeah. Just for the fun of it, I guess.
No. To keep Rocky Baldwin and his men from killing him.
Rocky and his
Never
men?
mind about that now. I got something more important to talk to you about.
What?
Tony told you I killed Edwards. Didn't he?
That's right.
I'll let you go right now if you'll forget all you know about that.
Sorry, Thayer. No dice. I'm not that kind of guy. And I'm not that kind of policeman.
Well, you're a live policeman now.
Yeah, and maybe a dumb one, too. But I'm an honest cop. I know where to get the evidence against you and the Edwards killing. And if I get a chance to, I'm going to use it.
All right, Farraday. I'm awful sorry. Tony.
Yeah, boss.
Get on the phone. Tell Harry to bring the big car down here.
Sure thing.
Harry should be here with a car in 30 minutes, Farraday.
So what? I still remember you killed Edwards.
Well, you got 30 minutes in which to decide whether you feel like losing your memory or your life.
Good heavens, Blackie, look at all those police cars. And all the policemen in the street. What's this going to be, a riot?
It's not going to be a picnic, Mary. Thayer has Farraday in that house across the street, and there may be a little argument about who does what. Stay here a minute. Here's Rollins.
All right, Blackie, but please be careful.
Yeah. Hello, Rollins.
Oh, hello, Blackie. We're just about set.
Glad you brought a lot of men, Rollins. This may be a battle.
But not a long one if the shooting does start, Blackie. I've got 100 men, and I don't think Thayer has more than 2 or 3.
But he has Farraday. Aren't you afraid he'll kill the inspector if you open fire on him?
Yes, I'm going to try reasoning with him first. Hey, Jack. Jack, hand me the loudspeaker microphone. I'll see if Thayer will listen to reason.
Yeah, boss.
Thanks.
Well, good luck, Rollins.
Blackie, I got scared sitting there alone in the car. Can I stand by you?
Hello, Miss Wesley.
Oh, hello, Sergeant. Blackie, can I?
Yes, if you're a good girl. He'll be safe behind the squad car if the shooting starts. Go ahead, Rollins. Let's see if Thayer can be talked into showing some sense and showing himself.
All right, Thayer. We know you're in there. We're going to give you a chance to come out alive. Can you hear me, Thayer? Can you hear me?
Yes, I hear you.
Come out of that house, Thayer. Come out with your hands up.
Nothing's doing.
And we're coming in after you.
Come ahead. I'll kill Farraday if you do.
He means it too, Rollins. Ask him if I can come in.
Oh, Blackie,
Listen,
no.
Thayer. Can Blackie come in?
What for?
Tell him it's to make a deal and to see if Farraday is really still alive.
You want to make a deal, see if Faraday's still alive.
Okay, Blackie can come in.
but alone. With his hands in the air and unarmed.
Good. Come here, Rollins. I've got an idea. If it works, we'll have Farraday out of there in no time.
Oh, Blackie, you can't go in there. They'll kill you.
Not if I do what they say.
All right, Blackie, what is it?
Here. Take my gun and keep it for me.
You're not going in there without a gun, are you?
I am if I expect to come out alive. Give me a tear gas bomb.
A tear gas bomb?
Yes, give me one, quick.
All right. Here's one. But, Blackie, they'll search you if they find it.
But they won't find it. There. Now, wish me luck. Give me exactly 3 minutes, and then come in fast.
Oh, Blackie, I wish you wouldn't do this.
I said wish me luck.
Oh.
Here, better get behind the squad car, Miss Wesley. If anything goes wrong, we'll have to start.
Blackie,
Yes, there. Open up.
are you alone?
You saw me come across the street by myself. Open up.
All right, Tony, let him in. He's alone, Thayer. He's got his hands up, too. Good. Don't let him near me till you searched him, and thoroughly.
I don't think you'll find anything on me, Tony.
Huh? Oh, there's nothing on him, Mr. Thayer. He's clean.
Good. Let him in, then. Wait a minute. Take off his hat first.
I'll take it off by myself there and put it over here on the table. How's that?
That's good. Come on in, Blackie.
Thanks. And I can put my hands down now?
Yeah. Your hands down and your cards on the table. You want to make a deal. What is it?
First, I want to see Farraday. I want to make sure he's still alive.
Fair enough. Go bring Farraday out here, Tony.
Sure.
And if Faraday's alive, Blackie, then what?
Let's wait until I see Farraday alive.
You just don't trust me, do you, Blackie?
Nope. Mind?
No, I wouldn't have much respect for you if you did.
Well, here he is, Blackie. Does he look alive?
Yes, as much as he ever did. Hello, Farraday.
Hello, Blackie.
Well, your pal's alive, Blackie. What's the deal?
No deal, Thayer. As far as I'm concerned, you can go ahead and kill him. Where's my hat? I'm getting out of here.
Hey, Blackie, wait a minute. Blackie.
Oh, here's my hat on the table. Duck, Farraday. I'm dropping it on the floor.
Hey, what's that? It's tear gas. Let him have it, Tony. Shoot.
I can't see him, boss. Where are you?
Over there, Tony. You don't mind if I borrow your gun, do you?
I do. I want to get me out of here.
Faraday, are you okay?
Sure.
Where'd you get the tear gas?
Quick, grab Dale first. We'll have Tony out.
Oh,
wait. Are you all right, Inspector Faraday?
Yeah, Rollins. I'm wonderful. I've never been so happy in my life.
Oh, Blackie, isn't this a lovely evening for a drive?
Mary, this is a lovely evening for practically anything.
Oh?
Did you say thanks to my hat?
Your hat? Why?
Well, don't you realize that if it weren't for this hat, I wouldn't have had anything to keep that tear gas bomb under? And that there would have been no way of getting Faraday from there?
Oh, well, nice hat. Thank you very much. Blackie, what happened to Rocky Baldwin?
He's dead, and so is Barnes, the man who killed him. They must have shot it out and both hit the bullseye.
Oh, Barnes was angry because Rocky killed his friend Jamesy.
Yes. Well, Jamesy deserved to die. He was a killer. Well, glad I guess I made about him. I guess I guessed him right, didn't I? When I called up Rocky?
Yes, I guess you did, and I guess, too, that it's good riddance. Gee, this was exciting, wasn't it? All the shooting and kidnapping.
Oh, I don't know, Mary. I'd say it's the quickest case I ever solved.
The quickest? Why do you say that?
Well, what did I do to rescue Farraday?
You put a tear gas bomb in your hat, and you threw your hat on the floor so the tear gas would explode.
Well, that's why I say it was the quickest, Mary. It's the first case I've ever solved at the drop of a hat.
Ooh.
p.m. Eastern Wartime. Your dial is set at 660, WEAF, New York.
Rinso, R-I-N-S-O, Soapy Rich Rinso presents Boston Blackie, starring Chester Morris.
Municipal Tower to Transcontinental Flight 17. Municipal Tower to Transcontinental Flight 17. Over.
That's us, Tom. Check it.
Check. Transcontinental Flight 17 to Municipal Tower. Flight 17 to Municipal Power. Over.
Police instructions. Check and see if you have male passenger occupying seat 24. Passenger occupying seat 24. Wanted by police. Over.
I'm just checking my list, Joe. Yep, we got a man in 24. I'll tell him. Municipal Tower. We have a man in seat 24. The name he's traveling under is John J. Jones.
John J. Jones. Maybe that's his right name, but the police want him. They know him as Boston Blackie.
Maybe you've met Boston Blackie before on your local movie screen. In case some of you haven't, I think you'll soon be fast friends of his. And maybe you've already tried new Soapy Rich Rinso, too. In which case, you don't need me to tell you how good it is. But if you aren't using Rinso now, I can't think of a better time for you to start. Now when summer is here, you certainly don't want to spend hours on wash day scrubbing and boiling clothes. Well, just keep in mind that Rinso gets out the dirt without hard scrubbing or boiling. A short soaking in Rinso's lively suds, a few quick finger rubs, and you'll be ready to hang out a Rinso whitewash. Try this on your clothesline and see if you don't start whistling while you wash. And now, meet Boston Blackie. Outside the law is no strange territory to Blackie, but never does he stray for personal reward, although the police, and notably Inspector Farraday, find no solace in his motives and only bewilderment in his ability to remain out of their reach. Meet Chester Morris as Boston Blackie, enemy to those who make him an enemy, friend to those who have no friend.
You Chicago police have been very cooperative. Thanks a million.
Glad to help you, Inspector Farraday. When we send a man to New York, you can return the favor.
Glad to. Anytime, Captain.
There's the plane now, Inspector. See it? Blackie has got to be on it. We know he was on the plane when it left Detroit, and it hasn't made any stops.
Well, Blackie's liable to get out of anything, anytime. I remember once I had him in 2 sets of handcuffs. And the next minute...
No handcuffs.
No, Blackie. Chances are I couldn't have made the charge stick anyhow. Never have been able to tie anything on him in 6 years.
You'll be able to arrest him now, won't you, Inspector?
You're sure Blackie's the man, are you, Miss Moray?
Oh, of course I'm sure. I was with my grandfather when he was robbed and the money stolen. The thief wore no mask, and I recognized him from the picture of Boston Blackie that was in the paper last year. Oh, I'm sure it was Blackie.
Mm-hmm.
Why do you keep asking me if I'm sure?
I just wanted to be certain, that's all. I've been waiting to get a witness to make a positive identification for a long time.
Oh, here comes the plane now. Do you think he'll have the money with him? I can't wait until I get my hands on it.
There's lots of money in this world, Miss Moray. What I can't wait to get my hands on is Boston Blackie. Go ahead in, Miss Moray. I've been keeping Blackie in my hotel room here until our plane leaves for New York. Talk to him yourself. I can't get anything out of him. Go ahead now. Monahan's in there guarding him, and I'll be right here outside the door.
All right, Inspector Farraday.
Blackie always was a soft touch for a girl. Here's hoping you get something out of him.
Oh, Inspector, you'll never know how important it is to me that I do. Hello?
He won't say a word, miss. Just sits there like he did all the time the inspector was questioning him.
Oh, I'll try. Blackie? Boston Blackie, would you talk to me?
About business or pleasure?
Maybe a little of both. Detective Monahan, could Mr. Blackie and I go over in the corner and talk?
Oh, sure. I don't know why not. I'll stroll out to the window.
Would you please come over here with me, Blackie?
Why, sure. I've been waiting for a chance like this to have a little chat with you, Miss Moray. You identified me as the man who stole $10,000 from your grandfather.
Yes, I did.
You know, you never saw me before in your life, Miss Morey.
I wish I had. Then I wouldn't be in such desperate trouble now.
You're in trouble. You had me arrested because you're in trouble? What is this, a new switch on the Share the Wealth plan?
Oh, please let me explain. From what I've heard of you, Blackie, you're the only man living who can help me. But I had no idea of where or how I could reach you.
Oh, so you made up the story of my stealing your grandfather's money, huh?
Yes, I did. I knew the police could trace your movements where I couldn't. And I knew you could get away from Inspector Farraday once I'd seen you.
Well, thanks for the confidence.
The very worst, I could have said I was mistaken in the identification, and then they would have had to let you go. Only by then it would be too late.
Say, look, let's get organized. Too late for what?
To recover the diamond that was stolen from me.
You've got the wrong boy, lady. If a diamond was stolen from you, let the police get it back. They're in that business.
But that diamond, Blackie, the rest of my life depends on it. I must have it back by tomorrow night. Oh, please help me.
Well, with these handcuffs on and 2 New York detectives guarding me, I couldn't be of very much help to anybody.
But those handcuffs, haven't I heard that you can get out of them whenever you want to?
Yes, but I've got to want to first.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm more than sorry. I'm miserable. I knew I had to reach you, and I just messed up everything. No, I'll never...
Oh, wait a minute, Miss Morey. We'll figure some way out. Here, wipe your eyes with this handkerchief.
Thanks. Put your hand. You got out of the handcuffs.
Okay, now, there, your eyes are nice and dry. Now blow. You feel better now?
Yes, I do.
All right, then. Let me have your bad time story.
I don't know how I can laugh.
Oh, it's easy. You just open your mouth and close your eyes and think of Inspector Farraday. Never fails. Come on, Miss Morey. Tell me the whole story before Farraday gets restless.
Well, I'm engaged to George Atwater.
Yes?
We're to be married soon, and yesterday he brought me something to look at. The Jonathan diamond.
The Jonathan, huh? Oh, that's worth a fortune.
Well, George's father has millions.
Hey, Miss Farraday, you all right over there?
Oh, yes, officer, thank you. I won't be a minute now. Blackie, the diamond belonged to George's father. George brought it over to show me, and then he had a little too much to drink, and I thought it safer if he left it with me. He agreed. And sometime during the night, it must have been stolen from my apartment.
I get it. If you don't produce the diamond, there'll be a mess. The police don't know anything about the diamond?
No. That's why I made up the story about my grandfather and the stolen money.
Well, when do you have to produce the Jonathan, Miss Morey?
Tomorrow night. George gets back from a trip then. He'll want it, and... Oh, Blackie.
Tomorrow night? Well, it doesn't give me much time to work, but I'll try. Call the detective over here.
All right, but why?
Shh, don't ask questions. Just get him over.
All right. Officer, would you come over here a minute, please?
Sure, Miss Fletcher. Well, did he tell you anything?
No, but I've got something to tell you, Monahan.
Indeed, and what's that?
This.
You shouldn't have done that, Blackie. You shouldn't have hit the officer.
You sure would have disappointed me if you hadn't said that. Now, listen. I'm going out the window and down the fire escape. As soon as I get moving, you scream for Farraday. Tell him what happened, that I socked Monahan and put the handcuffs on you. Here, I'd better do that now. Faraday's got the key. He'll open them later. There. Now, remember, you finally worked this handkerchief from around your mouth and screamed. Have you got that?
Yes. Oh, Blackie, please remember that getting back that diamond means my marriage and my whole life's happiness.
Okay. Well, I'm going to New York, and I'll do my best. If I get back the diamond, you get married. You know, I wouldn't be surprised if instead of Boston Blackie, from now on I'm known as Chicago Cupid. Shorty, listen. When a piece of ice like the Jonathan diamond is lifted, somebody's got to know something about it.
Look, Blackie, I've been out all night on it. Nobody knows nothing. All I could pick up was that a fella named Atwater owns it. None of the boys would touch it. That is, except Duke Walton. I'm telling you, it's as hot as a pistol, but Duke's been bragging that he'll grab it one of these days.
Yeah? Well, where can I find him?
Well, I checked that, too. He's out of town. That's definite. Yeah, he's been gone a week. Now, look, boss, why don't you lay off?
Shorty, I promised to get that diamond back. I chartered a plane out of Chicago last night after breaking out of that hotel room. Young Atwater isn't due back in town till tonight, so I still have a little time. I'm going to waste some of it on a visit to the Atwater house.
Ain't you a little out of your class up there, Blackie? You know they got an awful lot of dough, those Atwaters.
You know something, Shorty? After the way that Morey girl smiled at me in Chicago, I kind of feel like $1 million myself.
Yes, sir?
I'd like to see Mr. Atwater.
Who shall I say is calling, please?
Mr. Jones, Mr. John J. Jones. Mr. Atwater doesn't know me, but you can say it's about his son.
About Mr. George Atwater, Jr.?
That's right.
He's in, sir. Would you like to see him?
George is in? Well, I certainly would like to see him. When did he get back?
A little while ago, sir. He returned earlier than we expected. Come this way. He's in the library, right here. Shall I announce you?
No, thanks. I'll go right in.
Very good, sir.
Hello there. Mr. Atwater?
Yes, I'm George Atwater. Who are you?
Well, my name is Jones, Mr. Atwater. John J. Jones. I'm a friend of your fiancée's.
Oh, a friend of Lee's?
That's right. And if you don't mind, I'd like to ask you a question.
Sure, go ahead.
Well, the night before last, when you left Miss Moray, you were a little,
Oh, what do you mean, a little? I was a lot.
Well, I don't mean to be personal, but did you stop off anywhere on your way home?
No, I got a cab and came right home.
Mr. Atwater, where do you usually keep the Jonathan Diamond?
I don't know what you're driving at, Mr. Jones, but, well, we keep it here in the library, in this wall safe. Only it's not here now.
Would you open the safe for me, please?
Well, now, Mr. Jones, you're a perfect stranger to me, even though you are a friend of Miss Moray's. Well, you could hardly expect... Oh. So, this is a holdup, huh?
I'm sorry I had to pull this gun on you, Mr. Atwater, but I want to see that safe. You don't mind if I lock the library door, do you?
I do mind, but I don't suppose that matters.
Not a bit. There we are. So the Jonathan was kept in this safe, huh? The combination, Mr. Atwater, and keep your hands where I can see them.
Sorry, Mr. Jones. I seem to have forgotten the combination.
Well, I haven't time to make you remember it. Oh, the safe doesn't look too tough. Come over here where I can watch you while I go to work on it.
All right. There's nothing inside the safe, but go ahead and open
Quiet.
it.
Take that watch off your wrist and put it in your pocket. It's making too much noise. I can't hear the tumblers drop. Come on, take it off.
All right.
I think I've got the first number. Now for the second one. This box of yours is pretty simple, Mr. Atwater. In fact, it's about the most unsafe safe I ever saw. There, that's the second number, all right? Do you want to be a good boy and tell me the last number? No? Okay, be a bad boy and watch me find it out for myself. There. Now, that ought to do it. I'll try the handle now. Well, made it.
My compliments.
Save them. Let's take a look in this jewelry box. Oh, so the Jonathan Diamond wasn't in the safe, huh? Well, what's this, then?
That's the Jonathan, all right. I meant to leave it at Miss Moray's apartment, but I changed my mind.
Open this door! Open it up! Open the door, Mr. Atwater! We're the police. Open up!
Farraday, he must have had Shorty watched and trail me here.
You don't mind if I close this safe door, do you, Mr. Jones? I want you to be caught with that diamond still in your hand. Well, this seems to be my day for unexpected visitors.
Now, keep away from that door, Atwater.
You don't scare me. I'm going to open it. I'm coming.
I'm going.
You'll have to hurry. He's going through the window. Quick. He's got the Jonathan Diamond. He must still be in the garden.
I've got 2 men out there. Maybe I can spot him from here. Come on, Monahan. Blackie! Blackie, stop!
We've got him.
And he's got the Jonathan Diamond.
At last. Boston Blackie caught red-handed. Well, it does look as though Blackie is in for it now, but I have a hunch there's still plenty of action coming up. And shifting from Blackie to Whitey, that is Rinso White, I'd like to tell you about a completely different kind of action, the kind you get with Rinso suds in your washer. Yes, those Rinso suds are so peppy and lively, they get your clothes sparkling white and bright with as little as a 5-minute run per load. And when I say sparkling white, of course I really mean exactly, Rinso White. And there's no better way than that whistle to describe the special kind of white Rinso gets your clothes. That's because Rinso gets out more dirt. Simple, isn't it? No wonder Rinso is the only soap recommended by the makers of 33 leading washers. And, of course, a short run is not only easy on your washer, it's easy on your clothes. Keeps them new-looking longer. So next wash day, do yourself a big favor. Whistle up a Rinso White, Rinso Bright wash. And now, back to the adventures of Boston Blackie, starring Chester Morris. How do you like ourselves, Blackie? Air conditioning between the bars and everything. Comfortable enough for you?
Oh, sure. This one's wonderful. I wish you'd try sleeping on that mattress they have in here. I gave up in the middle of the night and slept on the stone floor. It was softer. Oh, come on, Farraday. How about a couple of pillows?
Oh, poor Blackie. Too bad I didn't hear you. I've suddenly gotten very deaf. Isn't that terrible?
You've suddenly gotten very deaf, and you've always been very dumb.
Oh, very funny, Blackie.
Yes, I know. New gag writer.
Last one have to go back to kindergarten?
Yes, and he told me how much all the other children miss you since you stopped going, Farraday.
Blackie, we had to grab you on that Morey girl's charge.
All right, so you grabbed me.
A $10,000 stick-up, Blackie. That isn't important now. We'll talk about that later. But where's the Jonathan diamond?
Jonathan Diamond? What's that?
Listen, Blackie, you've had that diamond in your hand. Now you had it when we broke in. Atwater saw it there. Where is it now?
Now, you listen, Farraday. You've got to get me out of here in a couple of hours. You haven't a thing to hold me on.
No, breaking into the Atwater house.
I broke out of the house, not into it. Now, see if that's a crime, Inspector.
You opened the safe in the library and you stole the Jonathan diamond. How about that?
You sure I did? Does that safe look forced? Did you find the diamond on me?
No to all those things. But we've got George Atwater as a witness.
A witness to what? I was calling on him at the suggestion of a mutual friend, Inspector. We were having a chat when somebody started to pound on the door. I got scared and jumped through the window. You know, things like that happen, Inspector. People get scared and they jump.
Blackie, I'm telling you this man to man, we've got a case against you. Atwater's word against yours that you robbed his safe. And slugging Monahan in Chicago. The Morey girl's testimony that you robbed her grandfather. That'll add up to 10 years at least.
Go ahead, Inspector.
All right, I'll be honest, Blackie. Young Atwater screaming about his diamond. Says you had it 1 minute and we grabbed you the next minute, so it can't be missing. Only it is. All right, you tell us where you hid it and I'll get him to drop all charges. I'll even talk to the Morey girl to get her to go easy if you return her dough. Now, how's that?
I don't know.
Oh, you must have it stashed somewhere. Give me your word of honor to deliver it back to me today and I'll let you out. Your word's always been good with me, Blackie. Now, come on. Don't you want to get out of jail?
Well, I don't know now, Farraday. It's kind of a nice jail. You know, air conditioning between the bars.
Blackie, be a good guy.
Okay, Farraday. As a favor to you, I'll come out. And you'll have your diamond back 2 hours after I leave here. But I'm not to be bothered during that time by the cops. You understand?
Bothered? You'll be protected. And thanks a million, Blackie.
That's all right, Farraday. I'll get plenty of satisfaction every time I remember you begging me to get out of jail.
Hello?
Miss Morey, this is Blackie. Can you talk?
Oh, yes, of course. Nobody's here.
Did I get the diamond? Well, yes and no, Miss Morey. Nobody ever stole it from your apartment.
What?
Atwater says he took it with him when he left you the other night.
But that's impossible. He didn't. I know he didn't. I even looked at it after he left.
Well, Miss Morey, will you meet me by the shrubbery alongside the library window of the Atwater house in exactly a half an hour?
Well, all right, but what are we going to do?
We're going to rob a safe, Miss Morey, with police protection. Keep that flashlight steady, Miss Morey, please. If we're lucky, the safe won't be locked.
Why not?
Because nobody knows I put the diamond back in it when the police pounded on the door. And it was only slammed shut by young Atwater. Well, here it is. There, you see? It was open. And here's the box that holds the Jonathan diamond. Put your flashlight on it. We'll take a quick look.
All right. There. But, the box is empty.
Uh-oh. Atwater must have seen me put it back and grabbed it. But why is he telling the police that I have it?
And see that I'm not disturbed.
Quick, that's Atwater now. Put out that flash and get back of these drapes. Hurry.
All right.
7, 6, 9.
What are you doing, Black?
I'm counting the clicks on the dial. 7, 3, 4, 2. Got it.
Hello. This is George Atwater. I got your message, but why did you call me here after I... Well, I don't care about that. We made a deal. I don't owe you a dime anymore, and you got what you wanted. Well, you have to expect it to be hot for a while. And look, remember this. I'm washed up with you and that crooked roulette wheel of yours. We're all square. And if you call me here again, I'll turn you over to the police. Yes. If I hear of anybody who wants to buy it, I'll let you know. You'll what? Don't be foolish. Who'd believe that? Goodbye.
I think I understand everything now, Miss Morey, but I've got to find the man Atwater just called.
How can you? He didn't mention any names.
No, but I counted the clicks as he was dialing that number. If my ears hadn't let me down, I can call that number, too. Anyhow, I'm going to try.
You think that man has the Jonathan diamond?
Yes, I think so. But you don't have to worry about it from now on. You won't be blamed because it was missing from your apartment.
But you're in a mess now, aren't you?
Well, yes, kind of. You see, I promised Farraday that he'd have his diamond back in 2 hours, and I can't keep that promise. Well, I hope the OPA hasn't put a ceiling on tempers, because if they have, he'll hit it.
Hello? Police headquarters.
Inspector Farraday, please.
Just a minute.
Farraday speaking.
This is Blackie, Farraday.
Your time's up, Blackie. Have you got the Jonathan diamond?
Well, no, Inspector, I haven't.
You're stalling. Now, Blackie, you've crossed me for the last time. I'm going to have a dragnet out that'll have you down here before you know it, and you're going to stay in jail this time.
Yeah, but, Inspector, listen, He wouldn't listen, Shorty. I've got to work extra fast now.
Gee, Blackie, look, if there's anything
Hold
I
it,
can
Shorty. I'm going to try that number Atwater called.
Hello?
Hello, Atwater told me to call you.
Yeah? Who's this?
I've got cash I'd like to trade in for something you've got. Atwater says that...
Atwater says, huh? Okay. I'm in an old house, 632 West 100th Street. First door on the right as you come in. Get here fast and we'll talk business.
Okay, bye.
Worked, eh, Blackie?
I don't know. It was a little too easy. Come on, Shorty. We're going up there to get Farraday his diamond. Unless his dragnet gets me first.
Blackie, duck down. Duck down this hallway.
Okay, what is it, Shorty?
Prowl car just coming this way. I never saw so many cops as we pass on the way up here.
Never mind, Shorty. Stay flattened out against this door until it's time for what I told you to do.
Yeah, okay, Blackie. But who really stole the Jonathan diamond?
Nobody stole it, Shorty. Atwater left the stone at Lee Moray's apartment and then returned later that night and lifted it so that Miss Moray could report it stolen to the police.
Ixnay, boss. Coppers. Okay, now. Look, boss, why did Atwater want the Dane reported?
So he wouldn't be involved. This guy I called up, the one who lives in this building, has something on Atwater and wanted the diamond as his price for clamming up. Atwater had to get it for him, see?
Oh, yeah, I get it. He stashed it in his own safe until he could reach this guy and turn it over to him. Only you opened the safe before he could do it. And he had to figure out a new story, huh, boss?
Sure. All he had to tell the cops then is that he was afraid that Jonathan wouldn't be safe at the girl's apartment and that he went back in to get it.
Oh.
Huh. I thought it was pretty cute when I put the diamond back in the safe. But Atwater must have seen me. Well, wish me luck, Shorty. And don't forget what I told you to do.
Yeah. Okay, boss. Quick. Come on, it's okay now.
So long.
Yeah? Who is it?
I called you a little while ago.
Okay.
Open up.
Okay.
Well, Duke Walton. Put that gun down, Duke. You and I can make a deal.
Think so?
Sure.
Lucky you're not as cute as you thought. I called Atwater back and found your call was a phony. Too bad for you. Now I gotta bump you.
Wait a minute, Duke.
I'm gonna wait a couple of minutes, Blackie. Some friends of mine are coming over with a car to take you on a little trip. Now sit down in that chair and put your arms behind your back. Go on, I ain't the patient type.
Okay, Duke. How's that?
That's better. Now I'm gonna tie you up nice and pretty like that. How do you like it? Too tight for your pretty hands to be tied?
Well, yes, if you really want to know.
I don't. I'll give it an extra yank just to make sure.
Hey, Duke.
Huh?
Duke, look under the door. That's smoke.
Where? Hey, that's right. Well, that makes things easier. This joint's a fire trap. I'll scram out of here and leave you tied up, Blackie. Lucky, I guess I was just born under a lucky star.
Maybe. But don't forget, Duke, sometimes stars have a habit of falling.
Yeah, okay, so I'm ducking right out of here.
Fire! Fire! The whole building's on fire. Come on, get out of here.
That does it. So long, Blackie. Me and the Jonathan Diamond are getting out of here, and both of us are nice and safe, which is more than I can say for you, pal.
Wait a minute, Duke. I've got a proposition.
Sure, but I got a date. No use trying to bust him ropes, boy. Maybe the fire will burn him through for you, huh? Hey, you did it. How'd you get out of them ropes? Never mind, ain't gonna do you any good.
Oh, yes, it is, Duke. This place is on fire. Go on, try and get out.
I don't have to try. I'm getting.
Take a look at the door, Duke. It's locked.
Sure, it's locked, and I'm going to open it right now. Hey, where'd the key go to?
I've got it, Duke, right here. I locked the door and removed the key when I had my back to the door after you got the drop on me.
Come on, give it to me. Give it to me. We'll both be burned to death.
Sure, Duke. Here it is. Catch.
Hey, don't throw it like... Hey, where'd it go? I got to get it.
Sure, you're going to get it, but good. You missed me, sucker.
Oh, sucker, you are. Get you for this, Blackie, if it's a... Take that million. Oh!
Hey, you're breaking my ribs. Drop that gun. Okay. Now, where's the diamond?
Never mind the diamond, Blackie. The fire will both be trapped.
Well, there's no fire, sucker.
Huh?
My pal Shorty burned some papers in the hall and pounded on the door.
But
Now, give her that diamond. You must have it on you. When you thought there was a fire, you'd have never left without it.
I ain't got it, Blackie. When I found your phone call was a phony, I give it to a guy to hold for
You're
me.
lying, Duke. I'm going to search you. Now, turn around with your back to me and keep your hands in the air.
Yeah, okay, but I tell you, I ain't got it on me.
Well, we'll see. It's not here. Not here. It's not here.
It's me, boss. Everything all right?
Okay, Shorty, I'll let you in. Wait till I pick up the key. Now, don't move, you.
Well, it worked, huh, boss?
Yeah, it worked, but do you recognize this guy, Shorty?
Sure. That's Duke Walton, the guy I was telling you about. It was bragged he'd have the Jonathan Diamond.
Well, he hasn't got it. I've searched him. He's clean, Shorty.
He's holding out, the dirty heel.
Yes, the dirty... Heel? Heel, huh? You know, Shorty, I think I've got something there. It's the one place I didn't look. Take off your shoes, Duke. Come on, take them off.
Yeah, you win, Blackie. The ice is in my right shoe. There's a slide in the heel. The diamond's inside.
Now, that's being very sensible, Duke. I'll just take the diamond out of that slot it's in and at the same time pull myself and Inspector Farraday out of a great big hole. Well, it's bargain day, Farraday. You've got your diamond, and I've got Miss Morey. Right, honey?
Well, for a while, Blackie. Then I've got to go back home to Wisconsin.
Oh, well, can we go now, Inspector?
Okay, Blackie. Go ahead. Beat it. You're in the clear. Only remember this. You make one slip, Blackie, and as sure as my name is Farraday, I'll be on your neck.
You'll be on my neck, huh? Okay, Inspector, but before Miss Morey leaves for Wisconsin, I hope I'll have her there for a little while first.
Oh, say, one more thing about Rinso. That same Rinso that's such a big help on wash day. I'd just like to add that it's also a mighty big help 3 times every day at dishwashing time. Even your greasiest roaster is a cinch to wash in those rich Rinso suds. And, of course, Rinso's grand for all the soap and water jobs around the house. Walls, floors, woodwork, windows, tiles. They all come sparkling bright and clean with Rinso on the job. So get Rinso tomorrow for dishwashing, for housework, and for a wash that's... And now a glimpse at next week's adventure of Boston Blackie.
I won't do it, I tell you. I can't do it.
Mr. Manletter, it's the only way your business can be saved.
I don't care about that. If the only way it can be saved is by risking the life of my friend Boston Blackie, well, I'd rather it were lost. I won't ask Blackie to keep that appointment. I don't even want to know about it.
All right, Mr. Manletter, if that's the way you want it.
I'm going out and try to raise the money. You'll hear from me later, and remember, I don't want Blackie to hear about this.
Hello, Mary. Get me Boston Blackie.
Be sure to listen at this same time next week for another exciting adventure with Boston Blackie, starring Chester Morris with Richard Lane as Inspector Farraday. You can see Chester Morris as Boston Blackie on the screen at your favorite movie theater. Boston Blackie's latest Columbia picture is One Mysterious Night, soon to be released. Original music for this program by Charles Cornell. This is Harlow Wilcox speaking for the makers of Rinso and wishing you all a very pleasant good night.
And don't forget, tomorrow, when you ask your grocer for the new Rinso, buy a cake of Lifebuoy at the same time. Lifebuoy's rich, purifying lather goes right after dirt and perspiration, leaves you feeling extra clean. So use Lifebuoy daily in your bath or shower. Remember, it's the only soap specially made to stop B.O.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Rinso, R-I-N-S-O, Soapy Rich Rinso presents Boston Blackie, starring Chester Morris.
Hello?
Is Mr. Manletter there?
Why, no, I'm sorry he's not. This is his secretary, Miss Rochelle. Can I help you?
Yes, you can deliver a message for me. I've been trying to reach him all day. This is John Partridge, president of the Morton National Bank.
Mr. Partridge, but... Well, Arthur Borden is president of the Morton Bank, isn't he?
Not since yesterday, he's not. Give this message to Mr. Manletter, please. Tell him that his notes to the bank were due and payable on Monday of this week, and we must have our money.
But, Mr. Partridge, we showed our books to Mr. Borden only last week, and he agreed to extend the notes until our accounts receivable came in. Our business is in fine shape, Mr. Partridge. Our books prove it.
Please tell Mr. Manletter that we'll accept our money in the morning, Miss Rochelle.
But it's $100,000. We can't possibly raise that money overnight.
I'm sorry, that's Mr. Manletter's problem. Goodbye.
$100,000.
Hello, Gene.
Mr. Manletter, the bank just called. There's a new president, and
they want to foreclose on my notes.
How did you know?
Read this letter. I got it at the house this morning. Here, read it.
If you want to know how to prevent the bank from foreclosing on your note, have your friend Boston Blackie visit a house at 50 Hunter Street at 7 o'clock this evening. Signed, a friend. Mr. Manletter, what does that mean?
I don't know. I can't see any connection between the bank and Blackie. But I do know I won't ask him to go to Hunter Street.
Well, can we raise $100,000 for the notes overnight?
I don't think so, but I'll try. Well, there isn't much hope.
Then you must call your friend Blackie.
No, it can only mean trouble for Blackie. I don't know how or why, but it must be trouble for him if I'm being forced to ask him to go there.
But Blackie thrives on trouble, Mr. Manletter, and it'll save your business.
No, I won't call Blackie. I'm going out to try to raise the money. You'll hear from me later.
All right, sir. Alice, will you call a number for me, please? Get me Boston Blackie.
Get me Boston Blackie. 4 words that the weak use to call their champion. You know, some expressions seem so natural and right, we use them all the time without even thinking, like ruby red and sky blue and so on. Well, what I get a particular kick out of is the fact that we've added a new one to the nation's vocabulary. Yes, I hear tell that nowadays you ladies say Rinso white when you want to talk about really white clothes. Of course, there's a mighty good reason why Rinso gets your clothes so white. Rinso's soapy rich suds won't take no for an answer from dirt. They pitch right in your tub or washer and go to town. Yes, Rinso gets out more dirt. And that's why you ladies are able to turn out those beautiful Rinso white, Rinso bright washes. So next wash day, whistle for the kind of wash you're proud to hang on your line. Like this. And remember, it stands for Rinso White. Now, meet Chester Morris as Boston Blackie.
Tell me, Blackie, which one of these girls do you like best? Come on, take a look at their pictures. Come on, will you?
All right, Shorty. I'll judge your personal beauty contest for you. Now, this blonde here...
Yeah.
Hold it, Shorty. I'll get the phone. Hello?
Blackie?
Yes.
Blackie, this is Jean. I had to call you. Mr. Manletter's in terrible trouble.
Hey, come on, will you, Blackie? Come on, get off that phone. I got to know about this redhead.
Lay off, Shorty. What is it, Jean? What's the matter with Arthur?
The bank called an hour ago. I've been trying since then to reach you. They're going to take over the business if Arthur doesn't redeem his notes for $100,000 by tomorrow morning.
Well, they can't do that, Jean.
Yes, they can. The notes are overdue.
Hey, boss, what about this brunette? Now, come on, will you?
Quiet. Not you, Jean. Look, honey, I haven't anywhere near $100,000, and I wouldn't know where to go to get it by tomorrow morning.
I didn't expect you would, Blackie, but Mr. Manletter received a message saying that if you come to 50 Hunter Street at 7 o'clock tonight, the notes will be renewed.
If I go to 50 Hunter Street, well, what does that mean?
I don't know, Blackie.
But if I show up, they'll renew?
That's what the note says. Mr. Manletter knew you'd be in some kind of danger if you went, and he wouldn't ask you.
Oh, don't worry, chick. You'll hear from me. Bye.
So you finally got done. Now, come on, help me. Look at it. See, I got 50 pictures here. Pick out the one I should print up on my wall.
I can't do anything about your pin-up problem now, Shorty.
Oh.
I've got something at 50 Hunter Street that I've got to pin down.
Come in, Blackie. Come in, Blackie. Come in, Blackie.
Hey, what is
Blackie.
this? Sounds like a record. Hey, you behind that desk. You in the mask. What is this? Come on, talk.
First of all, Boston Blackie, don't try anything foolish. There's one of my men behind you with a gun. And now that you've turned around to see, let me tell you that you are listening to this recording which I made, because I don't want you to know what my voice sounds like in person.
A record, huh? Well, personally, I prefer Harry James.
Blackie, I want you to listen carefully to what follows. Have you anything to say?
Sure I have. I hope you're... Oh!
Okay, boss. Take the record off. He's out cold. I hope I didn't hit him too hard, boss. There's no sense killing him. The law is going to do that for us very soon.
Gee, Blackie, where you been? I've been having pups.
Well, I hope they look like their mother. Well, I'm back, Shorty, only I'm not the same guy.
You should have had your head examined for going down to that Hunter Street joint.
Yes, I had it cracked. That's worse. Take a look at this, Shorty.
A bullet hole?
Yeah.
In your coat pocket. Who'd you shoot, Blackie?
I didn't shoot anybody, Shorty. Somebody slugged me, and when I woke up, my gun was gone, and this hole was in my pocket. I must have been out for hours. It's almost 11 o'clock. I called Jean, and she told me the bank renewed Manletter's notes the minute I showed up at the Hunter Street place.
Somebody sure took an awful crack at you, hey, Blackie?
Yeah, it's more than that, Shorty. Only how much more and exactly what, I don't know. Get my robe, will you, please?
Yeah, sure, boss. Give me your coat, and I'll hang it over this here chair.
Well, here it is.
Blackie, what do you make of this business this afternoon?
I don't make it. It's got me stumped.
Yeah, me too. Well, here's your robe.
Thanks. I think I'll lie down and relax for half an hour. Would you mind fixing me some coffee, Shorty?
Sure. Have it free in just a minute, boss.
Thanks.
Hello, Blackie. Glad to see me?
Well, Inspector Farraday, of course I'm glad to see you. Which goes to prove how easy I am to please.
Very funny. Well, Blackie, I think you overdid it this afternoon.
Well, my head sure feels like I did.
That isn't what I mean. Did you ever hear of a private detective named Fred Viswell?
That crooked Shamus?
Yeah.
Oh, sure I've heard of him. And he's heard of me, too, Farraday. I got the guy's license suspended when he tried to blackmail me. A couple of friends of mine, last year.
That's the guy. He didn't like you, Blackie.
I'd feel a whole lot worse if you said Rita Hayworth didn't like me.
You didn't like him either.
I hate rats, Farraday. Come on, what's all this about?
Nothing, only Viswell was found shot to death an hour ago.
What?
I'm taking you in for his murder, Blackie. Now, let's get going.
Now, look, Farraday, you've done ridiculous things every day of your life. But right now, you're borrowing from next week. What makes you think I bumped off Viswell?
I don't think it. I know it. We've got your gun, and it's got your fingerprints on it.
Oh.
We found it near Viswell's body. And if I'm not mistaken, isn't that a bullet hole in the pocket of this coat of yours on the chair? You fired from your pocket.
Well, maybe I burned the hole with a cigarette.
No cigarette ever burned a hole like that. Now, come on, let's get going, Blackie. Get dressed and hurry up. Take off that robe, put a coat on. You're coming with me. Come on, take that robe off.
All right.
Pretty robe, isn't it? Too bad you won't be allowed to wear it in jail.
You like this robe, Inspector?
Mm-hmm.
Well, here, take a good look at it.
Lovely.
Take a good look at it. Right over your head. Shorty.
Yeah, I'm right here, boss. I was waiting for a signal from him before I conked
Well,
him.
help me tie him up, Shorty. We'll use the cord from the rope. Now, quiet, Inspector, quiet. Don't you know it's impolite to talk with your mouth full?
You'll be tied up like a chicken in just a little minute now.
Well, I know what the score is now, Shorty. Somebody's fixed it to look like I knocked off Fred Viswell.
Yeah, I heard. Ain't a very pretty picture, is it, boss?
I'm not worried about the picture, Shorty. I'm worried about the frame.
Who is it? Who's there?
Let me in, Jean. Hurry. It's Blackie.
Blackie.
Oh, thanks. I'm sorry about coming to your apartment at this hour, Jean, but I couldn't reach you on the telephone.
Well, they closed the downstairs switchboard at midnight.
Oh.
What is it, Blackie? What's wrong?
I need information, Jean. I need all you know or can remember. There's some connection between a private detective named Fred Viswell and somebody at the Morton National Bank. Now, who was it that spoke to you on the telephone?
The new president.
Oh.
His name is John Partridge.
Well, that's the man I'm going to see. Faraday's on my trail again, Jean, and I've got to clear myself.
Oh, you'll never be able to get into the bank to see Partridge, especially if Farraday has a dragnet out for you. As soon as you show up, they'll throw you in jail.
Oh, and don't worry. I'll figure out a way to get in to see him. But if I don't get anywhere with Partridge, I'm a dead duck.
Good morning, Mr. Partridge.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Partridge.
Good morning.
Oh, I left your mail on your desk, Mr. Partridge.
Thank you. I'll be in my office if anyone wants me.
Don't open your mouth, Partridge, or this gun will shut it permanently.
Why? What do you want? Aren't you one of the special police that protects the bank?
Oh, well, don't let this uniform fool you. I wore it just to get in here. And keep away from your desk. You know, I'm allergic to the sudden pushing of buttons. Ah, that's better. Now, do you know who I am?
No.
I'm Boston Blackie.
That doesn't mean a thing to me.
Oh, I think it does. You called Arthur Manletter's office and told him the bank wouldn't renew his notes. But he received a letter saying that if I were to go to 50 Hunter Street, the bank would renew.
Maybe you know what you're talking about, but I don't.
You've got to be the man behind a pretty shrewd frame-up, Partridge. Unless you're acting on somebody's instructions. Now, which is it?
Do you know that if I raised my voice, you'd be shot dead by the bank guards before you could go through the front door?
Well, I'd have company, Partridge, believe me. You. Inspector Farraday thinks I killed a man. They don't hang you twice for double killing. Why was I framed for the murder of Fred Viswell?
I don't know any Fred Viswell, and I don't know anything about any telephone call that was supposed to be made by me to Arthur Manletter.
Oh, you don't, huh? How about the renewal of Manletter's note?
There never was any question about renewing Manletter's note. His credit is excellent. The note was renewed by me personally at 10 o'clock yesterday morning with a notary attesting to the time. And that was certainly long before my alleged phone call.
Oh, you played it cozy, huh? You knew Manletter would call me, so you bluffed him.
How long are you going to make me stand here? Can't you see there's nothing I know that can help you? Why don't you go?
I will. I've got another stop to make. But the minute I leave this office, you'll call for help, of course.
Of course.
Oh, but you're not going to. You know, the only way you can do any calling, Partridge, is to talk in your sleep. Mr. Borden?
Yes?
I'm sorry to disturb you at your home. My name is Boston Blackie.
How do you do, Mr. Blackie?
I came up here to see you, Mr. Borden, about your bank.
You mean about what used to be my bank?
I'm sorry. Who decided to replace you as president?
The board of directors.
Oh, and was it done suddenly?
Yes, very.
Uh-huh. And where did John Partridge come from?
I don't know. He'd been on our board of directors only a short while.
Oh.
I'm an old man, Blackie. The loss of my bank was a blow to me. Everything came so suddenly, I haven't gotten used to not being there anymore. Will you forgive me if I'd rather not talk about it?
Oh, I understand, Mr. Borden. I'm going to try to get your bank back for you, but I need some help. Now, here's an address where I can be reached. Oh, you must have some loyal employee at the bank you can depend on, and would you call him and get him to find out something about Partridge? And if you get any information, send me a message. And send that ring you're wearing with it so I know it's from you.
I'll send you a message if I get it, but with just a paper clip on it. I haven't been able to get this ring off in years. The paper clip will identify my messenger if I hear anything.
Good. Give me a little help. I'll turn a murder over to Inspector Farraday, get rid of the charge against myself, and give you a bank right in your side pocket. We've got to stay down here at my waterfront hideout during the day, Shorty. Every cop in town is on our tail, and Faraday's sworn he won't sleep till he brings me in.
It's okay with me, Blackie. And go ahead, it's your deal. You got me, let me see, you got me 60 to 17 and 2 boxes. Go ahead, it's your deal.
You know one thing about gin rummy, it sure passes the time away.
Yeah, it passes my dough away, too.
Okay, you two. Hoist him. Come on, Patsy.
Yeah, I'm coming.
Now, look, Blackie. Stand up and don't try nothing foolish. I know all about you and your tricks.
Well, I wasn't exactly going to ask you to pick a card. Who are you?
A guy who ain't going to be outsmarted by you.
Oh?
Tie the little guy up, Patsy.
Yeah, I'll tie him up good, too.
Don't talk. Tie.
I'm tying him. He ain't going to go nowhere for a while.
Okay. Suppose we start moving, Blackie. You ready, Patsy?
Yeah, I'm ready, Mug.
Well, of course, don't anybody ask me.
You're ready, Blackie. But you don't know for what. Now, start moving.
Oh, this is a ride, huh? Okay. One way?
Oh, I wouldn't say that, Blackie. We're coming back, Patsy and me. But we got orders to get you.
Orders to get me, huh? Dealing in the Blackie market?
You'll strain an arm reaching for jokes like that, Blackie.
I thought that was rather clever, isn't
But
it?
you might as well know something.
Yeah?
We ain't taking you on any gang ride. We're turning you over to the cops.
Yeah, I'll bet. A couple of hoods like you wouldn't go within 2 miles of headquarters. I guarantee Faraday's got charges hanging over both you guys.
Maybe. Only he'll be so glad to see you, he won't be able to think straight. All right, let's get moving, Blackie. And remember, I'm the guy that's got the gun on you.
Okay, Mug. But take my word for it, someday you're going to beg me to forget that.
Blackie, there's something natural about the way you look behind bars. Yeah. They look good on you.
Oh, thanks.
You've got no idea how nice it is to see you sitting so sweetly in that cell.
Now, Faraday, listen, I didn't knock off Viswell. No kidding.
Oh, of course not. And you didn't throw your bathrobe over my head and tie me up either, did you, Blackie?
Well, yes, I did do that, Faraday. You know I did. But I did it to help you.
Oh, this is going to be good. Now, tell me how.
Well, somebody knocked off Fred Viswell. Your job is to catch murderers, Faraday. I had to be free to help you, see?
Blackie, you should have been a lawyer.
Thanks.
Only you're overlooking a slight something. Your gun. Your pretty little gun. With your fingerprints on it. And a slug from it in Viswell's head and the bullet hole in your coat pocket. Nobody else killed Viswell, Blackie. You've got no alibi. You hated the guy and your gun did the job. Looks like kind of a perfect job to me.
This is a frame-up, Faraday. Now, you've got to do something you've never done before.
Oh, what?
Use your head.
Look, you're in jail, Blackie, and you tell me to use my head. Don't you think this is a spot where you should use yours?
Well, it seems as though Inspector Farraday is about to realize a lifelong ambition and has finally found a charge against Boston Blackie that will stick. However, that remains to be seen, of course. You know, you ladies really have it all over the men folks when it comes to being sensible about clothes. Come summertime, for instance, you know that one of the tricks of keeping cool is to look cool. And what could look cooler, crisper, and prettier than those bright cotton washables you wear? It's important, though, to remember to keep them bright and crisp. And that's where our soapy rich Rinso comes in. No point in working your head off in summertime, boiling and scrubbing clothes. And you don't have to with Rinso. A short soaking in Rinso suds, often as little as 10 minutes, is enough. Then a few quick finger rubs on extra soiled places, and your clothes are ready to rinse. And believe you me, you'll be mighty proud of how your wash looks, too. Your lovely colored washable cottons will stay fresh and bright week after week, wash after wash. And your white clothes, well, it goes without saying, they'll be, yes, Rinso white. So get Rinso next wash day for a Rinso white, Rinso bright wash. And now back to Boston Blackie, starring Chester Morris. Blackie is in jail. Inspector Farraday knows that it was Blackie's gun that killed Fred Viswell, and Blackie can't clear himself while he's in prison. Into the cell block where Blackie is being kept walks a young lady.
The policeman at the end of the corridor said I could come in and talk to all the other policemen in the whole jail, and you're the other policeman, so I thought I'd come over and talk to you.
All right, miss. But about what?
About the ball, of course. Everybody knows about the ball.
What ball?
The ball we're giving. But I'm selling tickets only to policemen.
Well, now I've heard everything. Selling tickets to policemen for a civilian's ball. How much are they?
$1. But the policeman at the end of the corridor said that if I came up...
Here's $1 and keep the ticket. And the next policeman is right down past this row of cells. Go bother him, will you, please?
Yes.
And don't tell me that bag you're carrying is full of tickets. There aren't that many policemen.
Oh, you're so silly. Of course not. I always carry a bag. It makes me look as if I'm always about ready to go someplace.
Well, you can go right now. I'll unlock the door. You can walk down the corridor till you find another cop at the end of it. His name's Murphy.
Isn't every policeman?
Oh, I don't know. All right, go. Go on, miss. Right down the corridor. Don't mind them mugs in the cells.
Blackie.
Gene, what are you doing here? This isn't visiting day.
Blackie, listen. I've got to keep walking when the guard looks this way.
Oh, don't be silly. Come in. The door's open.
The cell door's open?
Sure, try it.
It is. Blackie, how did you do that?
Close the door. You know, I could open the cell door all right, Gene. That was a cinch. But I haven't figured out yet how to get past the guards at both ends of the guard.
Well, stop figuring it, Blackie. Here, look at this bag I brought. It's an outfit that matches the one I'm wearing, only it's a couple of sizes larger. Put it on, quick.
What, and leave you in the cell? Oh, nothing doing, honey.
Oh, I'll go out the door I came in, Blackie, and you go out the other one. Only hurry. The guard might get curious.
Okay. Well, it won't take me a second. I'll first roll my trousers up, and then on with the dress. Oh, you brought a wig, too, huh? You think of everything.
Can I get into these shoes?
Sure you can, and hurry, Blackie.
Yeah?
Don't forget your hat.
Say, it's a cute one. All right, zip me up, will you? I'm all set.
There. Now just walk out, Blackie, and tell the cop at the end of the corridor. His name's Murphy. Tell him he ran out of tickets. Can you talk like a girl?
Who, me? Of course I can.
Oh, you better not talk. Bye, Blackie, and luck. Meet me back in my apartment.
Thanks, Jean. You're wonderful.
See you later, Blackie. You look awful cute in that outfit. Watch out for the wolves.
Oh, not me. For once, I want to be on the receiving end of a... This is the house, Shorty. 50 Hunter Street. I don't know what I'd expect to find here, but let's go in.
Why, boss?
Well, maybe I can pick up something inside that'll give me a clue to that masked man. You see any lights?
No. Nope, there ain't anybody.
Okay, now don't hit your flashlight till we close the street door. Oh, what kind of a lock is this?
I don't know. But if you're working on it, it's an easy lock. I'll guarantee that.
No, Shorty, it's an open lock. Come on in. Shh, quiet. Hit your flash, Shorty.
Right.
Yeah, this is the room where I got conked. The masked guy sat right over there facing me with his hands folded on that table, and he... Shorty.
What? Oh, what happened?
I know now who the masked guy was, Shorty.
Yeah?
I'm going to straighten out this whole mess. Wait till I look up a number in this phone book. Let's see.
Who are you calling, Blackie?
I'm calling the murderer of Fred Biswell. Wait a minute. Yeah, here it is. So now let's hope I sound like the mug.
Hey, boss, this is a mug. Come right down to Hunter Street house. I got Blackie here. He's Hoyt. Oh, you want to talk to him? Okay. Talk to the boss, Blackie, or you get it again. Here, take the phone.
So you're the boss, huh? What am I supposed to do, applaud?
Give me that phone, Blackie. Okay, boss.
Yeah, that sure is Blackie, huh? Oh, you'll be right down?
It worked, eh?
Good. Yeah.
What a swell.
Okay, Shorty, now you beat it. I'm staying right here, and I'm handling this alone. But I have a job for you when you get outside.
Okay, boss.
It may decide who dies for the murder of Fred Biswell. And just between us, I'd rather it wasn't me.
Mug, are you in here? Mug, turn on the light. It's dark. I can't see you. Turn on the light.
Here's a light, Mr. Borden. Right in your face.
Boston Blackie.
That's right, Boston Blackie. You had a very nice frame-up all fixed for me, but I think you're going down to explain it all to Inspector Farraday now.
Do you? Well, I don't. So the phone call to me was a gag, eh? I might have known it was one of your tricks, Blackie, but I didn't. No harm done, though. I'll just leave.
Oh, just like that, huh?
Mm-hmm. And don't think you can threaten me, Blackie. As long as I'm alive, I'm a potential alibi for you. Only you and I know you didn't kill Fred Biswell and that I did. And you've got to let me live in the hope that someday I'll confess.
Yes, I guess maybe I do. Oh, you're a pretty smart man, Borden. You'd have to be to have me in this kind of a jam. What did Biswell ever do to you?
He thought he could outsmart me, the fool. Some private investors had him checking the books at the bank. Found that I'd taken quite a bit of money that didn't belong to me. And he thought he'd try a bit of blackmail. He didn't get very far.
Pretty thorough, aren't you?
I think so. How did you know I was the masked man, Blackie?
Well, two ways, Borden.
Yes?
One was the fact that I gave you the address of my waterfront hideout, and later your hoods paid me a visit down there. You were the only one that had that address. The other was that ring you're wearing. The one you told me you couldn't take off. When I came in tonight, I remembered the masked man was wearing that ring. Putting John Partridge in your place as president of the bank sounds like a wonderfully smart idea.
It was. I was tired of working, and I can throw Partridge in jail any time I like for a little embezzlement job he did. So he must do as I say. And now, Boston Blackie, let's go visit Inspector Farraday.
Well, no, Mr. Borden, I don't think I care to see the inspector tonight.
No? Perhaps this gun will make you change your mind. I happen to know that Farraday has your gun. You're still under suspicion of murder, you know. And if you try to escape, Blackie, I'll think nothing of killing you in cold blood.
I believe you would, Borden. All right, I'll go with you. I guess I'd rather be a live prisoner than a dead suspect.
Here's Inspector Faraday's office, Blackie. Walk right in. Go on.
Okay, if you say so, Borden. Hello, Inspector. Say, look, don't you ever sleep?
Hello, Blackie. I've been expecting you. You're a little late.
Would you mind telling this gentleman in back of me to get rid of his gun, please, Inspector? He doesn't realize that it's impolite to point. His name is Arthur Borden.
Okay, Mr. Borden, I'll take that gun.
Certainly. Here you are.
Well, looks like I've got a first-rate murder suspect right here in this room.
It certainly does, Inspector. Going to lock him up?
In just a minute. In fact, I might as well do it very legal and proper. Arthur Borden, you're under arrest for the murder of Fred Viswell.
What? Me? Why,
David, I wish it was Blackie, only it isn't. We've got your confession in your own voice, right on a dictograph record.
A dictograph planted in my Hunter Street house?
Right.
That's impossible. Nobody could have put a dictograph in there.
You tell him, Blackie, you figured this thing out.
Well, before you came into the Hunter Street house tonight, Mr. Borden, I dialed the inspector's private number on the telephone and left the receiver off the hook, you see. I had Shorty call him before and tell him to expect his private telephone to ring. All the while you were telling me how perfectly you would frame me, the inspector was listening on this end.
Yeah, not only listening, but having the whole thing taken down on a record.
Say, Inspector, I did you a favor, didn't I, by turning up Viswell's murderer?
You did yourself a bigger favor, but what's on your mind?
Well, I'll tell you, Inspector. Shorty told me you have Jean Rochelle booked here.
You said it, Blackie. She helped you escape from jail.
Well, maybe she did, but if she did, I brought you in a murderer, so you certainly owe her a favor, too, right?
Oh, maybe. What do you expect me to do, let her go?
Sure. You've held her long enough. Now it's my turn.
You've heard about making mountains out of molehills, but here's how to make mountains of dishes go right down to nothing in a hurry. You put some Rinso in your dishpan, and up go the suds. Plenty of thick suds from surprisingly little Rinso. And down goes that stack of dishes in practically no time. Yes, dishwashing is a mighty easy, simple job with Rinso helping out. China, silver, glassware, they're all shining brightly in a jiffy with Rinso's soapy-rich suds on the job. Why, even your pots and pans come clean easily when Rinso gets to work. Use Rinso, too, for all the soap and water jobs around the house. It's swell. Now a glimpse at next week's adventure of Boston Blackie.
All right, Monahan, give me a little more juice in that light.
No, don't do that. I can't stand it.
That's better. Now, listen, Shorty, you say you don't remember what happened.
I don't. I keep telling you I don't.
All right, maybe you don't remember. You were slugged. Now, we don't want to know anything except one thing. Now, think hard, Shorty. Who was the last person you saw or talked to before you were slugged? Now, that's all we want to know.
I'm thinking, Inspector, honest. I'm dizzy trying to think. I don't know. I just don't know. Hey, wait a minute. Oh, yeah, I remember now. The last person I talked to before I got conked was Boston Blackie.
Be sure to listen in at this same time next week for another exciting adventure with Boston Blackie, starring Chester Morris with Richard Lane as Inspector Farraday. You can see Chester Morris as Boston Blackie at your favorite movie theater. Boston Blackie's latest Columbia picture is One Mysterious Night, soon to be released. Original music for the program was by Charles Cornell. This is Harlow Wilcox speaking for the makers of Rinso and wishing you all a very pleasant good night.
Warm weather's ahead, and that means greater danger from perspiration. Protect yourself. Use Lifebuoy in your daily bath. You know, of 7 leading brands, Lifebuoy gives you the most soap for your money. And its rich, purifying Lifebuoy lather agrees with your skin. And don't forget, Lifebuoy is the only soap especially made to stop B.O.
This is the National Broadcasting Company. Rinso, R-I-N-S-O, Soapy Rich Rinso presents Boston Blackie, starring Chester Morris.
What are you reading, Chief? Little Abner?
No, listen to this, Matthews. Special feature of the Great Gems exhibit at the famous Godet Jewelers will be the incomparable Star of the Nile emerald. One of the most precious gems in the world. So precious that George Stevens, vice president of Godet's, is personally bringing the star to Chicago from Chicago to New York.
I don't get the joke, Chief.
Sure you don't, because you don't know that Boston Blackie is on the same train with George Stevens.
But, Chief, I don't get it.
Well, if I know my Boston Blackie, and to my great sorrow I do, he won't be able to resist a little gadget worth a cool $200,000.
I still don't see what's funny. Besides, Blackie hasn't gone after sparklers in a long time.
I know that, but I also know one thing that sparkles that's right up Blackie's alley.
What's that?
Dames.
Sure, Chief, but the Star of the Nile ain't a dame.
Yeah, but Helen Crew is.
Helen Crew?
Yeah, something's bound to happen on a train when it's carrying those three. George Stevens, Helen Carew, and Boston Blackie.
Well, nobody has to lead Blackie to adventure because somehow adventure always seems to seek him out. In just a moment, we'll hear more about Blackie and the Star of the Nile. You know, you can lead a soap to water, but you can't always make it give thick, rich suds. Not if it's hard water, and not if you're using one of those Lazy Bar or Skimpy Suds package soaps. No, ma'am, that's when you want Rinso. Soapy Rich Rinso on the job. You see, Rinso bubbles up into mountains of suds, practically at the touch of water. Suds that go right to town on your clothes. Suds that get out more dirt to give you that Rinso white, Rinso bright wash. And no hard scrubbing or boiling to ruin your wash day disposition. A short soaking in Rinso suds, a few quick finger rubs on extra soiled places, and your clothes are ready to rinse. So, next wash day, whistle up a Rinso wash. A wash that's Rinso white and Rinso bright. And now, Chester Morris and the adventures of Boston Blackie.
It's obvious that an international bank should be established for reconstruction. At the United Nations Monetary and Financial Conference held at Bretton Woods, certain preliminary steps were taken. However, it is only the beginning.
Oh, I see.
When you realize that the International Monetary Fund will total around $8.5 billion. But that's only the beginning.
Yes, well, a small beginning. You know, I get kind of mixed up when I start counting over 850.
Oh, young man, we'll all have to learn how to count in millions and billions in the post-war world.
Well, that's very interesting. Oh, here you are, Stuart. I'd like some dessert.
Can you take this seat, miss?
Oh, thank you.
Never mind the dessert, Stuart.
Well, I'm finished. Wouldn't you rather have this chair by the window?
Thank you.
And good day to you, young man. Thanks for your company.
Well, thanks to you for the tip on the international monetary situation. I can't wait to use it. Very interesting man.
And very distinguished looking, too. Who is he?
I don't know, but he's awfully good at counting. Is it all right if we talk?
Why not? You see, my mother never told me not to talk to strangers on a train.
I like your mother. Very intelligent woman.
Well, I'm no isolationist. But to make it proper, my name is Helen Carew.
Oh, and mine is Boston Blackie.
I've heard that name somewhere. Are you a baseball player?
No, why? Do you like baseball?
No, not particularly.
Well, why did you bring up the subject?
Oh, just to make conversation.
Fine. Let's talk about you.
All right, let's. I'm a very pleased young lady on a train between Chicago and New York.
Why are you pleased?
Because I didn't expect conversation with my dinner.
Well, do you realize that the International Monetary Fund will total about $8.5 billion this year?
No.
Yes. You see... Uh-oh, it's back again.
Excuse me, I've lost something.
It can't be that $8.5 million.
No, it was a chamois pouch. I don't see it. Wait.
Oh, I'd better get out of the way.
It isn't here.
Oh, pardon me, sir. What did you lose?
This is terrible, terrible. Waiter.
Well, it sounds important.
Young man, you have no idea how important. That pouch was worth $200,000.
That's a lot of money to be carrying around.
It wasn't money. It was an emerald. One of the most valuable gems in the world, the Star of the Nile.
What a pretty name.
I tell you, Inspector, I've been robbed. It was sometime during the dinner hour. The Star of the Nile is missing.
Okay, Mr. Stevens, I got that much from the telegram the conductor sent. Now, we'll search every passenger on the train if we have to, so calm down. Now, you say you thought you left it in the diner. Were you alone?
No, a young man joined me for dinner, and then later, just before I left, a young lady was seated at our table.
Mm-hmm. Friends of yours?
Oh, no, just the people one meets on a train.
Now, this young man, what was he like?
Well, he was a clean-cut-looking chap with dark hair, a good build, nice smile.
I'm not a bit surprised. And the young lady?
Oh, quite attractive. As a matter of fact, the young man seemed rather taken with her.
Well, Mr. Stevens, I don't think you have to worry about your Star of the Nile. I might even say the situation is well in hand. Matthew should be here any moment now with the man we're looking for.
Here he is, Chief.
Welcome, Boston Blackie. Welcome home. Your new home. As a matter of fact, I've prepared a special escort to take you there.
Well, now, how thoughtful, Inspector. But where's the brass band?
All right, come off it, Blackie. Where's the emerald?
This is a great shock to me, young man.
Well, it's no shock to me, sir. I know my Farraday. He never fails. He never fails to be dead wrong.
I'm sorry to disappoint you, Blackie. But you were in the diner with Mr. Stevens when the emerald disappeared.
Mr. Stevens? I didn't even know that was his name.
Oh, now, Blackie, as if you didn't know that Mr. Stevens was vice president of Goday's and that he was carrying the Star of the Nile to New York. As if you didn't read the papers.
Of course I read the papers, Inspector, but I was a little more interested in the fact that we'd just taken Cannes and Saipan.
Okay. Now, you can tell me all about that at headquarters. Come on, Blackie.
Now, look, Farraday, do you mind if I talk this over with Mr. Stevens?
Whatever you have to say, you stay at headquarters. Come on.
I'll be in touch with you, Inspector. Thanks again.
Mm-hmm. Now, about that brass band, Blackie, I'll arrange to have one when we send you up the river.
Oh, are you leaving, Mr. Blackie?
Oh, yes. Yes, my Uncle Farraday always brings the town car to meet me.
Uncle Farraday, my aunt.
Well, your Uncle Farraday must have a lot of influence. I wonder when the police are going to let the rest of us off the train.
Well, Miss Carew, I'll see if I can use my influence. You see, he happens to be the police. Oh, Uncle, meet Miss Carew.
How do you do, Mr.
Pleased
Farraday?
to meet you. I hope this fellow hasn't taken you in, too.
Oh, no, Mr. Farraday. On the contrary, he's been very nice to me.
Yeah, that's Blackie. Well, you might as well know, Miss Carew. He's being charged with the theft of the Star of the Nile.
But that's impossible.
Impossible? What do you mean, Miss Carew?
Well, I was at the table when Mr. Stevens discovered his loss, and I'm sure that Mr. Blackie had nothing whatever to do with it.
You haven't known him as long as I have, Miss Carew. You mean to tell me that Boston Blackie didn't do it?
That's exactly what I mean.
Well, thanks, Miss Carew, for telling the inspector something that he should have known. He usually goes the long way around. You helped him find the shortcut.
Oh, you haven't gone yet, Inspector.
No, I'm afraid we'll have to begin all over again, Mr. Stevens.
What do you mean?
Well, Miss Carew here has a strong alibi for Blackie, and I'm still looking for a loophole, but under the circumstances, I'm afraid I can't hold him.
But you're going to do something about it, aren't you, Inspector?
Well,
after all, you were sure that the emerald must still be on the train.
Well, that's right, Mr. Stevens, it is. That's what I tried to tell you before the inspector shut me up.
Oh, so you know. Well, come on, Blackie, where is it?
I didn't say I knew where. Mr. Stevens, you're rather absent-minded, aren't you?
Absent-minded? Why, no.
Well, perhaps I'm jumping to conclusions, but, of course, if you remember, you left the diner without paying your bill.
I did?
Oh, not that I minded buying your dinner, Mr. Stevens, but it occurred to me that if you were absent-minded enough to forget your dinner check, you also might have forgotten something else.
How could I forget the Star of the Nile? I put it in my vest pocket just before I went into the diner.
Oh, are you sure you put it in your vest pocket, Mr. Stevens?
Yes.
Well, then the whole thing's solved. Oh. You know, all during dinner I was envying you, Mr. Stevens. I really was. You looked so cool and comfortable in that sports jacket you were wearing, and you weren't wearing a vest, Mr. Stevens.
I wasn't? Oh, well, that's absurd. Now, wait a minute.
Oh, what's going on here? Vests, sports jackets. Come on, Blackie.
Don't you remember, Mr. Stevens?
Let me think. I lay down to take a nap just before dinner.
Yeah.
I got up and dressed and... By George, you're right.
Oh.
The emerald must be in the vest that I packed in my suitcase. Oh, Inspector, I'm terribly sorry to have caused you all this trouble, and you, young man, and young lady. Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. Good day.
Well, how do you like that?
You seem to be disappointed, Inspector.
Yeah. You know, if Boston Blackie can sit next to a guy in a train that's got something worth $200,000 and not do something about it, I guess it's time I turned in my bag.
Well, you should have thought of that before, Inspector. Just think. By now you could have had a cottage, a couple of cows, a victory garden, instead of that pet ulcer of yours. By the way, what do you call it?
Boston Blackie. What else?
Why, Inspector, how sweet of you. Naming your first one after me. Oh, Miss Carew, I've been looking for you. Here's a cab coming up now. May I drop you someplace?
Thanks.
Where to, Miss Carew?
The Middleton, please.
Okay, driver, 48th Street off Lexington.
You don't miss a thing, do you, Mr. Blackie?
Well, I have a great appreciation for beautiful things.
Oh, then you must have seen the Star of the Nile.
Star of the Nile?
Mm-hmm.
I was talking about beautiful things. Such as
Well, the dessert I had for dinner last night.
Oh. I was just marveling at how clever you were, helping Mr. Stevens to find his emerald.
Well, it isn't hard to find something that was never lost, Miss Carew. And, incidentally, thanks for putting in a good word for me with the inspector.
Oh, don't mention it.
By the way, I'll bet there's another thing your mother forgot to warn you about.
Oh?
Accepting dinner invitations from a young man in a taxi cab.
I told you not to disturb me, Miss Everett. I'm too busy to see... Oh, who are you?
Louis?
Louis?
Yeah. Miller said you wanted to see me.
Oh, yes, Mr. Louis. Won't you sit down?
Now, look, let's get this straight, Mr. Stevens. I don't know you, but Miller said you had a job for a guy with fingers.
Well, I wouldn't exactly put it that way, Mr.
And another
Louis.
thing, Mr. Stevens. This is strictly business. Miller says you want me to open up a safe down at Goday's and lift a hunk of jewelry.
Well, now...
And what's more, Mr. Stevens, I know you're vice president of Goday's. That's your business, but it ain't mine. And if you're worrying about what might happen, you're in a swell spot. After all, who'd the judge believe, me or you?
Well, I'm glad we understand each other, Mr. Louis. The emerald has already been deposited in the Goday vault, and since the exhibit will open tomorrow, there's no reason for any further delay.
Hey, Blackie. Did you hear me calling you?
Well, vaguely. To be honest with you, Shorty, I had my mind on somebody else.
Well, boss, I just heard something I thought you'd be interested in.
Yeah?
You know, you were telling me about that emerald mixed up on the train?
Yeah.
Well, I just got a tip, see? Somebody's going to crack the Goday safe for that emerald.
When?
Midnight.
How straight was this tip, Shorty?
A very reliable tip, boss. Fingers told me.
Fingers? Oh, that's too big a job for him. He's only got 10.
Well, that's what the man said. He said that.
That small-time safecracker. I guess I'd better go down and help him out. But before business, pleasure. Well, for once, Miss Carew, I can't blame Farraday. After all, he brought us together.
Brought us together?
Yes.
What do you mean?
Well, if he hadn't accused me, you wouldn't have had the opportunity to vouch for me, and, well, I wouldn't have had the opportunity to show you my appreciation.
Oh, I see. Well, the whole thing was a little silly anyway.
Oh, well, not altogether. Farraday has the memory of an elephant and the persistence of a little beaver. And looks like both of them. If anything happens, it's got to be Boston Blackie.
Oh, that's a nuisance, isn't it?
Oh, I don't know. Farraday hounds me, but it's good to have him around at the wind-up.
Blackie, I don't quite make you out, but I like you.
Thanks. I hope that's an understatement.
Well, I'm surprised the police are so suspicious of you.
Oh, that's the story of my life. You see, Farraday has good instincts, only he picks the wrong person. If he knew, for instance, that tonight I may have something to do with robbing a vault, he'd become suspicious right away.
But, of course, you haven't anything to do with that.
But, of course, I have. Only it's not as bad as it sounds.
Oh, now I'm really puzzled.
Well, the only puzzle is, why don't I spend the rest of the evening with you?
Meaning that you have to leave?
Meaning that I have an important conference about something green and something Egyptian.
Oh, I see. But like the Sphinx, you won't talk.
Perhaps I'll have something to tell you later. I'll get your coat.
Oh, thanks. I have to phone.
But don't make any dates for the next month. I want to put in my bid first.
Hello? Operator, give me Madison 72772. Hello? Inspector? This is Helen Carew. I just had dinner with Boston Blackie. We're leaving now. He's dropping me off at my hotel. He's going down to Goday's. He's after the emerald. And, Inspector, if you should happen to catch him, please don't mention me.
The flowers that bloom in the summer have nothing on your pretty cotton washable dresses, ladies. Not when it comes to eye-filling loveliness. And say, you were particular to pick out just the dresses you wanted, weren't you? Well, then you ought to be just as particular about your soap. That's when you want Rinso. Washed after wash, Rinso leaves your clothes bright and new-looking because those power-packed suds get out more dirt. Yes, you'll be proud of your Rinso wash. I'll bet you'll join our chorus of women who have learned to sing their way through wash day like this.
Rinso white, Rinso white, happy little wash day song. Rinso white, Rinso white, birdies sing it all day long. Your fine feathered friend has a message to send, so listen, you can't go wrong. Rinso white, happy little wash day song.
So get Rinso tomorrow. And now back to Chester Morris and the adventures of Boston Blackie. Boston Blackie, unaware that Helen Carew has tipped off Inspector Farraday as to his destination, is en route to Godet's Jewelers to try to prevent the robbery of the vault there and to discover who is back of the attempt to steal the famous Star of the Nile emerald. It is midnight at the Godet Vault.
It's no use, Louis. It's one of them new-style vaults. I can't make it out.
Well, we got dynamite. We'll have to use it. I don't like a noisy job, but where is it?
I left it out in the alley, boss.
Now, go get it.
Okay, I'm going.
Try again, Fingers. Stevens is paying off plenty.
Well, I'm nervous. This is a big job, boss.
Too big for you, Fingers. Okay, stay where you are.
Boston Blackie.
That's right. What were you saying about a certain Mr. Stevens?
Now, look, Blackie, let's be sensible about this.
Well,
we're having a little trouble cracking this crib. Yeah.
I'll make a bet with you.
I bet you can't open it.
Are you kidding, Fingers?
I'll make a good bet.
All right.
So it'll pay you to try.
Well, I'll make a bet with you. Not the kind of a bet that'll pay you in money, but it might save a few years of your life.
Yeah?
Yeah, all you have to do is talk.
Yeah, we'll talk, Blackie. And drop you a rod first.
Oh, so you got a little playmate. Okay, take your gun away from my back.
Get it, Louis.
I get it. You know, Blackie, this is a happy coincidence. As I said before, we can use you. Only now the bet's off. You're just going to do it. Come on, get those fingers working.
And suppose these fingers can't open the vault.
And the next time you go to buy gloves, you better look for mittens. Come on, take a good look at the crib.
Oh, a beautiful job. You know, Farraday should see me now. Okay. Stand back and keep quiet.
Yeah, we'll be quiet, all right, but it's up to you, Blackie. This gun can make a lot of noise.
Wait a minute. It feels like, there's one. Now, let's try this. Next one. Oh, now that's two. Now...
Open up, Louis. Break this door down. Come on, it's along. It's the cops.
Yeah, Miller. Is the alley door open?
Yeah, and Joe's covering out there.
Okay, let's beat it.
What about Blackie?
Forget about Blackie. Come on.
Okay. Hey, there you go, Chief. Stop, Blackie, or we'll shoot. I warned you, Blackie. Hey, this isn't Blackie. Hey, who are these other two? Oh, Louis, huh? Yeah, Fingers and Miller. Hey, what is this, a national convention? Where's Blackie?
How'd you know Blackie was going to be down there, Farraday?
A little bird told me, but where is he?
Well, now, I don't expect you to believe this, Inspector, but so help me. We were passing by the alley, and we heard a noise, and we come in. Naturally curious, you understand?
Yeah.
And who do you suppose was starting to crack that vault?
Don't tell me. Boston Blackie?
Yeah.
Well, then what are we doing out here in the alley? He couldn't have gotten away.
Yeah, Chief. There's only two doors to that room. We came through this one.
Hey,
so
Eddie.
he better be back in that vault room.
That's right. Eddie, watch these mugs here.
Right.
Come on, Matthews. Let's have a look.
Yeah, he ain't in here, Chief. Ain't in here.
Oh, I can see for myself, Matthews. I can see for myself. Must have slipped through the door before we came in. Matthews, you're fired.
Me, Chief? I ain't done nothing.
That's the trouble. You never do anything. Now, see if the vault's open, Matthews.
Okay, Chief. Now, lock tight on the drum. There ain't a mark on it. Looks like we saved the emerald for go days, huh, Inspector?
Yeah, but I wish somebody had saved Blackie for me. Matthews, I hate to say it, but we gave Blackie a break. We came in just in time to save him from getting into trouble.
I just wanted to thank you, Inspector, for preventing the robbery last night and catching the thieves.
Don't mention it, Mr. Stevens.
Tell me, did they have a chance to open the vault?
Nope, we were Johnny on the spot. They never even got started.
Well, Inspector, I can't thank you enough for the fine job you've done.
Fine job.
Nothing ever happens. Nobody steals anything. Listen, Mr. Stevens, if somebody should steal that emerald and I catch him, then you can thank me. What burns me up is that Boston Blackie was down there, too, but he got away.
Boston Blackie, he got away? Are you sure the vault wasn't opened?
Sure, we tried it. It was locked tight.
Well, that's fine, but to be on the safe side, I'd better check up. I'll go right down to the vault myself. But I tell you, Farraday, it's gone. The emerald's gone. I just searched the vault. It's gone.
That's great. I've really got Boston Blackie now. Don't worry, Mr. Stevens. Calm down. You'll get your star, and I'll get Boston Blackie.
So that's what happened, Helen. Farraday collected 3 mugs, and he didn't seem pleased about it.
Blackie, how did you get out?
Well, while Farraday was rounding up the other mugs, I got the last number of the vault's combination, you see?
Mm-hmm.
I opened the door and stepped in and then closed it.
You might have been locked in.
I was locked in, fortunately, because somebody tried the handle of the vault later. You see, Helen, modern vaults have an anti-hold-up device.
What's that?
Oh, it's a sort of gimmick that locks the door from the inside. Well, I just pushed the lever. After they left, I slipped out through the alley door.
What were you after, Blackie?
I told you before. Something green and something Egyptian. The Star of the Nile emerald, of course.
Did you find it in the vault?
Yes.
Oh.
But I didn't take it. I just wanted to make sure it was there.
You didn't take it. Blackie, I don't understand you.
Now, look, somebody's after the Star of the Nile, and if he gets it, somebody's going to take the rap for it. Could be me, but that's not the point. Nobody's going to take a rap for somebody else while I'm around.
You're talking about somebody. Who?
I'll find that out. But first, I want to have a talk with Mr. Stevens at his hotel. Perhaps he has an idea. Goodbye, Helen. Next time, I promise you, we won't have any outside interference.
Operator, give me Madison 72772. Hello? Helen Carew speaking. Oh, the inspector isn't there? Well, then I want to leave a message. Tell him that Boston Blackie is on his way to the Cavanaugh Hotel to see Mr. Stevens. I can't wait for the inspector to call back, so tell him I'm going to see Stevens, too, right now. But try to get the inspector there as quickly as you can.
Slow down, Blackie. Slow down there. Okay, you can march in step with me and Matthews now.
You taking your afternoon constitutional, gentlemen?
What were you doing back there at the Middleton apartment, Blackie?
Now, Inspector, you're privileged to know anything about my public life. But I insist that you don't interfere in my private affairs.
Well, this is a little private affair that I am interfering in. You're under arrest for stealing the Star of the Nile.
What, again?
And no alibi this time either. You were down at the Godet vault with Louis and the two other guys. I got them and searched them, but you got away. Now, somebody got that emerald out of the vault. Come on. Shake a leg, Blackie. Hey, I didn't say stop. I said go.
Police! Police, I've been robbed.
You have? Who robbed? Have you gone nuts, Blackie?
Let me go, police!
Oh, cut it out. What is it?
Let me go. Put a gun on me, the two of them. Help!
Now, listen, you won't really give it to you.
Hear me threatening me.
Oh, hey, he's gone. Matthews, why don't you help me out of this? Come on. Hey, folks, look, I'm a police inspector. Honest, I am. Matthews, quick, shoot it, Blackie! Hey, listen, all of you, stand back. Lay off that fella. He's a police. That's Matthews. He's police, too.
Thanks, Chief. Say, did Blackie get away?
Yeah. Matthews, you're fired.
But I was sure he was coming here, Mr. Stevens.
Miss Carew, why should Mr. Blackie come to see me at my hotel? Besides, I'm confident that by this time Inspector Farraday has made sure that the young man is no longer a free agent.
Perhaps, yes, perhaps you're right. But, well, I'm not sure the inspector is right in what he's doing.
Oh, now, Miss Carew, it's quite obvious that you have an attachment for Mr. Blackie, and if the police have taken him, I won't have to worry about the Star of the Nile any longer.
The police haven't taken me, Mr. Stevens.
Boston Blackie.
And incidentally, if I knew how much the Star of the Nile would be worth to you, I might listen to reason.
Blackie.
Hello, Miss Carew. I rather expected you'd be here, too. I wouldn't try to phone Mr. Stevens. You really don't want the police to come up here.
Why not?
Because it would be very embarrassing for you. And besides, it would be very embarrassing if I had to use this gun.
Blackie, look.
Oh, Helen, don't. Helen, why did you knock the gun out of my hand?
Because you had me fooled for a while, but I'm finally beginning to understand you, Blackie.
All right, the two of you stand still and put your hands up high.
Oh, so you have a gun, too, Mr. Stevens. Is that to guard the emerald you stole from your own vault?
Mr. Stevens took the emerald?
Yes. Usually when people want to steal something, they just steal it, but Mr. Stevens had to do it the hard way.
But you made it much easier for me, Mr. Blackie. You see, you were in the vault, and now everybody will know that Boston Blackie stole the emerald.
There's just one thing I'd like to know, Mr. Stevens. Why does a vice president of a large firm like Godey's have to steal a piece of jewelry?
Well, there's an ugly word for it, embezzlement. I'm awfully sorry, Miss Carew. Sorry that you came here tonight because no one else can know what you two know now. I'm going to have to kill you.
Come on, Stevens. Give me that gun.
Stay where you are.
I want that gun, Stevens.
Blackie, don't.
I told you to stay where you are.
Look, you can't pull that trigger.
Get back! Get back!
Thanks, Helen, for sending the message.
Inspector, I think Mr. Stevens will go with you now.
Stevens?
Yes, Inspector, and thanks for putting Helen on this case. We've got your man.
Come on, let's go.
No, I won't go. I can't go. I've gone long enough. I can never catch up. For years now, I've been running after myself, running away from something I couldn't stop. But I've got to stop. You'll never get me, I tell you. I've got to stop.
Well, we got what we were looking for, but I can't say I'm very happy about it. Well, Farraday, this time I've really got to thank you.
Don't kid me, Blackie.
No, on the level. You saved my life. You know, it's the first time in 10 years that I've been scared.
Really?
Well, you know, Stevens might have pulled that trigger.
No such luck.
Oh, very funny. Yes, he'd have shot Helen and me if you hadn't knocked on the door. He had only one other way out, Farraday, and because you came in, he took that way.
Always blaming it on me, huh?
Now, look, Inspector, won't you miss me a teeny little bit?
Does a guy miss a headache?
You know, Helen, you really had me fooled. But let me give you a tip. The next time you call Madison 72772, you better be inside a telephone booth.
What?
Remember when we were out for dinner the first time?
Yeah?
Well, I went to get your coat, and as I was leaving, I heard you ask the operator for Madison 72772.
My private number.
Sure. Only a few people know that number, and I'm proud to be one of them.
So you knew I was working for the inspector?
Sure, but that didn't matter. You already had your hooks in me, and I couldn't get loose.
Well, perhaps now you'd like me to unhook you?
Oh, honey, with you, anything goes. By hook or by crook.
I suppose it's your business if you want to make a big job out of dishwashing, but I'd like to butt in just the same because I feel you don't really like to spend a lot of time at the kitchen sink, and you don't have to if you put Rinso to work for you. Those peppy Rinso suds get your dishes sparkling bright so easily that there's not much point in scraping and scouring with the lazy suds of some soaps. And Rinso's so economical, too. Just a little Rinso goes a long, long way. So better get Rinso tomorrow for dishwashing, for all the soap and water jobs around the house, and for a wash that's Rinso White and Rinso Bright. And now a glimpse at next week's adventure of Boston Blackie.
Here it goes. What a crack-up. Them plainclothes cops in that car ain't never going to interrupt another one of our hijack jobs.
Plainclothes cops? Them ain't no cops. The driver of the car that just wrapped around a telephone pole is Boston Blackie.
Friends, millions of tons of paper are needed to ship ammunition and blood plasma, so vitally necessary in the winning of this war. Do your share to see that our boys get the material they need. Save paper. The need is terribly urgent. Now, one simple way to help is to take your own shopping bag to the grocer's. Be sure to listen in at this same time next week for another exciting adventure with Boston Blackie. You can see Chester Morris as Boston Blackie on the screen at your favorite movie theater. Boston Blackie's latest Columbia picture is One Mysterious Night, soon to be released. Richard Lane appears as Inspector Farraday. Music by Charles Cornell. This is Harlow Wilcox saying good night for Boston Blackie, brought to you by the makers of Rinso, the soap that gets clothes.
And when you get Rinso tomorrow, buy some Lifebuoy, too. Use Lifebuoy in your daily bath or shower. You'll love that rich, purifying lather. You know, of 7 leading brands, Lifebuoy gives you the most soap for your money. And besides, it's the only soap especially made to stop B.O.
This is the National Broadcasting Company. 10 p.m. BULOVA, Bulliver Watch Time. For supreme accuracy, expert design, and outstanding value, choose a Bulliver, masterpiece of fine watchmaking. WEAF, New York.
Lever Brothers, makers of Rinso, R-I-N-S-O, Soapy Rich Rinso, presents Boston Blackie, starring Chester Morris.
Step on it, Steve. I got my foot on the floor now. We gotta do something, then we'll never lose that car that's chasing us. Don't talk. Lean out to see if we can hit a tire. Okay. Well, missed. Hey, watch that curve. I'll take care of the driving. Try it again. Try and hold this bus steady, will you? I'm doing the best I can. I've been fighting this wheel for 20 minutes. Now, after I swing around that next curve, I'll slow up. Try and get that tire again. Okay. Here goes. I got her, Steve. She's heading right for the telegraph pole. What a crack-up. Them plainclothes cops in that car ain't going to interrupt another one of our hijack jobs. Plainclothes cops? Those ain't no cops. The driver of the car that just wrapped around the telegraph pole is Boston Blackie.
In a moment, we'll meet Boston Blackie. Enemy to those who make him an enemy, friend to those who have no friend. But first, a fashion note for summer. The spotlight is certainly on cotton, and that's not just my idea. I was looking through a couple of those fancy fashion magazines, and every page had something about crisp, colorful cotton dresses, cotton evening things, daytime dresses, and so on. Well, speaking from the man's point of view, I'm for it. Those printed cottons are certainly mighty pretty. And speaking from the soapy rich Rinso's point of view, it's easy as a breeze to keep them crisp and colorful. Rinso's rich suds are gentle and safe for washable colors, leave their bright colors gay and sparkling week after week. And it's so easy to do a Rinso wash. A short soaking, a few quick finger rubs on extra soiled places, and your clothes are ready to rinse. Really Rinso white and Rinso bright, too. So next wash day, be sure you have Rinso on hand to give you a hand. And now, here is Chester Morris as Boston Blackie.
Tell me, Blackie, how does your wrist feel, huh?
Oh, just a slight sprain, Shorty. But we're lucky. We might have been killed when those thugs got our front tire last night. I thought for a moment we were killed.
Hey, Blackie, let's stay up here in your apartment and mind our own business for a while, huh? At least until I get over that shaking up I got.
Well, we weren't looking for trouble. We were just driving along and...
Yeah. I know. Always that and. That's what gets us into more jams.
All right, so we went for a drive. Nothing unusual in that?
No, but why'd you have to notice that big sedan was parked right in front of a truck and two guys were holding up the driver?
Well, I always feel sorry for the guy on the other end of a gun.
Yeah, but listen, boy, if you want to listen to...
You too, Shorty. Up high, way up.
Yeah, all right.
I cover, Mike. Okay. So the crack up didn't kill you guys, huh? The boss sent us to find out. You have more lives than a cat, Blackie.
Yes, I've got 10.
And that means you rats better look out. Hey, that's good, ain't it, Blackie?
It's wonderful, Shorty. Say, what are you mugs doing here?
The boss didn't like the idea of you interfering with that hijack job last night.
Oh, well, I don't like the idea of having my car wrecked either, Stooge.
We ain't interested in what you like. We got a pretty good setup, Blackie.
Well, I'm so glad. That's fine.
Yeah, we got a lot of meat tied up, and we're getting good prices for it.
Well, what do you want me to see me about? What's the catch?
The boss wants to know if you want in on the racket.
What?
Yeah. See, he don't want no more interference from you. That's the catch.
Oh, black market, huh? Well, if I say no, what does the boss say?
He says we should give you a little treatment.
Oh, and by the way, who is your boss?
Never mind.
Well, how do I know your boss is a reasonable guy?
Hey, where you going?
Now, don't be scared, Stooge. You know, I always talk when I'm thinking. After all, you're the one that's got the gun.
Yeah, that's right.
Well, boys, I've finished thinking. I guess I have no choice, huh? Well, tell the boss I'll go along with him.
Now you're talking sense.
Well, I guess that makes us partners, huh, boys? Say, how about a little drink on that?
Yeah, I'll take a snort.
Fine. I'm sorry. All I've got is bourbon.
That's okay with me.
Uh-huh. With soda?
Yeah.
Well, come on, boys. I'll build you a couple. Say when, Steve.
When? Look, I gotta hold this gun on you, Blackie. It ain't that I'm impolite. It's just that I'm careful.
You flatter me. How much soda?
Gee, I never had it with soda before.
Really? You haven't? Well, you're going to get it.
All right, give it.
All right, Shorty, I'll take care of this one.
Okay, boss. Okay, I got his gun.
Why, you...
All right, take it easy, Steve. Now, cut out the nonsense. I've got your gun. Now, be a good boy. You wanted an answer for your boss, huh? Well, you have it. Now, get out of here. And in the future, boys, remember, never drink during business hours.
Say, boss, did you know that it was 103 in Needles yesterday?
That's an enlightening breakfast conversation, Shorty.
Thanks.
Never mind, I'll get it.
Boston Blackie?
That's right.
Sorry to disturb you so early in the morning.
Well, won't you come in?
Thank you.
Shorty, another cup of coffee for Miss,
Parker. June Parker.
Well, Miss Parker, you're a charming eye-opener for so early in the morning.
Boston Blackie, I need your help.
And I'm glad to know you, too.
As a matter of fact, you've already helped me.
I have?
Mm-hmm. My driver tells me you helped one of my trucks get through the other night.
One of your trucks?
Yes.
Well, I don't quite understand.
This may sound a little strange to you, but I have a ranch and I raise stock.
Yes?
I've sold a lot of cattle, only I can't deliver it to my customers.
Oh, I see. And your trucks are being hijacked by that black market gang, huh?
Yes. That's why I came to you. Will you help me get them through?
You know, that's the second offer to go in the meat business that I've had in the last 24 hours. Why don't you go to the police, Miss Parker? I'm sure Inspector Farraday would be glad to give you protection.
I've gone to the police, but my trucks still aren't getting through.
You're really in a jam. Those black market thugs are worse than any racketeers we've ever had in this country.
I'd been offered any amount if I'd fell to the black market. But I won't, not for anything.
Of course you won't.
Then you'll help me?
Now, look, Miss Parker, it isn't only helping you, it's helping me. It's helping everybody. The black market is one of the biggest things we've ever been up against. And you're fighting that black market. You know, you're the kind of a girl who's helping win this war.
Coffee's ready, boss.
Forget the coffee, Shorty. We've got a job to do. The biggest job we've ever done.
That's you, Matthews?
Yes, Inspector.
Yeah, I'll be with you in a minute. Got to finish writing this letter. Hey, Matthews, how do you spell stupidity?
F-A-R-A-D-A-Y.
F-A-R... Oh, it's you, Blackie. I should have known. Matthews can't spell. All right, what do you want here?
I don't know. What have you got here?
One of these days we're going to have you here, in a cell.
Faraday, you're nothing but an idealist. You know, I've been lonely. You haven't been bothering me lately. What's the matter? Don't you love me anymore?
I love you anyway. I love you like poison ivy. What do you want, Blackie?
Well, Faraday, my life has been threatened. I want police protection.
You're wonderful. You want police protection, Blackie. Stop
now, wait a minute, Faraday. I'm serious. There's a gang after me, and they're not fooling.
Poor little Blackie. I'd like to see the gang that you couldn't handle. What is this, a gag?
No, wait a minute. I'm on the level.
Blackie, you're breaking my heart. You've never been on the level with me in your life, so why should I start believing you now?
Oh, so you won't give me police protection, huh?
Don't make me laugh.
Okay, Faraday. That's all I wanted to know.
Blackie wants protection.
No! Got him, Mike. Help me get him into the car. Come on. Let's get out of here. Boston Blackie's going for a long trip.
Well, it looks as though Boston Blackie's in a pretty tight spot. But Blackie is also a pretty resourceful individual, so just wait and see what happens. You know, we used to have a nice hand-embroidered motto hung up on our wall that said, "True friends are like diamonds, precious and rare." How well that applies in wartime to the washing machine. Yes, ma'am, if you're lucky enough to have a washer, keep in mind that it's your true friend and take care of it. One way is to follow the advice of the makers of 33 leading washers and use Rinso. You see, Soapy Rich Rinso gets out more dirt. And with such a short run, it's easy not only on your clothes, but on your washer. And Rinso results are something to see. All your white clothes gleaming, sparkling. Sure, Rinso white. And colors washable, Rinso bright. So be sure to put Rinso, R-I-N-S-O, right on top of tomorrow's shopping list. And now, back to Chester Morris as Boston Blackie. Well, Boston Blackie, intent on breaking up a black market meat ring, was waylaid by thugs as he was leaving police headquarters where Inspector Farraday had just refused him police protection. Blackie has been thrown into a car.
Hey, Steve, he's coming too. Must be this country air. Stop the car.
Okay, let's get this over with.
Yeah, I'll take the gag out of his mouth.
Yeah, nobody can hear him out here.
Yeah, thanks, Steve. I want to get my necktie back anyway. The best one I got. My girl gave it to me. She's a redhead. Says it matches her hair.
You know, it's too bad she ain't a brunette.
Yeah, you just don't like redheads.
Hey, never mind putting on your tie now. Leave it there in the seat and let's get this job over with. Come on, Blackie. Can you talk?
Well, what is this, the end of the line?
No. This is where we transfer.
Okay, boys. What's the score?
2-0, and you're the nothing. Blackie, can you stand up?
Well, I'm not so sure.
Well, you better stand up while you can, Blackie. You're going to be laying down for a long time.
You have a charming sense of humor.
You had a chance to join up with us, Blackie. You nixed it, and now you're getting rubbed out.
Oh, boss's orders, huh?
Yeah, and besides, it gives us a chance to get even for that soda trick yesterday.
I see.
Get over that fence, Blackie.
Say, what is this, an obstacle course?
Yeah. And you're the obstacle. Hey, Steve. Hey, what's that over there? Huh? Nothing. It's just a cow.
That happens to be the cow's husband, gentlemen.
Gee, a bull. Hey, if a bull sees red, he goes crazy. What's the matter? You scared, Mike? Ma, we gotta finish our job. Okay, Blackie? Anything you want to say? Any last request?
Well, I'd like to start running, gentlemen, if you don't mind, and I'm sure you would, too.
What?
That bull's coming this way, and fast.
Hey, he's after me.
Thanks for the gun, Steve.
Hey, let's get out of here, will you?
Don't worry, Steve. The bull's after Mike. You see, I stuck his own red necktie in his back pocket.
Who's there?
It's me, June. Boston Blackie.
Oh, Blackie, just a minute. Well, please come in. I'm glad to see you, Blackie.
Thanks. I'd like some information, June. These gents we're up against are playing a little rough.
Oh, Blackie, what happened?
Well, I went to Farraday for protection. He didn't believe I needed it. Next thing I knew, I was tapped on the head and ended up in a cow pasture playing matador.
Blackie.
Now, look, June, all I want to know is just one thing. You told me that somebody tried to get you to sell your cattle to the black market ring. I want to know who that somebody is.
Well, I can't tell you. I don't know.
Oh, if you're being afraid, don't be. I'll see that nothing happens to you, and it's also a little bit important that nothing happens to me, too. Now, look, all I want to know is who approached you on that black market deal?
Well, some men who said they represented a Mr. George Williams.
Williams? Well, who's he?
I don't know him. He has a wholesale meat plant on Johnson Street.
Yes.
But, Blackie, I'd never seen him.
Quiet, June.
What's the matter?
The doorknob, it's turning.
Oh.
Now, I'll be in back of the door when it opens, but you keep on talking.
Okay. But, Blackie, I don't know whether I can go to dinner with you or not. Oh.
Okay, drop those guns. Now, drop them fast. I'm right here in back of you. Better drop your gun, too, Steve. Well, you two matadors again, huh? This is getting a little monotonous. How far did that bull chase you this morning? I'm a little fed up with you two guys. June.
Yes, Blackie.
Take the cord off those drapes. I want to tie up these two bullfighters. Then I've got to go over and see a man by the name of George Williams.
Blackie, I'm afraid
You don't have to be afraid, June. Oh, when Blackie ties them up, they stay tied. And when I get through with this, you'd better call the police and have them pick up these mugs. And I gotta work fast.
Hey, Miss Parker. You ain't gonna call no police.
What? What do you mean?
And besides, you're gonna untie us right now. Or else the boss won't like it.
You mean Mr. Williams?
No, Miss Parker. You see, Williams ain't his name. His real name is Parker. Parker, yeah. George Parker, your brother. Now, will you untie our hands?
I don't know what you're talking about, Blackie. I operate a legitimate business here. I sell only at ceiling prices.
I came up here to tell you I'm tired of being kicked around by those two mugs of yours. And also that you're going to lay off June Parker.
June Parker? Who's she?
Well, she's the girl you've been threatening. You know, the one that owns the trucks you've been hijacking. But you won't do it anymore. You see, I'm taking you with me.
You're taking me with you?
That's right. You're going to be my insurance that from now on this black market gang of yours is unemployed.
What are you going to do with me?
What's he going to do with you? He ain't going to do anything with
Farraday, I'm glad you're here.
you. Yeah, I'll bet you are.
Inspector, my secretary had the good sense to call you. And I'm glad you got here so fast.
Mm-hmm. What's Boston Blackie been up to now?
He held me here in my office at the point of a gun, Inspector. He was going to force me to go with him unless...
Unless what?
Unless I stopped selling meat at ceiling prices and went into the black market.
Now, wait a minute, Farraday. That's ridiculous. You know that can't be right.
I don't know nothing.
Oh, you know a thing or two. You're just being modest.
I'm a reputable merchant, Inspector. I've been in business for years. This Blackie person wanted me to make this plant his headquarters for illegal meat sales.
Now, Farraday, listen. He claims I pulled a gun on him. I don't even have a gun.
It was in his hand when you came in the door, Inspector.
With Blackie, that don't make any difference. He can make anything disappear.
Thanks.
Someday I hope he goes to work on himself.
This Williams is head of a black market ring.
That's not true.
Not only that, but he's got a couple of thugs that have an obsession about my collecting old age pensions.
That's ridiculous. Please take Blackie with you, Inspector. I'll prefer charges.
Now, wait a minute, Inspector. I know I've tricked you, and we've been playing hide-and-go-seek for years.
Go on.
But I've never gone back on my word, now have I?
That's right.
And I'm not going to try any tricks. I just want you to come with me to a young lady's apartment.
Oh, now,
No,
Black-
really, I want you to meet two friends of Mr. Williams. And if I can't prove that my story is true, well, I'll go downtown with you. Now, nothing could be fairer than that.
Sounds all right. But then you can make anything sound okay. You want me to see a gal who'll set me right on this whole thing?
That's right.
Okay, Blackie. I'll give you a chance to square yourself, but remember, this better not be a runaround.
This is the apartment, Inspector. Come on in.
Who is it?
Oh, it's me, June. It's Blackie. I'm here with Inspector Farraday.
Who?
Inspector Farraday.
Wait a minute. I'm coming. Well, hello.
Hello, June. Would you mind telling the inspector about that black market ring that threatened you?
What black market ring?
Well, you know that the... June.
I'm Miss Parker. And who are you?
That's all, Blackie. I've heard enough.
June. Now, what happened to those two men I left tied up here at your apartment?
Inspector, who is this man?
Don't you know? He says he's a very dear friend of yours.
Why, I've never seen him before in my life. And now, will you excuse me, please?
Okay, Blackie. We made a deal. This gal who was supposed to explain everything claims she never saw you before. Come on, let's go.
No, I can't go with you, Inspector. I've got to find out what this is all about.
Sorry, Blackie. Figure it out while you're waiting trial.
Faraday, will you listen? This girl is lying, and I can prove it. If you give me time.
I'll give you time, Blackie. You're coming with me. And keep your hands where I can see them. Now, come on over here to the telephone. I'm going to get you an escort downtown.
Okay, Inspector, but you're making a great mistake.
According to you, I always make them. So what's the difference? Remember, Blackie, I'm keeping my eye and my gun on you. Get me police headquarters. Blackie, stop playing with that telephone cord. You make me nervous.
I'm not playing with it, Inspector.
Get that wire off my gun, Blackie. Stop you twisting that gun. You're breaking my wrist.
I'm sorry, Inspector. Now let go of the gun.
You're going back on your word.
That's
You're
better.
going back on your word now. You never did that before.
Well, I'm sorry, but I've got to be free to get the head of that black market ring. And put a ring right through his nose. Shorty?
Hey, open up, will you, boss?
Wait a minute. Come in, Shorty. Well, Oh, what are you doing here?
She made me bring her down here to your waterfront hideout, boss.
Well, that's fine. What do you mean she made you?
She came to the apartment and she was crying.
Oh.
Boss, you know I can't stand to see a poor dame cry.
Blackie, you've got to listen to me.
Yeah, I listened to you once.
I know I lied to Inspector Farraday, but I had to.
Well, that's fine. Why don't you tell it to Farraday?
I can't tell Inspector Farraday I lied. I can't.
You can't do this. You can't do that. You sound like the Summer Sisters. Why did you make Shorty bring you down here?
So that I could beg you to please forget all about me and the black market ring.
Oh, well, forgetting about you will be a pleasure.
I don't blame you for feeling that way. But believe me, it's for the good of everyone for you to forget about all this.
Believe you? Are you kidding?
You almost did once.
Yeah, I almost died once, too. And I've no desire to try that again, either.
You wanted to help me when I was in trouble, Blackie. I'm still in trouble. But the only way you can help me now is to drop this whole black market case.
Mm-hmm. And you're the girl I thought was going to help win the war.
Oh, Blackie, please.
June, there's no point in you coming here to see me.
But, George, I didn't even know you were here in the city. And then to find out what you're doing. How in the world did you ever get started on this?
Just why should I explain that to you, June?
I can't understand you. And Dad couldn't either. When you ran away from the ranch 5 years ago, you broke Dad's heart. And not hearing from you after that didn't help any.
I don't see why you should complain. Dad left the ranch to you, didn't he?
Yes, but what else could he do?
But it's worked out all right anyway. You've done a good job, June, raising good cattle. That's helped me in my business.
But black market, George. You call that a business?
I don't go for those names. All I know is I'm making money. And incidentally, Joan, it wasn't in my plans that you should know who I am. And it's your own fault that you do. You got mixed up with this Boston Blackie, and I had something to do about it.
Well, this is convenient, finding the two of you here together.
Boston Blackie.
Blackie.
Well, now who wants to talk first? You, Williams?
I got nothing to say to you, Boston Blackie.
Oh, I see. How about you, June?
I can't tell you anything.
Well, let me tell you then. Williams, you ought to pick smarter stooges. Or I might say you ought to pick a dumb stooge, one who can't talk. You see, Steve talked. With a little persuasion, of course, but he talked. So, Williams, I know that you're really Parker, June's brother.
But, Blackie,
Now, June, that explains a great deal, too. Of course, you made Farraday very happy by pretending not to know me, but you didn't make me very happy.
Oh, please, Blackie, you've got to listen to me. Look, I didn't know that my brother was going under the name of Williams. And when I found out, I was so stunned, I didn't know what to do. Except I knew I couldn't turn him over to the police. Now I know he deserves to be.
Swell sister I got, huh?
Yes, I think so.
Blackie, you said it was very convenient having two of us here. Well, I think it's very convenient having the two of you here. And this gun is very convenient, too. Put them up, both of you.
Georgie, did anyone ever tell you what happens to little boys who play with fire?
Both of you stuck your noses into my business. June always did, and I'm used to that. And anyway, she's my sister, but I don't have to take it from you, Boston Blackie.
Well, you have something there, Georgie. Not to mention the gun. June, would you please leave the room? If I'm right in supposing what your charming brother intends to do with me, it won't be very pretty.
George, you wouldn't.
Now, please, June, do as I say.
But, Blackie...
Please, June.
Oh, it's all my fault. I got you into this. I didn't know that... Oh, my own brother. Oh, Blackie, I thought...
You know, June, for a man raised on a ranch, your brother isn't very quick on the trigger.
Oh,
Personally, I'm very glad because it gave me a chance to show him his mistake.
Blackie, what did you do to George? Can I see him?
Well, a little later. He's busy right now. You see, he's got 1,000 pounds of steaks hanging in his wholesale plant, and he's looking for one little piece of beef to put on his eye.
Yeah, Blackie, I guess I'll forget about you going back on your word.
Good old inspector. I had a pretty good reason, you know.
Yeah, I know. Anyway, you broke up this black market ring, and I get the credit.
Thanks.
You know, sometimes I find it kind of hard to hate you.
Well, keep trying, Inspector. You know you're much prettier with a worried look on your face.
You know, this thing kind of calls for a celebration, Blackie.
Yeah?
You and I break up a black market gang, and 1 million people can buy beef at reasonable prices. What do you think we ought to do?
Well, let's see, Inspector. How about coming up to the apartment for a home-cooked steak dinner?
Shall I bring anything?
Yes. Points.
Boston Blackie will be back in just a moment with an interesting preview of next week's program. Meanwhile, let's see now. There are the dishes, the floors, the woodwork, the tiles, sink, windows. Hey, I could keep this up for hours. Listing the jobs that Rinso will make easier for you. Yes, those same soapy rich suds that are such a help when it comes to washing clothes are great for all the soap and water jobs around the house. So be sure to get Rinso tomorrow, ladies, for dishes, housework, and to keep you singing through wash day like this.
Rinso, white, Rinso, white, happy little wash day song. Rinso, white, Rinso, white, birdies sing it all day long. Your fine feathered friend has a message to send, so listen, you can't go wrong. Rinso, white, Rinso, white, happy little wash day song.
Yeah, Matthews, I know the guy's dead. You said that. Now listen, did you find the gun?
Sure, we found it. It was hooked up inside the radio. When the guy turned the set on, it fired the gun.
I get it. Hey, was the telephone receiver off the hook?
Sure, when we broke down the door... Hey, Inspector, how could you know that?
Just so happens that's the way a guy was killed in the play I've been watching. Somebody lifted the idea, and I've got an idea who that somebody was.
Yeah? Who, Inspector?
The man who's backing this play, a fellow by the name of Boston Blackie.
Tough luck, ladies. I mean about choice cuts of lamb going back on rationing. Means you've got to be smarter than ever at figuring ways to fix the meals your families want, especially since you don't have as many points as you used to. Well, the smartest thing to do is to get extra points by turning in waste fats. You know, your meat dealer will give you cash and 2 red points for every pound you turn in. So get going. You'll be doing yourself a favor and your country an important service. For used fats are urgently needed for military medicines, armaments, and a host of things so necessary to win this war. Strain every drop into any tin can, no glass containers, please, and turn them in as soon as you have a pound. Be sure to listen at this same time next week for another exciting adventure with Boston Blackie. You can see Chester Morris as Boston Blackie on the screen at your favorite movie theater. Boston Blackie's latest Columbia picture is One Mysterious Night, soon to be released. Richard Lane appears as Inspector Farraday. Music by Charles Cornell. This is Harlow Wilcox saying goodnight for Boston Blackie, brought to you by the makers of Rinso, the soap that gets clothes.
And don't forget, tomorrow, when you ask your grocer for the new Rinso, buy a cake of Lifebuoy at the same time. Lifebuoy's rich, purifying lather goes right after dirt and perspiration, leaves you feeling extra clean. So use Lifebuoy daily in your bath or shower. Remember, it's the only soap especially made to stop...
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
10 p.m. BULOVA Bulova watch time. For supreme accuracy, expert design, and outstanding value, choose a Bulova. Watch of a lifetime. WEAF, New York.
Rinso, R-I-N-S-O, Soapy Rich Rinso presents Boston Blackie, starring Chester Morris.
Check here, please. Check your hats and coats.
May I have my coat, miss? Here's the check.
Thank you. Number 503?
Yes, a camel's hair coat.
Oh, yes, I remember. It's right over here. Here you are, sir. Help you on with it?
No, thanks. I'll carry it. Here you are, miss.
Thank you, sir. Check here, please. Check your hats and coats.
Oh, taxi! Taxi!
What's your hurry, Blackie?
Oh, well, Farraday, my favorite cop.
Don't be so happy to see me, Blackie. You're going with me.
Oh, goody. What are we celebrating tonight? Your birthday?
No celebration for you, Blackie. I want you for the murder of Andrew Lawrence.
Oh, you do you? Who's he?
You know. The caretaker of the Devon estate.
Now, look, Inspector, I don't know any caretakers, and I never even heard of the Devon estate.
I know, Blackie. What about those stains on that coat you're carrying there? They look like blood.
Stains?
Yeah, stains.
Hey, wait a minute. This isn't my coat.
Oh, let me see. Well, now, what's this on the label? It says here, Boston Blackie.
Yes, that's my label, all right, but this isn't my coat.
Oh, I suppose somebody sewed that label in another coat.
Well, that's not bad for you, Inspector. Could be.
Well, all I know is you're going down to headquarters and the coat is going to the lab. And I hope those stains prove to be blood.
Well, I hope you don't get your hope.
Once again, Boston Blackie and Inspector Farraday have tangled. Boston Blackie, enemy to those who make him an enemy, friend to those who have no friend. Is there anything prettier these hot summer days than a nice-looking girl in a crisp, bright-colored cotton dress? Well, to us men, those dresses always look fresh and cool as peppermint ice cream. And it's almost as easy as snapping your fingers to keep those pretty printed washables bright and gay, with Rinso helping out. Yes, indeed, those hard-working Rinso suds make dirt disappear in a jiffy, whether you're using a tub or a washing machine. Rinso's mighty easy on your pretty washable colors, too. They stay fresh and bright even after dozens of washings. So take a tip from Bob White for easier wash days and brighter, cleaner clothes. That's Rinso White and Rinso Bright for your colored clothes. If you value them, better use Rinso every time you wash them.
And now, back to Chester Morris as Boston Blackie, who is in Inspector Faraday's office, waiting word on the laboratory tests of the bloodstains found on the coat he was wearing.
Blackie, for a smart guy, you get into more scrapes.
Look, Inspector, can't you think without pacing the floor?
I've got a little proposition to make you.
Oh, but how about the bloodstains on the coat, Inspector? Remember, you wanted me for murder.
Well, now, just in case those bloodstains turn out not to be bloodstains.
Oh, you don't need to apologize, Inspector.
Who's apologizing? What are you laughing at?
Well, your shoelaces are untied.
Yeah?
Why don't you tie them?
Me?
Yes.
Now, wait a minute. This is going to be fun.
Yes.
All right, you tie them, Blackie.
What? Now, really, Inspector,
Yes,
this
you.
is quite humiliating. I never fancied myself as a gentleman's gentleman.
Gentlemen's gentlemen, cut out the double talk and come on, tie my shoelaces, Blackie.
Oh, well, all right.
You know, I'm enjoying this. Boston Blackie, finally on his knees.
Yes, but not begging, Inspector. By the way, don't you ever get your shoes shined?
What for?
Oh. Now, there you are. I hope you realize it's a privilege to be tied by Boston Blackie.
Wonderful.
Here's the report, Inspector.
Okay, let's have it. That'll be all, Matthews.
Right, Inspector.
Goodbye, Matthews.
You ain't going anywhere, Blackie.
What? Well, come on, Inspector. What's the verdict?
I'll read it to you, Blackie. It says, quote, stains taken from the coat of Boston Blackie analyzed.
Yes.
Tests show them to be human blood matching that of Andrew Lawrence, murdered caretaker of Devon Estate. Signed, Murphy Police Laboratory, unquote. Well, that's it, Blackie. I'm locking you up right now.
Oh.
And I'm not taking any chances on your getting out of here first. Hold out your hands.
Oh, now, Inspector, cuffs for me?
Yeah.
Oh, you've got a very bad memory.
Okay, maybe you can get out of handcuffs, but my gun doesn't miss.
What, a gun again, Inspector?
Again.
Say, look, why don't you try a bow and arrow for a change?
All right, let's get going. And just to make sure, I'm going to escort you personally to your cell.
That'll be nice.
All right, down the hall, and don't try anything funny.
Well, will you sit with me a while and hold my hand?
Oh, come on.
Oh, I'm sorry I had to tie your shoelaces together, Farraday. And thanks for the gun. You know, you look very funny. Generally, you're only flat on your feet. But now you're flat on your face.
Got the answer yet, Blackie?
Not yet, Shorty.
Hello?
Oh, hello. Savoy Cafe?
Yes? This is the manager speaking.
Well, my name is Jones.
Yes?
My niece works in your check room. I just arrived in town, and I'd like to talk to her, please.
You mean Marion Macy?
Yes.
Well, she's not here. I'm sorry. She's gone home. Had a headache, she said. Left here about an hour ago.
Oh, she did. Too bad. By the way, could you give me her address?
Why, yes. The Lincoln Apartment.
The Lincoln, huh? Well, thank you very much. Goodbye.
You know, I still can't figure out, Blackie, why that hat check girl would take the label out of your coat and then sew it in another one.
Well, she was probably following orders. That's what we're going to find out.
We're going to leave this hideout, Blackie?
Yes. We're going to the Lincoln Apartments. Here's the apartment, Shorty. That's funny. Probably asleep. But I've got to talk to her.
Can you open that door, boss?
Are you kidding? I've got it, Shorty. There it is. Come on.
I'm getting a creepy feeling, boss, like I always do.
Oh, Shorty, will you relax? Hey, what's this?
What? Holy mackerel, the dame. Boss, that feeling of mine was right.
Yes, it's the check room girl, all right, Shorty. She's dead. Come on over here and take a look.
Oh, no. I'll take your word for it.
Poor kid. Stabbed to death. Somebody's playing for keeps, Shorty. Somebody wanted to make sure I didn't find out who told her to switch coats.
If Farraday walks in now, he'll try to pin us on you, sure. Come on, we better get out of here. Come on, boss.
Yeah, that's right. There's nothing around here will help us. Shorty.
Yeah?
That caretaker was murdered out at the Devon Estate. Yeah. So that's where I'm going. Oh, I beg your pardon, miss. I didn't see you.
What are you doing here on my grounds?
Well, this is the Devon Estate, isn't it?
Yes, and you're trespassing.
Well, I hope that means looking for a job, because that's what I'm doing.
It doesn't. And even if it did, it wouldn't matter. There's no job open here.
Well, you know, I'm a pretty handy fella. I can do a lot of things.
I'm really not interested.
There's a policeman on the grounds. If you don't leave immediately, I'll call him and have you thrown off.
Oh, please don't do that. I understood there was a job open here, a caretaker's job. Your caretaker was...
Was murdered. Yes, he was. Now, please leave. I already have a new caretaker. Jerry?
Yes, Miss Morrison, coming.
Miss Morrison, huh? Awful pretty name.
Over here, Jerry. Will you go now, please, Mr...
Oh, I'm sorry, Miss Morrison. My name is Jones. John J. Jones. I'm a detective. Oh, please don't give me away.
Oh, here I am, Miss Morrison.
Oh, I don't need you, Jerry. I just wanted to know you were around.
Oh, okay, ma'am. If you want me, just sing out.
Well, where did you get him?
I hired him a little while ago. So you're a detective, Mr. Jones. Have you credentials?
Well, you see, I never carry them when I'm on a case. Things can happen, you know.
That's what I'm afraid of.
Oh, Miss Morrison, please believe me.
I believe you, but I'll never know why.
Thanks.
The house is up this way. What can I tell you that might help you, Mr. Jones?
Well, for one thing, I'm puzzled. Now, your name is Morrison, and this is the Devon estate.
Well, I bought it 6 months ago.
Oh.
It was formerly owned by a man named John Devon. And when he died, this place was sold for taxes.
I see. Well, why are you still living here, Miss Morrison? I mean, aren't you a little frightened after what happened?
Yes. Yes, I am a little. But where could I go? Besides, I'm anxious to know the answer to a lot of things.
For instance?
Well, right after I bought this estate, strange things began to happen. One morning, the chimney was torn apart. A few days later, I found the cellar ransacked. Then one night, the whole living room was turned upside down.
I see. Well, where was your old caretaker during all this?
He was down the road, sleeping in his own cottage.
Oh.
But after the living room was ransacked, he slept in the house on a couch. That is, until last night. Or rather, early this morning, when we found him murdered. Here we are.
Oh.
Please come in.
Thank you. You're pretty calm about all this, Miss Morrison. It must be rather annoying.
It's more than annoying. My nerves are beginning to jump.
Yes, I'm sure. Anything else you can tell me that might help?
Well, possibly. I've had 2 offers to sell recently. The agent who negotiated the sale of this house made me an offer the day before yesterday to buy it back.
Oh, and what's the agent's name?
Arthur Moran.
I see. Go on.
Well, when I refused, he said his client in any case would like to buy the gun collection that was here when I took possession.
Oh. Well, are you interested in guns?
Yes, and it's a wonderful collection. It came with the house.
Well, it's obvious somebody is looking for something in this house. When he couldn't find it, he wanted to buy the house. When he couldn't do that, he wanted to buy your gun collection.
And, of course, he was looking for...
The gun collection. I'll bet your caretaker surprised him while he was searching for it. How long had the caretaker been here?
A long time. I sort of inherited him with the place.
I see. You mentioned there was a policeman on the grounds. Where is he?
Well, he's around somewhere. He's staying with Jerry in the caretaker's cottage.
Miss Morrison, could you arrange for the policeman and your new caretaker to sleep downstairs here, and for me to take over the cottage for the night?
Certainly, I can do that.
Oh, fine. And can you reach me in a hurry if you need me?
Yes, there's an extension phone between here and the caretaker's place.
Good.
I'll call Jerry and tell him he's sleeping down here tonight.
Thanks. Oh, Miss Morrison, what do your best friends call you?
Polly.
Good night, Polly. You see, I'm one of your best friends. Good morning. Hey, what's this? Hey, wait, Jerry. Jerry, I'll have you untied in a minute. Oh, even my Aunt Hattie couldn't talk with that gag on. I better take it off. There. Now, what happened?
I don't know. I went to sleep last night on the couch here, and during the night somebody tapped me on the bean. And when I woke up a little while ago, I was tied up and gagged.
Yeah. Oh, you're not tied up anymore. Now, where's the cop that was with you?
I don't know.
Uh-oh. There he is, over in the corner. He's tied up, too. Get him loose, Jerry.
Oh, take a look at this place. It's a mess. Everything's turned upside down.
Well, never mind that. I want to find out about Miss Morrison. Polly. 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 Polly, what's happened? Wake up, Polly. Wake up.
What?
Get up. Come on now. Up. That's a girl. Come on now. Now walk around the room with me. Here. Put your arm on my shoulder. That's right. Now tell me what happened.
Well, I don't know.
You've been drugged, Polly. Now, come on, try and think.
I don't know. I'm tired. I want to lie down again.
Now, look, Polly, you've got to keep walking. Come on. We'll go downstairs, and then you'll feel better in a minute.
Hey, you upstairs.
Yes, what is it?
Miss Morrison okay?
Yes, how's the policeman?
Oh, he's hurt pretty bad. I'm taking him to the doctor's down the road.
Okay, Jerry. I'll see you when you get back. Now, Polly, come on. Walk. Come on now, down the stairs. That's right.
I'm beginning to remember now.
Good.
I put a glass of milk on my night table. And then I went downstairs for a book. When I came back, I drank the milk. And then I got terribly drowsy.
Well, that explains the drug. But you're getting over it all right.
What's happened down here? Well, the whole place has turned inside out.
Well, I don't know what happened yet.
I can't stand this any longer. I can't.
Oh, now, Polly, take it easy, please. Here, sit down for a minute. Come on. There, that's better.
Well, now, isn't that a pretty picture?
Well, Inspector Farraday.
Yes, Inspector Farraday. So I caught up with you again, eh, Blackie?
Blackie?
Certainly, Miss Morrison. Boston Blackie. You've heard of him.
But he said his name was Jones, that he was a detective.
I can tell you why, Polly, if you'll only give me a chance.
Not a chance, Blackie. I figured you'd come up here after we found the hat check girl murdered. No. You've got a killing complex lately.
Faraday, will you take it easy? I'm really getting close to the murderer.
Yeah, me too. I'm practically standing in front of him.
Let your gun drop on the floor, Faraday. Drop it.
Hey, who are you?
Let the gun go or I'll let a bullet go, copper. Come on. That's being smart. Hey, Danny, get Blackie's rod. Step on it.
Okay, Eddie. All right, what is all this fuss about, Blackie? Hero stuff? You're going to knock out these two guys and show off for the gal here?
Well, I'd like to, Faraday, only a bullet moves faster than I can. Hey, you mugs. I don't mean to be inquisitive, but what's all this about?
You'll know soon enough. How about it, Danny?
I got Blackie's rod and the inspector's.
Okay. Put the straitjackets on him, Danny.
Yeah. Gee, I didn't think we'd get the inspector, too. You better go call the boss.
Yeah, he said to follow orders to the letter. Where's the phone, lady?
Well,
Yeah, you better tell him, Polly.
Well, it's just outside the door.
Thanks, lady. Keep them all under the gun muzzle, Danny.
Okay.
Watch that Blackie, especially.
Yeah.
I'll be right back.
And watch that Blackie especially. What is the guy, a gunman or a press agent? What a build-up he's giving you, Blackie.
Well, after all, I haven't established a reputation for nothing. Even you appreciate me sometimes, Faraday.
Okay, Danny. I talked to the boss. Stick the straitjackets on him. What size straitjacket you take, Blackie?
I always have my straitjackets made to order.
Yeah, after we get through searching the house, we'll stick their feet in concrete and toss them in the river.
Feet in concrete? Now, you wouldn't dare to do that.
Oh, don't worry, Faraday. At least we won't get our feet wet.
Very funny, Blackie. Very funny.
Don't do it the hard way, ladies. Take it easy. What am I talking about? Why, dishwashing, of course. And the way to take it easy is to let Soapy Rich Rinso take over. Because those lively, hard-working Rinso suds get right after every little bit of clinging grease and all those sticky food particles and chase them away quick as a wink. Just try it. And by all means, have Rinso handy for wash day. This hot weather, you certainly don't want to knock yourself out doing your wash the hard way either. Well, remember, Rinso not only makes wash day a cinch, it helps you turn out a wash you're really proud of. I'll bet you'll be singing your way through wash day like this.
Rinso, right, Rinso, right, happy little wash day song. Rinso, right, Rinso, right, Birdie sing it all day long. Your fine feathered friend has a message to send, so listen, you can't go wrong. Rinso, right, happy little wash day song.
So get Rinso tomorrow. And now, back to Chester Morris as Boston Blackie. Boston Blackie, Polly Morrison, and Inspector Farraday have been put in straitjackets by two thugs after Blackie has been accused of the murder of the caretaker of the Devon estate. One of the gunmen is on guard, while the other is searching the Devon house.
What are you twisting around for, Blackie? Straitjackets were made to hold people.
Yes, handy little things, aren't they?
Yeah. I hear you can get out of ropes and handcuffs and things.
Oh.
Yeah, well, why don't you try to get out of that canvas coat you're wearing? You're due to get a bath, you know. All three of you.
That's the boss's orders.
Well, that's charming. By the way, Danny, who is the boss? What's his name?
Didn't he give you his card?
No.
Well, I guess he must have forgot, huh? Gee, you look funny down there lying on the floor. You know, if I felt like it, I could step all over you. How'd you like to have your face stepped on, Blackie? Like this. Hey, let go of my feet.
I don't want to step on anybody, Stooge. This will make sure you stay on the floor till I leave.
Well, how in the world did you get out of that straitjacket, Blackie?
Never mind that. Get us out of ours.
How did you get out, Blackie?
Well, it's simple. I had my pocket knife in my hand, and while they were putting this jacket on me, I just sliced right through the canvas.
Hey, hurry up, Blackie. That other guy will be back in a minute.
I'll let you out, Inspector, if you'll give me a 10-minute start after I do.
What for?
Well, I think I can find the man responsible for the 2 murders, but I've got to have time to do it. Mm-hmm. Now, I want 10 minutes, Farraday. Come on, what about it?
10 minutes? Okay, you've got it.
Thanks. Polly.
Yes, Blackie?
Tell me, what was the agent's name again? You know, the one who sold you the house and later wanted to buy your gun collection for a client.
Arthur Moran. Why?
Arthur Moran, huh? Okay. He's due for a phone call.
Hello?
Mr. Moran?
Yes?
This is John J. Jones. I'm working with the police department, and I'd like some information.
Yes?
Who instructed you to try to buy the Devon estate back, and who wanted to get the gun collection?
A client of mine in South America.
I see. Well, what's his name?
Parker Adams. Why, what's this all about?
Oh, just checking, Mr. Moran. Who is Adams?
Well, he was involved in the scrape here 5 years ago and went to South America to live.
Well, why did he want to buy the Devon estate and the gun collection?
Well, I haven't the slightest idea. All I know is that he sent a check every week to Mr. Devon from Brazil. Mm-hmm. I believe he owned a coffee plantation or something.
Well, thank you, Mr. Moran. That's all I wanted to know.
Did you get all that dope I wanted, Shorty?
Yeah, sure, boss. It was a cinch. Look, I go into the files at the Daily Globe, and I pulled out this stuff about this Parker Adams. No trouble at all. And say, no wonder this guy Adams had to go to South America. Just put your peepers on this clipping, will you?
Yeah? Oh. Yeah, I see what you mean. Come on, Shorty. We're going up to the Devon estate.
Polly. What? Who is it?
It's me, Polly. Blackie. I'm over here in the bushes. Is the coast clear?
Well, there are 2 policemen in the house and 1 outside.
Okay. Polly, I think I found out something. I know who the murderer is, and I know why he's ransacking your house.
But, Blackie, how did you find that out?
Well, I checked the newspaper files on a man named Parker Adams, who asked Moran to buy this house from you and then wanted to buy your gun collection. He's in South America now, but he was a suspect in a murder case 5 years ago.
But what has that to do with what's happened at my house?
Well, you see, this Adams wasn't convicted because the police couldn't prove him guilty. They couldn't find the gun.
And you think the gun is in my house?
Yes. And the Devon was blackmailing Adams with it. Polly, I've got to get by those 2 policemen and get into the house and find that gun.
But, Blackie, how?
Oh, let's see. I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll climb that tree by your window and then drop to the first-floor roof.
Yes, I know, but the policeman outside...
Yeah, I know. I'll throw a rock in the pool. That'll keep him busy while I get in the house. Where is the gun collection, Polly?
In the library.
Fine. I'll meet you there.
Blackie, be careful.
Oh, sure. Well, here goes.
Is that you, Blackie?
Yes, Polly.
Oh, I'm so glad.
Where's the library?
Over here. The gun collection's in this room. Come in, Blackie.
Good. Now, we've got to work fast. Now, where are they?
In a box in this desk. I'll show them to you. There's a drawer here, but you'd never find it unless you knew it was there. Here they are. Take a look at them.
Ooh. Say, this is a fine collection, Polly. All old-timers, too. You know, I was pretty sure that one of them was the gun that Parker Adams killed a man with 5 years ago. But I can see now that I was wrong.
But you said you knew who the murderer was.
Oh, sure I do. And I know why he did it, but I can't prove it. I'm just a dummy. Dummy. Hey, wait a minute. That gives me an idea. Look at this. This isn't a real gun at all.
What?
No, it's a dummy. It's hollow. Oh, and look what's inside. A Colt 25 pistol. Why, this must be the one Parker Adams used. And we can easily prove that by the serial number on it. Polly, I think this is our ace in the hole.
You don't mind if I trump that ace, do you, Blackie? I'll take that gun.
Jerry!
I'm not surprised, Polly. I had a pretty good idea it was this fellow who was in back of these murders.
Oh, you did, eh? Smart guy, huh? How did you know?
Well, when one of your thugs went to call the boss before he put us in straitjackets, he just casually picked up the telephone and didn't bother to dial. There's a direct connection between the house and the caretaker's cottage, and that's where you were, Jerry. You were the boss. You only took this job so you could search for this gun.
Nice figuring, pal.
Well, as long as compliments are being handed out, that was pretty clever of you to get yourself tied up here this morning. But not clever enough. Why, any good Boy Scout could tell you tied yourself up, Mr. Parker Adams.
Adams?
Yes. He went down to South America and planted somebody to take his phone calls and pretend to be him. It was simple, but effective.
Listen, I've spent a lot of time and money trying to get that gun back, Blackie.
Yes, and killed 2 people trying.
And now it's going to be 4. And Miss Morrison, don't keep looking over my shoulder for your cops. My boys are taking care of them. Okay, Blackie, give me the gun.
Now, just a minute. Let me get this straight. The caretaker recognized you when you were ransacking the house, and you had to kill it, right?
Well?
And you had to get rid of the blood-stained camel's hair coat you were wearing. And then after you had the hat check girls switch coats and sew in my own label, you had to kill her to keep her mouth shut.
Oh, she didn't pick your coat on purpose. It could have been any camel's hair coat.
Oh, well, I know the rest. Devin was blackmailing you because he had this gun. When you found out he died, you tried to buy this house, but Miss Morrison got it first. So you came to the States and began operations to get the only evidence that could convict you of murder.
Oh, you've said enough. You're stalling. Hey, Eddie.
Eddie!
Yeah, boss.
Oh, you got these 2, huh?
Get the gun Blackie's got in his hand, Eddie. It's not loaded.
Okay, boss. Come on, Blackie, give.
Sure. Here.
Oh.
Polly, she's fainting, boss. Catch her.
Hey, stand up. Stop leaning on me. Will you? Get off of me, will you?
I'll get her, boss.
Go to sleep, Eddie.
Hey, let go of my hand, will
I'm
you?
holding Jerry's gun hand, Blackie. Hurry.
You can let go now.
Oh.
Oh, thanks, Polly. You know, that was mighty nice fainting.
Thank you, Blackie, but I think I feel a real one coming on.
Oh, you're wonderful. Do you want to be more wonderful?
How?
Call Farraday and tell him what you've heard. That will be enough to clear me.
Of course I will.
Oh.
What's the matter, Blackie?
Hold me. Hold me. I think I'm going to faint.
Faint? A big, strong man like you?
Well, it seems to be the only way I can get your arms around me.
Boston Blackie will be back in just a moment with an interesting preview of next week's program. Now, you've heard about the language of music, ladies. Do you know what this means? That's right, Rinso White. And it means the cleanest, freshest, whitest wash you could ask to see. But you can't get clothes that clean with lazy, old-fashioned soaps. You need a hard-working, lively soap like Rinso. Because Rinso actually gets out more dirt. Why, Rinso just soaks clothes clean, often in as little as 10 minutes. And then a few quick finger rubs on extra dirty places, and there's your Rinso White, Rinso Bright wash. Yes, for a wash that you'll be really proud to hang up on your line, get Soapy Rich Rinso. And now a brief glimpse of next week's adventure.
Hello?
Hello. Say, I'm supposed to meet a young lady in your lobby there, and I've been delayed. Would you mind having a page, please?
Why, sure. What's the young lady's name?
Her name is Alice Manletter.
Miss Manletter?
That's right.
Why, she left here just a minute ago. She met someone she was expecting and left with him.
Well, that's impossible. Miss Manletter didn't know a soul in New York.
Oh, I wouldn't know about that, but she told me she had an appointment with a Mr. Boston Blackie. And that's the man she left here with.
Well, but that can't be possible.
And why not?
Because I'm Boston Blackie.
We'd like to take a moment here to congratulate the women of the United States Navy, the Waves, who are presently celebrating 2 years of service to their country. In 2 years, approximately 70,000 of America's finest young women have volunteered for the most important jobs of their lives, serving in the Navy. Waves work hard at important war tasks, but they keep their individuality, have plenty of fun and enjoyment with good companions, and have great pride and satisfaction for a job well done. If you'd like to help get this war over and bring your loved one home sooner, here's your chance. Join the Waves. Be sure to listen at this same time next week for another exciting adventure with Boston Blackie. You can see Chester Morris as Boston Blackie on the screen at your favorite movie theater. Boston Blackie's latest Columbia picture is One Mysterious Night, soon to be released. Richard Lane appears as Inspector Farraday, music by Charles Cornell. This is Harlow Wilcox saying goodnight for Boston Blackie, brought to you by the makers of Rinso, the soap that gets clothes.
Summertime means warm weather, and that means more perspiration. Use Lifebuoy in your daily bath or shower to protect yourself. You'll love its rich, purifying lather. Remember, too, that of 7 leading brands, Lifebuoy gives you the most soap for your money. And besides, it's the only soap especially made to stop B.O.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Lever Brothers, makers of Rinso, R-I-N-S-O, Soapy Rich Rinso, present Boston Blackie, starring Chester Morris.
Front boy, did you sign the register, please, sir? Right here. Yes, Miss Manletter. Is there some trouble with your room?
Oh, no, it's fine, thank you. I was just wondering, do you know a Mr. Boston Blackie when you see him?
No, I don't know him. I'm sorry, Miss Manletter.
Well, thanks, just the same. I'm supposed to meet him here in the lobby, but I have no idea what he looks like. My uncle arranged the appointment before I left San Francisco.
Oh, there's a man standing over by the newsstand who looks as if he were waiting for someone.
Oh? Oh, yes. Oh, I'm sure that must be Mr. Blackie. Thank you so much.
Yes, ma'am.
Hello there. I hope you'll forgive me. Wasn't I supposed to meet you here? You're you, aren't you?
Yes.
At least Uncle should have had you wear a white carnation.
According to Uncle, white carnations don't stay white long in Pittsburgh.
Uncle told me that you were very witty. But they do in San Francisco, you know.
Well, shall we go?
Where to? Oh, no, don't tell me. I'd rather be surprised.
All right, let's go.
Oh, clerk, I found the man I was looking for. Thank you for your trouble.
No trouble at all. Hello? Room clerk speaking.
Hello, would you do me a favor, please? I'm supposed to meet a young lady in your lobby, and I've been delayed. Would you have a page, please? Her name is Alice Manletter.
Miss Manletter?
Yes.
Why, she just left here a minute ago. She met someone she was expecting, and she left with him.
Well, that's impossible. Miss Manletter doesn't know anyone in New York.
Well, she told me she had an appointment with a Mr. Boston Blackie, and that's the man she left here with.
But that can't be possible.
And why not?
Because I'm Boston Blackie.
In a few moments, we will meet Boston Blackie, but right now, a thought about the weather. I'll bet it sometimes doesn't seem fair to you ladies. Here it is summer, blistering hot days, days when you ought to be taking it easy. And what happens? You've got a bigger wash than ever to worry about. More towels, more of the kids' play clothes, more of your own wash dresses, more shirts of Dad's, more everything. Well, you couldn't pick a more ideal time than now to switch to Soapy Rich Rinso. With Rinso, even the biggest, grimiest wash goes like a breeze. As little as 5 minutes per load with Rinso in your washer, and your clothes are sparkling Rinso white, clean as a whistle. And Rinso is safe for washable colors, too. Leaves them Rinso bright after dozens of washings. You'll be mighty proud of your Rinso wash, and proud, too, that you bought the big green and yellow package that made it so easy to do. Better get Rinso before next wash day.
And now meet Boston Blackie, radio's newest adventure star. Meet Boston Blackie, enemy to those who make him an enemy, friend to those who have no friend.
Listen, clerk, try to think. What did the man look like? I mean, the one Miss Manletter left with.
I don't know, Mr. Blackie. You're rather good-looking, about your height and build.
But Miss Manletter didn't know anybody in New York. Her uncle told me that when he asked me to meet her.
Well, I'm sorry I can't help you.
Well, thanks just the same. Oh, here's my card.
Mm-hmm.
If Miss Manletter returns, have her call this number, will you?
Yes, I will.
Taxi, sir?
No, thanks. Look, Dorman, did you happen to notice a man and a girl leaving here about 10 minutes ago? A pretty girl and a man about my height?
Yes, sir. Come to think of it, I did call a taxi for a couple of that answers that description.
Well, do you remember which cab it was?
Yes, it was the one Mike O'Hara drives. That's O'Hara just pulling up to the end of the line now.
Well, thanks a lot. Here, buy your wife some flowers.
Oh, thank you very much, sir.
O'Hara?
Yes, sir.
You just drove a man and a young lady somewhere. I want to go where they went.
Oh, you want to follow someone?
You're a bright lad, O'Hara.
I don't want to get into any trouble. Maybe you better get another cab.
Oh, you won't get into any trouble. You see, I'm Inspector Farraday of the Homicide Department.
Oh, Inspector Farraday.
That's right. Okay, step on it.
Oh, sure, Inspector. I'll go as fast as I can. This is it. This is the place I left them off. Right in front of this store.
Oh, thanks. Here, buy yourself a couple of cigars.
Oh, thank you, sir. Gee, I'll buy you a box.
No.
Well, how do you do? I'm looking for a young couple who came here a few minutes ago.
You're looking for a couple. I'm looking for a couple. I'll take a single yet. Nobody comes here. Only Pop and me. Even Pop ain't here now. They have nobody else. See for yourself.
Well, thanks. May I use your telephone, please?
Certainly. That'll be 10 cents. You wouldn't be interested in buying anything, would you, mister?
No, thanks.
No. Well, nobody ever buys anything.
Hello, Ashley Hotel? I'd like to speak to the room clerk, please. Say, Mom, have you got any chewing gum?
Chewing gum he asked for. Is he kidding?
Room clerk speaking.
This is Boston Blackie. Have you had any word from Miss Alice Manletter?
Oh, Mr. Blackie, Miss Manletter's been trying to reach you. She wants you to come down here to see her right away. She's in room 305.
Well, thank you very much. I'll be right over.
Three, please. Third floor.
Oh, thank you. 301, 303. Oh, here we are, 305.
Come in.
Hello.
Hello. So you're Boston Blackie.
Mm-hmm. I'm glad to see you, Miss Manletter. You know, your uncle asked me to look out for you, and then you disappear. Well, you didn't even give me a chance.
Oh, you mean this morning?
Yes.
No, I just met a friend, that's all. He followed me from San Francisco.
Well, I don't blame him. I'd have followed you, too. How was your trip?
Oh, wonderful. This is my first time in New York. You know, I practically lived in a dream all the way here.
Yes. Well, how do you like what you've seen of it?
Wonderful.
You know, I'd like to show you the real town.
Oh, well, I'd like to, only I've sort of an engagement tonight.
Oh, the same fellow?
Uh-huh.
You haven't wasted much time before I came here, have you?
Only the 18 years before I came here. Isn't that enough?
Well, that's enough for me to be running along, Alice. Oh, here's my phone number, and if you want anything, you just call. How about lunch tomorrow, huh?
Oh, I'd love it. Thanks, Mr. Blackie, for everything.
Oh, everything is nothing. Good night, Alice.
$25, boss. Nice shooting.
Oh, Shorty, she's a beautiful girl.
Look, why don't you forget names for a minute?
Give me a good reason.
15. Just like I'm telling you, boss, your hand ain't steady. You need some more practice.
Well, this Maxim silencer doesn't fit this gun too well.
Oh, how come the new gun, Blackie? Where's your old one?
Well, you see, Shorty,
You what?
Well, I hate to admit it, but I guess I was robbed.
Boston Blackie robbed?
Yeah.
Hey, boss, you ain't in any trouble.
I don't know.
Gee, bullseye, boss.
Yeah, I guess this new gun will do until I get my old one back. There's nothing like a workout with a target to keep your aim in shape, Shorty.
You know, I got a funny idea about that, boss.
Yeah?
I don't care if my aim ain't so good as long as the other guys ain't either.
I'll get it, Shorty.
All right.
Hello?
Blackie?
Well, Inspector Farraday, my favorite cop.
Mm-hmm. How'd you guess?
Oh, how could I miss those low, dulcet tones, Inspector?
I want you down here in 10 minutes, Blackie, or I'll send for you.
That's fine, but where's down here?
The Ashley Hotel, room 305.
You won't have to send for me, Inspector. I'll be right down.
Say, boss, Farraday hasn't got you jumping through a rope, has he?
Room 305, Ashley Hotel. Shorty, that's Alice Manletter's room.
Third floor, please. Watch your step getting out.
Thank you.
Come on.
How are you, Inspector? Holy Mac...
Yeah, Blackie, she's dead.
Dead?
As if you didn't know.
Oh, wait a minute. How did you know about this, Farraday?
O'Hara, the taxi driver, got suspicious, so reported to headquarters.
Oh.
From his description, I knew it was you, and then I got suspicious. So you're going around impersonating me now, eh, Blackie?
Well, you should be flattered.
Why did you kill her?
Wait a minute, Farraday.
Okay, boys, cover him.
Now, don't be a dope. I promised to look after this girl. She was all right when I left her a little while ago.
Yeah, maybe. After we discovered the body, the boys and I waited for you to make an appearance. We knew you'd be back.
Now, Farraday, listen. This girl was Arthur Manletter's niece.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll take care of whoever was responsible for her murder.
No, I'll do that, Blackie. You killed her. Now, that's your gun in her hand.
My gun? But I don't see how that...
We checked the serial numbers, Blackie.
I don't care what you checked.
Mm-hmm.
You can't take me in for this. I didn't kill her, I tell you.
Okay, maybe not. Maybe the serial number on this gun is wrong. You know what a paraffin test is, Blackie?
Oh, sure, I know.
All right. Well, we'll go down to headquarters and cover your hand with paraffin.
Fine.
Then we'll be able to tell whether you fired a gun in the last couple of hours or
Now,
not.
Inspector, will you listen?
Yeah.
This girl came to New York this morning.
Mm-hmm.
She wasn't supposed to know anybody in town.
Mm-hmm.
And then she told me she'd met a friend.
Well, what are you trying to prove?
I'm trying to prove that somebody killed Alice Manletter, and I've got to be free to find out who did it.
Well, you won't be. I'll see to that personally. And now, wait a minute now. What are you doing in that girl's handbag?
Don't get scared, Inspector, please.
Well, what are you doing?
You've got 4 cops with guns on me.
Yeah?
This isn't a trick. I might find something here that will help me track down the murderer.
Well, we've searched this whole place, Tom Blackie. There's nothing here. Hold on. Wait a minute. What are you taking out of that bag?
Well, I don't know yet. It's just a piece of paper.
Well, I'll take it. What's this? Boston 5, Zealand, Louisiana 3, Saskatchewan, Tennessee 2, Nevada.
Yeah, Nevada. Go ahead.
What are you doing?
I'm just writing down what you've said.
Well, this doesn't make sense. Missouri 1, 3, Denver 4, France.
Well, you see, Farraday, that's a code.
Well, you were going to have plenty of time to work it out, Blackie. Come on, let's get going. I'm going to give your hand a paraffin test to find out whether you fired a gun recently. And if you have, take it from me, pal, you'll have to do some talking to keep your head above water.
Well, I'm afraid, Inspector, the only way I can keep my head above water is to duck you.
Boston Blackie apparently is in a spot. And, speaking of spots, so was a friend of mine the other day. You see, a lady I know of looked out of her window one morning, and it was such a lovely day she felt like singing.
Dum da 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 da, dee 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 dee.
And all of a sudden, she remembered it was wash day.
Oh, shucks.
So she got ready to do her wash and found she was out of soap. Well, time was wasting, so she borrowed some from her next-door neighbor. A soap she'd heard a lot about but never tried before. Yes, you guessed it. It was Soapy Rich Rinso. And when she saw what mountains of suds Rinso made...
Well, what do you know?
And how quickly those Rinso suds soaked her clothes dazzling white, and how she only had to give the very dirty places a few quick finger rubs because Rinso gets out more dirt, she started singing all over again like this.
Rinso white, happy little wash day song. Rinso white, birdie sing it all day long. Your fine feathered friend has a message to send, so listen, you can't go wrong. Rinso white, happy little wash day song.
Sing your way through your next wash day with Rinso. Boston Blackie is in Inspector Faraday's office awaiting the police laboratory report that will show whether he has fired a gun within the past few hours, so that Farraday can build a complete case against him for the murder of the girl in the Ashley Hotel.
How does it feel, Blackie? Be sitting there just waiting for a report that could send you to the chair? You nervous?
Boston 5, Zealand. That's the first word. Now, you take the first letters of each word and you get buzz.
Great. How do you do it, Blackie? You get buzz.
That's right.
Yeah, now we know everything. Who killed the girl, what her mother's maiden name was, and what town she was born in.
That's exactly what I'm trying to find out. After the first letter, there's the number 5. See, that could be the fifth vowel. You know, A-E-I-O-U.
That's right.
Or do you?
Yes.
Then the word would spell B-U-Z-Z.
Marvelous.
Buzz. Inspector, this is a clue to the murder. Now, using that system of spelling out the first letters of each word, the note reads buzz, listen, made, off.
Yeah. What does that mean?
I wish I knew.
Yeah, Farraday. Right. Thanks. Well, that was it, Blackie. The test showed you fired a gun, all right. And the gun we found next to the girl's body was yours.
Now, Inspector, I lost my gun, and it's true I fired another. But I was just practicing.
Sure, on a live target.
Oh.
You don't expect me to believe that, do you, Blackie?
Well, frankly, no.
You killed her, and then you put your gun, in her hand. After wiping off your fingerprints, of course. Oh, that's an old trick, Blackie, an old one. I'm surprised at you. Hey, Matthews?
Inspector?
Take Blackie down to the cell floor and lock him up. We'll book him later.
Right, Chief. Come on, Blackie.
Okay. Well, you look very nice today, Matthews. New uniform? Who's your tailor?
You won't be able to go to him for a long time.
You know, good old Matthews. Snappy clothes and pattern to match. Say, Inspector, may I wash my hands? Well, they're covered with ink from that fingerprint pad. Is it okay?
Oh, sure. But keep an eye on him, Matthews. I'll beat it, both of you. I'm thinking.
Thinking, huh? I'd love to watch. Come on, Matthews. Lock me up. So long, Inspector. Farraday said I could wash my hands, Matthews. Remember?
Go ahead, but no tricks. Here's the washroom. But remember, I'll be right back here with my gun in my hand.
Oh, goody.
I let you in on a little secret, Blackie.
What's that?
The inspector brought in a half a dozen extra cops from another precinct, just to make sure you didn't break out of here.
No. Only half a dozen? Well, I'm flattered. By the way, Matthews, did you take a shower this morning?
No, last night.
Well, you need another one. Now.
Hey, quit splashing water all over me. I can't see. Hey, give me my gun.
Not a chance. I'm going to gag you, Matthews, and lock you in here. Come on, turn around. There. Now try and yell. And I want to borrow your uniform. If there are strange cops here, they'll think I'm one of them. You see, I'm leaving in your uniform. Come on, Matthews. Come on, take it off.
Blackie, if Farraday ever finds this waterfront hideout of ours, you know we're sunk.
Oh, Farraday couldn't find a skunk in a perfume shop. Will you stop worrying?
Okay. What do we do next, boss?
Well, nothing until I get that long-distance call through to Arthur Manletter. The operator's trying to reach him in San Francisco now.
So after we reach him, so what?
Well, I won't know, Shorty, till I talk to him. You see, the only thing I've been able to do since I walked out of headquarters an hour ago was to break the code we found in that girl's bag. It read buzz, listen, made, off.
Yeah. You told me that before.
Yes, I know, but those words don't make sense. However, suppose we try an association.
You mean we're going to join a club?
Oh, cut it out, Shorty, please. Now, for instance, what does the word buzz make you think of?
A bee.
That's right. Now, let's say the first word is bee.
Yeah.
Now, the second word in the code message is listen.
Uh-huh.
What does that make you think of?
Listen, I don't know. Hey, wait a minute, boss.
Yeah?
Don't tell me now. I'll get it.
Listen. The word is here.
Oh.
So the message starts, be here.
Mm-hmm.
Then the last two words are made and off. Oh, by the way, Shorty, what's the maid's day off?
Thursday, if anybody still has got one.
Yeah, Thursday's right. So the message reads, be here Thursday.
Oh, that's it. Yesterday was Thursday, the day the gal came to town.
Sure.
Oh,
that's the code, all right. Only what good... There's my call now.
All right.
Hello?
Blackie, this is Manletter in San Francisco.
Oh, hello, Arthur.
Blackie, what's happened? I just heard the radio. It said that Alice has been murdered. The police were searching for you. It's not true, is it, Blackie?
Yes, I'm afraid it's true, Arthur. But you know I didn't do it.
Well, of course you didn't.
I don't know how it happened. But I'm going to find out.
Blackie, look, I feel terrible.
Oh,
This is her
shit.
20th birthday. The trip was a present from me.
20th birthday? Wait a minute, Arthur. Is she a brunette?
Oh, no, she had the most beautiful blonde hair you ever saw.
Oh, that's wonderful. Arthur, your niece wasn't murdered.
Huh?
It wasn't Alice. Now, take my word for it.
The radio said...
Never mind the radio. Your niece wasn't murdered, and I'm going to find her, Arthur. You'll hear from me.
Thanks, Blackie. Thanks. Call me as soon as you know anything, will you?
I will. Goodbye.
Now, why did you tell him that for, Blackie?
Because it's true, Shorty. You see, I never saw the real Alice Manletter. I took it for granted she was the girl in the hotel room.
Oh.
But that girl said she was 18, and Manletter's niece is 20. And the color of her hair settles it.
Okay, but what happens now?
Well, the real Alice Manletter left the hotel this morning with a man. The cab driver gave me the address, but she wasn't there, of course. They evidently got off there, but must have walked down the street to another house.
Well, what do we do first?
Now, let's see. First, we've got to get a couple of messenger uniforms.
Yeah.
Then you'll take one side of the street, and I'll take the other, and we'll ring every doorbell and say we have a wire for Alice Manletter.
Well, what good will that do?
Whoever is holding Alice will know it's a trick and will try to grab us. That's what I'll be waiting for. Telegram for Alice Manletter.
Ain't nobody here with that name.
Are you sure?
Sure, I'm sure. There ain't nobody in this block with that name either. I don't know. I've lived here for 40 years.
Gee, this reminds me of Allen's Alley. Should I try the next block?
Well, we'll try it together, but I got 2 more houses to go. Wait for me.
Okay.
I've got to find that girl, Shorty.
Okay, boss. If it's a girl, you'll find her.
What you want?
Telegram for Alice Manletter.
Did you come in?
Well, is Miss Manletter here? She's got a sign for this personally. Ah, nice place you have here. I noticed a sign outside saying this was a doctor's home.
In here, please.
Yeah, okay. Thanks. Hey, what's this?
See if he is armed, Otto.
Yeah, I'll see. Keep your gun on him, Joe.
Yeah.
Hey, here's his gun here, Doctor. Here, in this card case.
Boston Blackie. We were hoping you would come. It took you a little longer than we thought.
Oh, you knew I'd be here, huh?
Girl said she was supposed to meet you in the hotel lobby.
Uh-huh.
And Otto here made a mistake and thought she was one of us.
I see. So that's what happened.
Otto was supposed to meet one girl, he met another. He thought she was someone else, and she thought he was someone else. Simple blunder.
Oh, you mean the super race has made a simple blunder?
But everything has been taken care of. This girl knows no one else in the city, and very soon she will know nothing at all.
Oh, I see. And that goes for me, too, I suppose.
Jawohl.
Ouch, but you take it easy with my hands back there, boy.
I am tight, Otto. You see, too?
Easy.
Good. We have only a few moments.
Yeah, that's right. You just listen to the newscast. You better work fast, boys. You have only a few moments. Warsaw, Paris, Berlin.
American pig. Take him in the other room. Better carry him.
Yeah. Help me, Joe.
Yeah. I open the door for you. Just throw him in. The lens on his neck. It's too bad.
Ready, Joe?
Throw him. Yeah.
Who is that?
Well, I think it's me, Boston Blackie.
Oh.
You're Alice Manletter, of course.
Boston Blackie, I'm so glad you're here.
Thanks.
So much has happened to me.
Yes, I think I know most of it.
You think we'll get out of here?
Well, we're certainly going to try. Let's do something about these ropes. You're tied up, too, aren't you?
Yes.
Well, they weren't nice enough to leave some lights on so I could see what I was doing. Well, there's the first one off. Now for my legs. Say, I just thought of something. That girl accomplice must have lifted my gun when I was up there, figuring that if I found out she was a spy, she could take care of me. Oh, well, the legs are free. Now I'll untie you.
Thank you. What's that?
They're going to send a message. We'll be able to hear what they say. The microphone's right up against the wall. Now, your hands are free. Work on your ankles, and I'll listen.
All right.
There's Ketchivan. Hand over 4-2. There's Ketchivan.
S-H-O-E-S. Shoes.
1, Nevada, Denver.
A-N-D. And shoes and...
There's Ketchivan. 2, 1, Louisiana. 3, Nevada, Georgia, Wisconsin. 1, them tipping.
Sealing wax. Shoes and sealing wax.
1, 5, Tennessee. 5, Missouri, Nevada.
A-U-T-U-M-N. Autumn. Shoes and sealing wax, autumn. That's the message so far.
Geneva 1, Louisiana 1, Hanover 1, Denmark.
Louisiana 1, Nevada, Chicago 2, Louisiana 4, Tennessee.
That spells Galahad and Lancelot.
They've stopped sending.
Yeah.
What did they say, do you know?
Now, keep working on those ropes, Alice.
Yes.
Now, here's the message. Shoes and sealing wax. That's from Alice in Wonderland. The word missing is ships. Well, that could be the first word in the message.
That's the way it works?
Sure. Now, let's see. The next thing was autumn. Autumn. What's that make you think of, Alice?
I don't know. Autumn leaves, perhaps?
That's it. And then they said Galahad and Lancelot. They were 2 knights of the Round Table.
2 nights.
That's it. Ships leave tonight. That's the message. We've got to get out and stop that convoy from sailing. There'll be a U-boat pack waiting for it shore.
I've worked the knot loose, I think.
Good. Now give me your ropes. I'm going to need them.
What are you going to do?
Well, they'll be in for us in a minute. Is there a chair in the room?
There's one next to me. I'm leaning against
Good.
it.
I'll put it alongside the door and stand on it. When the Nazis come in, you'll be in back of the door and slam it shut behind them.
But they'll see us.
Oh, no, not a chance. The room is too dark. I'll drop a noose over them, but quick.
Shh. I think I hear something.
Okay. Now, I'll carry this chair over, and you stand behind the door.
All ready, Blackie?
Yeah, me too.
We'll do it, Doctor, just like you said. Come in with me, Joe.
Now, Alice.
Your gun. Get out your gun, Otto. I can't get it out. My arms are pinned down.
Here's a present, Nazi. Now, don't be jealous, pal. Here's one for you, too. Oh, you can take it, huh, kid? Okay. Well, I guess that does it, Alice.
What is going on in there? Otto,
Watch this, Alice.
come in here, Doctor, quick. What is this is?
Alice, get on that telephone in the other room quick. Tell the FBI what you know. Then call Inspector Farraday while I keep an eye on these Nazis. Now, when you get him, I want you to...
Blackie, hold it. Don't move. I've got you cold this time.
Well, hot or cold, you'll hate yourself in the morning, Farraday, but I'm glad you're here.
Yeah.
How did you manage it?
I managed it, boss.
What?
I got worried, and I couldn't bust in here alone, so I called your old friend Farraday.
Oh.
Yeah, and I landed up here with both feet in 10 minutes flat.
When you do anything with your feet, Farraday, flat is the right word. Oh, thanks, Alice, for clearing me with Farraday.
Oh, Blackie, you're wonderful.
Oh.
You saved my life and broke up a spy ring, and it doesn't bother you a bit. Don't you feel good about it?
Oh, I should say I do. So good, I'm going to celebrate.
Alone?
Oh, no. You're coming with me, Alice. But first, we're going to call your Uncle Arthur.
What are you going to say?
Well, I'm going to tell him I've spent a lot of time looking for you. But from now on, I'm looking after you.
We'll be back in just a moment with an interesting preview of next week's program. Now, you know those rich Rinso suds I've been telling you are such a help on wash day? Well, they're just as big a help come dishwashing time. Yes, ma'am. Milder than ever Rinso is easy on your hands, too. Doesn't get them rough and red. So, for dishwashing and for all the soap and water jobs around the house, better get Rinso to help you out.
Now, Matthews, you say this is a complete record of the people who came into Gordon's store yesterday?
That's right, Inspector.
Mm-hmm. Mrs. Van Dyke Smythe, George Ellis, Lady Mary Andrews. Hey, quite an exclusive list of customers for a small shop.
Yeah, ain't it?
Let's see now. This name here. Was he a customer?
Yeah, Inspector. Gordon says he was in about noon, but that could have been a coincidence.
Matthews, when a string of pearls is missing from a certain store and a certain party was in that certain store and the certain party's name was Boston Blackie, that's no coincidence.
Friends, of course you know the tremendous part our merchant marine is playing in the war. But did you know that the merchant marine is being expanded to meet increasing supply problems on every front, to meet the universal demand for a strong post-war merchant marine? Yes, 6 ships a day instead of 5 will soon be coming off the ways of our shipyards, and every one of them must be manned by 40 to 50 men. So, if you have had previous sea experience, or if you want to get into a well-paying job where everything you do will help to win the war and to build your own personal future, then join the United States Merchant Marine. Apply at once by wiring collect to United States Merchant Marine, Washington, D.C. Warm weather's here, and that means greater danger from perspiration. Protect yourself. Use Lifebuoy in your daily bath. You know, of 7 leading brands, Lifebuoy gives you the most soap for your money. And its rich, purifying Lifebuoy lather agrees with your skin. And don't forget, Lifebuoy's the only soap especially made to stop B.O.
Be sure to listen at this same time next week for another exciting adventure with Boston Blackie. You can see Chester Morris as Boston Blackie on the screen at your favorite movie theater. Boston Blackie's latest Columbia picture is One Mysterious Night, soon to be released. Richard Lane appears as Inspector Farraday, music by Charles Cornell. This is Harlow Wilcox saying good night for Boston Blackie, brought to you by the makers of Rinso, the soap that gets clothes.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
You sure you're calling the right girl, Jameson?
We'll soon find out, Harlow. She ought to answer in a minute.
Hello?
Are you Marlene Adrian, the actress?
Well, I'd like people to think I'm an actress.
Fine. I'm going to send you $500.
What?
That's what I'm going to send you right now. And I'll send you another $500 when you finish a little job for me.
A job?
It's nothing very difficult. Just find Boston Blackie and tell him you want him to meet you tonight at 111 Cedar Street. You don't meet him there, of course, but you tell him that that's where you're going to be killed.
And now meet Dick Calmer as Boston Blackie. Enemy to those who make him an enemy. Friend to those who have no friend.
Yeah? Inspector Farraday. This little weasel says he wants to talk to you.
Yeah, Rollins? What about?
I'll tell you myself, Inspector, only I gotta get paid. I got information.
Yeah, and I got a headache. Come on, stool pigeon, talk.
The door, Inspector. It's thrifty in here.
Okay, Rollins, close the door. From the outside. Sure. Okay, you. What do you want to tell me?
Well, what's it worth if I put the finger in the hold-up gang you're looking for, huh?
You know where they're hiding out?
No, but I know where you can find a blonde girl who's been driving the getaway car.
Where?
My memory gets all of a sudden bad. Do I get paid, Farraday?
Come on, where is she?
You won't tell where you got the dope, will you, Inspector?
Look, I like to forget guys like you as fast as I can. Now tell me where that blonde is. Sure. Come on, get out of here.
Sure, Inspector. She's at 111 Cedar Street.
We got the house surrounded, Inspector Farraday.
Okay, Rollins. Let's have that microphone. Maybe we can talk that blonde out of there instead of blast her out.
I hope so. Give it to him, good Inspector, and the boys will keep their eyes open plenty. Here's the mic.
All right, in there. You in 111 Cedar Street. Come on out, or we'll blow you out. We know you're in there. You get 10 seconds to come out with your hands up or be carried out, feet first. You get 10 seconds, that's all. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Inspector, somebody just stepped out the front door.
Yeah?
But it's a man. Keep your guns ready, boys. This may be a trick. What do we do now, Inspector?
Come on, let's go get him.
He doesn't have his hands up, and I don't think he's got a gun. Inspector, look who it is.
Hi, Farraday.
Blackie, you.
Faraday, me.
Hey, what are you doing in that?
Don't you get any wrong ideas, Rollins. Leave all that to Faraday. He's better at it.
Blackie, what are you doing here?
Doing here? Nothing much, Faraday. Just looking around in this house to see if I can find out who killed the girl in there.
Killed a girl?
Blonde, Faraday. Lovely, too.
Come on, Rollins. You go in the house and have a look around.
Okay.
Blackie, you're coming with me.
Where, to headquarters? Look, I'll give you all my answers right here. A lovely blonde met me in a drugstore early this evening and told me to meet her here because she was going to be killed.
So you met her here, and
I
you...
didn't kill that girl in there, Farraday. She was dead when I got here. Excuse me a minute.
Hey, where do you think you're going?
Just to this mailbox, Inspector.
Hey, what are you doing?
What do you usually do when you go to a mailbox? Mail a letter. Any law against it?
There ought to be a law against everything you do. Well, Rollins?
Inspector Farraday, Blackie wasn't joking. There is a body in there. It's a girl. She's been shot.
All right, Blackie. You're coming with me.
Yes, I know, Farraday. To headquarters.
To headquarters, nothing. To jail.
I don't know what Farraday wants to see you about, Blackie. All he said was to take you out of your cell and bring you to his office.
So early in the morning? Oh, they don't even let me sleep late in jail. Does Farraday get in here this early every day, Rollins?
Yeah. I don't know when he finds time to sleep.
When he's working on a case, that's all he does do. I'll go in myself, Rollins. Thanks for the escort.
So long, Blackie.
Good morning, Inspector Farraday.
Come in, sit down, and shut up, Blackie.
Okay, I will. And, how's this, Inspector?
Oh, great. Blackie, I kept you in jail last night because I didn't believe your story about the girl who was supposed to have called you up to meet her at the Cedar Street house. Do you know who that dead girl was?
No, only that she wasn't the girl who met me and invited me there.
I know that, too. I'll tell you how in a minute. Now, look, Blackie. The dead girl was a dame named Marion Williams. She was one of a hold-up mob that's been pestering us for weeks. She's been described a dozen times by victims.
That's probably the reason she was bumped. Reasonable?
Well, sure. Now that I believe your story, it is.
Why the sudden change of mind, Inspector? Next thing you know, you'll be believing in elves and fairies.
Yeah, I know. Now, wait a minute. Miss Adrian.
I'm here, Inspector.
Well, the little lady who invited me to a murder and then forgot to be present. Nice to see you again.
I explained everything to Inspector Farraday, Blackie. I didn't know what this was all about until I heard about the murder on the radio.
Well, now that you know what it's all about, tell me.
I don't really know anything. I was paid to meet you and arrange for you to go to Cedar Street. They told me it was a joke they were playing on you.
Some joke. It almost laughed me into a murder rap. Look, lady, who paid you to develop this great sense of humor?
I don't know. I never saw the man. He sent me the money and talked with me on the telephone. That's all I know.
It isn't much, believe me. But Farraday, you still have an ace in the hole in this case, you know. Me.
You've been in jail since the murder.
Don't remind me. Only a mere jail can't stop me from working for you, pal. We don't need this young lady here, do we?
You can go, miss.
Oh, thank you very much. Blackie, please believe I meant no harm.
Okay, if it'll make you feel better, I believe. Goodbye.
Bye.
Now, what's this all about, Blackie? What kind of a lead could you get on the William girl's murder while you were still in jail?
Well, remember that letter I mailed just before you brought me in here last night?
Yeah?
Well, it wasn't only a letter. It was an envelope with a note and a locket in it. I sent it to Mary Wesley.
Why?
Because inside that locket was a man's picture, and he might be the killer.
Inspector Farraday.
Yeah, Rollins?
Miss Wesley's here to see Blackie. Okay to let her in?
Yeah, let her come in.
Okay.
Well, Farraday, here's where I solve your case, sitting right here.
Good morning, Blackie. How are you?
I'm going to be fine, Mary, as soon as you tell me what you know.
Yeah, Miss Wesley, tell us all Blackie knows, too. I've got a minute to spare.
Blackie, I couldn't find out a thing.
What? Didn't you get that locket with a picture on it in the mail?
Yes, darling, I did, and the note telling me to try to find out who the man was.
Well?
I couldn't. I didn't know where to start.
So you were going to solve this case for me, huh, Blackie?
Oh, I'm sorry, darling.
Well, that's all right, Mary. Do you have the locket with you?
Yeah. Oh, here it is.
Thanks. I wonder whose picture this is. If I could find out, I could probably deliver a murderer. Or at least a suspect to you, Farraday.
Give me that thing. Thanks. Now get out of here, both of you.
All right, come on, Mary.
I'm coming.
So long, Inspector, and thanks for the hospitality.
Don't mention it.
You're ashamed of me, aren't you, Blackie?
Not at all, Mary.
But that locket was your only clue. Now the inspector has it.
So what? I'm sorry you couldn't locate our man, but even you can't do the impossible. Come on. Let's go solve this case.
How can we? We can't possibly find that man in this city if we don't know anything about him. And now we don't even have the picture that was in the locket.
Oh, but we do, Mary. I gave Farraday the locket, but I kept the picture.
Here's the bank, Jameson.
We'll wait here in the car before we go in, Harlow.
Okay. Say, where'd you lift this car?
What do you think?
From the boyfriend?
Of course. After what we had to do to our young lady last night, it was the natural car to steal.
Everything's great, huh?
Perfect.
Well, this is it. Let's go.
Right. Leave the motor running. Come on.
Got the tear gas?
I never forget anything. Close the car door and come on.
Sure.
Now, stay a little to one side of me as we go into the bank.
Don't worry, I know what to do.
Good. Well, here goes.
Yeah.
Here's the cashier we'll talk to. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
By the way, cashier, what's your name?
It's on the window plate in front of you. Thompson, Joe Thompson.
All right, Joe. Don't do anything we'll be sorry for.
Huh?
This is a stick-up.
Huh?
Now, don't touch the floor button. Don't move.
But...
All right, everybody, stand where you are. This is a hold-up. Don't move
Hold-up.
and you won't get hurt. Quiet, everybody. Quiet. Now, Joe, press the button that opens the gate and let my friend through the vault.
You said not to
Press
move.
the button that opens the gate or I'll press this trigger.
All right.
Okay, the gate's open now. Go get the money.
Sure thing.
And hurry up. Joe looks nervous.
Don't worry. This'll take only a couple of seconds.
Keep your eyes forward, Joe. It won't do you any good to watch him take the money. He'll take it anyway.
I know.
Hurry it up in there.
Just about finished.
Joe, I said not to move.
I didn't move, not a finger.
All right. I have the money. Release the tear gas and let's get out of here.
Okay. Get out from behind that gate first.
All set.
Head for the door as soon as I release the gas. Goodbye, Joe. Thanks for being such a nice boy. Sure. Okay.
Hey, that's the alarm.
I know, and this is the guy that turned it on. Now you made me do something I'm sorry for.
Come on.
Come
on. Hurry up. Let's get out. Faster.
Come on, let's go. Hurry. All right. Let's get going.
Come on, make me happy.
Okay. You in?
Yeah.
Okay. You get a lot of money, Harlow?
Yeah, Jameson, about 50,000.
Good. Well, we're sitting pretty. Last night we eliminated the one identifiable member of our organization, our lady friend. We've just stolen $50,000. We're in the clear, and the only one with any trouble is Boston Blackie.
Now back to Boston Blackie. Blackie is told by a girl to meet her at 111 Cedar Street, for she fears she is going to be killed. So Blackie goes to that address and finds a girl there, dead. But it is not the same girl. At the same time, Farraday gets a tip to go to 111 Cedar Street and finds Blackie with the body. Blackie is jailed, but not until after he has mailed Mary Wesley a locket and picture found on the dead girl. But Mary can do nothing with the clue. Next morning, Farraday releases Blackie, and later that afternoon, two unknown hold-up men rob a bank of $50,000 and kill the bank cashier. It is now several hours later, and Blackie and Mary return to 111 Cedar Street in a search for the girl's killer.
Oh, Blackie, it'll be just our luck that the landlady isn't here.
Then we'll just have to wait for her, Mary. They said at her house that she was down here to clean up the place.
You know, if somebody's been killed in my house, I'd want to close it up, not clean it up.
She is here. Let's hope she can identify the picture.
No.
Well? Oh, what you want?
You own this house?
Yep.
We're investigating the death of the girl who was killed here last night.
I don't know anything about it.
May we come in?
I guess so. Yeah.
Thank you.
You know anything at all about the dead girl?
No, nothing.
Look at the picture I have here. Ever see this fellow coming in to see her?
I never saw anybody coming to see her. I don't live here. She did.
She also died here. That's what we're investigating.
Go ahead. Who's stopping you?
Well, just a minute. When this girl took the room, she gave you references, didn't she?
That's a good question, Mary.
I'm a good girl.
Yeah, She gave references.
Do you remember what they were?
No. But I can look them up.
When?
Now. Got my rent book with me. This is collection day. Well, let's see.
Let's hear.
She gave 3 references. The bank, her father, Jim Williams, and a fellow named Art Harper, a writer.
And never mind the bank. Do you have the addresses of the other two references?
Yeah, her old man lives on a farm out on Route 6. Guy Harper lives at 29 Oak Lane.
Thanks very much.
Mm-hmm.
We'll go to see the father, Mary, and see what we can find out if we find him in. Nice farm you have here, Mr. Williams.
Yes, it's lovely.
Yes, it is, Miss Wesley. I wish my daughter had thought so.
Yes, I know what you mean. Say, those are nice-looking cows grazing over there. What kind are they, Jersey?
Yes, but you don't have to spare my feelings, Blackie. I know you want to ask me if there was any reason my daughter was killed.
Yes, I do. Do you know anyone who might have killed her?
One of her friends, I suppose. Oh, they were a bad lot. She was a good girl till she got mixed up with them, and then she was just as bad as they were.
Did you know any of them, Mr. Williams?
No, I didn't.
I see. Well, I found this picture in a locket belonging to your daughter. Do you know whose picture it is?
Let me see. No, I never saw him. I'm sorry I can't help you out.
I am, too. Well, goodbye. Come on, Mary.
Goodbye, sir, and goodbye, Miss Wesley.
Goodbye, Mr. Williams. Blackie, do you think...
Let's go out to the car, Mary. That poor man's pretty broken up about his daughter's death. I don't think we ought to talk here.
Oh, of course not. Anyway, what's there to talk about?
Not much. We're running down a dead-end street.
Yeah.
Wait, I'll open the door for you.
Thanks.
I'll tell you what let's do.
What?
I'll go see Art Harper, that writer who gave the dead girl a reference. You can call my pal Shorty and ask him to contact some of the boys he used to play with before he went straight.
Okay, what's he to find out?
Well, we know this much. The dead girl was a member of a hold-up gang. Maybe the same gang that held up the bank this afternoon.
What makes you think so?
Well, the technique was the same, according to the papers. The job they just pulled was a big one, and the girl had already been identified from being seen on other jobs.
Yeah.
They may have wanted to get rid of her before they pulled the big one.
Oh, and Shorty can tell us who they are, maybe.
Maybe, or something about their hideout, say. And that's all we need to break this case. You call Shorty, will you?
Oh, sure.
Good. And meanwhile, I'll visit Art Harper and see if I can make a writer talk.
Yeah?
Inspector Farraday, this is Rollins.
Yeah?
The Motor Vehicle Bureau just called.
They checked the license number on that getaway car in the bank holdup?
Yeah, it belongs to Art Harper, a writer. Address 29 Oak Lane.
Good. I'm going to see him right now. You send out an alarm to pick up Boston Blackie.
What for this time, Inspector?
He gave me a locket and a picture as evidence, only he, accidentally didn't give me the picture. I want that big galoot for a little larceny.
Yes?
Art Harper?
Yes?
I'm Boston Blackie. May I come in?
Sure.
Thanks. You're a writer, Mr. Harper?
Yes. Something I can do for you?
Yes, if you will. I'm looking for the fellow in this picture. I think he might be... Hey! You're the fellow in this picture.
Yes, I am. Where did you get that?
Off a dead body.
Dead body? You mean Marion's?
Yes, Marion Williams. You knew she was dead?
Yes, I read about it. She ran around in bad company. That's why we broke up.
Before you broke up, did you see anyone with her at 111 Cedar Street?
No. When I was going with her, she was living with her father out in the country. Wonderful old fellow. It was all broken up when she left the farm.
Oh, I see. Then you...
Excuse me.
You expecting company?
No. Are you?
No, but I'll tell you the one person it isn't. Inspector Farraday. I kept your picture so I'd get to you, and he couldn't.
Oh, I see. Come in.
I'd like to see... Blackie!
Farraday? Well, I never thought I'd see you here.
Blackie, I don't know how you got here ahead of me, and I don't care. All I want you to do is keep quiet.
Faraday, you're either smarter than I think or luckier. I had this fellow Harper's picture. I practically broke my neck to find him, and you walk in.
This is the guy whose picture was in Marion Williams' locket? Well, then, Harper, I'm arresting you for the murder of a bank cashier and that holdup this afternoon.
That's preposterous.
Sure, I know. I also know it was your car that was used in the getaway. All right.
Certainly my picture was in Marion's locket. Why shouldn't it be? I used to go with her, and my car might have been used in a bank holdup. I reported it stolen yesterday.
Oh, you did? How nice and convenient. That's an old gag, Harper. I've got this whole thing figured. You knocked off the blonde who used to drive for you on stick-ups. You forgot your picture was in her locket and reported your car stolen as an alibi.
But I tell you,
Farraday, even you ought to see that Harper's being framed.
Framed? How?
That gang stole Harper's car, knowing he would also be blamed for killing the girl when we found out the two of them used to go together. First, they framed me by having some blonde give me a wacky story, and just in case that didn't work, they fixed one against Harper, too.
Well, maybe so. But I'm holding him just the same. Come on, Harper.
Sure. I have nothing to lose.
No, you don't, Harper, but I do. I've got to lose you, Farraday.
Blackie, put away that gun.
Oh, no. I heard your police alarm for me on my car radio. I've got to get away to make sure a couple of killers don't. Don't bother about making coffee, Mary. Just sit down here and tell me about your talk with Shorty.
It was no good. Blackie, he tried, but he couldn't find out anything.
Oh, fine. That means it's impossible to locate them.
What did you find out?
That Art Harper is the man in the picture, but he wasn't any help either.
Golly, we aren't doing so well, are we?
No, not very. What's making it so tough is that nobody has ever seen any of the dead girl's friends. Even Mr. Williams never saw his daughter's best friend.
You mean Art Harper?
Yeah. And Harper hadn't seen any of Marion's other friends either. The only person he ever saw was Mr. Hey, wait a minute. Mr. Williams said he never saw Harper, but Harper claims he's seen Mr. Williams.
Oh, Blackie, how can that be?
But can't, unless either Williams or Harper is lying. Mary, I think if we find out some simple thing, we'll know where to look for Marion's murderers.
You mean just one simple thing?
Yes. First of all, that farmhouse would make a swell hideout, right?
Of course. But what is the simple thing?
Second, it's possible that whoever killed Marion also killed her dad and that we talked to one of the gang and not to her father.
Certainly that's possible, but I still...
You still don't know what the simple thing is, huh?
No. Except that I'm beginning to feel like one.
Well, look, Mary. When I asked the man we thought was Marion's dad if his cows were jerseys, he said yes, remember?
Mm-hmm.
I was just making conversation, and I don't know one cow from another.
Is there a difference?
There always has been. Now, listen. Supposing those cows weren't jerseys at all, but Guernseys or Holsteins or something. Then we'd know the man we talked to wasn't a farmer, right?
Right. And Marion's dad was a farmer.
Come on over to this bookcase with me. I've got an encyclopedia over here somewhere.
Oh, of course, I remember. The one you won in the radio contest. It's here on the bottom shelf. Good use for it. I'll get it. Here you are.
Now, we'll look at cows. Let's see, ABC. Here we are, C's. Colleges, Colts, commissaries. Here we are, cows.
What does it say about them?
Well, it lists about 10 types. The Jersey's the one I'm interested in. Here we are.
Let's see.
Jersey cows. Always brown, never any other color. Although it is possible that white markings ought to be found.
Blackie, Farmer Williams' cows were black with white spots.
Well, look up here, Mary. Under Holsteins. Holsteins are always white with black patches. Well, the man we spoke to said his cows were Jerseys when they were Holsteins.
Blackie, you know what? We never saw Farmer Williams. We were talking to an imposter.
We were talking to a murderer, Mary. I never knew it. Only I'm going to be talking to him again very soon and show him how a cow convinced me he was a dumb ox. Now, Mr. Williams, you mind if I don't call you Mr. Williams?
Why, Blackie, I don't understand.
You understand about guns, don't you? Enough to know that this is one?
Oh. So that's how it is, hmm?
I don't know your name, but I know who you are. You killed Marion Williams and probably her father, too. You robbed that bank and killed the cashier. But I don't think you did it alone.
No?
No. I know you didn't rob the bank alone. Witnesses say you had a partner. Now, where is he?
Right behind you, Blackie.
Yeah, and with a gun in your back Drop yours, Blackie.
Thanks, Harlow.
It's okay.
Sorry, Blackie, but we'll have to kill you like we did old man Williams. You don't leave us any alternative.
Give me time, and I could think of a dozen, only I don't think you're going to kill me. Not with the house surrounded by police.
I won't fall for that old one, Blackie.
You don't think I was crazy enough to come out here alone, do you?
You're Boston Blackie. It wouldn't surprise me.
Now, look, you.
Stay where you are, Blackie.
Don't worry.
And Harlow, stay behind Blackie with that gun.
Sure. I'm right behind him, Jameson.
Good, Harlow. Because I'm right behind you. Have your gun.
Faraday, did you have to wait so long?
I wanted to make sure you had the right guys before I came in. But I heard enough.
What's this?
Now, take them away, boys.
Okay. Wait a minute now. Take your hands off of me.
Well, Blackie, you sure needed me this time. I really played Santa Claus for you.
Santa Claus, huh? Well, Faraday, I will say you got here in the nick of time.
Move, Harry. Okay, Bill, let's see you get away from my king after this move.
Think you got me, huh?
Why not? This is why not. Why,
Don't
you...
get sore, Harry. This is only a checker game.
Not the way you play it.
Well, you still got a chance, king or no king.
Yeah, maybe.
If you don't make any more dumb moves, you have.
I could answer that, but there's no use partners being sore at each other over a little game of...
Just a minute. Phil Morton's garage. Oh, yeah? What kind? Okay, go buy it from the owner right away.
What was that, Bill? Good news?
Great. A car cracked up at Hanley Bridge just a little while ago.
Oh, that's swell. What make?
1942 Buick convertible coupe.
1942 convertible coupe, huh?
Yeah, Buick. I'll send Tom out to steal one just like it.
Now meet Dick Calmer as Boston Blackie. Enemy to those who make him an enemy. Friend to those who have no friend.
Hello?
Mary, this is Blackie.
Yes, darling?
Thanks for the use of your car, Mary, but you don't have another one I can borrow while mine's in the garage, do you?
Why? What's wrong with my car, Blackie?
Nothing much. I parked it out in front of the courthouse a few minutes ago. When I went back to get it, it was stolen.
Stolen?
Stolen, unless it's part homing pigeon and left for its garage by itself.
Oh, dear.
Well, don't worry about it, Mary. It's insured, wasn't it?
Oh, yes, I'm not worried about that part of it. I'll probably get it back anyway. But this certainly spoils my trip.
Well, no, it doesn't. My car will be fixed in a day or so. You can borrow that.
Oh, thanks, Blackie. Could I?
Oh, it's the least I can do for you.
Okay, now I feel better. Oh, will you do me another favor, though?
Sure.
Remember the route you marked for me on that road map?
Yes.
Well, it was in my car, so I'll need another one.
I'll pick one up today.
Thanks, darling.
Look, Mary, I want to get the police on this right away. Better give me some identifying details about that car of yours.
Oh, yeah, sure. What do you need to know?
Oh, engine number and so forth. All I know now is that it's a 1942 Buick convertible. Hello, Farraday.
Goodbye, Blackie.
I'll say goodbye in a minute, Inspector. First, I want you to do something for me.
What is this? Be kind to Boston Blackie week?
That's next week. Right now, this is Do Something for Mary Wesley hour. Mary car's been stolen.
You come to me about a stolen car?
Yes, I know stolen cars are out of your department, but I thought you could use your influence to get some fast action in finding it. You do have influence around here, don't you?
I don't think so. At least not enough to keep you out of my office.
Well, that's because I have a certain amount of influence myself. Oh, come on, Farraday, be a sport. If you won't do this for me, do it for Mary.
Oh, all right. As long as it's for her. What kind of a car is it?
1942 Buick convertible.
Engine number?
Let me see. 2936741.
41. Uh-huh. Anything else?
Nothing of importance the thieves can't get rid of. A pair of ladies' gloves, flashlight, the usual junk. But don't bother about those things.
I won't.
Oh, there's a slight dent and a rather long scratch on the right rear fender.
Dent and scratch on rear fender. Right. Okay, Blackie. I'll do what I can. But I want you to understand something.
I know what it is, Farraday. You aren't doing this for me, you're doing it for Mary. Well, I'm sure she appreciates it.
How's it coming, Tom?
Okay, Mr. Morton. Pete and I are putting the motor from the wrecked car into the stolen car right now. Lower it easy, Pete.
Okay, Tom. Okay. Hey, I know this car. Where'd you pick it up?
In front of the courthouse a little while ago, Mr. Morton.
Any trouble?
Not a bit. Hold it, Pete.
Okay.
Engine's in place now. Now, a couple of minutes more. I'll have another job all done. Thanks, Pete. You can go back upstairs now. I'll take it from here.
Okay, Tom. You can call me if you need me.
Yeah.
I gotta laugh.
Yeah, Mr. Morton? Why?
Why? You know who this stolen car belongs to?
Nah.
To Mary Wesley. She parks it right here in my garage.
Yeah? Well, I wouldn't know about that. I work down here in the basement most of the time.
What are you griping about? This is where you do your best work. Got everything cleaned out of her car?
Yeah. We'll get rid of everything. Don't worry.
Good. Be sure you get rid of the motor out of Miss Wesley's car. We don't want that laying around.
Don't worry, I said.
Somebody upstairs wants to get their car out, I guess. Pete must be busy. Hold the hammer, Tom.
Okay. I'm through anyway.
Yeah?
Mr. Morton?
Yeah, Pete.
The lady up here wants to see you. It's Miss Wesley. She wants to talk to you.
Oh. Tell her I'm not here.
Okay.
No, wait. I'll send Tom up to talk to her.
Okay.
Hey, Tom.
Yeah, Mr. Morton?
The Wesley dame is upstairs. You go talk to her, will you?
Talk to her? What'll I say?
Nothing. Just hear what she has to say.
Okay.
You got the motor from the wrecked car in so this Wesley gal's car will run?
It's all set to travel, Mr. Morton.
Okay, go up and see what the Wesley dame wants. Yeah. If she wants me, I'm not here.
Okay, boss. I'll remember. I'm smart that way. Hi, Pete. Where's this Miss Wesley?
Over there by the gas pumps, Tom.
Thanks. I'm Tom, the mechanic. You want something, Miss Wesley?
Yes, I do.
What she wants is a car.
I can talk for myself, Blackie. Thank you. Tom, do you have a car I can rent? Mine's been stolen.
Ah, that's too bad, miss, but we don't have a thing.
Well, it was a nice try, Mary. Maybe my garage will let us have one.
No, Blackie, we'll just wait till yours is ready.
I'm sorry I can't help you, miss. Is that all you wanted?
Yes, thanks.
Oh, hope you get your car back, miss.
Thanks, so do I. Come on, Blackie.
Let's hop in a cab and go down to my garage. Maybe they...
Say, Pete.
Yeah, Tom?
Did you get that new grease gun from Barney's?
No, not yet.
You better run over there and get it right away. I'm going to need it.
Okay, but who'll watch things up here?
I'm through downstairs. I'll take over.
Right. Be back in half an hour.
Okay. I'm going downstairs to see the boss a minute. You still down here, Mr. Morton?
Sure. What did the Wesley dame want, Tom?
Oh, to rent a car.
Isn't that a hot one? With her own car right down here.
Yeah. But let her try to claim this is hers now, with that new motor in it.
Yeah, let her try. Here's your dough, Tom. $25.
Look, Mr. Morton, I've been wanting to talk to you.
Huh?
This job's getting to be worth more than $25 a car.
Both think so?
I do.
I don't.
I think I ought to get $100 a job from now on. Or maybe I might do some talking someplace.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I'll start by taking $100 for this one. It's not too much. You and your partner, Harry, make almost 1,000 clear on every...
Pete? Upstairs?
I sent Pete to Barney's for a grease gun. Oh, don't get me off the $100. I want it. It's as simple as that, see?
No, it isn't. It's as simple as this. Here's one for luck, John.
Used cars.
Harry, this is Bill Morton. I got another car ready for you.
The one you picked up today?
Yeah, the engine from the wrecked car is in it. In good shape, too. We ought to get $900 to $1,000 for this one.
Good. I'll send for it right away.
Swell. And by the way, Harry, we'll need a new mechanic.
No mechanic? Why? What's the matter with Tom?
Tom? Oh, he don't work here anymore.
Hasn't there been any trace of my car at all, Blackie?
Not a sign of it, Mary. If Farraday would have called me. Now relax and enjoy this country road.
Oh, dear. I do hate to take your car when I go away. What'll you do for one?
Well, whoever stole your car has been pretty successful in keeping it hidden for a whole day. Maybe I'll steal one, too.
Oh, Blackie.
Don't worry, Mary.
Blackie, look!
At what?
That car that just passed us, that's my car.
It's a Buick convertible, all right. Sure it's yours?
Yes. Look, the plates are different, but there's a dent and a scratch on the right rear fender.
You're right, Mary. There is.
Well, what'll we do?
Catch that guy and make him pull over.
Oh, careful, Blackie. He may not want to play.
This is going to happen so fast he won't have time to play.
Oh, watch it.
Pull over there, you. Pull over.
Blackie, look out.
Look out, nothing. I'm cutting him off. Stopping now, brother. You stay here, Mary. That driver may get tough about this.
Blackie, he's running away.
This ought to stop him.
Oh, Blackie, don't you kill him.
I was just firing into the air, but it didn't stop him anyway.
Oh, let him go, darling. All I want is my car, and I have that now.
Well, let's take a look at it to make sure.
All right. Hey, it's my car, all right. Look, same upholstery inside and everything.
It's amazing. We don't usually have this much luck. Well, it's all yours again, so hop in, drive back to town.
What do you know? I think I'd rather not, though.
Why?
Well, I don't know. But the man we caught driving it might still be around.
Yeah, that's a good thought. Well, if it'll ease your mind, I suggest you take my car and I'll drive yours.
I get it, Blackie. Auto suggestion.
Hey, you.
You speaking to me, officer?
Yeah. Where'd you get the... Well, if it isn't Boston Blackie.
And if it isn't Officer Smith. Don't tell me I went through a red light back there.
Nope.
Well, if I did, I'll stop on a green one to make up for it.
You're sitting in a bad car to make jokes, Blackie.
Oh, the car's all right. It's only my jokes that are bad.
There's nothing wrong with the car, Blackie. It's just what it was used for last night.
Huh? What?
1942 Buick convertible with these license plates was seen out in the country at 9 o'clock last night. And the driver dumped a dead body out of it.
Now back to Boston Blackie. A 1942 Buick convertible is wrecked, and Mary Wesley's car, also a 1942 Buick convertible, is stolen. The thieves buy the wrecked car, lift out its engine, and put it in Mary's car, thereby removing from Mary's car one of its surest means of identification, the engine number. Tom, the mechanic who switches the engines from the wrecked to the stolen cars, threatens to go to the police if he's not given more money. So Bill Morton, his boss, shoots and kills him. The next day, Blackie spots Mary's car and forces it to the curb. The driver flees, but Blackie drives Mary's car back to town, where a policeman informs him that a dead body had been dumped from that car the night previous. As we return to our story, Blackie has been taken to Inspector Faraday's office.
So you killed a guy, huh, Blackie? And stole a car, huh? And drove out in the country, huh? And dumped the body, huh? And you thought you could get away with it.
You forgot the last huh, Faraday.
Huh? All right, huh? Now, look, you. You came in here yesterday and asked me to find a stolen car for you. Mary Wesley's car. That wasn't stolen, was it? You had it.
I didn't have it, Faraday. Not until just now. I caught a guy driving it, forced him to the side of the road, and took the car away from him.
Oh, great story. Where's the driver you took the car away from?
Well, he got away.
Yeah.
I was only interested in getting Mary's car back. I wasn't interested in chasing...
Inspector Faraday.
Yeah, Rollins?
I checked the motor numbers in that car Blackie was driving.
And they were the engine numbers of Mary's car, right?
No, Blackie. Wrong. They weren't.
What?
So, Blackie, you're driving a stolen car, huh?
No, Faraday. So help me, that's Mary's car I'm driving. She identified it herself.
Well, maybe she needs glasses. Or she's been around you so long, maybe she needs brains. Oh, no, the telephone. Faraday speaking.
Inspector Farraday, this is Callahan in the stolen car department.
Don't bother me.
Look, Inspector, you asked us to find a 1942 Buick convertible stolen from a Miss Mary Wesley.
Well?
We just got a call from Leonard Wells that somebody stole a car from him about an hour ago. And it was a 1942 Buick convertible.
I know the answer to that one, Callahan. I've got the guy who lifted it. I'll handle this.
Hey, thanks. Thanks a lot.
Blackie, what's the matter with you? The car you're driving belongs to a Leonard Wells, not a Mary Wesley.
What? Faraday, there's something wrong here.
I'll say there's something wrong here.
I just said that. Look, give me a couple of hours and let me find out what this is all about.
Nothing doing.
Oh, come on, Inspector. Be a sport.
No.
Why not? Aren't you the athletic type?
I'm the type who can't stand jokes like that. But I'll give you 2 hours. And if you haven't cleared yourself in that time, you'll get 2 years.
Yes?
Are you Leonard Wells?
Yes?
Your car was stolen today, wasn't it?
Yes, it was. Gave me quite a scare, too. Somebody cut me off. I thought it was a stick-up, so I ran.
I'd like to talk to you about that. May I come in?
Sure.
Thanks. That was your car, Mr. Wells?
It was.
Do you have proof it was yours?
Well, I bought it.
Where?
Harry's used cars.
When?
Yesterday?
You have a bill of sale?
Sure.
Where is the bill of sale?
Right here.
Mm-hmm. Engine and license number matches the car I was driving, all right.
Why shouldn't they?
Good question, Mr. Wells. Now I'm going out and look for an answer to match. Are you the owner of this car lot?
Yeah, I'm Harry. Got the best used cars in town right here.
I don't doubt it. Can you give me a little information?
Sure. Be glad to give you anything you want, mister.
Did you sell a car to Leonard Wells today?
Yeah, sure did. Fine car, too. One of the best I've had in a long time. A 1942 Buick convertible. He recommend me to you?
Yes, in a way. Where'd you get the car, Harry?
I bought it, mister. A fellow by the name of Jack Brown. Banged it up at Hanley Bridge night before last. I bought it from him.
Jack Brown, huh? Thanks.
Oh, think nothing of it, mister. Think nothing of it.
Yes, this is my car, all right, Blackie. The one I cracked up at Hanley Bridge night before last. Lucky my wife and I weren't killed. They sure did a good job of fixing it up.
Are you sure this is your car, Mr. Brown?
It's gotta be, hasn't it? Same make. The engine, the license numbers match the numbers in my bill of sale. What's it doing outside a police station?
It was stolen.
Stolen? You mean after I sold it to a fellow from Harry's used cars?
I guess so. When did you sell it?
About a half hour after I wrecked it. He offered me $50 for it, and I took it. Wish I hadn't sold that wreck now. I didn't know it'd be as easy to fix as this.
I wish you hadn't sold it either, Brown. For whoever fixed this car of yours fixed me, too.
Look, Blackie, you got 10 minutes of your 2 hours to go. Now, why do you bother going to the morgue?
Because, Farraday, I followed every other lead and got nowhere. Maybe seeing the body that was dumped out of the car you say I stole will do me some good.
Why don't you give up?
I wouldn't give you that much pleasure. Where's the body?
On that table over there.
Let's have a look at it.
Okay. But you still have only 10 minutes. No, 9 minutes. Get out of that car stealing rap.
I know.
Here, I'll pull the sheet back. There.
Mm-hmm. How long has he been dead?
Since about 6 o'clock last night. Now will you give up?
Later, Farraday. I still have 9... Hey, I've seen this fellow before.
Huh?
Mary and I talked to him yesterday in Bill Morton's garage.
So what?
So this. Jack Brown said his car was a total wreck after he crashed into Hanley Bridge.
Yeah?
But now his car's in fine shape. That means a lot of garage work was done on it, right?
You mean the car we caught you driving was smashed up only night before last?
Yes. And what I mean smashed. And the garage where it was repaired could have been Bill Morton's garage. And this fella here could have been the mechanic who did the work on it.
Could have been. What good is that?
Farraday, I've got the whole thing. Somebody bought Jack Brown's wreck, stole Mary's car because they were both the same make and model, and switched the engine numbers.
I'm sorry, Blackie. I thought of a possible switch in engine numbers, too. We have ways of telling if an engine number has been changed. These weren't.
Oh. Hey, maybe the motor in Mary's car is the motor in the car that was wrecked.
Say, that could be.
The motors could have been transferred, and maybe it was this guy who made the switch.
Well, maybe. But that doesn't tell us who killed him.
His boss might have done it.
Why?
Even you should be able to figure that out. If I could only find out where he was killed.
I'll tell you one thing. Maybe he was a mechanic, but he wasn't killed in any garage. He had his street clothes on, and there wasn't a spot of grease on him anywhere.
Not on his clothes, Farraday. But look at his hands. They're covered with grease.
What does that prove?
It proves he was killed while he was still at the garage. All auto mechanics wash their hands with special soap before leaving work.
Hey, that's right, Blackie, they do. Somebody wanted to make it seem like he was killed outside and probably switched his overalls for an ordinary suit. Must have forgotten about the grease, though, huh?
Well, the grease on this fellow's hands may keep a killer from slipping through our fingers. You Bill Morton?
Yeah?
I'm Boston Blackie.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. I'm, doing a little investigating into the death of a mechanic who used to work here.
You mean Tom? Tom's dead?
Very.
Oh, say, that's too bad. I wondered why he didn't come to work today.
He couldn't very well. You know much about him?
No, he was a good worker. One of the best repairmen I ever had. Worked downstairs in a shop.
Oh, Tom worked downstairs, huh?
Yeah.
Mind if I go down there and have a look around?
Oh, come on, I'll take you down.
Thanks.
Watch your steps, they're kind of weak, some of them.
Thank you.
Kind of dark here when no one's working. Wait, I'll turn on a light. There.
Say, some shop you have down here.
We like it. We can do most anything to a car when we got a good mechanic like Tom was. Sure hate losing him.
I saw Tom here yesterday. Where did you see him last?
Down here. He went out that door there. That was the last I saw him.
Too bad. Kind of messed up place down here.
Well, this is a garage, you know. We don't often have visitors. Now, if we'd known you were coming.
Forget it. Oh, say, here's a road map somebody's thrown away. I need one of these. May I have it?
I'll get you a brand new one upstairs.
No, this is all right. In fact, this is a new one, too. Let's see if it has the right territory inside.
You planning on taking a trip?
A friend of mine is.
Uh-huh.
This says what I want. Everything I want.
Good.
Now, Mr. Morton.
Yeah?
Tom's body was dumped out of a car on a country road last night. Where were you then?
Me? I was here all night.
Tom's body was dumped out of a car about 9 o'clock. You were here then, too?
Yeah, I was here from about 5 o'clock in the afternoon until about 5 o'clock the next morning. One of my nightmen was off sick.
Thanks, Mr. Morton. Thanks a lot.
What are you doing, pulling a gun on me?
Accusing you of Tom's murder, that's all.
You're crazy. I just told you I was here when Tom's body was dumped in the country. I can prove that.
I know you were here, Mr. Morton, which means that somebody else dumped his body for you. But you killed him.
What makes you think so?
You told me so.
I told you.
Yes, when you admitted that you were here from 5 last night until 5 this morning. Because Tom was shot and killed in this garage at 6 o'clock last night. You remembered to change his clothes after you shot him, but you forgot to wash his hands.
Well, you...
Too bad, Morton. If Tom's hands had been washed, maybe we'd never be able to guess that your hands weren't clean.
Oh, what a lovely day for driving the country, Blackie.
I'm surprised you wanted to go with me, Mary. Aren't you leaving on your trip tomorrow?
I am. And it'll be such a relief to go in my own car. Oh, by the way, you will get me a new road map like you did before, won't you?
I certainly will not.
Blackie.
I don't have to, Mary. I've already done it. Here.
Oh, you. Thanks. When'd you get it?
A few hours ago.
Where?
In Bill Morton's garage.
Darling, do you mean that you had time to catch Bill Morton, get him to confess, and to name that hairy person as his accomplice, and still get me a map?
Versatile fellow, huh?
To say the least.
Speedy, that's me.
Well, let's see if you had time to mark the route for me like you did last time.
No, I didn't.
Well, you did so. It's marked.
You know when I marked that map, Mary?
When?
Last week.
Last week? Oh, Blackie, the marked road map was in my car when it was stolen.
I know. And it was in an ash can in Bill Morton's garage when I went to see him. That's the map you lost, Mary.
Then that's how you knew my car had been in Bill's garage and that he was involved in this.
Yes, and isn't it a bit of an irony, Mary, that when I marked out the route for your trip, I also marked the route for Bill Morton's trip. The last one he'll ever take.
Oh, Blackie, this is the life. Alone with you in a hansom cab at 2 a.m. Who could want anything better?
The horse, maybe. He may be smart and prefer his bed to the park. How'd you know it was 2 a.m.?
I can tell by the stars. And the position of the moon. And besides, I just looked at my watch.
Well, at least you've impressed our driver. Listen to him chuckle.
Well, I ain't impressed with her telling time of the moon and stars, son. I'm impressed because you're Boston Blackie.
You see?
You are, ain't you?
Yes, but don't tell your horse. He might quit.
And you must be Miss Wesley, ain't you, lady? My main fault is I'm curious.
Yes, driver, I'm Miss Wesley. That's my main fault, too.
Inasmuch as it's 2 o'clock, Mary, I think we'd better head for the nearest exit to town.
Let's get out of the park, driver. All right, Mr. Blackie.
Oh, and I was just beginning to enjoy this.
Wait a minute. Do I hear an organ somewhere?
It's the merry-go-round over there.
Oh, yes, it is. See the lights shining through the trees?
Yes, I do. The merry-go-round running wide open at 2 o'clock in the morning? This is crazy.
Hold it, driver. Sure. Whoa now. Whoa up there.
Wait here a minute, driver. Come on, Mary. Let's have a look.
Oh, but I...
The carousel shouldn't be running at this time of night. It should be closed up tight by sundown. Come on.
All right.
You'll wait for us, driver?
Sure thing, Mr. Blackie. Sure thing.
Here's a path through the hedge, Mary.
Yeah, I see it. Thanks.
Hey, look at the carousel. It's turning.
Yeah, isn't that funny?
I'll say. I wonder where the operator is.
I don't know. There doesn't seem to be anybody.
Mary, there's not a soul here. Nobody in sight.
No, there doesn't seem to be. Now, I can't understand that, Blackie. The lights are on, the organ's playing, and the carousel is turning, and yet...
Yet there isn't anyone around. Mary, I've got an idea that this merry-go-round in front of us has a mystery in back of it.
And now back to Dick Calmer as Boston Blackie. Enemy to those who make him an enemy. Friend to those who have no friend.
Blackie, I don't get this at all.
I don't either, Mary, but it gets me. Nobody's on any of the horses.
Look. There is a man on one of the horses. There, you see, coming round from in back.
Oh, I see him.
He'll be right in front of us in a minute.
Hey, you!
He's asleep.
I'll jump on and wake him up.
Careful, darling.
Oh, don't worry. I used to hop moving freight trains when I was a kid.
Is the man on the horse asleep?
Wait till I come around again and I'll tell you.
Well, Blackie, what about the man?
He's asleep, Mary, permanently. The guy riding this wooden horse has a bullet in his head.
Hello?
Good morning, Inspector Farraday. Good morning, Inspector. This is Blackie.
Morning. Blackie? Hey, what's the idea? It's dark out.
But it's still morning, pal. 3 o'clock in the morning.
Look, you, can't I even get a good night's sleep?
How can you with a conscience as guilty as yours? But look, Farraday, I've got a little job for you.
Well, save it for morning.
By morning, I'll have it finished myself.
What are you raving about, Blackie?
Murder, Farraday. There's a body with a bullet in its head riding a wooden horse on the merry-go-round in the park. A body dressed in a riding habit.
Blackie, you feel all right?
Just fine, Farraday.
Nothing's the matter with you at all?
Not a thing.
Then stop that nonsense and start talking sense.
I don't blame you, Inspector, old man. It sounds ridiculous even to me. And it'll sound more ridiculous when I tell you who the corpse is. Or was.
Well?
John Van Dorn, the millionaire sportsman.
The best-known horseman in New York, and he's found dead on a wooden horse on a merry-go-round? Well, that's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard.
Seems silly to me, too, Farraday, but believe me, I'm serious. He's going around and around and around.
Blackie, you're not kidding.
I'm dead serious, comma. But Van Dorn isn't dead serious, semicolon. He's dead, period. Good morning. Are you Peter Carson?
Yes.
You own the carousel in the park?
Yep, I own it and I run it. What about it?
I'm Boston Blackie. May I come in?
Sure.
Thanks.
You want to know about John Van Dorn's murder, don't you?
Yes, I do.
You think I know something, huh?
You might.
What makes you think so?
A little information I picked up at the Park Commission before I came to see you.
You don't know anything about me.
No? Well, I know your carousel was just about to be closed.
Oh?
And I know it was on a complaint from John Van Dorn that the Park Commission was going to close it.
So?
So you had a pretty good reason to kill Van Dorn, don't you agree?
Sit down. I'll tell you the little bit I know about this.
You know, just a little bit?
Maybe you might think it's a lot.
Let's hear it.
Well, last night
Never mind the knock on the door. Go on.
Well, last night I was just...
I'll talk to this guy, Blackie.
Oh, good morning, Inspector.
The police?
Yes, Carson, but don't judge the entire force by Farraday here. He's a holdover from the days before the cops were required to think.
Quiet, Blackie. Now, Carson, I'm investigating the murder of John Van Dorn. What do you know about it?
Nothing, Inspector.
Uh-oh.
What do you mean by Blackie?
0000. Nothing. Which is exactly what you're going to get out of Carson.
Blackie, where are we going?
To see Mrs. Van Dorn, the dead man's wife.
Oh. What'd you find out from Pete Carson, the owner of the carousel?
Nothing, Mary. Farraday walked in just as he was about to tell me something.
Uh-oh.
But one look at the inspector, and he got lockjaw.
What do you think he was going to tell you?
I don't know. I wish somebody would tell me something. This thing's crazy, Mary. One of the city's best-known horsemen is found dead, in full riding habit, and riding a wooden horse.
It's fantastic, all right.
Fantastic. It's weird. Van Dorn died that way by coincidence, so we're dealing with a murderer with a strange sense of humor. Oh, here's Van Dorn's house.
Oh, it's a beautiful place, isn't it?
Van Dorn had a beautiful bank account.
Beautiful wife, too.
We'll soon find out.
But I'm afraid of.
Yes?
I'd like to see Mrs. Van Dorn, please.
She's not in. It's not Tito, Blanche.
No, it's not, but Mrs. Van Dorn is in, and so are we.
All right, then. Mrs. Van Dorn, these two are here to see you.
You want to see me?
Yes, Mrs. Van Dorn. And if you don't mind, it's about your husband's death.
Oh, I see. I'm sorry. You'll have to talk to my lawyer, Mr. Wilcox, about that.
And where will I find him?
I'm Wilcox.
Well, this is easier than I thought. I'm investigating Mr. Van Dorn's death. Can you tell me anything about it, Wilcox?
No, and I think you've got a lot of nerve breaking in here and talking about this unfortunate thing in front of Mrs. Van Dorn.
I'm sorry, but investigations have to be made. Her husband was murdered, and I'd like to help find the killer.
Are you the police?
No, he's Boston Blackie, Mr. Wilcox. He's better than the police.
Not better, Mary, just luckier. Mrs. Van Dorn, you want me to find your husband's killer, don't you?
Of course, but must we talk about it just now?
The sooner I get the facts, the sooner the killer might be caught.
That may be true, Blackie, but out of respect to the widow, I'll have to ask you to come here with your questions some other time.
Some other time may be too late, Wilcox. Mrs. Van Dorn, your husband was rather prominent socially, wasn't he?
His name was well known in social and business circles, yes.
How did he make his living? I understand he was quite wealthy.
Oh, not terribly. He had a contract with the Jasmine Perfume Company, giving them the right to use his name on their leading brand. That was his own... Oh, must I talk about it?
Everything you tell me helps, Mrs. Van Dorn.
Well, I forbid any more questions, Blackie.
I don't think you have much say in the matter, Wilcox. Mrs. Van Dorn...
I'm her lawyer, Blackie, and I refuse to let her be questioned, by you or by anyone else. So I think you'd better leave. Here's the door.
Oh, thanks. It's hard to see it when it's open like that. But I think I can find it.
I'm sure you can.
Come on, Mary.
Oh, I'm practically out, Blackie.
Oh, well. Goodbye, Wilcox. I'll see you again.
Not if I can help it.
You won't be able to, Wilcox. And Mrs. Van Dorn, if your lawyer doesn't get off his high horse, maybe I'll never find out how your husband was killed on that wooden one.
Are we driving out to meet Blackie at the merry-go-round, Inspector Farraday?
No, Miss Wesley. I want to get my facts from you, alone.
Oh.
If Blackie were along, he'd do nothing but confuse me. Well, we'll be at the carousel in a minute.
Yes, we will. It's around the bend and right down this road here, about 100 yards.
Yeah. That much I know. Now, tell me just what happened when you and Blackie were riding in the park last night.
Well, Blackie and I were riding along in a hansom cab.
Yeah?
It was just about this time, about 2 a.m. As we got about here, we suddenly heard the carousel organ playing a waltz, and we... Just like now.
Hey, the music is playing.
Yes.
All right, then what happened, Miss Wesley?
Well, we pulled up almost in front of the merry-go-round.
Like this, Miss Wesley, huh?
Yes, like now. And through the trees, we could see the lights of the carousel. Like now.
Hey, this is crazy. Those lights are on, and at 2 a.m. Come on, let's have a look.
Right. The path to the carousel is right through this hedge here.
Yeah, I see it. Come on.
I'm coming, Inspector.
Okay. Now, after you heard the music and saw the lights and came out here to have a look at it, just like now, then what, Miss Wesley?
Well, we stood here like this and watched the carousel go around and round, just like now.
Yeah, and then?
And then, all of a sudden, we noticed a body on one of the horses. Inspector! Just like now!
Now back to Boston Blackie. Blackie and Mary Wesley are riding in a hansom cab in the park at 2 o'clock in the morning when they find the carousel, organ playing, lights ablaze, and revolving slowly with a dead man riding one of the horses. The dead man is John Van Dorn, well-known horseman. Investigation reveals no clues nor uncovers the major suspect. That night, Farraday takes Mary out to the carousel to go over the scene of the crime, only to discover the organ playing, the lights blazing, and another dead man riding a wooden horse. As we return to our story, Farraday and Mary are standing by the carousel while Faraday's men inspect it.
There's got to be fingerprints somewhere.
Well, Inspector, have you got troubles?
Blackie!
Blackie, you get away from here.
Sorry, Faraday. I must be part vulture or something. Every time I hear on my radio that a body has been found, I have to come and have a look at it.
Well, look at it then, and leave. There it is, on that horse on the merry-go-round.
Oh, Blackie. It's Peter Carson, the man who owns the carousel.
So I see. How was he killed, Faraday?
Shot, the same as Van Dorn.
Uh-huh, and I suppose you know why he was killed.
I do. You must have seen who killed Van Dorn.
Faraday, sometimes you amaze me. You're right for once. But do you know who killed him?
Sure. The same guy who killed Van Dorn.
Right again, Farraday. But you haven't the slightest idea who killed Van Dorn, have you? No, I thought not.
All right, so I'm a dope. Do you know who killed Van Dorn?
Do I know who killed Van Dorn?
Well, do you?
Well, no. The register downstairs said Harry Wilcox's office was 1307. That must be this way, Mary.
Okay, there's his door.
Good, come on.
Woo! That was some climb up those stairs, wasn't it?
Could have been worse, Mary. This is a 36-story building, you know.
Could have been better. The elevators could have been running.
Not at this hour. Well, I suppose I'll have to pick the lock.
Blackie, you sure it wouldn't be a lot easier if we just see Harry Wilcox in his office tomorrow morning?
I've had one brush with Wilcox already, Mary. It's enough to let me know that the Van Dorn lawyer is not the cooperative kind.
Okay.
There, that did it. And the door's open. Ladies first.
When walking into a dark office, the rules are reversed.
All right. Here, you take the flashlight.
Got it.
You can turn it on now. I'll close the door.
All right, flashlight's on. Now what?
Now shine it around the room. What I'm looking for will probably be in Wilcox's safe, I hope.
Me too, but what if he doesn't have it safe?
You say such awful things, Mary.
Yeah, don't I just? Oh, there it is, Blackie. Next to that filing cabinet there.
Good. Easy kind to open.
Aren't they all to you?
Bring the light over.
All right. Now what?
Just hold it and be quiet. I want to hear the tumblers drop.
I'll be quiet.
There's one.
Good.
Shh. There's two.
Better.
Shh. 3.
Marvelous.
And open.
Terrific.
On we go.
Mm-hmm. Well, let's see inside. Not much in the safe. A few ledgers, a few papers.
Mm-hmm. Let's hope one of those papers is what I'm looking for.
Hey, what are you looking for?
You'll hit me on the head if I tell you.
What? And break a perfectly good flashlight?
What are you looking for?
I don't know.
You don't know?
No. Something. Oh, dear. Anything that could help me. Hey, this might be interesting.
What is it?
From Dawn's contract with that Jasmine perfume firm.
What contract?
Contract giving them the right to use his name on their perfumes.
Let's see.
Yeah, I think I'll have a look at this. Yeah, signed by Van Dorn and Lester Ronson, president of Jasmine. Cancellation clause. Where are you?
Maybe there isn't one.
No, there isn't. But here's one just as good, a ridicule clause.
A ridicule clause? What does that mean?
It means that if Van Dorn ever did anything that might hold him up to ridicule, this contract would automatically be canceled.
Well, what would be the purpose of that, Blackie?
I'm not sure, but I can guess. And my guess is that Ronson bought the Van Dorn name because it had some high society significance. In the event the name became connected with anything ridiculous, it would naturally have no value to Ronson.
Well, I'm very surprised at myself, but I do understand.
First thing tomorrow morning, I am going to see Mr. Ronson. Maybe he manufactures perfumes. But there's something about all this that doesn't smell so good to me.
My secretary says you want to see me, Blackie. What about?
Oh, nothing much, Mr. Ronson. I just want to know what you know about John Van Dorn.
Well, I don't know much. I merely paid him for the use of his name on my products.
Yes, I know that. And, I see you turning out new bottles for your stuff, Mr. Ronson. Those nice drawings on your desk.
Oh, these are just planning roughs.
Hey, wait a minute. Don't put those away. Seems to me the name on the label wasn't Van Dorn. It was Winston, wasn't it?
Yes, but that means nothing.
It means something to me, Ronson. Your contract with Van Dorn was canceled by his death, wasn't it? So your perfumes are now to come out under a new name, Winston. What was wrong with Van Dorn?
Well, I might as well tell you. You'll find out anyhow. The Van Dorn name didn't sell.
Oh, so you had a contract with Van Dorn. It couldn't be canceled. His name wasn't selling your product, so you killed him. Or you'd go broke.
No, I didn't kill him.
But you did want to break your contract with him, didn't
you? Yes, but I didn't kill him. All I tried to do was involve him in a scandal so I could exercise the ridicule clause in my contract.
Oh, now we're getting somewhere.
Now, look, Blackie, I'll tell you just what I did.
It's about time. Go on.
Well, Van Dorn was a famous horseman, and I thought the city would get a good laugh if they saw him riding a wooden horse on a merry-go-round in full riding habit.
That's exactly what I figured. You put him on that horse, huh?
Yes. I had him come to my house just after his daily ride in the park, and I drugged him. And then at midnight, I put him in my car and drove to the carousel in the park.
Carried him to one of the horses and then shot him.
No. Believe me. After he was on the horse, I turned down the carousel lights and started the organ and put the carousel in motion.
And then?
And then I started to leave, to call a newspaper and give them a hot tip for a picture. Society's leading horseman on a wooden horse, But there was a shot, and Van Dorn slumped, and I knew the bullet had hit him. I got scared and ducked into the bushes and left.
Did you see who fired the shot?
No. And believe me, all I wanted to do was involve Van Dorn in a scandal so I could cancel my contract.
All right, Ronson. That takes care of you for right now. But right now, I've got to take care of someone who wanted to cancel Van Dorn.
Yes? Oh, it's you.
Yes, it's me,
No,
Mrs. Van
you
Dorn.
can't-
And don't tell me I can't come in, because I am in.
Look, now, you can't.
Who is it, Blanche?
It's that Boston Blackie again.
Blackie, I thought I told you to stay away from us.
Your hospitality was so charming, Wilcox, I just couldn't resist another sample.
I'll give you a sample of something else if you don't get out of here.
Don't make me laugh. Say, Wilcox, do you have an office? You have a home of your own? Why is it every time I see you, you're here with Mrs. Van Dorn?
Why,
Harry, please.
It's Harry, is it? And I think you call her Blanche, don't you?
Well, that happens to be her name.
I know, and Blanche is the part of her name that you don't intend to change, huh? Do I hear wedding bells?
Now, look here, Blackie.
If you're suggesting that Harry killed my husband, that's absolutely
What
the most...
I do mean to suggest is that your husband was killed a little after midnight last night. And Wilcox, where were you at that time?
At my club.
Can you prove it?
Yes, I can prove it. Oh, now who's that?
I have a rough idea. Let the rough idea in, Mrs. Van Dorn. You can't keep him out.
Oh, Inspector Farraday, are you back again? Come in.
Thanks. Now, look, Mrs. Van Dorn. Blackie, what are you doing here?
Same old Faraday, same old question. I've got a suspect for you. Wilcox.
Wilcox? Oh, no. He couldn't have killed Van Dorn. The coroner says Van Dorn was killed sometime between midnight and 2 o'clock this morning. I checked and found Wilcox was in the card room at his club during those hours.
Faraday, you're improving. Keep it up, and one of these days I won't even know you.
Let's hope that soon.
I demand you apologize to Mr. Wilcox Blackie.
Okay, Wilcox. I'm sorry. But, Faraday, can I see you a moment alone?
What about?
An idea just got me that may get you a murderer. I hope you aren't afraid in the park so late at night, Mrs. Van Dorn.
It is rather dark and frightening, isn't it, Blackie?
Yes, it is. Oh, here's the path I want.
Where are we going?
To the merry-go-round, Mrs. Van Dorn, if you don't mind.
No. Why should I?
Well, I thought you wouldn't mind seeing it if you could help find your husband's killer. Ah, here we are.
Awfully quiet out here, isn't it?
Yes, it is. You know, Mrs. Van Dorn, when I get off to any place like this where it's quiet, my mind plays awfully strange tricks on me. Sometimes well, I even seem to see things that aren't there.
Oh?
Psychiatrists would say that it was my subconscious mind working, I suppose.
Yes, it's very interesting.
For instance, last night I was standing in front of this carousel. The lights were blazing.
They were?
Yes, the lights were on.
Oh, Blackie, look.
Look, Mrs. Van Dorn? At what?
The lights of the carousel are on.
I don't see them.
But you must. Every light is on, every light.
No, Mrs. Van Dorn. You're imagining.
No, I'm not. The lights are on.
The lights aren't on, Mrs. Van Dorn.
But they are. Well, and the merry-go-round is turning.
At 2 o'clock in the morning? How could that be?
Well, it is. And there's the music. Can you hear that? You do hear it, don't you?
No, I don't, Mrs. Van
But
Dorn.
listen, the
not a
music
sound.
is playing. Now, look, the merry-go-round is turning.
Mrs. Van Dorn, control yourself.
I see it, I tell you, and I hear it. It was just like this when I followed Mr. Ronson out here.
Mrs. Van Dorn.
I stood here and watched. He put John on the horse, and the carousel went around and went around. And when John came around one time, I shot him.
Mrs. Van Dorn, you don't
He
know
was riding that wooden horse up and down, up and down. There he is again. Just like it was then.
All right, Farraday. You can get off that wooden horse. She talks.
Alone with you here at 2 o'clock. Oh, Blackie, this is the life.
Oh, no, Mary, this is the park.
Oh, you silly.
And the last time we came here, we got mixed up in a murder.
And how we were mixed up. And Blackie, I still don't know why the carousel owner was killed.
Well, Mrs. Van Dorn murdered the carousel owner because she thought he might have seen her shoot her husband. And he might have at that.
Oh, but now, wait a minute. Let's go back a little bit farther. How did Mrs. Van Dorn know Ronson was bringing her husband out here in the first place?
Her husband had called her from Ronson's, and when he didn't show up along about midnight, she went over there. She saw Ronson carrying her husband out and followed him.
Well, if she saw that, why didn't she tell it to the police afterward?
Because, my dear, she was a killer, and she felt the less said, the better.
Blackie, the music's playing again.
I know.
But it's...
I know, it's 2 o'clock again, but it's not 2 o'clock in the morning, Mary. It's 2 o'clock in the afternoon.
Oh. Blackie, let's go on the merry-go-round. Just you and I.
Well,
Please.
all right, Mary. But why?
Why? Why? Well, I don't know exactly. Oh, yes, I do. Maybe it's because I want people to say that we're going around together. You see?
I don't see what you're complaining about, John.
Oh, you don't, huh? Well, who owns this pawn shop, Paul? You, me, or both of us?
We both do, you know that.
Okay, then. From now on, I sign checks the same as you do.
Now, wait a minute, John. You're getting your share of the profits, aren't you?
So you say. Only I don't trust you. I'll get it. Hello. Hello. Wait a minute. Is anybody on here? Hello.
Hello? Is this Blaine's pawn shop?
Yeah, what do you want?
I want to speak to Paul Blaine, please.
Oh, you don't care who you speak to, do you? Just a minute. It's for you, here.
Thanks. Hello?
Hello, Paul Blaine?
Yeah?
This is Boston Blackie. You wanted me to call you?
Oh, yeah. And, I'm sorry about the way my brother spoke to you on the phone. We're having a little argument.
That's all right. What do you want, Blaine?
I'd like to see you. It's important, and, well, could you get down here this afternoon?
Well, I don't know.
No, look, you gotta come. It's awfully important.
All right, Blaine. I'll be there about 3 o'clock.
Okay, 3 o'clock. Thanks. Goodbye.
Hey, what kind of a deal you got cooking with Blackie, Paul?
That's my own business. Now, look, John, I don't want any more trouble with you or...
Oh, no, well, you're gonna get it.
Now, wait a minute, John. Don't leave.
Stop worrying about my leaving. But just start worrying if I come back.
And now back to Dick Calmer as Boston Blackie. Enemy to those who make him an enemy. Friend to those who have no friend.
Oh, there's the pawn shop we want. 2 doors down, Mary.
Oh, yeah. Why did Paul Blaine want to see you, Blackie?
I don't know, Mary. That's what I've come down here to find out.
Well, that being the case, let's go in and find out.
Here we are.
Oh, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Are you Paul Blaine?
Yes, I am. You must be Boston Blackie.
Yes, and this is Mary Wesley.
How do you do, Mr. Blaine?
Well, you're right on time, Blackie. You said you'd be here at 3, and it's, 2 minutes of 3 right now.
I'm generally on time, Blaine. What'd you want to see me about?
Well, it's this, Blackie. I made a loan of $1,000 on a diamond yesterday, and this morning I found out it's stolen property.
Uh-oh.
That's bad, isn't it?
It's very bad, Miss Wesley. It means I may lose my $1,000.
Ooh.
Well, what do you want me to do about it, Blaine?
Well, I thought you'd take the diamond to the insurance company that carries a policy on it and make a deal so I could get my money back.
Oh. Well, I suppose I could do that, but why can't you?
Well, they'd have no reason to bargain with me. They'd know I'd have to turn in the diamond to the police, and... Well, I was hoping it wouldn't be too much trouble for you to...
Blackie's so used to trouble, he's lonesome without it.
Quiet, Mary.
All right, but I like that.
That's what I like. Modesty.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Blaine. I'll take the diamond.
Oh, well, thanks. Thanks a lot. Here, I have it here in my pocket.
Okay, Blaine. You'll hear from me tomorrow.
About what time, Blackie?
Same time as now, 3 o'clock. Come on, Mary.
Okay. See you at 3 tomorrow, Blackie. Goodbye, and thanks.
Goodbye, and don't mention it. Let's wait here for cab, Mary.
All right. Blackie, will you be able to get Mr. Blaine's $1,000 back?
I think so, Mary. All I have to do...
That was a shot.
And inside the store, too. Come on.
Blaine, where...
Oh, there he is.
Blackie... Oh, it looks like he's...
Dead, Mary.
Oh.
He has to be dead unless he was wearing a bulletproof heart.
Yes, but who could have...
I don't know. But whoever it was is probably out the back way by now. Well, here we go again. I guess I'd better call Farraday.
No, darling, no. Please don't call Inspector Farraday. You didn't have anything to do with this, but Farraday will never believe you.
All right, Mary. I guess the best way for us to stay out of this is to get out of here.
Hey, Rollins! Rollins, come in my office.
Yeah, Inspector Farraday?
What about some action on the murder of Paul Blaine, the pawnbroker?
Inspector, there hasn't been a thing developed.
Oh, just a minute. Farraday speaking.
Inspector, got a little news for you. You want to know who killed Paul Blaine, don't you?
Sure. Do you know who did it?
Well, I know who was in his store about the time he got bumped.
Oh.
Friend of yours, Boston Blackie.
A friend of it? Hello.
hello.
What was it, Inspector?
Some guy who says Boston Blackie was at the scene of Paul Blaine's murder.
Good. Hey, that's exactly what you want, isn't it?
It should be, but it isn't. This is one time I don't think Blackie's involved. And besides, I waste too much time chasing that guy anyway.
Gee, Inspector, you must be sick. Maybe that call was a straight tip.
I doubt it. Besides, I got a line on Blaine's killer.
Yeah? Who?
Never mind who. But Blaine sent a certain guy to prison about 5 years ago. Last week, that certain guy got out of prison. I think he killed Blaine for revenge.
Could be, Inspector, but I'd still like to have a look around Blackie's apartment.
Go ahead. Waste your time any way you want. But I'll bet I find the real killer before you find anything on Boston Blackie.
Harry? What's the matter?
Nothing, Helen.
Something is, honey. You seem awfully upset. What is the matter?
You read the paper you brought me?
Only the headlines. I don't remember what they said, though.
Well, let me refresh your memory just a little.
Hmm?
Yeah, listen to this headline. Cops looking for ex-convict in Blaine murder.
Oh, yes, I remember that.
Well, I'm an ex-con, remember that?
Yes, of course, darling. You got out of jail, let's see. It was last, what day was it?
Last Friday.
Oh, yes, that's right. But, darling, what does this have to do with you and then this Mr. Blaine's murder?
Well, Blaine sent me to prison. Now the cops are trying to tie me up with his murder.
Oh.
The paper says Blaine was knocked off at 3 o'clock yesterday. If I could just remember where I was then,
Don't you know where you were, Harry? You were with me.
Oh, yeah, but where?
Huh?
We weren't anywhere. We were out walking, that's all.
Oh, yes, that's right. Where were we walking? Do you remember?
Oh, not exactly. Downtown somewhere. No, I've got to keep you out of this. I think I know what I'm going to do.
What?
I'm going to see a fellow named Boston Blackie. He helps guys like me.
Oh, you can't leave here if the police are looking for you. Harry, I've met Blackie's friend, Mary Wesley. I know her. I'll get her to help me, and she'll get Blackie to help you. Now, Helen, please, can't you remember where you and Harry were, and at least about what time it was? No, Mary, I can't. All I know is that we were out walking. Yes, but where, dear? Just downtown. That's a big help. Now, look. Paul Blaine was murdered at 3 o'clock in his shop on 71st Street. Were you on 71st Street around 3 o'clock? Well, no. Oh, gosh, I'm beginning to sound like Blackie. Mary, I don't know where we were. I started out to see a man about fixing my coat. I think I have his address here in my purse. Oh, well, this might be something. Oh, dear. Oh, yes. Here's his address, 20th Street. All right, now you think you were on 20th Street? Yes. Down there somewhere. But I don't know. Oh, wait a minute. What's that other card in your purse? Where? Which one? Oh, yes, let's see. Oh, yes, I remember. A sidewalk photographer took our picture and gave us this check. Yesterday? Yes, while we were out walking. Yesterday afternoon. Well, as Blackie might say when I show him this, it's a nice photograph. Let's hope it doesn't result in any negative development.
Farraday speaking.
Inspector Farraday, this is Rawlins. I'm calling from Blackie's apartment. And guess what I found? Guess.
Guess? What am I? A guest star? What was it?
A diamond.
So what?
Well, this diamond is listed as one of the things which should have been in Paul Blaine's pawn shop, but wasn't.
Yeah?
Yeah, and that means maybe Blackie was... Well, he might have...
What are you talking about?
Well, you see,
I get it. Blackie slipped up behind you and has a gun in your back, huh? Some cop you are. Well, just put Blackie on the phone.
Sure. Here, Blackie, he wants to talk to you.
Thanks, Rollins. And don't go away yet.
Okay.
Hello, Inspector.
Blackie, what is that diamond from Blaine's pawn shop doing in your apartment?
It's all very simple, Inspector, but it'll sound complicated to you. Blaine gave it to me.
Oh, yeah? When?
At 3 o'clock yesterday afternoon.
3 o'clock. That's when we think he was killed. And I got a tip you were there when it happened. Only I didn't believe it.
Why not? I was there. A few minutes before and after the murder.
What? And you didn't report it?
No, Farraday, and you know why, too. It meant getting mixed up in this, which is something I didn't want to do.
I didn't believe the tip I got, and I'll tell you something you won't believe.
What?
I believe you. How do you like that?
Farraday. My, how you've changed.
Never mind about me. You send Rollins back to headquarters, and with that diamond.
All right. Bye.
Goodbye.
Rollins,
Yeah, Blackie?
Farraday wants you back at headquarters, and you can take this diamond with you.
Sure. Okay, thanks a lot, Blackie. Good, Oh, hello, Miss Wesley.
Hello, Sergeant Rollins.
Come in, Mary. The sergeant is just leaving.
Yeah, so long.
Bye.
Well, Mary, I almost got mixed up in the Blaine murder. Rollins found that diamond Blaine gave me, and Farraday got a tip I was there when Blaine was killed.
Oh, somebody's trying to frame you. Well, that means you'll help my friend Helen, doesn't it?
What? What friend, Helen?
Helen Waltham, darling. The one I told you about on the telephone. Farraday thinks her fiancé, Harry Matthews, murdered Blaine.
Oh, yes. Well, that means I'd better find an alibi for Matthews that will show him away from the scene of the crime at the time of the murder.
Well, all right, then I know this much, Blackie. Yesterday afternoon, Helen and Harry were walking on 20th Street. Now, that's about 5 miles from the scene of the crime. A sidewalk photographer took their pictures, she thinks about 3 o'clock, and she had a receipt for it. I took that. Here.
Picture, huh? Say, I'd like to see it. Maybe the shadows on the street or something on it would give Matthews an alibi. Yeah. It's awfully late. The photo shop is probably closed by now. But if we can get into the dark room, maybe we can bring an alibi for Matthews out into the light.
How soon will the picture be developed, Blackie?
Should be about now, Mary. I've had the print and the solution about, Oh, I'm beginning to see something now.
Good.
I'm glad you took this claim check from Helen so we could find this picture.
Developing that print isn't taking as long as it took us to get in here.
That was a tough lock on the door, Mary. You had a hard time picking it.
Yeah, you'll have to buy the photographer a new lock, won't you?
I suppose so. Now, let's hope this picture shows something that'll help us. All we know now is that it was taken the afternoon of the murder.
Okay, I'm hoping. Look, Blackie, there's the whole picture now. It's clear, too.
Mm-hmm. Now we'll lift it out of the solution and have a look at it. Here, I'll put it on the table here and hold it down with these weights so it won't curl while it dries. There.
Well, it shows Helen and her friend Matthews all right.
Look behind Helen and our boyfriend, Mary. The Leeds jewelry store clock, and look at the time.
3 o'clock. And Leeds Jewelry Store is on 20th Street, a good 5 miles from where Paul Blaine was killed.
And at 3 o'clock. Tell your friend Helen not to worry, Mary. Our friend Harry Matthews is all right. The clear shot of the clock in this picture put him in the clear, too.
Now, back to Boston Blackie. Paul Blaine, pawnbroker, gets Blackie's help in returning a stolen diamond. Just after Blackie leaves him, however, Blaine is shot and killed. Police think Blaine was murdered by Harry Matthews, ex-con, who was sent to jail by Blaine. But with the help of his girlfriend, Helen Waltham, Matthews receives Blackie's help in proving his innocence. Blackie finds a sidewalk photographer's picture of Matthews near the Leeds Jewelry Store 5 miles away from the murder scene with the hands of the clock at 3, which is the time Blaine was killed. So Matthews is obviously innocent. As we return to our story, Mary Wesley is at the Leeds Jewelry Store.
And what can I do for you, miss?
I'm not sure. Are you Mr. Leeds?
Yes, I am.
Well, this may sound sort of silly, but I'd like to know about that big clock out in front of your store.
I hope you don't want to buy it.
Oh, no. I just would like to know how accurate it is.
Oh, it's the most accurate clock in town, miss. We have it checked once a week. It loses hardly a second.
I see. When was it checked last?
Why, 4 days ago.
Oh, thank you very much. Where's the nearest public phone?
Oh, if you want to use a phone, you may use mine right there on the desk.
Thank you.
Oh, that's quite all right.
Hello?
Blackie, this is Mary.
You found out about the clock?
Yes, it's always right, and it was checked 4 days ago.
Good. Now I'm absolutely sure Matthews is innocent. I'm going up to tell him. For 2 reasons.
to make him happy and Farraday miserable.
All right, Matthews. You might as well talk. I didn't come to your apartment to outstare you.
I don't have anything to talk about, Inspector Farraday.
You killed Paul Blaine, so you ought to have a lot to talk about.
I didn't kill him, Inspector. I admit I had a reason. He sent me to jail, but I didn't kill him.
That's what they all tell me. Until I prove they're lying. Who's that at the door? One of your pals, Matthews?
I don't know who it is.
Well, go answer it. But no tricks.
Don't worry. I don't have anything to hide.
This Harry Matthews' apartment?
Yes, I'm Harry Matthews.
Blackie, for Pete's sake, what are you doing here?
Just playing newsboy. Good newsboy, I might say.
Blackie, I didn't kill Blaine. Don't let this guy arrest me.
Don't worry, Harry. I wouldn't let Farraday do anything he'd be sorry for.
Look, what do you mean I'd be sorry? Harry here is the one who's going to be sorry. He's going to jail.
Is he? When was Blaine killed?
At 3 o'clock yesterday. You know that.
All right. Take a look at this.
What is it?
A picture of Harry and his girlfriend walking down 20th Street a good 5 miles away from the scene of the crime. Taken yesterday, too. There's a date on it. Look.
I am looking. So what?
So look at the clock behind them. What time does it say?
Well, it says 3 o'clock.
That's right. And do you know what time it is now, Farraday?
Huh? What's that
it's
got to do?
It's time you apologized to an innocent man and got out of here.
Oh. Yeah. I'm sorry, Matthews.
No, okay. Blackie, thanks. Thanks a lot.
Yeah. Thanks, Blackie. You're a big help to me. You've just cost me my only suspect.
Don't fret, Farraday. What I take away, I usually put back. I've got another one for you. Come on, Harry. I'd like you to drive me down to see him right now. This is Blaine's pawn shop right here, Harry. Thanks for driving me.
No trouble, Blackie.
It was nice seeing you, Blackie.
Thanks, Helen, and thanks for the lift.
Okay.
Oh, say, would you wait for me for a few minutes? I'm going to want to get to my bank, and I may not be able to get a car.
Sure, we'll wait, but you better hurry. The bank closes in a few minutes. I guess I shouldn't have stopped to pick up Helen.
That's all right. We'll make it.
How far to your bank?
It's down on 25th Street.
The Weatherly National, Blackie?
Yes, Helen, why?
Why, that's my bank, too.
Well, we're practically partners then, Helen.
Yeah.
I'll be out in a minute.
You want me to go with you?
No, thanks, Matthews. I like to do things like this alone. Be right back.
Hurry, or you'll be too late to get to the bank.
All right. Good afternoon.
Yeah? What's good about it?
Well, that's fine talk. You own this shop?
I'm John Blaine, if that's what you mean.
I'm Boston Blackie.
Hooray. So you're Boston Blackie. So what?
So I'd like to talk to you. Maybe about the killing of your brother.
What makes you think I killed him?
You were having an argument when I called up yesterday afternoon and spoke to your brother.
So what?
So an argument could end in a killing.
So could too much curiosity. Get out of here, Blackie. Fast.
Now, is that a nice way to do business, John? Your brother Paul never pulled a gun on a visitor.
Get out of here, I said.
When I'm finished.
You're finished now. Get out of here. Maybe this will help you move.
You missed me, my friend. Or should I wait till I try to turn my head?
I missed you because I wanted to. But next time, maybe I won't want to miss.
I wish I'd known you were having trouble with John Blaine, Blackie. I could have run out and given you a hand.
I didn't mind arguing with him, Harry. It was the back talk from his gun I couldn't do anything about.
Blackie, I want to thank you for helping Harry out of his trouble.
He's not out completely yet, Helen.
What?
He isn't, Blackie. Why isn't he?
Oh, it's nothing to get excited about. I just wasn't able to prove John Blaine is 100% suspect. And until I do, Farraday will always feel like Harry here is guilty.
Well, as long as you believe I'm innocent.
You're safe. Even Farraday has to face the facts. You couldn't have killed Blaine. You're too far away from the scene of the murder when Blaine was killed. Oh, say, it's too late for me to get to the bank, isn't it?
Yeah, I guess it is.
Oh, dear, that's a shame. It is after 3 o'clock, isn't it?
Slightly. Say, do either of you have enough money to cash a check, if it isn't too big?
Well, all I've got is $5. How about you, Helen?
No, I don't think Oh, wait, I might have some. Yes, Why, yes, of course I do.
Swell. Could you spare 50, Helen?
50? I don't... What? Oh, dear, what's the matter with me? I drew 100 out of the bank yesterday.
You did?
Yes, it was yesterday.
I remember I got to the bank just at closing time, and I had to argue with the man at the door to let me in. Here's the money you wanted, Blackie. Oh, how much did you ask for?
Just 50.
Oh, yes. 40, 50. Here. You can make a check out later.
All right, thanks.
That's all right. I could give you more if you wanted it.
No, thanks. You've given me plenty already. That sidewalk photographer must have a mania for putting fancy locks on his door. This one's tougher than the one I picked yesterday, Mary.
It sure seems to be. But what are we going to find by breaking into this dark room again?
Oh, nothing much, Mary. Just this. How Helen Waltham could have been with Harry Matthews in front of Leeds jewelry store having a picture taken at 3 o'clock yesterday and still be in her bank at closing time. That's 3 o'clock. I know it's my bank, too. There, that opened the lock.
Good. But about the time, that's impossible, darling. The clock on Leeds jewelry store is never wrong.
I know it. But why would Helen say she was in her bank at closing time if she wasn't? She was very definite about that.
Yeah, I know. Or so you said.
Come on. Let's go into the dark room. I'm going to take a look at that picture again.
All right.
Wait, I'll turn on the light. There.
Blackie, you think the picture of Harry and Helen was faked? Retouched or something?
No, it wasn't. I would have noticed it. The picture was real. The clock wasn't wrong. So there's only one answer to this whole thing.
What?
I said there's only one answer, Mary. I didn't say I knew what it was.
Oh.
Let's see. Do you remember the number of that picture of Harry and Helen?
I sure do. 4121.
Yeah. Here's the index file. 4121. 4121. Where's that? Oh, here we are. Mm-hmm. It's a legitimate picture, all right.
So where are we? Right back where we started.
Yeah, I'm afraid so. Oh, wait a minute. I've got a hunch. This is picture 4121. Let's have a look at picture number 4120 and see what that looks like.
Well, what do you think that'll show?
Well, I don't know. That's why I want to look at it. 4120, 4120. Ah, here it is, already developed. Yeah, taken at the same spot. That's good.
Let me look at it, too.
A picture of a woman and a little girl. Well, that's not much. But, Mary, look at the clock behind them.
For goodness sake, there's a man on a ladder doing something to it.
Yes. Looks as if he's cleaning it. And look, Mary, look at the time. It's 3:30.
3:30?
Yes. And do you know what that means? It means the picture was taken before picture number 4120, and yet the clock says 3:30. So picture number 4121 showing Harry and Helen had to be taken after 3:30.
Blackie. Then Harry could have killed Paul Blaine.
He not only could have, Mary, but he probably did. That guy on the ladder there is obviously Harry's accomplice. He was planted to set back the clock so that Harry could have an alibi when his picture was taken.
Wow.
Wow is right. So it was Harry and not John Blaine, after all. I should have known John acted too guilty to be guilty. Come on. It's going to hurt to do this, but I've got to call Farraday and tell him that he was right about Matthews.
Oh, it's a lovely day for a walk, isn't it, Blackie?
Beautiful, Mary.
Is that beautiful Mary or beautiful Mary?
Take your choice.
Well, I've taken it, and so I thank you, kind sir. Hey, Blackie.
Yes?
Why did Harry Matthews call Inspector Farraday and tell him you were at the scene of Paul Blaine's murder?
Oh, that's easy, Mary. 2 reasons. He wanted to involve me, and he wanted to make sure the police established the time of the murder at 3 o'clock, so his alibi with the fixed-up clock would stand up. He probably was hiding in the back of the pawn shop while we were talking to Paul Blaine the day of the murder.
Oh, I see.
That guy Matthews was clever, Mary. He never once offered an alibi. He knew it would be too phony if he did. He waited for me to supply it for him, and I did, by discovering that sidewalk photographer's picture.
Yeah, he was clever, all right. He killed Paul Blaine for revenge, didn't he? But he made one mistake, you know. He didn't go to the trouble to find out where his friend Helen was at exactly 3 o'clock.
No, and thanks to her, we broke the case. I certainly was glad Farraday didn't involve her.
Yeah.
Harry was obviously just using it.
Hey, lady.
Blackie, did you see what just happened?
What?
A sidewalk photographer just snapped our picture.
Well, how do you like that? Why does everything happen to us?
Well, I don't know, but it certainly does. Blackie, tell me, how do sidewalk photographers like this fellow know whose picture to take?
How? Why, Mary, that's simple. Snap judgment, that's all. Just snap judgment.
Uncle Frank. How are you?
Oh, I guess I'm all right, Joe. Well, it's nice of you to come see me.
Well, I've meant to drop in on you for some time now, but I've been busy with my apartment building. A lot of repairs to take care of, and I have to do most of the work myself.
Yes, repairs are expensive, aren't they?
Well, the labor on them is. That's why I have to do most of my own work.
Joe, I like you, but you aren't very subtle. I know you want my money. You probably need it. Well, one of these days, son, you'll have it. Maybe sooner than you...
Yes, Uncle Frank? What were you saying?
Joe, what are you doing with that gun?
It's pretty obvious, isn't it? Pointing it at you.
Joe, put down that gun. Put it down.
Oh, no. You said I'd get your money sooner than I thought. Well, I'm getting it sooner than you thought.
Well, you're an idiot, Joe. You know you can't get away with murder.
But I know I can, Uncle Frank. I've planned this much too perfectly for it to be anything less than a perfect crime. No one saw me come in, Uncle Frank. No one. And no one will see me leave.
Maybe so, but the police will find out you're my only living relative, my sole heir, the only person in the world to benefit by my death.
I'm going to tell them that myself as soon as they come to me.
You don't dare. If you did, they'd ask you where you were at this time. They'd say, Joe, where were you at 3 o'clock Tuesday afternoon? And you won't be able to answer that without going to the chair.
You know, you're very funny, Uncle Frank. But I've already taken care of Tuesday. And I'm going to take care of you right now.
Oh.
And now on to Dick Calmer as Boston Blackie. Enemy to those who make him an enemy. Friend to those who have no friend.
Farraday, it's been 3 days since the murder of Frank Wilson. 3 days, 3 whole days. And what have you done to catch Wilson's killer? Nothing. Absolutely nothing.
Oh, but we've done all we can so far, Commissioner Blake. We know who killed Frank Wilson. His nephew, Joe Parker. And we're looking for Parker now. And we'll... Yes?
Inspector Farraday, we've located Joe Parker. He's at this address.
Good work, Rollins. Let me have that. And get me a squad car, quick. Yes, sir. Well, Commissioner Blake, just watch me now. I'm going to grab Parker, prove he killed Wilson, and then sit back and let you congratulate me.
Hello, Aunt Margaret.
Oh, Blackie, will you come in?
Thanks.
Oh, well, nice of you to call, Blackie. I haven't seen you all week.
I've been busy, Aunt Margaret. Say, you're looking well. How do you feel?
Oh, I'm fine, thanks to those sleeping tablets that Dr. James gave me.
Swell. I'm glad to hear it. Say, I've got good news for you.
Oh, no, now don't tell me you found an apartment for me.
I have, and in my building, too.
Blackie, how wonderful.
Well, you'd better see it before you say that.
Will you see who's at the door, Blackie?
Sure.
If it's the newsboy, his money is on the table there by the door.
Oh, yes, I see it. Yes, you want to... Farraday.
Blackie, what are you doing here?
When you think of a better question, I'll think of an answer to it. What's old, Inspector?
Old? I'll hold you if you bother me in this case. Step aside, Blackie. Okay, Rollins, bring Parker in.
Come on, Parker.
What is this?
Sure.
Stick around, Blackie, and watch me solve a murder case in 3 seconds.
Thanks, Farraday, but I won't be able to wait. I only have a couple of hours to spare.
Quiet. Lady, I'm Inspector Farraday of the police. You Margaret Cooper?
Yes?
Good. Miss Cooper, do you know this man?
Well, yes, he's Joe Parker.
What else do you know about him?
Well, he lives in the other half of this house. And he's my landlord.
Uh-huh. Well, do you know that on Tuesday of this week, in fact, Tuesday afternoon at 3 o'clock, he killed a man?
No.
Yes. But he says he was here in your apartment all day Tuesday, fixing the plumbing in your kitchen.
Well, as a matter of fact, he was. I'm quite certain, Inspector Farraday. You see, Tuesday is the day Tilly Blaine comes to clean. And Tilly was here when Mr. Parker was here. He was fixing the plumbing.
Well, I guess this is all you want with me, Inspector.
You stay right where you are, Parker. Come here, Blackie. I want to talk to you.
What happens if I don't want to listen?
You'll listen, and you'll like it. Come on over here.
Thanks for telling them the truth, Miss Cooper. You certainly said...
What do you want, Farraday?
Look, Blackie, I know Joe Parker's guilty. Could this Miss Cooper be lying?
Oh, no, Farraday. One thing I know Aunt Margaret wouldn't do is lie. And she doesn't scare easily, in case you think Parker may have threatened her.
Blackie, believe me, Parker killed Wilson. I know it. And he killed Wilson Tuesday afternoon. That's definite.
But you heard what Aunt Margaret said.
Yes, I heard what she said. You're a big help. All right, Rollins, we'll have to release Parker. Let's get out of here.
Yes, sir.
Leaving so soon, Inspector?
Yes. Don't you leave town, Parker. Sorry to have bothered you, Miss Cooper.
Oh, that's quite all right.
So long, Blackie.
Wait a minute, Farraday. I'll go with you. Aunt Margaret, that apartment in Sunset Towers will be ready for you to look at tomorrow. Mary and I'll call for you about 2 tomorrow afternoon.
All right, Blackie. Goodbye.
Bye.
Thanks, Miss Cooper. I'd be in jail now for murder if you hadn't told the inspector I was here all day Tuesday.
I told him that because you were here all day. I wouldn't lie, Mr. Parker. Not even to send you to prison. You see, I hate lying even more than I hate you.
Tilly Blaine's house, 19 Orange Street. Want to come in with me, Mary?
Well, I think I better, Blackie. Tilly may be a beautiful thing.
I'm seeing her because she cleans Aunt Margaret's apartment every Tuesday. Happy now?
Overjoyed. But I'll go with you just the same.
All right. Wait, I'll get out your side.
Okay. You know, I certainly wind up in some queer places with you, Blackie.
I know how your life can be made normal again.
Oh, just a minute. That was a comment, not a complaint, darling. I'm staying with you. Hey, what if Tilly's not home?
Then we'll wait here till she is home. Brilliant decision.
Masterful? How do you do it?
Oh, shucks, I think I'm smart. Things like that all the time.
Yeah,
I'd like to speak to Tilly Blaine, please.
I'm her.
May we come in?
I don't know. What you want?
Well, tell her here, Blackie, and we won't have to go in.
The master acknowledges a fellow genius.
Mm-hmm.
Tilly, do you clean house for Margaret Cooper?
Sure. I clean house for Miss Cooper every Tuesday. Been doing cleaning for Miss Cooper every Tuesday for years.
What did you clean house for last Tuesday?
Well, sure, lady. I cleaned house for Miss Cooper all day last Tuesday, like always.
Well, tell me, was anyone else in Miss Cooper's apartment while you were there?
Sure. That Mr. Parker was there, a fellow owns the building. He held me up with all the mess he made fixing the pipes in the kitchen.
I see. And how long was Parker there?
I don't know. He was there when I came to start cleaning. That was 9 o'clock on Tuesday morning. He was there when I left with the cleaning done. Well, that was after 5 o'clock.
Tuesday afternoon, I see. Oh, well.
Too bad, Blackie.
Too bad. Too bad. Unless there were 2 Tuesdays this week.
Hey, Diana, nice of you to drop in on me, baby. Swell surprise.
Glad to see me?
Oh, I'll show you how glad.
Oh, Joe, don't squeeze me so hard.
I'm sorry, baby. It's just that I feel good tonight, I guess.
You certainly do. What are you so pepped up about?
I got a right to be, baby. I'm driving them crazy.
Driving who crazy?
The cops. They know I killed Uncle Frank, and on Tuesday, too. But they can't prove it.
Why not, Joe?
Honey, that's one thing I won't even tell you. How would you like the name Diana Larson on an apartment door at the Sunset Towers?
Are you kidding? Can you get me an apartment at the Towers?
The way I'm going, honey, there isn't anything I can't get you. You go on down there, baby. You'll get that apartment if you ask for it nice.
Oh, I'll ask for it nice, all right. But what's that grin on your face for?
Grin? It's kind of a sample. You see, you getting that apartment is going to be a laugh on Boston Blackie.
Miss Cooper, this is Tom Bradley, the superintendent of Sunset Towers. Tom, Miss Cooper.
How do you do, Mr. Bradley?
And Tom, you know Miss Wesley, of course.
Sure. How are you, Miss Wesley?
I'm fine, Mr. Bradley.
Tom, Miss Cooper's here to see about that apartment you said would be available today.
I'm afraid I got bad news for you, Blackie. It's already rented.
Oh, dear.
What?
Bradley.
Oh, look, Tom, you told me you were saving that apartment for me. You promised you would.
No, I didn't now, Blackie. If you'll think back, you'll remember I told you I wouldn't tell anybody about it till after you'd had a chance to take it.
Well, then why is it already rented?
Well, somebody came in yesterday afternoon and asked to see it, so I had to show it.
And you didn't tell anybody about it, Mr. Bradley?
No, Miss Wesley, not a soul.
Wait a minute. I've got an idea who rented that apartment ahead of us.
Who, Blackie?
Joe Parker. He heard me tell you about it yesterday. Tom, was the apartment here rented by a tall, dark fellow wearing glasses?
No, Blackie. It was rented by a small blonde girl wearing a smile. She said her name was Diana Black. But I've seen her picture in the paper as Diana Larson.
Diana Larson. Blackie, she's singing on the stage at the Garden Theater.
At the Garden, huh? Swell. Let's go down to the Garden and see if we can dig up a clue.
Say, you, where's Diana Larson's dressing room?
Right over there, mister. And if you want to see her, you'll have to hurry. She goes on stage in a minute.
Thanks. Come on, Mary.
No, I think I'll just wander on backstage, Blackie. You see how considerate I'm getting?
Yes, and don't think I'm not surprised. You're going to leave me alone with a lovely lady?
Oh, but the doorman said that she goes on in a minute. Okay, darling, I'll see you when you get out.
Okay.
Hello.
Diana Lawson?
Yes.
May I come in?
Why, yes, but I go on the stage in a moment.
I'll keep you only a moment.
All right. Am I supposed to know who you are?
I doubt it. I'm Boston Blackie.
Boston Blackie. My. Are you sure you're looking for me?
Yes. You rented an apartment at 51 Sunset Parkway yesterday. I'd like to find out how you happen to know that apartment was vacant.
I don't think that's any of your business.
That shows how wrong you are. The picture of that fellow in glasses, Miss Lawson, the picture on your dressing table. That your boyfriend?
Maybe yes, maybe no.
Want me to take my choice, huh? Well, let's see what he's written on it. To baby, who do you love?
So?
So Joe Parker asked you a question, but he gave me the answer. The answer to how you got that Towers apartment.
And now, back to Boston Blackie. Police are sure Joe Parker killed his Uncle Frank Wilson on a Tuesday afternoon. The police can't arrest Joe because Margaret Cooper, a respected citizen and aunt of Boston Blackie, insists that he was in her apartment all day the day of the murder. A cleaning woman, Tilly Blaine, also strengthens Parker's alibi. The next day, unable to make any headway with the case, Blackie and Mary take Miss Cooper to the superintendent of Blackie's building to see an apartment that is vacant. But they learn the apartment is already rented to a Miss Diana Larson, girlfriend of Joe Parker. As we return to our story, Inspector Farraday is in his office.
Rollins! Hey, Rollins!
Yes, Inspector.
Any word from the lab on those Wilson case reports?
Nothing yet, Inspector, but they'll be through soon.
Well, hurry them up. We gotta get some proof against that guy Parker.
Step aside, Rollins, and let genius enter the realm of the uninformed.
Blackie, you stay out of my office. I've got an unsolved murder on my hands. Now scram, Blackie, before I take it out on you.
Faraday, why don't you be smart about it and let me beat this case for you?
You couldn't beat a drum for me. Now listen, Blackie, I've had just about enough of you.
No, you don't want much, do you? I haven't come anywhere near giving my all.
Well, whatever it is, it's all I can take. Rollins, what are you standing there for? I told you to get out of here.
Me, Inspector?
You, Rollins. Somebody better get out of here.
Yes.
Faraday, I've got an announcement to make. You're about to go to work for me.
Me work for you? That'll be the day.
Okay, then it's the day. Listen, I just got this wire from someone in Kansas City who knows who killed Wilson. It says, if you'll meet me in the Scranton Hotel here Saturday night, I'll tell you who killed Frank Wilson.
Hey, let me look at that wire. Who signed it?
It's unsigned, Farraday. Even you can tell that. Look, give me a letter of introduction to the chief of police in Kansas City saying I am okay, will you? I need his help.
You think I'm crazy?
Leading question, Farraday. Try it sometime when I'm not asking you for a favor.
Nothing doing. If you go to Kansas City, you go on your own. And if you ask me, you're going out there on a wild goose chase.
Maybe so, but so far in this case, you've wound up with a big goose egg.
Dr. James, I thought you'd never get here.
Oh, I came as soon as I could, Mr. Parker. I'm awfully busy on Monday. What's the matter with Miss Cooper?
She won't wake up. I was worried when I couldn't reach her on the phone, so I came down to her apartment here. She must have taken too many sleeping tablets, Doctor. She's been sleeping since Saturday night, and here it is Monday.
Let's have a look at her. I warned her against taking too many sleeping tablets. Better try to wake her up. Miss Cooper.
Doctor, do you think she's sleeping rather deeply, isn't she?
Yes, but her breathing is normal enough. Miss Cooper.
I tried shaking her a little while ago. It didn't do any good.
It's done some good. She seems to be coming out of it. Miss Cooper. Miss Cooper, wake up.
Oh, my. Who is... Oh, Dr. James, what are you doing here? What's the matter?
You've been asleep, Miss Cooper, for a long time. It's Monday morning.
What? Monday? Well, the last I knew it was Saturday night. Oh, what's he doing here?
Parker, he called me when he couldn't get you on the telephone and then couldn't wake you when he investigated.
Oh, well, I'm awfully sorry I alarmed you, Doctor. And you too, Mr. Parker.
That's okay. I'm glad you're all right.
I'll be going, Miss Cooper. Say, Sunday is a day of rest, but you certainly overdid it.
Come in.
Hello, Aunt Margaret.
Oh, good afternoon, Blackie. Hello, Mary.
How are you, Aunt Margaret?
Oh, I'm fine. I hope you didn't try to get me on the phone yesterday, though, Blackie. I I slept all day long.
You did? Well, as a matter of fact, I wasn't even in town yesterday. I flew to Kansas City the night before to see a little man who wasn't there.
I don't understand.
Blackie got a telegram saying a man would meet him in Kansas City and tell him who killed Mr. Wilson. But the man didn't show up.
Well, why not?
Obviously, somebody was trying to get me out of town over Sunday and did a good job of it, too. Say, do you mind if I turn on your radio? I want to hear the news.
Oh, I'm sorry, Blackie. My radio doesn't work. It hasn't worked since last Monday.
What's the matter with it?
I don't know.
Oh, let me take a look at it.
What do you know about fixing radios?
Nothing. I didn't ask to fix it. I just asked to look at it.
Okay.
Sometimes if you shake these things, they... Say, there's something certainly loose inside it. Better see what. Hey, one of these tubes is out of the socket. No wonder this radio doesn't work.
A tube is out? Well, I don't see how that could have happened.
I don't either. The way those things are put in, it couldn't have fallen out. Ah, there, I put it back in place. Let's see if your radio works now.
Well, it lights up. Oh, well, it did that before. It just wouldn't play.
Well, I have a hunch it's going to play now. Marconi and me.
And baby makes 3. Goo.
Hey! Hey, there's music on the radio. It works. Well, yes, it does.
Genius.
Aunt Margaret, I think somebody tampered with your radio so it wouldn't work after Monday night. Look, Aunt Margaret, this is just a shot in the dark. But the police are convinced Joe killed his uncle, Frank, last Tuesday afternoon, and I'm convinced of it, too. Are you sure he was here last Tuesday?
Well, yes, Blackie, all day long. I know it was Tuesday. Tilly was here to clean, and Tilly comes here every Tuesday.
But you didn't listen to the radio Tuesday, did you?
Well, I tried to, but I couldn't. The radio wouldn't work.
No, because somebody didn't want it to work. And that somebody is Joe Parker. You're sure it was Tuesday that Joe Parker and Tilly Blaine were here?
What are you driving at, Blackie?
But of course it was Tuesday. I wouldn't have told the police it was Tuesday if it hadn't been Tuesday. I'm sure it was Tuesday. I always get milk on Tuesdays. The milk was on the doorstep, as it always is Tuesday mornings. And the Tuesday paper.
Well, that doesn't mean much. Somebody could have put the milk and the paper there any day. Aunt Margaret, something tells me Joe Parker and Tilly Blaine weren't here Tuesday at all. Now, what do you remember about the other days last week?
Well, not too much, Blackie. Every day's pretty much the same to an old woman. All I remember is that Tilly was here on Tuesday. The police were here a few days later. And then when I went to sleep Saturday night, it was raining.
Aunt Margaret, did you say it was raining when you went to sleep Saturday night?
Yes.
That's impossible.
What do you mean, Mary?
Well, you wouldn't know this, Blackie, because you were out of town. But it didn't rain Saturday night. It rained Sunday night.
It didn't rain Saturday night?
No. Oh, but it did. I remember when I went to bed, it was raining.
Well, Aunt Margaret, if it was raining when you went to bed, then you went to bed Sunday night, not Saturday.
Oh, but that's impossible. I slept all day Sunday.
Wait a minute. This is on the way of explaining everything. Aunt Margaret, how do you know you slept all day Sunday?
Because Dr. James was here to wake me up. Mr. Parker was alarmed when I slept so long and called the doctor.
Uh-huh. So nobody but Parker really knows how long you slept. Aunt Margaret, you didn't sleep over Sunday. You went to bed Sunday night thinking it was Saturday.
But no, Blackie. No, why would I think it was Saturday night when it was really Sunday?
Because Parker arranged it that way. You slept a whole day, but it wasn't Sunday. I'm betting that Tilly Blaine was here not on Tuesday, but on Wednesday. And Joe Parker was here fixing the plumbing not on Tuesday, the day of the murder, but Wednesday.
No, Blackie.
Yes, Aunt Margaret, you slept all day Tuesday. Joe Parker probably fixed it so you took an overdose of sleeping tablets Monday night to see to it that you did sleep through Tuesday.
Well, but why would he do that?
Why? Because he planned his murder of Frank Wilson for Tuesday, and he also planned on using you as an alibi. Who told you what day it was when you woke up on what was really Wednesday morning?
Well, no one. I just thought it was Tuesday because Tilly was here when I woke up. The Tuesday newspaper was outside, and the mill.
Oh, it'd be simple to arrange that. And Parker was here, too?
Oh, yes, he woke me up pounding on the pipes he was fixing in the kitchen.
Thanks, Aunt Margaret. Don't tell Parker what we've been talking about just now. Come on, Mary.
All right.
We're going to see Tilly Blaine. I'm going to make that scrub woman help to clean up this case. You didn't go to Miss Cooper's apartment Tuesday, did you, Tilly?
I told you I did. I always go to her apartment on Tuesday.
But last week you went on Wednesday, didn't you?
No, I went on Tuesday, I said.
Joe Parker told me it was Wednesday, and that he paid you to say it was Tuesday.
He did?
Yes, and I guess there's nothing I can do for you if you insist upon lying. I'm going to have to turn you over to the police.
The police? What for?
Implication in the murder of Frank Wilson. You're helping alibi Joe Parker, who killed him. And you'll be tried for murder, too, of course.
Murder? Yes, Tilly. Murder. Well, now, wait a minute. I don't want no part of murdering anybody. I didn't murder anyone. No, I cleaned for Miss Cooper on Wednesday. Mr. Parker told me to. And he paid me to tell anybody who asked that he cleaned on Tuesday.
Oh, Blackie, that proves your theory.
Yes, and it proves Joe Parker murdered Wilson, too, and on Tuesday, just as the police say he did. Tilly, will you tell the police what you just told me?
Well, if I have to. But I don't want any truck with the police.
Don't worry, Tilly. You'll go free after you've had your truck with the police, and the police will send their wagon for Joe Parker.
All right, Parker. We know the whole story, so start talking. Tilly told us most of what we wanted to know.
Yes, Parker, and my, how she can talk. We know you were free to kill your uncle on Tuesday because it was Wednesday, not Tuesday, that you and Tilly spent in Miss Cooper's apartment.
Yeah?
Yeah. You gave her an overdose of sleeping tablets on Monday. Woke her up Wednesday morning, but told her it was Tuesday. You had Tuesday's bottle of milk to prove it, Tuesday's papers to prove it, Tilly Blaine to prove it, and you fixed the radio to keep your plan from going wrong. You made only one mistake, Parker. You forgot to consult the weatherman.
Did I? Yeah. And let me have the pleasure of telling him about that, Blackie.
Sure, go ahead.
Okay, Parker. You try to fix it so Miss Cooper would be straight on her days again. She went to sleep on what she thought was Saturday night, only it was Sunday night. When you woke her up, you told her she'd slept all day Sunday, and now it was Monday. That set her straight on the days, all right. A little rain threw the whole thing out. But it was very cute.
I thought so. And it almost worked, didn't it? I sure had you guys running around in circles when I mixed up Aunt Margaret's days, didn't I?
Yes, you sure did, Parker. And maybe Aunt Margaret's days were mixed up, too. But your days are numbered.
Order. Order in the court. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I know you've brought in a verdict of not guilty in the state's case against Jerry Williams for the murder of Thomas Blaine, and I do not blame you. The state did not produce sufficient evidence for you to have convicted him. This is most unfortunate, in view of the fact that you know as well as I do that the defendant is guilty. But nevertheless, I must now discharge you as having done your duty as you saw fit. Will the defendant please rise?
I guess you mean me, huh, Judge?
Yes. I mean you, Mr. Williams.
Okay. What's on your mind, Judge?
You will desist from smelling that gardenia in your buttonhole and listen to what I have to say.
Maybe I prefer smelling the flower.
Order! Order in this court! Mr. Williams, what has occurred in this courtroom during your trial is a gross miscarriage of justice. All of us here are well aware of that. And we are well aware of the fact that the state's witnesses failed to appear against you because you either bought them off or frightened them out of testifying against you.
Ain't that a shame?
Because the prosecution failed to bring the proper evidence against you, Mr. Williams, I am powerless to do anything but let you go free. But while you have been tried for the murder of Thomas Blaine...
Yeah, and free to the murder, too. Don't forget that.
I am well aware of that, Mr. Williams. But I hope that you are as well aware that you have yet to stand trial for the murder of Frank Lash.
Judge, you try me for a dozen murders if you haven't got anything better to do this season. I got ways of beating any rap you tag me with. Pretty flower of gardenia, isn't it, Judge? I just love the smell of them.
Want a beer with flavor? A flavor that's delightfully, deliciously different? Try that smooth beer. Try Champagne Velvet, the beer with the $1 million flavor.
Thank you, my friend, for a very happy suggestion. It's worth repeating. Try that smooth beer. But Champagne Velvet is more than just that. It's a beer with a rare and unusual flavor combination. It's bright and sparkling from foam to finish. It's light and lively with a clear, clean taste that makes you sure it's pure. And best of all, it has the rich, robust, and full-bodied flavor that stamps it as a beer of real premium quality. Premium quality that costs you no premium in price.
Light and lively, bright and sparkling, yet just as smooth. What a flavor combination. And you're sure it's pure.
And now on to Dick Calmer as Boston Blackie. Enemy to those who make him an enemy, friend to those who have no friends.
Here's your new gardenia, Jerry.
Thanks, Mac. So doesn't that smell good? Yeah, toss us all one in the wastebasket, Bozo.
Correct, Jerry.
You know, these things keep better outside of jail. Must be the fresh air.
Correct. Judge let you out on bail for the Frank Lash rap.
Well, he had to. Didn't want to seem prejudiced. Say, incidentally, you fellas did a nice job of quieting those witnesses against me in the Blaine killing.
It was a pleasure to do it, Jerry.
Correct.
And we got the witnesses of the Lash killing all fixed, too. Right, Bozo? Correct. You ain't got a thing to worry about, Jerry.
Good. Say, there's a newscast on the radio right now. Let's see if the commentator's happy to know I'm a free man.
Good idea.
Yeah.
Never mind, Bozo. I'll turn it on. Correct. When they going to try you for the little job you did on Lash, huh?
I don't know. The date wasn't set. The judge didn't feel like chatting with me socially. Snob, don't you think? Gardenia sure do smell good. Wonder if buttonholes were just made to hold flowers like this.
Jerry, here's the news you wanted to hear.
Oh, yeah.
Of the murder of Thomas Blaine. But Williams, out on bail, is still to be tried for the murder of Frank Lash, found shot to death in Williams' waterfront hideout 6 weeks ago. The state is confident of a conviction in the Lash murder case, and today announced that a surprise witness will testify against Williams. You've heard this witness name before. It's Boston Blackie. State's Attorney John Gilligan says Boston Blackie will
Turn it
appear
off.
in the trial
Sure, Jerry,
against...
sure. So Boston Blackie's going to testify against me, huh?
We can take care of him just like we took care of the others, Jerry. Right, Bozo?
Correct. Yeah, fellas, I think you'll pay Blackie a little visit.
This sort of puts the whammy on our plans for holding up that next bank truck, though, doesn't it?
No. We'll go through with that according to schedule. But first, Mac, I think you better see Boston Blackie.
Sure, Jerry.
And you too, Bozo. And just in case he wants to argue, take along your persuader, huh?
Correct.
I'm sorry, Mary, but I can't leave my apartment just now.
Oh, why not, Blackie? You said you'd be here in over an hour, and it's been almost...
I know, Mary. It's been almost 2 hours. Sorry, but I've been busy, and I'm still busy.
Blackie, what's the matter?
Nothing's the matter. I'm just busy, that's all.
Blackie, is something wrong?
Of course not. I'll phone you tomorrow. Goodbye. Now, what were you boys saying?
That you better suddenly have a very bad memory.
Yeah.
In regard to what?
We told you. In regard to what you think you saw happen to Frank Lash.
Oh, you're Jerry Williams' friend, huh?
Yeah.
I see.
And my pal Bozo here has another kind of friend pointing at you through his pocket. Hold it so we can see it, Bozo.
Correct. See it, Blackie?
Yes, quite well, thank you.
Well, now, Bozo here can make you lose more than your memory if you don't play ball with us, Blackie.
And what kind of ball do you fellows play?
8-ball with you behind it. Unless you decide to forget what you know about the Frank Lash killing.
You know something, fellas? You're so nice and sweet about this, I think I'll follow your little suggestion. In fact, I've never forgotten anything so fast in all my life.
Well, that's nice. But look, Blackie, no tricks, see? If you're lying to us about this, you'll find that girl you were just talking to lying in the street. So cold she can freeze ice. Get me?
Got you.
And if you don't, we get her. See? I'm going to try out, Blackie. Who was Frank Lash?
Lash? Never heard of him.
Okay, Blackie. You'll do. Let's go, Mac.
Blackie, you've cluttered up my office with some crazy ideas. But this is the craziest yet.
Faraday, you've got to listen to me. You've got to lay off Jerry Williams and his gang.
Nothing doing. I'm going to nab every last one of them, from Jerry on down.
Faraday, if my head was as big and as hollow as yours, I'd rent it out for a rehearsal hall. If you'll just do as I say, I'll see that you have the Williams gang. Not only rounded up, but convicted. Remember, I said convicted, but quick.
How do you know how long it'll take?
I don't, but I know if you do what I say, we'll get things done twice as fast. Look, I am not asking this for myself, but for Mary Wesley.
Mary? What's she got to do with this?
Nothing that she knows of. And part of the nothing is that the Williams gang will kill her if I remember what I know about Williams killing Lash.
You aren't going to forget to remember, are you?
Yes, I am, Faraday, and
Blackie, whose side are you on? I could arrest you for what you're planning to do. Look, if you don't forget this...
You do what I say, and I will remember.
You'd better. What do you want me to do?
Leave the Williams gang alone till I tell you when.
Oh, I'm supposed to grab him, but I gotta wait till you tell me when. What happens after that?
Don't worry, Faraday. I'll not only tell you when, as usual, I'll tell you where and how.
This waiting around gets on my nerves. What about you, Bozo?
Me, Mac? I ain't got no nerves.
Yeah.
I ain't got nothing except this stick of dynamite in my mitt, and I begin to toss it when that bank clerk shows up.
Working for Jerry is good for the pocketbook, but bad for the nerves. What happens if a cop passes by and wants to know why we're parked here?
What happens? I leave the dynamite for a second, and I talk him out of it with this rod of mine.
No cop killing, Bozo, do you hear?
I heard, but I don't understand.
Yeah.
Only way there'll be no cop killing is if no cop shows up. Hey, Mac, there's a car coming.
Yeah. It's the truck, the armored truck. Get ready, Bozo. Get ready.
Erect. Here they come.
Here goes the dynamite. And...
There they go. Good tossing, Bozo. Now, come on, we gotta grab that cash now and scram.
T-Rex.
Hey,
Truck's busted wide open, but the driver looks still alive.
how long do you think he's gonna stay alive? Get him, Bozo. He's going for his gun.
Not anymore, he ain't.
That's got him, Bozo. Now, let's haul this dough out of here fast.
T-Rex, Mac.
Come on, work fast before we have visitors.
All right.
Get that stuff over to our car, Bozo.
T-Rex, I'm getting it.
All right. I'll grab this sackful here.
Good.
That's the last of it. Now, let's scram. Hey, somebody's coming. Come on, let's get out of here.
T-Rex, Mac. We're all set to go.
Let's go, then.
Hey, inside the truck, what happened here? Hey, holy mackerel. Hey, you. Hey, what happened?
We got held up.
Held up? Did you get a look at the guys who...
Two guys.
What'd you say?
Two guys in the car just now.
Two of them, huh? That car just pulled away. Did you know... Too bad, pal. Well, I got a good look at him. I'll get even for you.
Hello, Mary.
Oh, it's you, Blackie.
It's me, Blackie. Is your appetite so terrific that you need a table for two all by yourself?
I've already eaten.
Well, sit with me then. I'm just having a sandwich. And Mary, don't be angry.
You didn't come to see me. I couldn't come to see you. I couldn't even call you up. And then you say, Mary, don't be angry. Just like that.
Well, don't be, Mary.
I don't want your excuses. I don't want your company. And right now, I don't even want your talk. Goodbye.
Hey, wait a minute, Mary. Aren't you going to have any dessert?
Not if I have to eat it with you standing here.
Okay, but you're not going to stay angry at me, are you?
I certainly am, and that's a promise. Goodbye.
Well, please keep that promise you made to me, Mary, because I've got to go to work and break a promise I made to the Jerry Williams gang.
Premium quality, yes, sir. Premium quality that is yours to enjoy at no premium in price.
Now, that's something worth remembering. But every time you pour your glass of champagne velvet, you're reminded that you're enjoying a real premium quality beer at no premium in price. You know, of course, that more costly malt and grain, higher-priced hops, and more careful and costly brewing methods are all a part of CV's famous $1 million formula. So CV has to have unmistakable premium quality. CV's flavor tells you all of that. It's bright and sparkling, light and lively from foam to finish, with the rich, robust, and full-bodied flavor of a real honest-to-goodness beer. Real premium quality beer. But that's not all. It has a clear, clean taste, given it by controlled aging. A taste that makes you sure it's pure.
And it's smooth, smooth, smooth. Just as smooth.
Now back to Boston Blackie. Gang leader Jerry Williams, under indictment for the murder of Frank Lash, hears that Boston Blackie is to be one of the witnesses against him. But Williams' gang threatens Blackie and his friend Mary Wesley with death if Blackie testifies. So Blackie promised to forget it. Feeling safe again, the Williams gang hijacked an armored truck, killing its crew. As we return to our story, Inspector Farraday is questioning a witness to the hijack murder.
Look, Masters, didn't you tell me last night you could identify the men who held up that armored truck?
Well, last night, Inspector Farraday, I was too excited to know what I was saying.
You knew what you were saying, all right. And you said those two men on the police lineup last night were the men you saw hijack that truck and kill the driver and his rider.
I said that? I must have been crazy. I've never seen them before.
What did the Williams gang threaten to do to you?
No one threatened me with anything. I just didn't get a good look at the holdup men, that's all.
Get out of here, Masters.
Sure. Well, sorry, Inspector.
Yeah, you ought to be. Goodbye. All the... Come in.
Hello, Inspector.
Get out of here, Blackie.
I won't get out of here till I find out what I can get out of you. Look, you grabbed a couple of rats from the Williams gang for that hijacking last night, didn't you?
Yeah, but I have to let them go.
Because the witness suddenly couldn't remember all that.
Just like you to bet on a sure thing.
Never mind about that. I'd like to talk to you. And if you'll listen, I think you'll like what you hear.
Who is it?
Boston Blackie.
Boston. Come in.
My little company, Williams?
Depends on whether or not the company minds me. So behave yourself, Blackie.
You want me to be a good boy? Oh, now, Williams is no prophet in being good.
No?
No. You ought to know that. You're one of the few men I know who disproves the theory that crime doesn't pay.
You know, Blackie, you know what you're doing? Anything pays.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. That's a nice new gardenia in your buttonhole there. Kind of a trademark, isn't it?
I haven't been without a gardenia in my buttonhole for 5 years.
Okay. An expensive hobby. Look, you have a good business here. I like the way it operates.
You mean you like the way I run it?
Maybe that's it. Anyway, I'd like to join you. You could use me.
Yeah. I can use your head and I can use your hands, but I can't trust you.
Well, try me out then.
On a job, huh? Would you open the vault at the National Bank?
Too tough, especially for a job where I'd be on trial. I think you ought to give me something a little easier to start out.
So you're rather level about wanting it, aren't you? You'd enjoy the National Bank job. I would have known you were trying to trap me.
What about it? Am I in?
Well, I could use you on the safe of the Jones Express Company. I'll have a big cash shipment through tomorrow night. Would you open that one for me?
I don't know. I'd have to see it first. There are some safes even I can't open.
All right, Blackie. I still don't trust you. But I'm going to let you in. From now on, until the Jones Express job is over, though, I'm not letting you out of my sight. Out of my gun sight.
If I try to tip off the cops, I'll get it. That's it, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Look, I'm willing to come in on your terms, but you have to do a couple of things for me.
What, for instance?
Well, for one instance, I'd like to know who I'm working with. Who's in your gang?
Gang? I have 3 boys working for me.
Only 3?
That's all. But they're great. There's Mac McPherson, for one.
Oh, yes, I know him.
And Harry Tobin. He scares people into lapses of memory. Does it very well, too.
So Tobin's with you, huh? Well, you have a nice crew.
Oh, you bet I have. Bozo Leach is a 3rd member. Know him, too, don't you?
By reputation and his visit to me yesterday.
Well, those are the boys you work with. Satisfied?
Yes, I think so. Now, about the second thing you've got to do for me. I'd like to write a letter.
Nothing doing, Blackie.
But look, it's just to Mary Wesley, and it's really for your sake.
For my sake? How do you figure that?
You say you're not going to let me out of your sight until the job is over. Well, if I'm not around tonight, tomorrow, and tomorrow night, Mary's going to get excited. Cops will be looking for me everywhere.
Well, that sounds right. Okay, you can send her a letter, only I'll write it. You just sign it. Well?
It's all right with me. But I think I'd better send a special delivery.
Send it any way you want.
Good enough. Now, when do I get to see the safe at the Jones Express Company?
Right now. But remember, Blackie, I'll have a gun in your back all the way. The first phony move, and it's your last. That's the safe over there, Blackie. Can you open it?
Where, Jerry?
You can see it behind that big stack of labels on the table.
Oh, yeah, I see it. I'll walk over and pretend to be inspecting the labels on that table in front of the safe. Let you know then. Coming?
You know I am, sweetheart.
I know.
Well, Blackie?
Yeah. Yeah, I can open it.
All right. But no funny stuff when we get outside.
Don't worry.
Funny stuff, and you're the one who'll have to worry.
Say, may I mail my letter to Mary Wesley now?
Yeah. Let's see if that's the letter I addressed. Okay, mail it. Then we go back to my place. And tomorrow night, Blackie, you open that safe in the Jones Express Company. Well, come on. How soon will you have the safe open, Blackie?
It's open now, Jerry. I think. Yeah, there it is.
Good. This is where we get out of here. Come on, the boys are waiting outside to come in and get the money.
You still don't trust me, huh?
Nope. This gun of mine is still in your bag. Come on.
All right.
All I wanted you for was open the safe. Boys out here will pick up the dough and meet us later. They know the little hideout you picked out, and I warned them about the watchman. Psst, hurry.
Yeah, Jerry.
You, Bozo, and Mac go and get the dough.
Okay. Ready, Bozo? Clear wrecked. Come on, Mac.
Blackie and I'll meet you at the mill house at midnight. All right, so long, fellas. Good luck. Come on, Blackie, the car you drive.
Sure.
Well, so far so good. All right, let's get out of here.
That suits me. I have one stop I want to make before we get to the mill
One
house.
stop, nothing. We're going straight.
But I have to make the stop.
Hey, what's all the shooting for?
The watchman must have made an appearance. Your boys said they were going to take care of him. Guess they did.
Oh, yeah, the watchman. Huh? I guess I took care of him, all right. Nice boys, aren't they? So this is a stop you wanted to make, Blackie, at a florist?
That's right. Come on in.
I'll be careful what you say here, Blackie.
Oh, good evening, gentlemen. Well, what can I do for you?
I'd like a gardenia, please.
A gardenia, all right. Of course. Just a minute, sir.
Hey, what's the idea, Blackie?
Oh, Jerry, we've just pulled a great job. You like gardenias, so I thought I'd buy you one. Sort of a token of, partnership.
Well, thanks. Thanks a lot, Blackie, but,
Look, you let me in, didn't you? Well, I want to show my appreciation for that
Here you are. I suppose you want it in a box.
Thank you. I'll take it. Here. Well, let's go, Jerry. We've got a pressing date that will relieve what you have pressing against my back, I hope.
Why'd you have to pick this creepy mill house to meet the boys, Blackie? My gardenia doesn't smell as good out here.
Here, well, the one I bought you.
Huh?
You're always hiding out in a swank place, Jerry. I figured this would be the last place in the world the cops would think to look for you.
Well, it's not a bad idea. I don't like the looks of that river running under the floor here. You know, the boys should have been here 15 minutes ago. Can't figure it. They're always on time.
Say, when are you going to put your gun away? I'm getting a little tired of looking at it.
I'll put it away when the boys get here. Hey, wait a minute. There's an awful lot of shooting as we pulled away from that job. Too much shooting for killing just one guard, but just enough for shooting 3 guys. Don't move, Blackie, don't move.
What's the matter?
You know what the matter is. This whole deal's been a double cross, hasn't it?
What do you mean?
I mean, after you and I left the express company, the boys walked into a trap. And they got the boys, huh?
Maybe.
Maybe nothing. I don't know how you did it, Blackie, because I was with you all the time. I never let you out of my sight, but you tipped off the cops, and the boys are dead, aren't they?
Well, I wouldn't wait here for them too long if I were you.
Don't worry, I'm not. You probably got the cops on the way here, too, but they won't find me, Blackie. Just you, and all they'll find of you is your body.
You mean you'd kill me after I gave you that lovely gardenia?
Yeah, I love gardenias. But, Blackie, I don't like double-crossers. Stand still. I'm going to enjoy this. Now, first, thank you for the gardenia. You know, I always sniff a gardenia before I kill a guy. Now, Blackie, what? Say, what's the matter with me?
You're going to sleep, Jerry, because there's chloroform on that gardenia. And there's a sleeping potion in this fist of mine, too.
Blackie, you all right?
Well, Inspector Farraday, late as usual. Yes, I'm all right. And this sleeping beauty on the floor here, he's all yours.
lovely afternoon for a walk, isn't it, Blackie?
Well, that depends on whether you're forgiven for doubting me.
Oh.
Today, Mary.
Oh, yes. Well, am I?
You are.
Good. You know, I understand now why you didn't want to see me. It was for my own protection, wasn't it? But there are a couple things I don't understand.
What were those?
Well, for one, how did Inspector Farraday know that you were going to rob the Jones Express Company safe?
Oh, I sent him a Jones Express Company label, Mary. Pasted on the back of an envelope addressed to you.
Yes, but I didn't get any letter from you.
I know, Mary. I knew Williams would never let me write to Farraday, so before I went out to join his gang, I told Farraday to watch your mailbox. Any letter sent special delivery to you would be a message to him. All he had to see was that label, and he knew where the Williams gang was going to work.
I see. Very, very clever. But now, my friend, just a minute. How did you get a gardenia with chloroform on it?
Well, that was arranged with the florist, Mary, before I went to see Williams.
Oh, I see. Well, your arrangement certainly worked out, Blackie. I see where Jerry Williams is going to be tried for the Lash murder.
Yes, and the witnesses have come forward and promised to tell all this time.
Why shouldn't they? Mr. Williams doesn't have any more on the outside to intimidate them. All the members of his gang were killed when they tried to shoot it out with the police at the Jones Express office, weren't they? Oh, Blackie.
What's the matter?
Look at the lovely flowers in this florist window here.
I get it. What kind would you like?
One of those lovely gardenias. You know, everybody loves gardenias, Blackie.
Really? Ask Mr. Jerry Williams what he thinks of gardenias, Mary. He'll tell you that to him, they were poison ivy.
Make mine CV, because for me there is no finer beer. And it's just as smooth.
Make mine CV. So many folks who know good beer when they taste it have said just that, time after time, that Champagne Velvet is not only the leading beer by far in its home state of Indiana, but it is preferred by particular people everywhere that it is sold. There's only one reason for that, and that is flavor. The bright, sparkling, light and lively flavor of a real premium quality beer. Premium quality that costs you no premium in price. The rich, robust, and full-bodied flavor of real, honest-to-goodness beer. And the clear, clean taste that makes you sure it's pure.
So make yours CV, because for you, there is no finer beer. You're sure it's pure, and it's just as smooth.
And now, here is a preview of what happens next week.
Come in. Oh, come right in, Mr. Adams.
How are you this morning, Mr. Parker?
Fine, just fine. I don't have to guess what you're here about, do I?
No, I don't suppose you do. Well, Mr. Parker, all you have to do to renew the fire insurance on your building is just sign this form. Here you are.
Mr. Adams, all I have to do is sign that form if I were going to renew the policies.
Oh, now come, Mr. Parker. You're not going to switch to another company, are you?
No, I'm not switching to another company. I've just decided not to carry any more fire insurance on my building.
Oh, now I know you're kidding. That building of yours is much too valuable not to be heavily insured. And the machinery in it, Mr. Parker, you'd lose a fortune if anything ever happened to that.
I've had that building and machinery covered for 3 years, and nothing has happened to it so far.
Well, perhaps not, but a fire could break out at any time, today, tomorrow, next week. Just think what a tragedy that would be. If your policy lapses at noon today, you can't be serious about not renewing.
I am serious, Mr. Adams. I'm sorry, but that's my decision.
Well, all right, Mr. Parker. It's your decision and it's your building. But if it burns down any time after 12 o'clock noon today, it's also your loss.
And now meet Dick Calmer as Boston Blackie. Enemy to those who make him an enemy, friend to those who have no friend.
Blackie, this is a lovely view from your window, but I've stared at it so long it's staring back. How soon can we go out and eat?
In just a little while, Mary. I have to finish this letter to Shorty. Long letter to the short one. That's mixed up, isn't it?
Kinda. Hurry up, will you? I'll stare at the view some more.
Go see who that is, will you, Mary?
Sure. It's probably somebody from the lovely view to complain about me staring at it.
Might be someone from down in the street who thought you were a lovely view.
Well, you say the nicest things to me. When you're so busy, you don't know what you're saying. Yes?
This Boston Blackie's apartment.
It is, and that's Blackie right over there at his desk.
Oh, yes, of course. I didn't see him.
There have been people who couldn't see me, some who wouldn't, but you're the first fellow who didn't. Oh, hello. We've met, haven't we, Mr.
Yes, my name is Gardner. Blackie. Robert Gardner. I met you at that party at your friend Charlie Kingston's penthouse last month.
Oh, yes, that's right. You and a fellow named Jim Parker are in business together, aren't you?
That's right. We own a large factory building on 11th Street.
Of course. Oh, this is Miss Wesley, Mr. Gardner.
Miss Wesley.
How do you do, Mr. Gardner?
Well, Gardner, is there something I can do for you?
Yes, Blackie. I wouldn't ask you this if I went desperate. It's a little embarrassing, but I guess everybody in town knows I'm broke. Blackie, I've got to have $25,000, and I've got to have it fast.
$25,000?
Yes.
You came to me for $25,000? Well, that's a little out of my class, Gardner. If 1,000 will do you any good...
No, Blackie, no. 1,000 won't be a bit of good. It has to be 25,000 at least.
Well, I'm afraid I can't swing that. You say everyone in town knows you're broke. Why, I understand that you and your partner Parker are pretty well off.
Parker is, but I'm not. Really, the only thing I have is my half ownership of that building, and the machinery on 11th Street is worth a lot of money, Blackie, but right now what I need is cash.
Mortgage?
I've already done that, Blackie. My wife is the reason I have no money, and the reason I need money now. She's demanding things I can't afford to give her, and I've got to buy them for her or she'll leave me, and I can't let that happen.
No, I suppose not. Tell you what I'll do. You've met Charlie Kingston.
Yes.
Why don't you ask him for the money? Use your interest in your firm as security.
You think Mr. Kingston would lend me the money?
He might. Try. Can't do any harm. It might be a good investment for Charlie. I'll call him and tell him you'll be up.
Oh, thanks, Blackie. I'll see him first thing in the morning. Thanks a lot.
Don't thank me. I haven't done anything.
Yes, you have. You've given me hope of getting that $25,000, and you don't know how much I need it. I'd do almost anything to get it. Well, goodbye, Blackie. And goodbye, Miss Wesley. It's nice to have met you.
Goodbye.
Goodbye and lots of luck.
Luck, Miss Wesley. I don't need that. I need money.
Oh, that man is desperate, Blackie.
Yes, Mary, and there are 25,000 reasons why.
What, Robert? What did you say?
I said you could have that new coat you wanted, Harriet.
Oh, now, Robert, please don't make such stupid statements.
No, it's true.
Where would you get the money?
Well, I'm going to get it. I saw Boston Blackie a little while ago.
And he's going to give it to you?
Well, never mind about that. The money's as good as in my pocket right now. The money for the coat and a whole lot more.
Oh, why, darling, how sweet of you. I'll go down and pick out the coat this very afternoon.
Good.
Now, you're sure you're not joking about having the money?
This time tomorrow, sweetheart, I'll be rich. See you for dinner?
Oh, you know you will. Now, goodbye, darling.
Bye, Harriet.
Guess who that was and what he wanted, Jim.
I don't have to guess, darling. I know. It was your ever-loving husband. He was bribing you to stay with him. My, what a lovely one-handed conversation it was, too.
One-handed, Jim? I don't understand.
You were holding the telephone receiver with one hand, and the other was busy holding my hand.
You're my husband's partner, aren't you? That's my part in the partnership.
You love me, don't you?
Uh-huh.
Enough to be Mrs. Jim Parker one of these days?
Could be. I haven't quite decided to leave Robert yet, especially now.
Harriet, you will leave him one of these days and come to me? I have more money right now than your dear husband has ever seen.
I know. Your money's one of the reasons I... Oh, that may be Robert. He may have been phoning from across the street. You'd better get out of here.
All right.
Out the back way, quickly.
All right. Oh, but listen, Harriet. If I give you a reason to leave Robert, will you do it?
Oh, stop worrying about it, Jim, and get out of here.
All right. Bye, darling.
Goodbye. Coming. Oh,
Mrs. Robert Gardner?
yes.
I'm Boston Blackie.
Oh, my. How thrilling.
It might be at that, Mrs. Gardner. May I come in?
I should say.
Maybe you should, but not like that.
You're here to see my husband?
No, Mrs. Gardner, I'm here to see you. Your husband came to me this morning trying to borrow $25,000.
Fine. I could use $25,000. It should buy a lot of things, don't you think?
I can tell you right now what it's going to buy, Mrs. Gardner. Trouble.
And a few furs and jewels, perhaps? Having them might be worth a little trouble.
Mrs. Gardner, I know it's no business of mine to come here like this, but my friend Mary Wesley suggested...
Never mind what your friend Mary suggested, Blackie. Let me make a little suggestion. Let me run my own life.
I'd let you run your life, Mrs. Gardner, except that I'm sure you'll ruin your husband's.
Get away from that south wall, man. The flames have weakened those girders, and the walls are about to come down. Look out! There it goes! Oh, that was close. All the men out of the building okay? Yeah, okay. Number 5 and 6 trucks, turn your hose on the side of the building where the wall fell. We don't want that fire to spread to the next building.
Hello, Chief. How's everything?
Oh, Shoe Inspector Farraday. Well, we've been fighting the fire since 8:45, but we'll have it out in no time. It's under control now. You've got work to do on this one, Inspector.
Yeah? Why?
Well, this fire didn't start by itself, Farraday. It was set.
Arson?
That's what they call it, and I think it's slightly illegal.
Hey, what's this? Hey, you in the car. Keep moving. No parking here.
But I'm part owner of this building.
Oh, that's different. I understand your partner's around somewhere.
Hey, what happened? How did it start? Can't you say anything?
Take it easy, fella. Take it easy. What's your name?
Gardner, Robert Gardner.
Robert!
Yeah,
Robert! They
Jim.
finally got in touch with you.
Jim, Jim, this is terrible.
Oh, you don't know how terrible.
Hey, who's this guy?
Parker, Jim Parker, my partner. He's the other half owner of this building.
Well, from here, it looks like all you guys own is a pile of ashes.
But it's not as bad as it seems, Inspector. The building and everything in it is insured.
Well, that's good.
No, that's bad. It was insured, Robert.
Jim!
Like a fool, I let the policy lapse at noon today. Answer your phone this time, will you, Harriet? Why aren't you home?
Excuse me,
Huh?
sir. Oh, sorry I frightened you, sir, but this note was left for you at 7 o'clock this evening. I thought it might be important. I didn't mean to disturb you, what with the fire law.
Oh, thanks, Martin. Any word from Mrs. Gardner this evening?
No, sir.
That's strange. I've called her at her home several times tonight and got no answer. Well, I'll try her again in a few minutes.
Yes, sir.
Who brought the note, Martin?
A messenger, sir.
Oh. Wonder what it is. By the smell of it, it's from a young lady. An attractive young lady.
Yes, sir.
Let's see if it's an attractive message, too. I was right about the lady being attractive, Martin. It's from Mrs. Gardner.
Oh, splendid. Perhaps it explains why you aren't able to reach her tonight.
I hope so. Yes, it says, I've decided to leave him at once. We'll meet you at your office at 8:30 tonight.
Oh, Mr. Parker, sir, you're so pale. What's the matter?
What's the matter, Martin? It's Mrs. Gardner. If she was to meet me at my office at 8:30, she was caught in the fire. She's dead.
Look, Gardner, I've had guys sitting here in my office till they grew beards because I wouldn't talk. So you better start talking.
But I tell you, Inspector Farraday, I didn't set fire to my building.
Oh, you didn't, huh?
No.
You're not getting anywhere with him this way, Farraday.
Quiet, Blackie.
Quiet? Why? You didn't ask me down here to be quiet, did you?
No, all I want you to tell me is that Gardner came to you asking for money this morning, that's all.
Yes, and I told you he did.
And I admit I did, but that's all I admit. I didn't set fire to my building. Why should I?
Why should you? I'll tell you why. You needed money.
But the building wasn't insured. I got no money from it.
I know. But you didn't know the building wasn't insured. You didn't know it till after the fire. Do you deny that?
Oh, no, I don't deny that.
You better not. Because I was right there when you heard the news. And you admitted then it was the first you'd heard of it. You said you were ruined. And you also said this would be the end of you and your wife. Just what was the meaning of that crack, anyhow?
About my wife?
Yeah.
Ask my partner, Jim Parker, about that. He'll tell you.
What does he know about it?
He knows my wife was ready to leave me. In fact, I think she was going to leave me for him. The reason I went to Blackie was because I wanted money for her.
Oh, is that so?
Yes.
Well, you know what you're doing, don't you? You're admitting you burned down your building to get money for your wife.
Blackie, make him believe I didn't set fire to that building.
I'd like to do that, Gardner, but...
But you can't. Nobody can. Because he did set fire to that building. He needed money. He admits that. He thought the building was insured. He admits that. He set fire to that building.
Faraday, he doesn't admit that.
No, and I'm not going to.
Well, I'll tell you something you are going to. You're going to jail.
No, I didn't. Blackie, can't you help me?
I don't know, Gardner. I'll try. But whoever did set that fire certainly made it hot for you.
And now back to Boston Blackie. When Boston Blackie was unable to lend Robert Gardner $25,000, he knew that Gardner would do something desperate to get the money. But he didn't think he'd go so far as to set fire to a building for the insurance money. What Blackie didn't know, though, was that Jim Parker, Gardner's partner, had allowed the insurance to lapse and had himself set fire to the building in a plan to ruin Gardner and take Gardner's wife away from him. Gardner's wife, also unaware of Parker's plan, was to meet Parker in the building. And now Parker thinks she died in the flames. Nothing has been said about a body being found in the building, however, and with Robert Gardner in jail for arson, Blackie goes to see Jim Parker.
Yes?
I'd like to see Mr. Parker, please. Mr. James Parker.
I'm sorry, sir. He's not in.
You expect him in soon?
Yes, sir. Would you like to wait?
I wouldn't like to, but I will.
Very good.
You're Parker's butler?
Obviously. His new butler.
Oh. Well, you know, you aren't exactly the butler type.
Odd that you should say that, sir. That's one of Mr. Parker's most frequent complaints about me.
Say, do you know where Mr. Parker is at the moment?
Yes, sir. He's down at the fire.
At the fire?
Well, at the building, sir, or what's left of it.
But why? The fire's been out since late last night.
I know. Mr. Parker didn't say why he was going down to the building. Perhaps he thought you might be there.
He thought I'd be there?
Yes. You're his partner, Mr. Gardner, aren't you?
Yes, I am, of course. Maybe you can help me.
Well, I'll do anything I can, sir.
Well, I've been at police headquarters ever since the fire. My wife's probably tried to get in touch with me and wasn't able to. I wonder if she left any word for me here.
I know she didn't, sir. No word for you.
Oh, she did leave some word for Mr. Parker?
Oh, just the note.
The note? What note?
Oh, the note was from Mr. Parker saying she wanted to meet him at his office at 8:30 last night. Perhaps I shouldn't be...
Never mind what you should or shouldn't say, my friend, and don't bother to tell your master I was here to see him. I'm going down to the fire and tell him so myself.
Maybe it has to be here. Oh, not here.
Looking for something, Parker?
Huh? Who are you? What do you want?
I'm Boston Blackie, and I want to talk to you.
I don't have time to talk right now.
Why not? You seem to have time to nose around this pile of burned-up junk.
This is my building. This is still my property. I can do what I want here.
Well, maybe I can help you. Looking for anything in particular?
No.
Then what are you looking for?
Nothing. Just looking.
Looking for nothing? Well, that should take no time. Your partner, Robert Gardner, is looking for something. He's looking for his wife, and I have an idea that's bad.
Bad? Why?
She's missing.
Missing? Where is she?
You don't make much sense, Parker. If anyone knew where she was, she wouldn't be missing. I think I have an idea why she's missing.
You do? Why?
I happen to know she planned to meet you in your office in this building at 8:30 last night.
So?
So the building caught fire a little after 8:30, when she was supposed to be in your office. That's why you're down here. You know she was supposed to be in your office last night. You think she died in the fire. That's why you're here, to make sure. If you can.
I don't know anything about Mrs. Gardner.
You know plenty about her, Parker. You wanted her, and I think she was agreeable to leaving her husband for you.
I know nothing about it.
You know the whole story, Parker, from start to finish. You let the insurance policy on this building lapse and set fire to it, so you destroy Gardner's last hope of being able to support his wife. You knew Gardner's wife would leave him as soon as she saw he was flat broke. You're in a spot, Parker.
I am? Why?
I'll tell you why. Like a lot of women, maybe Mrs. Gardner was late for her 8:30 appointment with you last night.
She was?
Maybe. Maybe she got down here just in time to see the building go up in flames and you run out of the place. And maybe she got the very unpleasant thought that you were trying to murder her. She might not like that, Parker. I'd certainly hate to be in your shoes if Mrs. Gardner is alive.
Hello, Parker speaking.
Hello, Jim.
Hello. Who's this?
Don't you know me? Don't you know me, darling?
No. Who is this?
Well, maybe seeing what you tried to do to me has changed my voice a little, darling.
Is this Harriet?
Oh, you do remember me? Yes. Yes, this is Harriet. Harriet Gardner.
This is Harriet? What's the matter with your voice?
It's my throat. It's raw from all the smoke that got into it during that fire.
Oh, I see. Harriet, are you all right?
Oh, yes, I'm all right. But you aren't.
What do you mean?
I mean, I saw what you tried to do to me. And I'm going to get you for it. Good night, darling.
Harriet, listen to me. Listen to me. Hello?
Hello, Jim, darling. How are you this morning?
Harriet, is that you?
Oh, you know my voice right away this time. Why? Were you thinking about me last night?
What's the matter with this wire?
The same thing that's the matter with us. The connection is bad.
Look, Harriet, about what you said on the phone last night.
What about it?
You've got everything all wrong. You don't know what you're talking about.
No? Well, I know what I saw.
But you don't understand. Look, I'll give you $50,000. You always wanted money. I'll give you $50,000.
Too late. I don't want to get money now. All I want is to get you. Goodbye, darling.
I'll get it, Martin.
Yes, Mr. Parker. Very good.
Hello.
Hello, Jim, darling. Spending a quiet evening at home.
Harriet.
Yes. I waited till this evening to call you. I thought you'd be lonesome.
Harriet, listen to me.
Why?
Because you must. These calls are driving me mad. I'll give you $100,000 to go away.
Why, that's twice what you offered me this morning.
I know. Will you take it?
Why?
To keep quiet about what you know and to leave me alone.
Oh, I'm going to leave you alone, darling. Very much alone.
You are?
Yes. This is my last telephone call. And yours, too. I'm going to kill you for what you did to me. And I'm going to kill you tonight.
Harriet.
Martin! Martin!
Yes, Mr. Parker.
Get my car right away. Right away, do you hear?
You're going out tonight, sir?
Yes, I'm going to police headquarters.
Now, go through the whole thing slowly this time, Parker, so the police stenographer can take it all down.
All right, Inspector Farraday.
Okay, go ahead.
Yes, sir. I set fire to my building. I canceled the fire insurance policy.
Canceled it or let it lapse?
Let it lapse.
Why?
It was Robert Gardner's only means of income. I wanted to destroy the building and therefore wipe him out.
Why?
So that his wife would leave him. I was in love with her and wanted her, but she wouldn't leave him as long as he could support her.
Then you set fire to the building yourself, and Gardner had nothing to do with it.
Nothing at all. I did it all myself. It was my idea, and I did it all myself. Now protect me, will you? You have your confession. Protect me.
Protect you, Parker? From what? From whom?
From Mrs. Gardner. She planned to meet me in the building the night of the fire. She saw me set fire to it. She thought I planned to kill her, so she's going to kill me.
I don't think she'll kill you, Parker.
But she will. She said so herself.
She did. When?
Just an hour ago on the telephone. She's threatened me 3 times since the fire.
I wonder where she was calling from. She's dead.
What?
She died in the fire.
No, that can't be.
It not only can be, Parker, it is. She kept that 8:30 appointment with you and was caught in your office when the building went up in flames. We found her body in the ruins about an hour after we got the fire out.
But if she's dead, who called me up today and again this evening?
Who? I'll show you who.
What did you push that buzzer for?
Relax. Nothing's going to harm you, Parker. Nothing but the law.
You buzz for us, Farraday?
Yeah, Blackie. Come on in. You too, Miss Wesley.
Thanks, Inspector Farraday. Case over?
Yes, Miss Wesley. For everybody but Parker here. With Mrs. Gardner dead, he wants to know who called him up and threatened him.
Why, I did. Don't you recognize my voice, darling?
It was you?
You catch on fast, Parker.
But why? Why wasn't I told that Harriet was dead? I've been frantic since the fire. Frantic.
But not frantic enough, Parker. Not frantic enough to talk until you thought you yourself were in danger.
Yeah, and then you talked, but plenty. Hey, Rollins! Rollins! Rollins, get this guy out of here. Lock him up.
Okay, Inspector.
All right, but you don't have to push me. You don't have to.
Well, I solved another one, eh, Blackie?
You solved another one?
Yeah.
Whose idea was it that Robert Gardner was innocent?
Okay, it was yours. But I was ready to let him go. In fact, I'm going to let him go now.
Sure, after a trick of mine forced Parker to confess. And whose idea was it not to reveal that we'd found the body in the fire so that the killer would go crazy wondering whether or not Mrs. Gardner was dead?
All right, that was your idea, too. But I agreed it would work, didn't I?
Yes, I'll give you credit for that much. But whose idea was it
Hey,
that we...
just a minute, you two. While you're passing out compliments, don't forget me. It was my voice that fooled Mr. Parker. I'd like to hear either one of you impersonate a woman, dead or alive. So, how about a little bit of credit for me?
Oh, I'll give you lots of credit, Miss Wesley.
Yes, Farraday, give Mary the credit. But see that you give Parker the works.
ago. I was going to call you from the station, but all the phones were busy.
Where are you now, Shorty?
I'm in Delaney's drugstore on the corner of Sunset Parkway and Oak Lane.
Well, say, that's not far from here. Grab a cab and come on up. I'll bring you up to date on what's happened since you've been gone. You all right, Shorty?
Sure, boss. I've gone straight. I'm going to go straight.
Well, go straight out of that drugstore, get straight into a cab, and come straight up here to my apartment.
I will. Be seeing you, boss. So long.
Help me, I saw it. Help me.
Hey, lady, let go of me. I don't know you.
I saw it.
It's all right, lady.
I saw a ghost and came right after me in that house there. I saw it. Get the police.
No, you're talking to the wrong guy. Forget the police, lady. Hey, you better get back in the house.
No, I won't go back in that house. Not ever. I saw a ghost. Please, help me.
I can't help you, lady, but I know a guy who can. I'll take you to Boston Blackie and let him take it from there.
And now back to Boston Blackie. Enemy to those who make him an enemy. Friend to those who have no friend.
Gee, Blackie, what do you figure? Is this dame on the level about seeing a ghost?
I don't know, Shorty, but I'm glad you brought her up to my apartment. She's hysterical enough to need medical attention.
Gosh, she sure is, boss. Will Miss Wesley fix her up okay again?
I hope so. She said she'd be right over and have a look at her.
This gal really thinks she saw a ghost, huh, boss?
Yeah, she does. Which house did you say she came out of, Shorty?
That great big joint, right next to Delaney's drugstore.
Oh, yeah, I know the place. Wealthy old woman. There, alone, too. I think her name is, Worthington.
Who's this ghost-seeing dame, Blackie?
Obviously, Mrs. Worthington's maid. She's wearing a maid's apron under her coat. Oh, at last, there's Mary. Come in.
Hello, Blackie.
Hello, Mary.
Hi, Miss Wesley.
Hello, Shorty. Oh, welcome back.
Gee, thanks.
Save all that for later, will you? Take a look at our patient here, Mary, and make some use of your training as a nurse, will you?
Well, I'll do my best. Oh, golly, she looks as if she's had a terrible scare.
She has had a scare. She thinks she saw a ghost.
A ghost?
Yeah, Miss Wesley. She came screaming out of the Worthington mansion and down the street like a ghost was chasing after her with a pitchfork.
Well, I don't believe in ghosts, Shorty, but whatever this girl saw, I think she saw. She's certainly frightened. I think we'd better put her to bed.
Here?
Just for a little while, Blackie. Until she's rational enough to talk to. She's really only semi-conscious now.
Okay, anything you say.
Help me carry her into the bedroom, will you?
Shorty, you help her.
Sure.
I'm going to call Farraday. I don't believe in ghosts, but something frightened this girl, and maybe we ought to find out what it was.
Now, lift her carefully, Shorty.
Yeah, don't worry, Miss Wesley. I got her. Open the bedroom door and I'll carry her right in.
Right.
Gee, for a little thing, she sure is heavy.
Farraday speaking.
Hello, Inspector. This is Blackie.
Well, here comes the end of a perfect day.
I like that line better when it's sung, but listen. I have a girl here in my apartment who's frightened half to death.
What'd she do? Get a good look at you?
No, at a ghost.
Oh, I see. Well, in that case, a ghost.
Faraday, listen, I don't want to
I'll
have...
tell you what you don't. You don't have anything to talk to me about. And even if you did, I don't want to listen to you. Goodbye.
Faraday, don't be a Faraday.
Hey, Blackie, did you get Inspector Farraday, huh?
Yeah, Shorty, I got him, but he got sore. I guess we'll have to investigate this alone. How's the patient?
Miss Wesley's going to put her to bed.
Good. We'll leave Mary here with her and go down to the Worthington mansion together and see what's what.
Okay. Miss Wesley got her to talk a little, Blackie. Her name's Madeline. And you were right, boss. She is the maid in Old Lady Worthington's joint.
Blackie,
Oh, Mary, everything all right?
Yeah, I think so. The minute I got her to bed, she fell asleep. I think she'll be all right when she wakes up.
Good. Look, do you mind staying here while Shorty and I go to the Worthington mansion and find out what frightened our friend Madeline?
All right. I'll just sit out here and read till she wakes up. But, darling, be careful at the Worthington house, will you? Just the thought of ghosts terrifies me.
Not me, Mary. I'm a member of the Spook of the Month Club.
Gee, Blackie. Old Lady Worthington sure lives in one swell joint, huh?
Not one swell joint, Shorty. 3 of them. She has this house, a place at Bar Harbor, and a $250,000 shack at Palm Beach.
No wonder nobody else has got any money. She's got it all.
I would...
Yes?
Mrs. Worthington?
Yes?
We'd like to talk to you. May we come in?
Why, yes, of course.
Thank you. Come on, Charlie.
Sure. You gentlemen are here for some special reason?
Yes, Mrs. Worthington. Oh, by the way, aren't you the famous concert pianist?
Well, I was in my younger days, but it's been a good 15 years since I was on the concert stage.
Has it been that long, really? I remember you very well.
Why, thank you, Mr.
Oh, forgive me. I'm Boston Blackie, and this is Shorty.
And how do you do, Boston Blackie and to Shorty?
Mr. Shorty. Hey, I'm getting up in the world, boss.
Mrs. Worthington, I hope we're not imposing on you. You see...
Imposing? Well, nonsense. I'm quite alone here and quite happy to have company. Especially the famous Boston Blackie.
Thank you, Mrs. Worthington. But
forgive me. When I say I'm quite alone, I'm not telling the truth. My maid, Madeline Burns, lives here with me. But she's out just now.
She's out? Like a light? She said she saw a real-life ghost here, lady.
That's why we're here, as a matter of fact, Mrs. Worthington. We wondered if you...
You wondered if I saw the ghost that frightened Madeline?
Don't tell me you did.
Oh, dear me, no. Madeline is a very nice girl, but she's not too bright. She's always hearing and seeing things.
Well, she's in good hands, and I imagine she'll be all right again in a little while. You're not alone here now, are you, Mrs. Worthington?
Yes, I am.
Well, perhaps you'd better get someone to stay with you tonight.
Oh, no, I'm quite all right alone.
I think it'd be wiser if you'd get someone over. One of your family, perhaps.
I have no family, except for Ernest, my nephew. And I'll be much more comfortable alone with the ghost than with him.
All right, Mrs. Worthington. We'll get your maid back to you as soon as possible.
Oh, well, you needn't worry about rushing her back. There are no ghosts here, except my memories. And they're the kind of ghosts I like.
Hello, Mary.
Oh, back so soon, Blackie?
Yes, and it's just as I thought. Our friend Madeline Burns has been frightened by one of her own hallucinations.
No ghosts, huh?
No ghosts.
Good, good. Oh, where's Shorty?
He'll be up soon. He stopped in the delicatessen for a few things. Hungry?
Mm-hmm. And I'm tired, too. I was trying to read while you were gone, but the words began to get fuzzy.
Our frightened friend cause you any trouble?
No. No, she's still asleep, I guess. I haven't been in to see her since you left. I've been sitting out here.
Well, let's take a look at her, huh? If she's all right, I'd like to send her back to Mrs. Worthington.
Oh, I think she should be all right by now.
Wait, I'll open the door.
Blackie, we better go in quietly. I don't think she'd be able to take another scare tonight.
You think it's all right to turn on the light?
Yeah, I think so. Here, I'll turn it on.
Thanks. You think we ought to wake her up?
Well, I don't think it'll do her any harm.
Say, why aren't the windows open in here? The room's awfully stuffy.
I thought I'd better keep them closed and locked until she went to sleep. Just in case. And then I forgot to come in and open them.
Well, I'll open one of them now while you wake our frightened beauty.
All right. Madeline.
What's the matter, Mary? Why are you feeling your pulse?
I'm not feeling it. Because there isn't any.
What?
Blackie. This girl is dead.
Wow. Mary, you know about these things. Can you tell how she died?
No. No, I can't. There doesn't seem to be a mark on it.
Well, I don't see how she could have been murdered. You were sitting in the room outside, and the windows in here are locked.
Yeah, well, she might have...
I'll get the phone, Mary. Don't touch anything in here just yet.
I won't. Don't worry.
Hello?
Mr. Boston Blackie.
Yes?
This is Mrs. Worthington.
Oh, yes, Mrs. Worthington.
My maid, please send her back to me quickly. There are ghosts here. I saw one just now. It came nearer and nearer, faster and faster. When I screamed, it disappeared. It went right through the wall, right through the wall.
Mrs. Worthington, if you'll just...
Please send Madeline back. I need someone with me. Send him back.
Oh, I can't send Madeline back, Mrs. Worthington, but take it easy. I'll get the police down there right away.
Oh, no, not the police, please. You come, but hurry.
I will, Mrs. Worthington. Just be calm.
Please hurry.
I will. Goodbye.
What's the matter with Mrs. Worthington, Blackie?
Now, she's seeing ghosts.
What?
Well, she's seeing something.
Oh, but not a ghost. That's that's impossible.
I know, but something's going on in that house, and I think it's about time somebody did something.
Farraday speaking.
Farraday, this is Blackie.
What, with another ghost story?
Not this time. I've got a dead body for you.
Oh, killed by a ghost, I suppose.
Maybe so. It's here in my apartment. Dead without a mark on it, and in a locked room.
What? In your apartment?
Yes, and don't say I did it because I didn't.
Stay where you are, Blackie. I'm coming right out.
Look, Farraday, I think you better investigate the Worthington home before you come up here.
What for?
Mrs. Worthington just called me, and she's seeing ghosts.
Well, of all the... look, Blackie, don't bother me about ghosts. Just stay there in your apartment and don't touch anything. I'll be up there right away.
What did he say, Blackie?
He said for us to stay here, so get your hat and coat, Mary. We're going to the Worthington mansion to find out what it's like to either speak to or spite a spook.
And now back to Boston Blackie. Madeline Burns, the maid in the home of Mrs. Worthington, one-time concert pianist, is frightened by what she claims is a ghost. Blackie has the hysterical girl put to bed by his friend Mary Wesley. Then Blackie and his pal Shorty go to the Worthington home to see Mrs. Worthington. The kind old lady informs them that there are no ghosts in her home and that the maid suffers from hallucinations. Blackie turns to see how the maid is getting along, and he and Mary find her dead. Mrs. Worthington phones hysterically for Blackie to come to her house, and as we return to our story, Blackie and Mary are at her door.
Oh, Blackie, maybe Mrs. Worthington's home.
Well, Mary, we've knocked on the door enough times to be the police. Let's try going in and see.
Well, nice try.
Mary, listen.
That is that. Well, it sounds like a little child at the piano.
Yes, it does. Guess Mrs. Worthington isn't alone after all. The music is coming from in there. Let's go in.
Hey, wait for me. I just don't want the ghost to think I came in on a escort.
Sorry. Gee, whoever's playing that piano certainly has a lot to learn.
Yeah, but whoever it is, they'd better...
Mary, look who's at the keyboard.
Who?
Mrs. Worthington.
Playing that thing over and over again? Oh, no.
Oh, yes. Mrs. Worthington.
Mrs. Worthington. Oh. Hello.
Mrs. Worthington, we've come to...
speak to you later. I can't just now. I'm practicing. I play rather well, don't you think? It should be a successful concert. But forgive me, I can't talk anymore. I must practice. Oh, Blackie, listen.
Not here, Mary. Come over this way.
She's gone out of her mind.
I know it. And when I saw her a few hours ago, she was as rational as you and I.
Blackie, seeing something would do this to her. Maybe it was a...
Ghost?
Yes. Oh, but we don't believe in ghosts. Or do we?
I don't know. You tell me. Apparently Madeline Burns was frightened to death by a ghost. Mrs. Worthington has lost her mind because of a ghost. Maybe...
Oh, thank goodness she stopped playing.
But look at her, Mary. She's staring at the door as if she sees something.
And there's nothing to see.
Except maybe a...
Ghost?
Yes, Mary. Oh. And if that door opens for the first time in my life, I hope it's only Farraday. I'll get it, Mary.
Oh, it may be Mrs. Worthington's nephew. You called him, didn't you?
You know I did. You held my hand so tight I hardly could dial the number.
Oh, there she goes again.
And here's Farraday. Come in, Inspector.
What's going on here, Blackie?
You'll find out. What about the girl in my apartment? How did she die?
Plain case of heart failure.
Then that proves it.
Proves what?
She was frightened to death by a ghost.
Sure, she...
Are you still yapping about ghosts? I quit believing in ghosts when I was... Hey, who's playing the piano in the other room?
Margaret Worthington.
The one who used to be a famous concert pianist?
Yes. And Farraday, she's completely out of her mind.
Crazy?
Driven crazy by a ghost.
Blackie, one more crack out of you about...
Come inside and talk to her. You'll find out for yourself.
I sure will. Let's go.
Oh, hello, Inspector Farraday.
Now, Miss Wesley, don't you give me any crazy talk about ghosts.
I don't think it'll be very crazy if I do, Inspector. Listen,
Oh, that's the door. I'll get it.
And I'll talk to Mrs. Worthington. Mrs. Worthington,
Yes.
may I talk to you a minute?
Yes, but...
I'm coming. Yes?
I'm Ernest Cleland, Mrs. Worthington's nephew.
Oh, yes. Thank you for coming over. Come in, will you?
Who are you?
Boston Blackie.
Yeah? What's going on here, anyhow?
I don't know. One of the reasons I wanted to see you is that I thought maybe you could tell me.
Yeah? What?
Who would frighten your aunt's maid to death and pull a stunt that has frightened your aunt out of her mind?
The maid's dead. My aunt's out of her mind.
Yes, and apparently both because of ghosts.
You must be a little out of your mind, too.
No, just a little out of my class. I don't know how to fight ghosts.
Well, don't look at me. I don't either. I don't want to have anything to do with my aunt because she has nothing to do with me. She cut me out of her will about 10 years ago. Now, what's that?
Your aunt practicing for the concert she's going to give tonight.
You
I wish I were. Come on in and have a look at it.
Yeah, I want to see this.
Mrs. Worthington, please, don't start that all over again. I can't stand it.
It's no use trying, Farraday.
Huh? Oh, it's you again.
Yes, Farraday, and this is Ernest Cleland, Mrs. Worthington's nephew.
How do you do, Inspector?
Miss Wesley, Mr. Cleland?
How do you do, Mr.
How do you do, Miss Wesley?
You live here, Cleveland?
No, not in this place. It gives me the creeps.
Just a minute, Blackie. I'll take that.
But it's probably Shorty for me.
I'll take it just the same. Hello?
Inspector Farraday?
Yeah?
This is Rawlins at headquarters.
Yeah?
I have some information, Inspector. The house Mrs. Worthington lives in is on property that belongs to the Matthews Realty Company.
So what? Quit wasting your time, will
Let me
you?
finish, Inspector. The Matthews Realty Company wanted to buy Mrs. Worthington's house. She wouldn't sell. You know who owns the Matthews Company?
Who? Joe Ghost?
No, Charlie Kingston, Boston Blackie's best friend.
Uh-oh. Thanks, Rollins. This is beginning to make sense. Bye.
Right.
All right, Blackie. Come on quietly.
Come along. Where? What for?
To headquarters. And I'll worry about the charge later. I thought you were at the bottom of this. Your pal Charlie Kingston wants this house. And dreaming up ghosts is your way of getting Mrs. Worthington to sell it. Come on.
Oh, Blackie.
I said get going, Blackie.
Stop nudging me with that gun. I'll go. Stay here with Cleland and Mrs. Worthington, Mary. I'll be back.
All right,
Inside an hour.
Yeah, in an hour, you'll be inside a cell, Blackie. And you have to...
Oh, dear, I was afraid this would happen.
This fella Blackie always getting into trouble?
Always, Mr. Cleland. And it's always because he's helping others, too.
That ought to teach him to mind his own business. Excuse me, I'll be back soon. There's something I want from upstairs. I'll have to give the other...
Yes, of course. Mrs. Worthington. Mrs. Worthington. Couldn't you please stop playing those same notes over and over again?
I have to practice, my dear. The concert is tonight, you know.
Yes, I know, but if you just...
I am the ghost of the Worthington house.
I heard it. Oh, yes, I heard it, too. Miss Wesley.
I am the Worthington.
Where is that voice coming from? I can't see anybody. I don't either, but there is a ghost. This time I hear it. This time I really hear it.
I am the invisible ghost of the Worthington home. I am around, behind, in front of
This time it's real. It's real. I do hear it. I do hear it. I never should have started this. There really are
Now, Mrs. Worthington. Oh, my gosh. Oh, my gosh, she's fainted.
Mary, Blackie.
Blackie. Blackie, where are you?
Mary, this is Blackie. Remember everything Mrs. Worthington says or has already said. If she said anything, I'll be right in.
Well, all right, but where are you, Blackie? Blackie, I've got to revive Mrs. Worthington first. I can't... Mrs. Worthington, please.
Here I am, Mary. What happened to Mrs. Worthington?
Oh, she's all right. She just fainted, that's all.
Well, what did she say when she heard my voice come over the radio set?
Your voice come over the radio set. Now, just what is this?
Well, I left here with Farraday, but as soon as we got outside, I grabbed him, tied him up, and put him under the front steps.
Oh, Blackie, you didn't.
Oh, but I did. I came back here, turned on the hall radio, and dialed the police wavelength. Then I went outside to Faraday's police car and used the microphone.
Well, I'll tell you this. You certainly sounded like a ghost, all right.
Enough to make Mrs. Worthington talk?
Yes. Blackie, she said that this time she could really hear the ghost voice. And that before, She was responsible for making up all the ghost... Oh, look. Look, she's providing. That's good. Mrs. Worthington. Mrs. Worthington. You never really heard or saw a ghost in here before, did you?
Oh, no, I didn't.
You pretended to see one, and you pretended to be insane. Why?
I can't tell you that. I can't. Or I'll be killed.
Just a minute. Farraday speaking.
Farraday, this is Blackie.
Blackie, stay where you are. You're under arrest.
Oh, no, Farraday. And I'm going to keep moving. But there's something up in my apartment that will stay where it is till you get there.
What now?
Same old thing, Farraday. A body.
A body?
Yes, but not the same old body. This one belongs to Ernest Cleland, and he's been murdered.
You ought to know. You probably killed him. Where are you now, Blackie?
I'm at Mrs. Worthington.
All right, Blackie. You stay there, you understand?
But what about the body? You can't arrest me until after you find Cleveland's body.
I'll send Rollins up to see the body. I want to see you.
No, Inspector Farraday, Blackie isn't here. Did you expect to meet him here, Inspector?
Yes. Well, he'll probably be here in a few minutes. He usually keeps his word. Mrs. Worthington, I'm afraid I have some bad news for you about your nephew, Ernest Cleland. He's dead.
He's dead?
Murdered.
Oh, well, I'm sorry, of course, for him. But, well, it makes things a lot easier for me. You see, there never have been any ghosts in this house, Inspector. And I was never out of my mind. I was pretending.
You were? Why?
Well, now that Ernest is dead, I can tell you. I had cut him out of my will, and he threatened to kill me unless I changed my will and left a large sum of money to him.
Oh, I see. So you pretended to be out of your mind because if you were declared insane, you couldn't legally change your will, huh?
It was a clever stunt, wasn't it?
Yeah, but it cost the life of Madeline Burns.
I know. I had no idea that I would cause her.
You didn't cause her death, Mrs. Worthington.
Blackie.
How do I look coming out from behind curtains, Inspector?
You look better going. Behind bars.
I'm not going behind bars, Farraday, and if you think Mrs. Worthington is responsible for a maid's death, you're wrong again. What caused Madeline's death was a guilty conscience.
A guilty conscience? About what?
What she and Ernest Cleland were plotting to do to Mrs. Worthington. They were going to kill her together.
What?
And when Mrs. Worthington told her about seeing a ghost, the maid's imagination ran away with her, and she thought she really saw ghosts herself.
They were going to kill me.
Blackie, how do you know Madeline and...
Inspector, look what we found. Ernest Cleland.
Oh, my goodness.
Push you be, will you?
You mean he's not dead? Where'd you find him, Rollins?
In Blackie's apartment, tied up like a birthday present.
I did that to him, Farraday, and told you he was dead, hoping that you'd tell Mrs. Worthington.
Well, why did you want me to think he was dead?
Well, when you wouldn't explain why you were afraid you'd be killed, I remembered what Ernest had said about being cut out of your will. So I grabbed Ernest and made him tell me about his deal with the maid, tied him up, and left him for the police.
And is that all there is to this whole ghost business?
That's all, Inspector. There are no such things as ghosts.
What's that? Blackie, it's ghosts. Ghosts, I tell you. What are you laughing about? It's ghosts. We're being surrounded by ghosts.
No, we're not, Inspector.
Yes, we are.
I saw one of your cops in your police car when I came in.
Huh?
He probably fell asleep. The radio in here is still on, and right now he's snoring right into the police microphone. That's what that noise is. I hope.